As I stepped into the parallel universe, I could hardly believe my eyes. Before me stood a magnificent palace of reincarnation, its grandeur shimmering with the promise of adventure. This wasn't just any ordinary realm, it was a gateway to worlds filled with the thrilling tales of science fiction, the fierce battles of martial arts legends, and the enchanting mysteries of magic and witchcraft. I felt an exhilarating rush as I realized that anyone could enter this palace and embark on a journey through these captivating landscapes, each one brimming with opportunities to gain strength and acquire magical artifacts. I had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the teacher explained about the two worlds we could choose from in the Hall of Reincarnation, I couldn't help but think about it. The first world gave us a choice between Various Star King and Young and Dangerous, while the second world only had Resident Evil. The teacher warned us that the death rate in Resident Evil was incredibly high, and advised us to pick Young and Dangerous first to improve our chances. Then, I noticed Su Hongying handing me a box of chocolates. "Moyu, I heard tomorrow's your birthday. I hope you enjoy these," she said, smiling. A voice came from behind me. It was another classmate, sitting in a wheelchair just like me. "If you're planning to go to the Palace of Reincarnation tomorrow, I recommend Various Star King. I heard it's not an ordinary world. Some people who came back recently mentioned an artificial human battle, so it could be worth the try." But then, something caught my attention. Su Hongying isn't as innocent as she seems. The alarm clock suddenly blared in the middle of the night, waking me from my thoughts. It was 11:30 p.m., my birthday. I had prepared everything, knowing I would soon be sent to the Palace of Reincarnation. The worlds there were incredible, everything from martial arts legends to intergalactic adventures. But there was a catch: it was dangerous, and death was a real possibility. I couldn't forget that I wasn't from this world. I had come from another universe, and these worlds in the Palace of Reincarnation felt familiar to me, like scenes from movies or TV shows. Others entered these worlds as if they were exploring the unknown. But I had an advantage: I could predict what would happen in these worlds. It wasn't easy for me to get here. When I first arrived in this world, I was stuck in a wheelchair, and I wasn't happy about it. But when I found out about the Palace of Reincarnation, I saw a glimmer of hope. The first world, Various Star King, was where I wanted to go. I needed to be prepared, though anything could happen. The worlds were dangerous, and luck played a big role. But I had to choose carefully, especially since the first world only allowed us to stay for 2 months. If I was sent somewhere desolate, like a desert or an uninhabited island, I wouldn't last long. There was no main mission in these worlds, but I knew that completing hidden challenges would bring better rewards. As I ate the birthday cake, I grabbed my old school bag, waiting for the journey to begin. My father had told me I was born at midnight, so the time travel would likely happen around 12. I set my alarm for 11:30, and then I felt it, the strange, mysterious feeling that told me something was about to happen. It was 11:49. In an instant, I vanished from my room, and when I opened my eyes, I was in a large hall. A man, who seemed to be in a similar situation as me, stood nearby. There was also a woman, probably in her 20s, holding a suitcase. The man barely acknowledged me and closed his eyes. But the woman came over and smiled. "You chose Various Star King too, right? I've been preparing for this for 3 years. I just hope I don't end up stranded somewhere like the Amazon jungle." She kept talking, mentioning how dangerous Resident Evil was and how we'd have a safer experience in the first world. I gave her a polite but distant smile, not saying much. More and more people started to fill the hall, and I could hear the announcements about the reincarnation process. The time had come. A countdown began. The selection interface appeared before me, offering the choice between Various Star King and Young and Dangerous. Without hesitation, I chose Various Star King. The countdown reached 0, and in an instant, I, along with the others, disappeared. 1995, Honolulu, Hawaii. The sky was clear and a car was running on the winding mountain road. "Boss, why don't you put on your seatbelt?" This, while driving, the driver couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the middle-aged man next to him, and said responsibly, No, I have practiced Qigong with the master for so long, and I am already invulnerable." The middle-aged man sitting in the passenger seat waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. "Practice Qigong? I don't know what it means to be invulnerable, but since my boss recently started practicing Qigong, his brain seems to be getting more and more abnormal, and he has less time to wake up." The driver secretly shook his head helplessly, complaining in his heart. "Ah!" When the driver turned around and looked at the road, he suddenly noticed that there was an additional figure on the road. He exclaimed and reflexively stepped on the brakes. With a creak, the car was out of control and slammed into a big tree on the side of the road. At the same time, the figure sitting in the passenger seat flew out directly through the window and hit his head hard on a thick tree trunk. With a blur in front of her eyes, Shin Mayu suddenly saw a car crashing towards her, unable to dodge in a wheelchair. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the car turned a corner and hit a tree on the side of the road. I saw that the cars next to me were smoking and stalling. There was also a person who apparently smashed the windshield directly from the passenger seat and hit the tree. You could see that the tree trunk was dented. Am I suddenly crossing the road and causing someone else to have a car accident? Seeing this scene, Shin Mayu could roughly understand what was going on, and couldn't help but feel guilty in her heart. Of course, while feeling guilty, Shin Mayu was also frightened for a while. Although I had known for a long time that the location and timeline I travel through were random, but to just randomly find myself on the road and almost get hit by a car. Isn't this such bad luck? It's a pity that there is no main god or system to communicate with in this palace of reincarnation. Otherwise, I would have to greet the other party's ancestors for at least 18 generations. Sure enough, after time travel, there are no main tasks. What you want to do depends entirely on personal will, and it is extremely open. But what you can get depends on your luck and ability. The additional rewards are only for completing unknown hidden things. It's just the mission. Although he already knew some basic knowledge about the Palace of Reincarnation, after waiting for a while, there was no sound of assigning tasks at all, which made Shin Mayu secretly murmur in his heart. Shaking her head, Shin Mayu pushed the wheelchair to the side of the hit car. It seemed that the collision was very tragic. Just when Shin Mayu was thinking about how to save people, the figure who hit the big tree pulled his head out of the tree hole and touched his head. It looked intact. "Uncle, are you okay?" Shin Mayu was a little shocked when he saw this man who could dent a tree with his head but was completely intact. "Uncle? You young man really has no eyesight. Have you seen such a handsome uncle like me?" After touching his head, the man suddenly pointed at Shin Mayu and cursed. After cursing a few words, Fu made a narcissistic expression, flipped up the few hairs on his head, and said, "You know, for so many years, I have been called the triple Andy Lau among men. The best." Shin Mayu originally didn't want to pay attention to this uncle who seemed to have some abnormalities in his mind. If there is a car accident at this time, shouldn't we save people first? But he actually held on to calling him an uncle. However, Shin Mayu's heart moved slightly when he heard this uncle say that he was a triple Andy Lau, the best among men. Why do these words sound so familiar? Could it be that he is the father of the protagonist in the movie The Variety Star? Looking at the slightly short uncle in front of him, Shin Mayu suddenly felt enlightened. What's the main character's name? To be honest, many years have passed since this movie, and Shin Mayu really doesn't remember it. However, the names of Star Masters movies usually have the word in them, right? This elder, seeing the man in front of him talking eloquently, Shin Mayu thought about it secretly for a moment before speaking. But before he could utter the last word uncle, he noticed that this man was staring at him with vicious eyes. When the word uncle came to her lips, Shin Mayu swallowed it hard and said, "Brother, I see that your heaven is full, your earth is round, and you are handsome. You must be rich or noble, right?" The title of Big Brother made the man very comfortable. This word made him feel very good. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed a lot. He nodded and said, "Young man, you have good eyesight. Can you also read faces? Know a thing or two?" Pretending to be profound, Shin Mayu modestly asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "My son is studying here, and I bought him a manor to live in. Father and son haven't seen each other for 2 years, so I took this opportunity to come and see him. See if he has enough money to spend. The 200 I gave him last time, $10,000. I don't know if it has been spent," the man replied, looking like he was deeply in love with his son. "So, in the current timeline, the father and son have not severed their relationship yet?" Listening to the man's words, Shin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. "I have a rough inference about the timeline I am currently on." Moreover, his father was indeed very rich. In his 90s, he easily had millions of dollars in pocket money. "Brother, we are destined to meet today. Besides, your son and I are also destined. Is your son's name A Xing?" Shin Mayu said to the man in front of him as if he was doing calculations with his fingers. "Ha? Yes, my son's name is Li Zixing, and I am his father, Li Yifei. You young man seems to really know something. Recently, I have been practicing with Qigong masters, and I feel that I have achieved some tricks." Li Yifei naturally believes in various masters. Hearing this, he looked at Shin Mayu in surprise and said, Having said this, Li Yifei extended an invitation and said, "Since you are destined to be our father and son, why don't you come to my house and sit down?" "That's fine. Brother, my name is Qin Moyu. This is the first time we meet. Please take care of me." Nodding, Qin Moyu naturally did not refuse. As the first world that can be selected, although it is defined as a daily world and is suitable for traveling through time travel, the corresponding intelligence information is still sufficient. For example, the timeline of Variety Star Lord is random for about 2.5 years. How so? No one in the world knows this, but Qin Moyu understands that the original timeline of this movie, which should be Various Star Lord, was only about 2.5 years. In addition to the location being random, the timeline is also random. Qin Moyu naturally considered that if the timeline was later, he could learn from the protagonist and ask Professor Jiangxi to help him transform into an artificial human. But if the timeline is too far forward, I can only find a way to get the Americans to help me transform it. After all, Professor Jiangxi's superchip will not be invented until 2 years later. He only has 2 months to stay, but he can't wait any longer. The driver who was in the car accident was rescued by an ambulance. Qin Moyu and Li Yifei sat in a new car and drove to their son Li Zixing's manor. Along the way, Li Yifei looked timid, holding his hands tightly and murmuring in a low voice. "I haven't seen that brat in 2 years. I don't know how he is now. Has he gained weight or lost weight? I have been busy practicing Qigong and running my business all over the world for the past 2 years. I wonder if that brat will blame me for not fulfilling my responsibility as a father? I can only compensate him as much materially as possible." Sitting next to Li Yifei, listening to his constant muttering, Qin Moyu glanced at him in surprise. It seems that Li Yifei, who loves to be a father, seems to have deep feelings for his son Li Zixing. Then why in the original work, Li Zixing was blown to pieces and then lived in poverty with his biological father for 2 years without ever seeing him come forward? Love deeply or hate deeply? Can't stand the deep love between him and Ada as father and son? Or are there other reasons? It seems that after the protagonist's life experience was revealed in the original work, Li Yifei also expressed his willingness to accept Li Zixing, his cheap son? Even gave a large amount of money on the spot? To be able to do this, his feelings for Li Zixing, his cheap son, are indeed relatively deep. Shaking his head, Qin Moyu suppressed these doubts for the time being. "I can only stay in this world for 2 months, so now I have to find a way to make money. A body modification surgery in the United States costs $60 million. In this day and age, compared to nearly 500 million yuan, in 1995, this was an astronomical figure. Anyway, I'm quite lucky this time. I happened to meet Li Yifei, a character in the original plot and a super rich man, so I have a glimmer of hope." Secretly thinking about making money, Qin Moyu he glanced at Li Yifei next to him and murmured to himself. "The original plan can be adjusted slightly." "Boss Li," Qin Moyu said. "Brother Qin, what are you calling boss? It's too foreign. I call you brother, and you can just call me eldest brother. My son's manor is in front of you." However, as soon as Qin Moyu's words came out, he was interrupted by Li Yifei. At the same time, pointing to a white manor not far away. "Brother Li, you'd better be more careful when you go home. According to my estimation, you may not be able to avoid a slap in the head." Thinking of the plot in the original work, Qin Moyu pretended to do calculations with his fingers and reminded Li Yifei. It's okay. Now that I'm successful in Qigong, it's okay to hit me with a stick." However, Li Yifei waved his hand, not caring. While chatting, the car stopped at the manor. After muttering in a low voice why the door was closed in broad daylight, Li Yifei opened the door and walked in. As for Qin Moyu? Then follow him a few steps behind. Call. Sure enough, the moment Li Yifei opened the door and walked in, the howling wind sounded. Immediately afterwards, a metal baseball bat was embedded in Li Yifei's head. The conversation between father and son was just like the original work. Qin Moyu did not interrupt. However, seeing Li Yifei's head being so powerful with his own eyes, Qin Moyu couldn't help but sigh secretly. It's a pity that my legs are disabled and I can only rely on the artificial intelligence technology of this world to recover. Otherwise, it seems like a good choice to learn Qigong. Hey, Dad, who is this kid? When the father and son met, they looked happy on the surface. Immediately, Li Zixing pointed at Qin Moyu next to him and asked, "Son, let me introduce to you. This is a master your father and I just met, brother Qin Moyu," Li Yifei introduced. "Master? Dad, why do you always believe in the so-called master? When will you mature? These are just charlatans." The roles of father and son seemed to be reversed. and Li Zixing persuaded his father with a sincere look. "Hey, boy, are you my dad's brother? Isn't that my uncle? Do you want to take advantage of me?" At the end of the sentence, Li Zixing said to Qin Mayu with a rude look. "I would like to call him uncle, but your dad won't." Qin Mayu spread her hands as if it had nothing to do with her. Seeing Qin Mayu's look, Li Zixing rolled his eyes, and immediately stretched out his hand at the same time. "Humph, you can be my uncle if you want. As an elder, you should first get a red envelope as a greeting gift, right? Let's talk about it first. I'll give you the money." "No, my dad is rich." "Okay. Let me tell you a fortune." Hearing this, Qin Mayu smiled slightly, and at the same time looked at Li Zixing's palm seriously, and said, "Looking at your luck, you will encounter disasters recently, which may lead to bloody disasters and endanger your life. I think you'd better be more careful." "Brother Qin, you said my son will suffer a bloody disaster recently? Then please find a way to resolve it. Money is not a problem." Li Yifei next to him heard this, his face changed, and he became a little anxious. "Dad, don't believe him. Some deceitful quacks and warlocks will tell you that you will suffer a bloody disaster when they meet, and then defraud you of money. I'm tired of watching TV at this time." Li Zixing pursed his lips. The hexagram given by Qin Mayu, it seemed to strengthen his belief that Qin Mayu was a liar. It seems that if some things in the future are revealed to him, he won't believe it, so he can only talk about things that have already happened. Looking at Li Zixing's eyes, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. Immediately, he pretended to do some calculations with his fingers, and said, "Axing, if my calculation is correct, you seem to have suffered a little loss recently, right? For example, you saw some incredible things." This, Qin Mayu's words reminded Li Zixing of the glaring eyes he saw in Professor Jiangxi's laboratory last night, his running hands, half of his body. In addition, as soon as he said this, Qin Mayu paused slightly, his eyes fell on Li Yifei again, and he dropped a bombshell. "Brother Li, I think the relationship between you and Axing is not that of biological father and son. As the saying goes, hit someone without slapping someone in the face, and expose someone without exposing their shortcomings." Suddenly throwing out the fact that Li Yifei is happy to be a father, this seems to be a bit of a betrayal. However, even if he didn't say it, the news would be exposed soon. He just made the news a little earlier. "You guy. You're talking nonsense." After hearing Qin Mayu's words, Li Zixing looked furious. "Brother Qin, this joke can't be made casually." Even Li Yifei, who originally had 78% trust in Qin Mayu, was still dubious at this time. "My calculation is absolutely correct." However, Qin Mayu looked confident and said, "If you don't believe it, you can ask your wife to verify it with the housekeeper here. What happens next is no different from the original work." Li Zixing originally did not believe that the housekeeper Ada who had been with him all these years was actually his biological father. However, as Ada knelt down to him, he became dizzy and unsteady. Although Li Zixing refused to admit it, but still admitted it in his heart. Although Li Yifei also finds this fact difficult to accept. But after all, the relationship between father and son had lasted for nearly 20 years, and they were constantly breaking up. He took out a check on the spot, saying that if Li Zixing recognized him as his father, he could forget about this matter. Qin Mayu watched this family farce quietly from the side. It was the attitude of Li Yifei's wife that made Qin Mayu secretly surprised. Li Yifei's wife seems to really hope that Li Zixing will recognize Ada as his father, and she constantly defends Ada in her words. Could it be? She has no feelings at all for her nominal husband Li Yifei? On the contrary, is he deeply affectionate for Ada? In the end, Ada was kicked by Li Zixing and kicked out of the house just like in the original work, while Li Yifei hugged Li Zixing, looking like a father and son deeply in love. As for Li Zixing? On the surface, he seems to have a deep affection between father and son, but probably only he knows what he is thinking in his heart. As the night got darker, Qin Mayu had dinner with Li Yifei's family. At the dinner table, Li Yifei admired Qin Mayu extremely. However, Li Zixing's attitude towards Qin Mayu was a bit embarrassing. From a perceptual point of view, the scandal in his body was exposed by Qin Mayu, and Li Zixing did not have a good impression of him. However, from a rational point of view, Li Zixing has 70% to 80% confidence in Qin Mayu's ability as a fortune teller. Because such a scene just happened today, Qin Mayu remained silent at the dinner table. However, Li Yifei didn't seem to care about this matter at all, acting exaggeratedly and laughing. Qin Mayu felt something was wrong with Li Yifei's behavior. From the perspective of watching a movie, it seems to be very entertaining, but after entering this world and experiencing this real world, Qin Mayu felt that it was very abnormal. No matter how big-hearted you are, you can't possibly not care at all about being a father, right? However, Li Zixing, mother and son, seem to have become accustomed to the neurotic attitude of their father and husband. After dinner, Qin Mayu settled in the house in the manor, sat on the bed, and looked through his backpack. Inside are things Qin Mayu prepared for this time travel. There are smartphones and some technical information that is beyond this era. Qin Mayu had already planned that if he traveled forward in time, he would have to complete the transformation from the Americans. Naturally, he would need money. These items and technical information he brought over were what Qin Mayu used to gain wealth. The parallel world is 2020, this world is 1995. A difference of 25 years. Despite the difference between the movie world and the real world, many high-tech products and technologies must have been more than 20 years in advance. Just like a smartphone. Mature smartphones are naturally invaluable to corresponding industries in this world. Although I don't know what kind of business Li Yifei is in, he is very rich and his business must be very big. I am so lucky to be able to get in touch with him just after time travel. With these products and information, I am sure I can find the right person, in exchange for wealth? Looking through the things prepared in his backpack, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. It seems that this is the only possibility for a person who appears out of thin air and has no relatives to earn $60 million in just 2 months. Tuck tuck tuck. Just as Qin Mayu was secretly thinking about the next steps, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, a maid's voice sounded outside the door. Mr. Qin, are you asleep? The master invites you to see me, at this time? Li Yifei suddenly wants to see him? I looked at the clock hanging on the wall and saw that it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. I'm not sleeping yet, I'm coming. Although he was surprised, after thinking about it, Qin Mayu picked up his school bag and got into the wheelchair. Under the guidance of the maid, Qin Mayu came to a large reception room. The lights were bright, Li Yifei was wearing a decent suit, standing with his back to Qin Mayu, giving people a feeling of Yuan Ting Yuji. Brother Qin, let's get to know each other again. My name is Li Yifei. Upon noticing Qin Mayu's arrival, Li Yifei turned around. However, looking at his pale face and weak words, he gave people a feeling of being out of breath. Brother Li, what do you mean? Also, are you sick? Qin Mayu looked at Li Yifei blankly. One is that his words are puzzling, and the other is that he was fine when he had dinner, but why does he look seriously ill now? A few years ago, I received the teachings of a Qigong master and learned Qigong. In a few years, I have indeed become successful in practicing Qigong. However, this Qigong has a big hidden danger, that is, after practicing, will affect people's sanity. At first, I didn't feel anything, but lately it's gotten more and more serious. I'm usually in a hazy state, and the time I can stay awake is getting shorter and shorter. It's rare that I'm awake now. After thinking about it, I realized that this matter is a plot against me, Li Yifei. Someone is controlling all this behind the scenes, trying to steal everything from me. Li Yifei's tone was weak, but his words were clear. He told Qin Mayu everything that happened to him and his speculations. At the end of his speech, Li Yifei got to the point and said, "Now my company has reached a very critical moment. I have to go back quickly and take care of these things. I invite you here tonight because I want you to predict for me. Now be it good or bad. Brother Li, aren't you afraid that you will become confused on the way back?" Qin Mayu asked after understanding the truth of the matter. I just broke all the Qigong in my body. Although my body is weak and it will take 3 to 5 years to recover, but fortunately my mind is clear. Li Yifei replied. I see. At this point, Qin Mayu understood. At the same time, some of the doubtful things in my mind suddenly became clear. No wonder that in the original work, Li Yifei disappeared after just showing up. Even during the 2 years when Li Zixing was in poverty, there was no news at all. The Variety Star is a movie that Qin Mayu watched a long time ago, and the camera of the movie has always followed the protagonist Li Zixing. As for the other characters, there are only some clues when the plot requires it. Originally, Qin Mayu's thoughts were mainly on Li Zixing, but now, after talking with Li Yifei, Qin Mayu learned what happened to him, and then she realized that she had not just traveled to the virtual world of the movie. This seems to be a real world with flesh and blood. The whole world does not revolve around Li Zixing alone. Everyone has their own role in this world. What the movie shows is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. Brother Qin? Seeing Qin Mayu's deep thought, after waiting for a moment, Li Yifei shouted. Brotherly, in fact, according to my calculation, your action this time is more dangerous than bad. After coming back to his senses, Qin Mayu replied seriously. These words are true. Except for Li Zixing, who said some heartless words on the phone when he was blown away with only his brain and mouth left, Li Yifei has never appeared again. Judging from his emotions towards Li Zixing, this thing doesn't seem reasonable. The most likely explanation is that someone was plotting against him and hurriedly handling the matter, and Li Yifei suffered an unexpected incident. This can explain it. Qin Mayu's answer made Li Yifei frown slightly. He was obviously a little disappointed with this answer. Actually, brotherly, after a slight hesitation, Qin Mayu asked, "Have you never doubted me?" Suddenly appeared under the banner of a fortune teller, also to target you? Now that you asked this question, I trust you even more. Li Yifei replied. After a slight pause, he explained, "Actually, I have also considered the issue you mentioned. However, judging from the current situation, the people who secretly attacked me have almost taken control of my industry. There is no need to have spent so much time asking you to monitor me, and even if it's surveillance, you don't need to go out of your way to attract my attention, right?" In fact, Li Yifei still had half of what he said. If he really had someone to monitor him, then the mastermind behind the scenes wouldn't need to find a cripple, right? Seeing Qin Mayu sitting in a wheelchair, the muscles in her legs are atrophied and are thinner than other people's arms. This cannot be faked. That's it. Qin Mayu nodded, agreeing. Actually, what I said about you and Brother Li is destined. Although it is true, I also have my own purpose when I come here. The conversation has reached this point. Li Yifei is now awake. Qin Mayu feels that it is more appropriate to tell the truth at this time than to think of ways to deceive him. What is your purpose? Li Yifei didn't find it strange and looked calm. $60 million. Qin Mayu said directly without any nonsense. $60 million? Li Yifei was a little surprised when he heard that Qin Mayu's purpose was just to get money. Yes, you have also seen that my legs are disabled. I heard that the United States has developed new technology that can transform the human body and realize my wish to stand up and walk. However, this operation requires $60 million. Clicked nodding, Qin Mayu answered calmly. Ah, cough cough cough. Hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly laughed out loud as if he had heard a joke. However, he was weak at the moment after just finishing his exercise, and he couldn't help coughing twice. Seeing Li Yifei's appearance, Qin Mayu was a little confused and didn't understand what he meant. Brother Qin, don't you know what I do? Li Yifei asked, seeing Qin Mayu's confused look. I only know that Brother Li, you are very rich, and you seem to be a super rich man, but I don't know what you do specifically. Qin Mayu shook his head. Human genetic engineering is also one of our company's important industries, Li Yifei explained. After a slight pause, Li Yifei continued, speaking of which, I recently hired a new professor in my son's school. He is also a top talent in this field. He can now complete the human body modification you mentioned. After surgery, there is no need to waste this money for Americans to earn it. Professor Jiang Si. After listening to Li Yifei's words, Qin Mayu's mind reflexively recalled Professor Jiang Si, who transformed the protagonist Li Zixing in the original work. Yes. Professor Jiang Si was originally a visiting professor at the protagonist's school, and wasn't the director of that school Li Yifei? From this point of view, many details in the original work are very scary to think about. That's right. However, Qin Mayu wasn't given much time to think. Li Yifei then thought of something and asked, I heard you tell Xing's fortune today, saying that he will suffer a bloody disaster in the near future? Can you tell me in detail? He wants to further confirm whether my calculation ability is accurate, right? Qin Mayu can also understand the essence of Li Yifei's words. This catastrophe, caused by a woman, is a peach blossom catastrophe. It will make him get into trouble with extremely evil people, and his life will indeed be in danger. Qin Mayu opened his mouth and told Li Yifei the general framework of the situation in the original work. Okay, I understand, Brother Qin, I will pay attention, Li Yifei nodded after hearing Qin Mayu's more detailed speculation on what would happen in the future. Next, there was no more talk. Li Yifei also needed to rest, so Qin Mayu went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Li Yifei said that he had some important things to deal with and said goodbye to Li Zixing. However, Li Yifei did not really leave with Qin Mayu, but hid secretly while paying attention to Li Zixing's every move. On the surface, Li Yifei said that he was afraid that his son would not be able to survive this disaster, so he secretly protected him. But Qin Mayu also knew that he wanted to see if his calculation was really correct, and he had no intention of exposing this. Although the company's affairs are urgent, they are not urgent. The safety of my son is indeed important these days. In this way, after hiding in secret for 2 days, a woman wearing a bikini arrived at Li Zixing's manor, and then invited Li Zixing to go down the mountain to play. Naturally, Li Yifei's people secretly monitored the whole process. The plot that follows is exactly the same as the original. Boss, the young master has caused trouble. It didn't take long for the person who went to monitor to report back. The woman who went to play with the young master is the wife of the Yamada Gumi boss. Unfortunately, the affairs between them were exposed. With the Yamada Gumi's power here and their behavior, if we don't help, the young master must be in trouble. Do you simply want to replace the legs? Or do you only want to keep the brain and one other thing, and replace everything else with artificial organs? In a laboratory, Professor Jiang Si, who had hair as white as a chicken coop, asked Qin Moyu seriously. Since Li Zixing provoked the Yamada group and further proved Qin Moyu's calculation ability, Li Yifei immediately contacted Professor Jiang Si to complete Qin Moyu's body modification surgery. Since it has been transformed, let's carry out a comprehensive transformation. Qin Moyu answered after hearing Professor Jiang Si's inquiry. If you only have experienced this world and are ready to live an ordinary life in the future, then you only need to modify your legs. But Qin Moyu had made up his mind to travel through other reincarnation worlds in the future. Naturally, it would be more practical for him to transform all of them. It's like the second reincarnation world, isn't it Resident Evil? If the overall transformation is completed, then even if he is overwhelmed by the zombie tide, he has nothing to fear, right? Not to mention, at least the security issues in the second reincarnation world have been greatly improved. In addition, Professor Jiang Si, after answering, Qin Moyu asked again with confirmation, as far as I know, the human body modification surgery in the United States can make people change in thousands of ways. Have you successfully researched the simulation chip? That's natural. I would never joke about this matter. Professor Jiang Si replied seriously. Well, looking at Professor Jiang Si's appearance, Qin Moyu understood that Professor Jiang Si had already invented the chip that should have been invented 2 years later in the original work. Is it because the emergence of reincarnation causes the butterfly effect? Or is there something fishy about everything in the original work? After thinking about it for a while, Qin Moyu still prefers the latter. I remember that in the original book, Professor Jiang Si introduced the surgery in the United States, but he only said that it would cost $60 million, and did not say that after the transformation, he would become a superhuman being. Moreover, when did Professor Jiang Si in the original work implant the chip into the protagonist's body? That was when the protagonist suffered many blows, and finally even had the desire to die and wanted to commit suicide, then the chip was implanted. Isn't this timing too coincidental? Based on the inferences made in the past few days, Professor Jiang Si may have received Li Yifei's instruction to modify Li Zixing's body, so all this may be explained. After all, how much did Professor Jiang Si charge when he modified Li Zixing's body? Those tens of dollars, even if it's a favor price, it's still a joke, right? What's more, before that, there was no personal relationship between Professor Jiang Si and the protagonist. On the contrary, there was a slight feud. Qin Moyu, my surgery can preserve 2 things, including the brain, and replace the rest with artificial organs. Have you decided which one to preserve? Professor Jiang Si spoke, interrupting Qin Moyu's thoughts. Hearing Professor Jiang Si's question to him, Qin Moyu looked at him strangely and asked, besides the brain, which organ is the most important for a man? Do you still need to ask me? Isn't it obvious? Something about that? After the words fell, Qin Moyu and Professor Jiang Si both showed smiles that all men knew. I'm just making sure. After all, some men may not want to become women through this transformation. After laughing, Professor Jiang Si explained. Qin Moyu, well, I can only say that Professor Jiang Si's explanation really leaves no room for fault. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Professor Jiang Si's face came into his eyes. How is it? How do you feel? Professor Jiang Si asked. Qin Moyu sat up and looked down at her legs. Perfect. Because my legs are disabled and I have been in a wheelchair for a long time, my legs were originally terribly slender, but now they are slender and powerful. I moved a little bit without any discomfort. Overall, this operation is relatively successful, but there are advantages and disadvantages, Professor Jiang Si said as he saw Qin Moyu studying her legs. I know the advantages, but what are the disadvantages? Hearing this, Qin Moyu looked at Professor Jiang Si in surprise. For example, after eating, you only need to replenish electrical energy. Therefore, human food is no longer suitable for you. The taste of sour, iron, bitter and spicy is gone, Professor Jiang Si introduced. These words made Qin Moyu nod and become a reformer. Although he became very powerful, without the sense of taste, the meaning of life would indeed be missing a lot. In addition, I have input the Encyclopedia of War, combat proficiency techniques, and detailed descriptions of weapons into your computer. Now you are a Superman, Professor Jiang Si said immediately. Sure enough, the treatment between me and the protagonist is completely different. Almost everything about Li Zixing in the original work has been clearly arranged, right? Comparing it to the fact that the protagonist in the original work can only be transformed into things like an electric iron, a rice cooker, and Western toothpaste, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. Professor, can you input home appliances, life encyclopedias, etc. into the computer? After thinking about it, Qin Mayu asked Professor Jiang Si again. Although combat power is very important, similarly, if you can turn yourself into household appliances and other appliances, it will also play a big role in traveling through those reincarnated worlds in the future, right? This is not a problem. Although Professor Jiang Si was surprised when he heard Qin Mayu's request, he naturally agreed to these innocuous things. Run like lightning. On a large playground, Qin Mayu was wearing a sportswear and was a fast runner. Feeling the feeling of being able to run with her own legs, Qin Mayu felt very relaxed. The days of sitting in a wheelchair were too difficult, but now I can use my legs to run again, which also means that my goal of entering the world of Variety Star Lord has been achieved. Qin Mayu, your phone number. When Qin Mayu was running smoothly, Professor Jiang Si's voice rang. Arriving in front of the landline, Qin Mayu picked up the phone. Hello? Brotherly. Brother Qin, congratulations on your successful transformation. Li Yifei's voice rang out. He naturally knew about the human body transformation plan. Thank you. Qin Mayu replied. Also, Brother Qin, after the human body transformation is completed, do you want to test your superhuman strength? The conversation changed and Li Yifei asked. Hearing this, Qin Mayu naturally understood what Li Yifei meant. It's the people from the Yamada group. Are you ready to take action against Da Xing? Don't worry, I will handle this matter well. The protagonist in the original work was killed by the Yamada group and became a reformed person. But if you go to save him yourself, this should be regarded as completing a hidden mission, right? For other reincarnations, every world is unknown, and hidden tasks are something that can be encountered but not sought. But for me, I have the ability to foresee the plot of the original work, so I can try the hidden mission easily. It was dark, and a car was parked on the edge of the mountain road. In the woods beside the road, a young man was making out with the same young woman. Don't be like this, it's pitch dark, I'm a little scared. The shadows of the trees were mottled, but under the moonlight it gave a somewhat eerie feeling, the woman said with a trembling voice. He, don't you think this would be more exciting? Don't be afraid, are there ghosts in this world? The man said with a smile while holding the woman in his arms. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a beam of light lit up on the mountain road, approaching from far away. At the same time, the sound of mechanical roaring also sounded, attracting the attention of the men and women in the woods on the roadside. There was a motorcycle coming. Wait, someone is coming. Regardless of whether others could see her hiding in the woods on the roadside, the woman hurriedly tightened her tight dress and whispered. The men and women in the woods on the roadside all looked towards the motorcycle. The speed was very fast. The motorcycle was at least about 80 yards away, but it slid over the side of the road in a moment. However, as they stared blankly in the direction in which the motorcycle was leaving, the young men and women felt as if a basin of ice water had been squeezed from their heads. Just now, that motorcycle just now, well, it seems there was no one there? The woman's voice was frightened and trembling. I also saw it like this. The man originally thought that his eyesight was wrong, but when he heard the woman's words, his voice became trembling. Ah! There's a ghost. A motorcycle stopped at the entrance of the villa, and immediately transformed into Qin Mayu in a whirlwind. Well, not bad, the ability is really useful. After trying the feeling of transforming into a motorcycle, Qin Mayu nodded secretly. At the same time, he could see two cars parked at the entrance of the villa. Is this? Have the Yamada group arrived already? Seeing this scene, Qin Mayu's heart tightened slightly, and he immediately kicked the door open. As the door was kicked open, everyone in the manor turned their heads and their eyes fell on Qin Mayu. Li Zixing and Ada were both there, but both of them were caught. There were also several men in black holding firearms, who were obviously members of the Yamada group. Who are you? Several people pointed guns at Qin Mayu, and the man in black at the head asked. Well, I said I went the wrong way, do you believe it? Qin Mayu replied, looking at several men from the Yamada group. While talking, Chin Mayu's eyes scanned, and data about the firearms in their hands, height, weight, etc. automatically appeared in front of Chin Mayu's eyes. Kill him. It didn't matter whether Chin Mayu was telling the truth or a lie. The leading man said something, and immediately, one of the men raised his gun and pointed it at Chin Mayu. Ding! He raised his hands and conjured a tang dao in his hand. The light of the knife flashed, and a bullet fired at Chin Mayu was split in half by the light of the knife. The action looks very handsome and cool. Like Deadpool in the X-Men world. A Xing in the original work can conjure a pair of spatulas and bounce back all the bullets fired at him. There is no reason why I can't split them with a tang dao, right? Chin Mayu nodded secretly in his mind as he chopped away the bullets. As for a man, as long as he's handsome, that's it. How is this possible? Seeing that Chin Mayu could actually split the bullets with a knife, the men in black in the Yamada group were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. Wow! Li Zixing and Ada, who were arrested next to them, originally thought that Chin Mayu was here to die. But when they saw the scene, their eyes were as wide as bells, and they shouted in an exaggerated manner. Let's take action together. At this time, only the guns in their hands could give them a sense of security. After being shocked, several members of the Yamada group raised their guns together. In the other hand, another tang dao appeared, and the two knives were waved even more coolly in the hand. The light of the sword was waved to prevent bullets from getting close to him. At the same time, Chin Mayu took the initiative to rush towards the people of the Yamada group. With a few clean knives, these people lost their ability to fight. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leading man greased his feet and ran away decisively. Hey, why don't you go and chase? Li Zixing, who was standing next to him, saw that Chin Mayu had no intention of catching up, so he couldn't help but urge. I didn't say that I only know how to fight in close combat, Chin Mayu replied, looking back at Li Zixing. After the words fell, the tang dao in Chin Mayu's hands disappeared, and then turned into a gun in his hand. The scan of the eyes was completely locked on the other party, completely unaffected by the night. Then gunfire rang out, and Chin Mayu could clearly see a streak of blood exploding on the man's leg before he fell to the ground. With another wave of his hand, the gun disappeared. He was outnumbered and easily defeated his opponent. It was his first battle as a cybernetic, and it was a small test of his skills. It was very easy. Wow, Superman! Ada came forward and stared at Chin Mayu with bright eyes. My hero, do you know someone named Chin Mayu? Li Zixing also stepped forward and asked. Li Zixing's words made Chin Mayu look like a question mark. Are you Chin Mayu's twin brother? In addition to being better at martial arts and having very healthy legs, you two look exactly the same. Li Zixing seemed not to notice Chin Mayu's confused look, and continued. I am Chin Mayu. Your dad spent money and had an operation to heal my leg. Suddenly understanding why Li Zixing said this, Chin Mayu replied dumbfounded. Brotherly, the crisis has been resolved, don't worry. Axing is fine. However, regarding the situation of the Yamada Gumi boss, please give me a copy. These people are all desperados. We only defused their attack once, which was not enough to make them give up. I think it is better to go there in person and give a warning. Ichiban is better. Well, also, brotherly, how is the situation in your company over there? Is everything under control? That's good. Outside, Li Zixing greeted the police and took away the injured members of the Yamada group. Chin Mayu in the manor hung up the phone and felt a little relieved to hear that Li Yifei's situation was fine. Combined with the fact that Xing's situation in the original work may have been arranged secretly by Li Yifei, Chin Mayu also felt that Li Yifei's life in the original work was not in danger, but his mind became clear. So he hid in secret and arranged everything about Xing, so that Xing has successfully grown up from an ignorant boy. Although Li Yifei focused on his company's affairs, he still moved quickly. Only a few days later, someone came to Li Zixing's manor and placed the corresponding intelligence materials of the Yamada group in front of Chin Mayu. Axing, come with me to visit the Yamada group. After glancing at the information, it was automatically saved in the computer. Chin Mayu spoke to Li Zixing next to him. Hey, brother Chin, haven't you already become a Superman? Are you still afraid of the Yamada group? A helicopter was flying in mid-air, and at the same time, Li Zixing asked Chin Mayu. Sometimes, fists can't solve problems, we have to convince people with reason. Chin Mayu looked serious. Convince people with reason? Li Zixing's mouth twitched slightly when he thought that when he was in the manor, almost all the members of the Yamada group were destroyed by Chin Mayu. Mr. Chin, below is the Yamada group's base in Hawaii. At the same time, the helicopter pilot said to Chin Mayu. Okay, let's go down directly. If you come to apologize, of course you have to express your intention openly. Chin Moyu nodded slightly. What? Brother Shioma and the others were all abolished? Were they taken to the police station? In the base area, the bald man of the Yamada group heard the news reported to him by his subordinates, with expressions of surprise and anger on his face. In Hawaii, are there people who the Yamada Gumi can't kill? If word of this spreads, will the Yamada group be shameless? What's more important is that his wife was hooking up with someone else and was hit by him personally. With such a big green hat on, if things can't be done, how shameless will I be on the road? Bring all the guys with you this time, let's get a big vote. Whether it's for the sake of the Yamada group's face or his own face, he can't let this matter go. The bald man said fiercely with a fierce look in his eyes. We are in the business of arms sales, so of course there are guys with big firepower. Brother, however, at this moment, a Ma boy suddenly trotted over and said, a helicopter has landed. It seems to be the target of Brother Ma. They said they came to the door in person to apologize. Come to apologize? Break their legs and drag them in first. Hearing this, Old Man Guan was startled for a moment, then said with a ruthless expression. Chin Mayu was very fast and held 2 knives. All the bullets were blocked by him with his long knife. In just a moment, the legs and feet of the Yamada Gumi members who fired were broken, and then they strode inside. Doesn't this mean that fists can't solve the problem? Looking at the man lying on the ground with his legs and feet broken, Li Zixing looked a little strange and hurriedly followed Chin Mayu's footsteps. What's going on? Why are there still gunshots? Didn't I tell them to just break the legs? The bald man inside was stunned for a moment when he heard the gunshots outside. However, just when he was about to go out to see the situation, he saw Chin Mayu walking in at the lead. After seeing the bald man, Chin Mayu's figure was like lightning, and she quickly pounced on him, like a cheetah. Poof! The 2 knives directly pierced the bald man's shoulders. At the same time, the powerful kinetic energy pushed the bald man up and hit the wall behind him. The 2 knives pinned the bald man's figure to the wall. Several members of the Yamada group in the room were shocked when they saw Chin Mayu's fierce and decisive actions. Shout out in pain. Being impaled on the wall through his shoulder, the bald man couldn't help but let out a series of miserable cries of pain. Sorry, brother, we are here to apologize. Chin Mayu stared at the bald man and said. Is this how you apologize? Looking at Chin Mayu in front of him in horror, the bald man endured the severe pain and said. Look, I brought everyone here and came to apologize in person, am I sincere? But you insist on forcing me to fight first and then be polite. Chin Mayu pursed her lips toward Li Zixing behind her. Full of sincerity? All the members of the Yamada group in the room looked a little dark after hearing Chin Mayu's words. With such a gesture, he actually said that he was sincerely apologizing? I wonder if this elder brother can accept our apology. Ignoring what the people next to him were thinking, Chin Mayu twisted his hand slightly when he spoke. Hiss! The pain in his mouth sucked in a breath of cold air, grinning, and the bald man even looked like he was about to cry without tears. Brother, you are the eldest brother, you are like this now, you said you came to apologize, can I not? Do you accept? That's good. After hearing the bald man's answer, Chin Mayu nodded with a smile and pulled out the 2 swords. At the same time, the double knives protruding from both palms also slowly retracted. What happens next becomes simple. Fighting first, then saluting, subdued the opponent with force, and then apologized properly, and then asked Li Zixing to serve him a cup of tea to apologize. After explaining the matter clearly, it seemed that nothing happened, so Chin Mayu brought then Azing turned and left. Brother, what should I do? As Chin Mayu left, the members of the Yamada group hurriedly gathered around, and one of them asked. What should I do? Of course, call me an ambulance first. Do you want me to bleed to death? Hearing this, the bald man cursed. After cursing, the bald man's expression turned green and white. Do you still want to take revenge? The bald man was also a little confused. Although the other party was ruthless, he came to the door in person and offered me tea to apologize, which was indeed somewhat sincere. Of course, the more important thing is that the other party's methods are so powerful. One person almost picked out the entire base area. Thinking about the speed and the ruthless energy, the bald man felt chills in his heart. Brother, the brothers outside are all fine, but their legs and hands were smashed. I heard that the man wielding a pair of long knives could block the bullets of 7 or 8 people. In addition, what else? The bald man, who was horrified, asked. Also, I heard that some brothers hit each other in the head, but the other side was not hurt at all. Invulnerable? Hearing this, the bald man became even more horrified. The thought of revenge that was still in my mind immediately disappeared. Well, Professor Jiang Xi's materials are very conscientious. The skulls that protect the brain are all high-strength alloys. After getting back on the helicopter and going back, Qin Mayu touched the back of his head and murmured secretly in his heart. Even if he becomes an artificial human, his brain is still the most important thing. Brother Qin, I feel like I didn't play any role when I came here. On the helicopter, Li Zixing hesitated and said, I just think that Qin Mayu is enough alone. If he comes by himself, he will be a hindrance, right? Why did he insist on dragging him over? You are the party involved. A man should do things for himself and take responsibility for others. It is you who cheated on others. You went to offer tea and apologize. This is reasonable. We are reasonable people. Of course, if the other party takes action, we will show off our fists first, and then we can reason, and it will not be our fault. It is true that fists cannot solve the problem, but if we try to reason with the fists on the premise that the fists are strong enough, it will appear that we are very reasonable. In a dimly lit house, a haggard old man sat cross-legged, exuding a gray aura. Has Li Yifei begun to take control of the company step by step and regain the support of those shareholders? This guy is so decisive that he actually abandoned his skills after practicing for many years. The old man spoke in a low voice, with a sense of unwillingness in his tone. After several years of planning, Li Yifei, a super rich man, was lured into the trap. He practiced Qigong and became unconscious. Logically speaking, the shareholders' meeting will not support an insane leader. When he was introduced, he could find a way to get his property. However, since Li Yifei came back a month ago, he has been sober and decisive, allowing the shareholders to regain confidence in him. And the power of the company slowly came back into his hands. The old man secretly investigated and found that the Qigong that Li Yifei had practiced for many years had actually dissipated on its own. This decisive mood frightened him. In 3 days, the election of the new president will be held. I had planned it for so long, and when the shareholders were disappointed with Li Yifei, I was full of confidence. But now, judging from the current situation, I have almost no chance of winning. After planning for so long, has it still failed? The old man thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any way to break the situation, and finally sighed secretly in his heart. Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, the old man suddenly found that his door was knocked, and at the same time, his apprentice's voice rang out, Master, there is a young man outside, he said he came to see you, and he has what you need right now. Young man? Do you have what I need? Hearing this, the old man was slightly startled. After thinking about it for a while, since he can come to the door, he must have some ability, right? Invite him in, the old man said. But within a moment, a young man walked in, clasped his fists in salute to the old man, and said, Yan Xiaoyu, I have met the senior. Why are you here to see me? The old man asked directly without any intention of talking nonsense. I admire senior's Qigong and came here to apprentice. I brought the apprenticeship ceremony. It is exactly what senior needs now, so that you can get a lot of support in the presidential election. The young man put the travel bag on his back, taking it off. Holding 2 swords in his hands, he moved quickly, like a hurricane. The sword light was so sharp that it was difficult to move forward with splashing water. Immediately afterwards, the long knives in both hands turned into pistols again, with cool movements and continuous gunshots, as if there was no need to aim at all. At the same time, the weapons in his hands are constantly changing. Swords, guns, swords and sticks, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and even rocket launchers. After some cool movements and changes, Qin Mayu stopped. More than a month has passed since I completed the transformation, and I have become very familiar with my abilities. Qin Mayu could feel that his fighting methods had reached a good level. Only after experiencing the world of reincarnation once can one be considered a true reincarnation, and there will be a list of the corresponding improvement in combat power in the world of reincarnation. With my improvement in the Variety Star Lord, it is enough to shake the entire palace of reincarnation. After completing some routine exercises, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. Qin Mayu could already predict how sensational the Samsara Palace would be when he returned. During the introduction, I had to hide my identity well. Mr. Qin, call. At this moment, the Filipino maid from the manor came over and shouted to Qin Mayu. Hearing this, Qin Mayu walked back to the manor and picked up the phone. Brother Qin, let's go quickly, take axing and leave quickly. Just as he picked up the phone, Li Yifei's voice rang. Brother Li, what happened? Qin Mayu's face changed when he heard that the voice on the other end of the phone was completely wrong. Something happened. I lost my company and my own life was in danger. Your prediction was indeed correct. This time I am in danger. Stop talking so much. Leave Hawaii with Xing and go back to China. Toot toot. Before Qin Moyu could ask what was going on, the call suddenly stopped, leaving only a blind tone. Qin Moyu frowned slightly and put down the phone in his hand. Qin Moyu felt strange. At first, I felt that Li Yifei in the original work had not appeared since he severed the relationship with his son, so he should be in trouble. Therefore, when Li Yifei asked about his hexagram, he told the truth. Later, combined with the clues in the original work that Xing was transformed and implanted with computer chips, Qin Moyu felt that nothing happened to Li Yifei and that he was wrong. But I didn't expect to receive such a call today? After thinking for a moment, Qin Moyu arranged for a helicopter to take him directly to Li Zixing's school. At this time, Li Zixing was in class at school. Brother Qin, why are you here? Li Zixing asked, looking at Qin Moyu, who pulled him out of the classroom strangely. Axing, what kind of business is your father doing? Where is he now? Do you know? Qin Moyu asked seriously. I don't know about this. I just know that I won't be able to see him for a year or two, and he will travel all over the world. Hearing this, Li Zixing shook his head. Qin Moyu, you don't even know what kind of business your father is doing or where he is? No wonder Xing in the original work has almost no father-son affection for his father Li Yifei. Now is not the time to complain about this. Since Xing didn't know, Qin Moyu followed Ada and asked him to take Li Zixing back to the country quickly. After arranging for Li Zixing to leave Hawaii, Qin Moyu turned around and found Professor Jiang Si. In any case, in terms of his own transformation, he accepted Li Yifei's feelings. If possible, Qin Moyu would naturally do his best to save him. Otherwise, if you know that he was killed but stood by and watched, your thoughts will not be clear, right? Of course, Qin Moyu also wanted to try his best to save the best person. If he couldn't save him, he would give himself an explanation. But just have a clear conscience. Moreover, maybe this matter is a big hidden mission, right? You can try your best to fight for it. You want to save Boss Li? His current situation is not optimistic. I advise you not to go. After Professor Jiang Si understood Qin Moyu's purpose, he advised him. Whether we want to save him or not, we'll talk about it later. Now I'd better understand the situation first. What happened? Qin Moyu asked Professor Jiang Si. Sure enough, Professor Jiang Si knew something. Well, since you want to know, let me tell you some of the things I know. After hesitating for a moment, Professor Jiang Si nodded. From Professor Jiang Si's mouth, Qin Moyu finally knew the general situation of Li Yifei. Li Yifei's company is involved in a wide range of industries, including biomedical, electronic technology, and even large-scale international arms research and development and sales. As the person in charge of this company, Li Yifei is naturally secretly protected by the state. This is why there are so-called Qigong masters who are planning secretly, but they only dare to use conspiratorial tolerant policies and dare not take direct action. Because Li Yifei was killed, there was bound to be some action at the national level. But not long ago, Li Yifei was suddenly dismissed as the person in charge of the company. After the new person in charge came to power, he seemed to be eager to clean up Li Yifei. At the national level, it is like a defeated Lion King. He will be killed by the new Lion King, so naturally he will not intervene. As for the new person in charge, why can he suddenly come to power? Professor Jiang Si didn't know much, but he just heard that the new person in charge had come up with epoch-making data technology, which was enough to take the entire company into flight. The new person in charge of the company has come up with epoch-making technical information? Could it be? Other reincarnations were involved? Qin Moyu secretly guessed after learning about this matter. Before I traveled through time, I also prepared mobile phones and other things. I originally wanted to find a good buyer and get $60 million for renovation, but I didn't use it. So, it makes sense that other reincarnators would be prepared, right? After thinking about it for a moment, Qin Moyu thought that it was the skill expert who was so bold, and calculating the time, it seemed that he only had the last few days left before the 2-month time limit for his return. Qin Moyu felt that he should give it a try. If Li Yifei can be rescued or even help him take back the company, this must be a high-scoring hidden mission. As soon as he thought of it, he did it and asked Professor Jiang Si for his identity certificate and passport. Qin Moyu quickly bought a ticket to the United States. Li Yifei's company headquarters is located in the United States. With Qin Moyu's ability, it was of course easy for him to transform into Professor Jiang Si. After entering the United States, he did not rush to find any traces of Li Yifei, but directly transformed into Li Yifei's appearance. After transforming into Li Yifei, Qin Moyu came directly to the company's gate. Sure enough, there was no need for Qin Mayu to walk in. Soon the company's security forces took action, pointed their guns at Li Yifei and brought him in. The elevator went directly to the top floor of the building. In a luxurious office, an energetic old man could be seen sitting on the main seat. Next to the old man stood a young man. I remember that before I traveled through time, I first saw a man and a woman in the secret room of the Palace of Reincarnation. The woman was very talkative, but the man just glanced at me and turned away. Now, he was standing in front of him. Although Various Star King is defined as a daily show, there must be a very small number of people who accidentally discover the extraordinary world. Then these clues are closely kept as a guide. This man came to this world. Sure enough, he had a plan, and he also came up with the so-called epoch-making technologies, etc., right? After discovering this reincarnation man, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart, and he had a rough guess about what was going on. However, because Qin Mayu transformed into Li Yifei, the young reincarnator did not recognize Qin Mayu. Li Yifei, have you given up and thrown yourself into a trap? Now that he had successfully secured the position he wanted, the old man looked confident of victory and said to Qin Mayu with a smile. No, you misunderstood, I'm not here to throw myself into a trap, I'm here to kill you. Hearing this, Qin Mayu shook his head and said, Kill me? Ha! Listening to Qin Mayu's words, the old man seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Don't you know how powerful my Qigong is? You actually want to kill me? Don't say that you have lost your Qigong now. Even if you haven't lost your Qigong, you are still no match for me with your short-term quick version of Qigong. The old man said with a smile. Shaking his head, the old man originally wanted to see what Li Yifei's intention was when he threw himself into a trap. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to kill him. Losing interest, he directly raised his hand and slapped Qin Mayu's side. Following his movements, a tangible and intangible sharp palm force fell towards Qin Mayu. His Qigong has actually reached the level of attacking in the air? Qin Mayu's heart tightened as he looked at the palm force coming towards him. He raised his left hand and a shield appeared in his hand. With a bang, Qin Mayu felt as if she had been hit by a car. She stumbled back several steps, secretly exclaiming in her heart, this old man is so powerful. Seeing the shield appearing in Qin Mayu's hand and actually being able to block his attack, the old man raised his eyebrows. Although he can also conjure various cold weapons, and has already input a lot of fighting skills and other abilities into the computer, Qin Mayu has no intention of fighting against this accomplished Qigong master. Raising his hand, his right hand instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. Seeing the machine gun transformed into Qin Mayu's right hand, the master's expression changed with horror, and he jumped up with agility completely inappropriate for his age. Da-da-day. The flames flickered, and the machine gun spit out bullets, pouring towards the master. Qin Mayu is successful in practicing Qigong. No matter how high his martial arts is, Qin Mayu still doesn't believe that he can even block a machine gun? With a bang, although the office was very large, it was impossible to escape the machine gun fire. The old man jumped directly and jumped out of the window. He actually jumped out of these dozens of floors? Seeing the old man's choice, Qin Mayu was surprised and rushed to the edge of the window to take a look. The old man's figure quickly slid down, and his hands clasped the wall like claws, leaving long marks. Is this guy's body trained like steel? Seeing the old man descending in this way, Qin Mayu complained in his heart. But considering that before Li Yifei dissipated his power, the metal baseball bat was bent and his head was fine, it was not surprising that this old man could do this. Dee. Standing at the edge of the window, Qin Mayu stared at the old man's figure, and the scanning of his electronic eyes quickly locked onto the figure of the old man tossing and jumping on the wall. Then, the Gatling gun in his hand turned into a sniper rifle. Set up the sniper rifle and lock the opponent's figure. There was a bang, and a sniper gun fired. A bullet was shot out with extremely terrifying kinetic energy. Yan Xiaoyu watched Qin Mayu jump out of the window and stood stupidly. When he traveled through time and came to Various Star Lord this time, he was fully prepared. Unlike the public who think this is a world of daily drama, Yan Xiaoyu has already received a guide from his family. According to the description in the guide, he can become a teacher and learn Qigong, which is naturally much greater than the benefits of training his mind by fighting and killing in the young and dangerous plane. According to the strategy, after helping his master seize the company, he only needs to wait for the time for his return to be over with peace of mind. This first reincarnation of the world can be regarded as a perfect one. Not only can you learn Qigong, but you can also complete a B-level hidden mission. However, I didn't expect that something unexpected happened. Li Yifei, who was kicked out, actually came back. And he seems to have become a magician? Can you easily transform into shields, Gatling guns and sniper rifles? Are you kidding me? In the daily world? In addition to Qigong, there is also magic? After standing stunned for a long time, Yan Xiaoyu secretly complained, and then quickly turned around and ran for his life. Although the development of things was different from the strategy given to him by his family, and it must have been caused by the butterfly effect caused by the appearance of other reincarnators, but fortunately he had successfully learned Qigong, and now he had to save his life first. Qin Mayu's figure fell directly, holding a gun in one hand and raising the other hand high, with a large umbrella sticking out of the palm, acting as a parachute. Under the electronic eye scan, the old man could be seen limping and trying his best to escape as far away as possible. However, how could he escape when his leg was hit by a sniper bullet? Finally, after Qin Moyu caught up with the opponent, gunshots rang out and he killed the opponent with a headshot. After killing the opponent, Qin Moyu's purpose this time was completed. Judging from the old man's words at the beginning, Qin Moyu also knew that Li Yifei had not been poisoned yet. After returning to the company, the young reincarnator had disappeared, and Qin Moyu had no intention of chasing him. After Qin Moyu transformed into Li Yifei and killed people, naturally, the shareholders of the company got the news and accused Li Yifei of completely violating the rules. Of course, everyone is dead, and there is no friendship between these people and the old man. They are just trying to obtain greater benefits for themselves through this matter. Qin Moyu transformed into Li Yifei and was quite decisive. On the one hand, he carried the power of the person who had just killed someone, and on the other hand, Qin Moyu also took out the data and technology that he had prepared long ago but had no use for, and used them as his trump card. Soon, Qin Moyu secured his position as the person in charge of the company. In the fight between the new Lion King and the old Lion King, who lives and who dies? The United States naturally doesn't care. Therefore, even if Qin Moyu killed someone in the street, the United States did not pursue the case. Even after people called the police who came quickly received a call from their superiors and went back. After taking the position of the person in charge of the company in Li Yifei's appearance, Qin Moyu immediately held a press conference and showed off his image. At the same time, when the reporter asked him how he felt about taking the position of the person in charge of the company again, Qin Moyu replied with a pun, "I just came to sit in this seat for a friend." Finally, before the press conference ended, he also said that he likes to do magic recently, and then performed a few small magic tricks in public for everyone to see. On the streets of the United States, Li Yifei, who was hiding and running for his life, was dressing up like a homeless old man. He happened to see the live press conference and immediately understood that this was Qin Moyu taking back everything that originally belonged to him, right? As Li Yifei, he stayed for a few days and saw the day of return getting closer. Finally, the genuine Li Yifei found him. After some discussion, Qin Moyu naturally changed back to his own appearance and said that all the things that originally belonged to Li Yifei would be returned to him. "Brother Qin, you are really a noble person in my life. I am really lucky to meet you." Seeing that Qin Moyu really decisively gave everything back to him, Li Yifei said with an extremely grateful look, "No, it's my luck to meet you." Qin Moyu replied with a smile on her face. "This is true. When I traveled to this world, I happened to meet Li Yifei. It was indeed good luck, so things developed so smoothly. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. What's mine is yours. Do you have anything you want?" Li Yifei asked boldly. "Let me stand up again, this is your greatest gift." Qin Moyu waved his hand and said, looking indifferent to fame and fortune. "It's impossible not to be indifferent. He will return in a few days. No matter how famous and powerful he is in this world, it is just a cloud. As for bringing valuable things back, Qin Moyu really wanted to take some valuables such as gold and diamonds back, which could improve the economic situation in the real world. But unfortunately, unless you get rewards for completing hidden tasks, nothing in the world of reincarnation can be brought back privately. Otherwise, the second world would be the world of Resident Evil, and the real world would have long since become a world of zombies, right? Next, Qin Moyu stayed in the reincarnation world of Variety Star Lord for a few more days. No matter how nice they were to say goodbye to Li Yifei, his son, and Professor Jiangxi, once the 2-month time limit was up, Qin Moyu's figure disappeared out of thin air. With a blur in front of his eyes, Qin Moyu found himself in an independent secret room. "Congratulations, you have passed through the world of reincarnation and become a real reincarnation. Please create your own appearance, name and other information." The mechanical sound of the Hall of Reincarnation rang out. Qin Moyu, who was well prepared, quickly designed a handsome appearance for herself. As for the name, Shin Mayu thought about it and realized that his name came from the meaning of the people on Mo are like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Immediately, he gave himself the title of Gongziyu. After everything was confirmed, Shin Mayu's appearance changed into the designed one, and at the same time, her palms became slightly warm. I glanced down and saw a number appear on my palm, D185. Have I directly passed the E-level Reincarnator combat strength evaluation and entered the D-level combat strength stage? Looking at the digital pattern emerging on his palm, Shin Mayu had already guessed, but still I feel pleasantly surprised. The evaluation of combat power level is also the level of reincarnation. Depending on the level, the permissions obtained in the Palace of Reincarnation are also completely different. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the reincarnation hall sounded again. Congratulations to the Reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission. Congratulations to the Reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once and helping Li Zixing survive the Yamada group. Mission evaluation grade, A, and a reward of Rakshasa Jin's Qigong practice method. Congratulations to the Reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once and helping Li Yifei successfully regain everything. Mission evaluation level, S, and he will be rewarded with one full transformation of artificial organs. Congratulations to the Reincarnator Gongziyu, the current reincarnation level authority has been upgraded to D level, and you can travel through the reincarnation world on any day of every natural month. The continuous prompts from the Palace of Reincarnation sounded in Shin Mayu's mind. At the same time, Shin Mayu found a very simple classic and a coin that looked full of high-tech texture appeared in front of him. Of course, Shin Mayu understood that this was something obtained from completing 2 hidden missions. No nonsense, just put it away, and then left the reincarnation hall. However, after Shin Mayu left, he didn't know that the entire Palace of Reincarnation had been completely shaken. In the Palace of Reincarnation, each world of reincarnators has a harvest ranking list. The ranking list records the top 100 harvests of reincarnations in each reincarnation world. The purpose of this ranking is also to inspire the reincarnations that follow. As the first reincarnation world, although it is defined as a daily world, Various Star Lord still attracts the attention of many people. Originally, in the world of reincarnation of Variety Star Lord, the top position in the harvest ranking list was a reincarnation who completed the B-level hidden mission. At the same time, the combat power evaluation level was raised from E-level 22 points to E-level 60 points. For combat power evaluation, F-level is the level for ordinary people, and the combat power value evaluated is single digits. E-level exists beyond the boundaries of ordinary people, and the evaluated combat power values are all in the 10 digits. By analogy, D-level is in the hundreds digits, C-level is in the thousands digits. The reincarnation at the top of the list has no intention of hiding his identity. It was reported by the media 2 years ago that he is a descendant of a Chinese family. The elders in the family once received an ancient martial arts training secret book for him, and he practiced for 2 years. Therefore, when he first entered the Hall of Reincarnation, his combat power evaluation was 22 points. Then he completed a B-level hidden mission, and the reward happened to be cultivation, and his combat power soared from 22 to 60 points. Therefore, this person has always been sitting at the top of the harvest list in the reincarnation world of Various Star King. It is precisely because the person who has gained the most is just like this. Therefore, in the eyes of people around the world, Variety Star King is just a daily world. But what about today? Some people found that the harvest list of the reincarnation world of Various Star King has been updated. And what has changed is not the change in the position at the bottom of the list, but the change in the top spot. The leader of the Variety Star Lord has become a person named Gongziyu? Completed the hidden mission A level once and S level once? In the combat power evaluation, when you first entered, it was F level 3. But after completing it, unexpectedly, it actually reached D level 185. How is it possible? Can a daily show like Variety Star Lord make the combat power jump directly to 185? When the first person who noticed the change in the rankings on the harvest list saw Shin Mayu's increase in combat power, he was completely dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim. This exclamation was like a bomb exploding, and many reincarnations were attracted. Then they looked at Gongziyu, who was at the top of the list, looked at the S-level hidden missions, and especially looked at the combat power evaluation soaring to 185. Everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't this impossible? In the world of Variety Star Lord, can such a gain be achieved? An S-level hidden mission? An improvement in combat power that directly transcends levels? In the world of Young and Dangerous, what's the increase in combat power at the top of the list? It's only about 80 points, right? But how much has it improved here? More than 180. Is this Various Star King really a daily world? Who is this Gongziyu? What has he done in this world? He actually completed an S-level hidden mission? There is even an A-level hidden mission. The more important thing is, where did his combat power evaluation come from? How did he improve from a 5-fighter, no, a 3-fighter, to a combat power of 185 in this world? Oh my god. It has been 3 years since the Palace of Reincarnation appeared. Will the definition of the world of Various Star Lord be completely overturned now? Qin Moyu didn't see the commotion in the reincarnation hall. However, he could roughly guess that the harvest list could not be hidden from anyone. After returning to the real world from the Palace of Reincarnation, Qin Moyu returned to his home. After thinking about it, Qin Moyu felt that the recent incident regarding the Variety Star Lord would cause a big fuss. If someone noticed that she had walked in the Variety Star Lord and her legs, which had been disabled for many years, were healed, there will be some trouble if you can't keep it. Therefore, Qin Moyu felt that she should buy another wheelchair and hide it from others for a while. With a combat power of 185, he is indeed very strong, like Superman. But Qin Moyu will never forget that it has been 3 years since the Palace of Reincarnation was opened, and strong people have emerged in large numbers. Every time you travel through the world of reincarnation, the real world has 24 hours, so it is almost 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Under the darkness of night, Qin Moyu jumped out of the window of his small attic wearing a peaked cap and a mask. After walking for about 20 minutes, Qin Moyu came to a hospital. Naturally, there was a wheelchair seller near the hospital. Qin Moyu greeted the boss and said that a friend of hers was injured in the hospital and wanted to buy a wheelchair. The price of the wheelchair was quickly negotiated. In addition, the original smartphone was left in the world of Baby Angxingjian. When paying, Qin Moyu could only pay with cash, but could not scan the QR code. After paying the money, Qin Moyu was pushing the wheelchair and was about to leave, but his steps paused slightly. Because there is a piece of good news playing on the TV. Congratulations to the birth of the 28th reincarnator with B-level authority in China. In terms of the number of B-level reincarnations, our country is now number 1 in the world. In addition, there is another news. According to the news from the Palace of Reincarnation, the harvest list of Various Star Lord was updated 25 minutes ago. The top position has changed. A reincarnation named Gongziyu has an A-level hidden mission, an S-level hidden mission, and the increase in combat power from 3 points to 185 points shocked the entire Samsara Palace. Judging from the title of this reincarnator, this person should be from China. Seeing the last piece of news, Qin Moyu lowered the brim of his hat slightly, pushed the wheelchair and turned around silently to leave. Sitting on the wheelchair, Qin Moyu's legs became slender and looked exactly the same as before the time travel. As he pushed the wheel home, Qin Moyu thought secretly in his heart. It has only been half an hour since I returned, and my harvest has already been reported on TV, which shows what a shocking effect my harvest will have. Although I had been mentally prepared for it, I didn't expect the response to be so huge. However, the greater the response, the more cautious Qin Moyu became instead of being happy. My current combat power evaluation is only D-level 185 points. This kind of strength seems to be very strong in the Variety Star King, but in global terms, it is nothing more than cannon fodder. The news just said that as far as China is concerned, there have been 27 B-level reincarnations. The difference in combat power between the reincarnations at each stage is 10 times. D-level starts with 100 combat power, so B-level reincarnation starts with at least 10,000 combat power. It's really hard to imagine how strong a reincarnation at this level must be. If she is strong enough, Qin Moyu will certainly hope to receive the attention of the whole world and receive flowers and applause from countless people. But unfortunately, I have no ability to protect myself now. If my identity is exposed, I can't decide whether it will be a blessing or a disaster. However, I have just experienced my first reincarnation world. I believe that one day, sooner or later, I will be able to catch up with those B-level reincarnations, and even reach a level. Yeah, sure, now that I have the ability to protect myself, I don't mind announcing my identity. Thinking of the issue of self-protection, Qin Moyu secretly longed for it. If possible, which man doesn't want to be famous and remembered by the whole world? The capital of Huaxia Kingdom, Yanjing, is located in a high-rise building. A young man sat in front of the computer, his hands jumping on the keyboard, typing out characters one by one. A woman next to her walked over with gentle footsteps, then placed a cup of hot tea in front of the computer desk. The man noticed something and looked up at the woman. The woman responded with a smile, turned around and left without any intention of disturbing him. Looking at the tea beside the computer desk, the man raised the corners of his mouth slightly, temporarily put aside the work at hand, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Just at this moment, the mobile phone placed on the computer table rang. The man immediately put down his teacup and picked up his cell phone to answer the call. "Hello, Mr. Lin, Brother Zhang Tai, our newspaper is the most authoritative newspaper in the country, and you are the editor with the best pen. 10 minutes ago, a big event happened in the Palace of Reincarnation." The voice on the other end of the phone was steady and powerful. "Master Lin is talking about the reincarnation of baby Angxingzhen Gongziyu, right? I'm already writing the corresponding report." Before the person on the phone could finish speaking, the man interrupted him. As the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, I was interrupted before I could finish speaking. But the other party didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, his tone was full of relief. "Okay, your sense of news is indeed very keen, and your soldiers are very quick. Go ahead and write a meaningful report and show it to me. If it is good, I will immediately promote it from the official website, Weibo, and even Douyin and official accounts." After hanging up the phone, Brother Tai took a deep breath, focused his eyes on the computer screen again, and conducted an in-depth analysis of Bai Bian Xingjuan's reincarnation world and Gongziyu's situation. Without too much nonsense, I gave a relatively comprehensive analysis of this matter in concise words. As we all know, the first stop for all reincarnations is to choose between the two worlds of Variety Star Lord and Young and Dangerous. In contrast, Variety Star Lord is defined as a daily show, but today at night, this nearly universally accepted definition was completely overturned by a reincarnation named Gongziyu. An A-level hidden mission, and even a top-notch S-level hidden mission, the combat power evaluation has increased from 3 points to 185. Such an exaggerated improvement was achieved in Variety Star Lord, and it also overturned the definition of Variety Star Lord as a daily anime. Of course, how did this reincarnation complete A-level and even S-level hidden missions in Variety Star Lord? How did he raise the combat power evaluation to 185 points in one breath? This is what everyone is curious about right now. No one knows the specific details except the person involved. However, based on this matter, we can carefully analyze the far-reaching impact of this matter. First of all, according to the incident of Gongziyu, most people are focusing on the reincarnation world of Variety Star Lord, thinking about how to obtain more than 180 combat power increases, how to complete a level, and even the top S-level mission evaluation. These are certainly important, but what I want to analyze today is the second reincarnation world, Resident Evil. As we all know, Resident Evil is the second reincarnation world in the Palace of Reincarnation, and it is also known as the Tomb of Reincarnations, because the mortality rate in this world exceeds 90%. This has also resulted in countless reincarnations being stuck in this reincarnation time, afraid to travel through time. It is precisely because of the biochemical crisis that is the biggest difficulty. Therefore, although the Palace of Reincarnation is open to the whole world and people of the right age can travel through it, in fact, there are only a very small number of real reincarnations in the world. After all, in a sense, only those who have overcome the difficulties of the biological crisis are the real reincarnations. Resident Evil has a mortality rate of over 90%, but if you are strong enough, your survivability will naturally be greatly improved. For example, if Gongziyu's strategy can be obtained, with a combat power of 185, as long as he is not attacked by heavy thermal weapons, his survivability can be greatly guaranteed. You can think about it, if Gongziyu's clearance strategy in Variety Star Lord is promoted. Not only will the survival rate of Resident Evil be improved, but it will also inspire the courage to clear the level of many people who are stuck in the reincarnation of Resident Evil. Conservative estimates suggest that it won't be long before the number of reincarnators around the world will increase dramatically, or even increase several times. So, although Gongziyu has only passed through the first reincarnation world, he is still a pure newcomer to the reincarnation hall. But it is no exaggeration to say that this person has the power to change the world. It was that eloquent report. While others were focusing on the reincarnation world of various Star King, Tai Ji's report analyzed it from the perspective of the reincarnation world of Resident Evil. The detailed analysis is refreshing, but also understandable. I finished writing the report in one go, and then carefully checked the sentences and typos. After making sure it was correct, Brother Tai sent the report to the chief editor Lin Yi overnight. Soon, Mr. Lin called and praised the angle and analysis of the report. Finally, Mr. Lin said, Brother Tai, the title of your report is A Magical Man. I think this title is a bit conservative. What does Mr. Lin mean? Your last sentence makes a lot of sense. As long as you are willing, this young master can change the whole world. Let's use your last sentence as the title. This way it is more eye-catching, but you don't have to be afraid of being criticized as a headline maker. A new reincarnation who can change the world. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door, and Qin Moyu opened his eyes in his sleep and answered. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a weathered face and some gray hair opened the door and walked in. It was his father Qin Deshang. He glanced at Qin Moyu and said, "Where did you go all day yesterday?" "Oh, I went out for a walk alone." Qin Moyu replied as he sat up and moved his body to the wheelchair as he spoke. That's good. I thought you went to the Palace of Reincarnation." Qin Deshang felt relieved after taking a look at Qin Moyu's legs, whose muscles were horribly atrophied and slender. In the world of reincarnation, even if the timeline is random, even the location is completely random. Even in the ordinary world, if Qin Moyu traveled through it in a wheelchair, a little bit of bad luck might lead to his death. Qin Deshang was naturally worried that he would sneak away to the Palace of Reincarnation. Looking at the time, it was early in the morning. Qin Moyu looked at his father strangely, wondering why his father came to wake him up so early. "Today is the weekend. You don't have to go to class, right?" As if he saw the questioning look in Qin Moyu's eyes, Qin Deshang said, "Yi Qingyan is waiting for you outside. It seems that she has been waiting for a long time." Her? Qin Moyu was slightly stunned after hearing his father's words. She recalled in her mind that before she entered the Palace of Reincarnation, she pushed her wheelchair home and told herself that she should choose the world of Variety Star Lord to try her luck, because she knew about the existence of artificial humans in Variety Star Lord's world. Qin Moyu naturally recognized Yi Qingyan. The world she originally lived in and the current world were mostly the same except for the Palace of Reincarnation. Qin Moyu recognized her in the previous world. Originally, he and Yi Qingyan were both residents of the same high-end community and had known each other since kindergarten. However, when I was in junior high school, my family fell into decline and they moved out of that community. After Yi Qingyan's family's family situation got better and better and they moved away, there was no contact between the two. When she appeared before, she pushed her wheelchair all the way and told him the information about the world of Baby Angxingjian. Qin Moyu was secretly surprised. When did he become so close to her? It's just that at that time, Qin Moyu's mind was focused on Baby Angxingjian's plans for the world, and he didn't have the time to think so much. "Dad, has my relationship with Yi Qingyan always been good?" At this moment, hearing that Yi Qingyan was already waiting for her outside so early in the morning, Qin Moyu couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean by this? Isn't your relationship always very good?" Qin Deshang looked at his son in surprise. "Is it a subtle difference in parallel universes?" Qin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart. "Why?" Immediately, Qin Moyu asked, "Our family is, so poor now. I have heard about Yi Qingyan's family in school. Now their family is super rich. Are you sick?" Qin Deshang came over, stretched out his rough hand, talked about Qin Moyu's forehead, and said, "Yi Qingcheng and his family are not snobbish. Don't you remember how your leg was broken back then?" "I really don't remember this." Hearing this, Qin Moyu shook his head. "It has only been a few days since I came to this world, and my thoughts have been focused on the study of the Palace of Reincarnation. To be honest, how did you break your leg?" Qin Moyu really didn't ask. "Back then, you and Yi Qingyan were in the same class in elementary school, and they had always had a good relationship. Later, there was a car accident. You pushed Yi Qingyan away at the critical moment, but you broke both legs. So, their family has been together over the years. It's pretty good for you." That's it. After hearing this, Qin Moyu suddenly realized in his heart. No wonder that after traveling to this parallel universe, he turned out to be a disabled person. No wonder that Yi Qingyan was very close to him and even revealed some information about the Variety Star Lord to him. Qin Moyu knows that if anyone discovers some hidden tasks in the world of reincarnation, as well as some powerful ways to obtain power, these strategies will be huge wealth. Even if it's just a few clues. Since everyone was already waiting outside, Qin Moyu felt like brushing his teeth and washing up. Outside the door, a girl of 17 or 18 years old stood pretty, wearing a floral dress, a pair of exquisite little sandals on her feet, and her long black hair was clipped with an exquisite crystal hairpin. It doesn't look like there's much makeup, but it gives people a pure, clean, and beautiful feeling. Looking at Qin Moyu who came out, Yi Qingyan naturally smiled on her fair and clean face, and glanced at Qin Moyu's wheelchair without trace. Walking forward, he held the handle naturally, and a clear voice sounded, "You haven't had breakfast yet, right?" "Well, I just got up and haven't eaten yet." Sitting in a wheelchair, Shin Moyu nodded slightly. After finding a seat at a breakfast restaurant that was more down to earth but had a very clean environment, Yi Qingyan ordered breakfast, which happened to be what Shin Moyu liked to eat. This made Shin Moyu understand that the relationship between him and her was indeed very close. "It will be my 18th birthday in half a month." The two of them were sitting across the table, and suddenly, Yi Qingyan said, "Really? Then I have to prepare a birthday gift for you." Hearing this, Shin Moyu said. Yi Qingyan didn't mean to refuse, she just glanced at Shin Moyu's new wheelchair again, hesitated a little, and said, "Your wheelchair has been replaced with a new one. Did you encounter danger when you traveled through it?" Fortunately, there was no danger. Judging from Yi Qingyan's appearance, she obviously believed that she had traveled through time, and Shin Moyu had no intention of lying or denying it. "In a few days, when I enter the Palace of Reincarnation, I will also choose the world of the Variety Star Lord. Then, I will try my best to help you get the technology of artificial humans." Yi Qingyan followed and said calmly, as if two ordinary people were chatting about what to eat tonight. "Thank you." Shin Moyu nodded and thanked him. After a simple breakfast and some small talk, Shin Moyu and Yi Qingyan separated. Looking at Yi Qingyan's leaving figure, Shin Moyu nodded secretly, although because she had just recently traveled to this parallel universe, she was not used to Yi Qingyan's sudden kindness. But I have to say that with such a brief contact, Shin Moyu felt that it was quite relaxing to be with her. "Hey, classmate Shin Moyu, we seem to be destined for each other." After they separated, Shin Moyu was pushing his wheelchair back when suddenly, another fiery red figure appeared next to Shin Moyu and greeted Shin Moyu enthusiastically. "Have you had breakfast? If not, I'll give you this portion. Girls can't eat too much sugar, so this coffee and cake are not suitable for me." At the same time, a cup of fragrant coffee and a delicate pink cake were delivered to Shin Moyu. Classmate Su Hongying, this is the coffee and cake I bought for you." I hope you like it." A man wearing glasses, who seemed to be stuttering when speaking, had his hands ready. A cup of coffee and a delicate pink cake were delivered to the woman. The woman was wearing a red dress, with a plump figure but not fat at all, and delicate makeup on her face. Although he is only 17 or 18 years old, he exudes the mature charm of a peach. "This is the latest cake launched by Starbucks. It's my favorite." "Thank you, classmate Ma Jun." With a look of joy on her face, Su Hongying reached out and took the cup of coffee and small cake. "Classmate Ma Jun, this is not cheap. It costs hundreds of dollars in total, right? This is the food expenses of many students for a week." Su Hongying immediately showed a concerned look on her face while being happy. "It's okay, it doesn't matter, I have money to eat, as long as you like it, Su Hongying." Hearing Su Hongying's caring words, Ma Jun originally thought it was not worth spending hundreds of dollars to buy such a small cake and a cup of coffee, but now, this unworthy feeling disappeared immediately. Su Hongying took a small cake and coffee and walked with Ma Jun for half a way. She seemed to remember something and said, "Classmate Ma Jun, I still have some things to deal with. I will talk to you today. Come on, next time I have a chance, I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay, classmate Su Hongying, you can call me anytime when the time comes." I'm free at any time." After listening to Su Hongying's words, Ma Jun nodded hurriedly, and finally, looked at Su Hongying reluctantly. The back gradually walked away. After walking around the corner of the road and looking at the cake and coffee in her hands, Su Hongying curled her lips slightly and shook her head secretly. She just felt that the male students in this class were so stupid that it made people want to laugh. Immediately, he took the coffee and small cake and walked to the trash can not far away. Even though you don't eat cakes and coffee, you can guide others to pay for you, and that's enough. The more these boys give, the more reluctant they are to let go halfway. However, just when Su Hongying walked to the trash can and was about to throw the things in her hands into it, her eyes stopped in a certain direction. Shin Moyu was sitting in a wheelchair. Behind him, Yi Qingyan helped push the wheelchair. The two of them walked and chatted. Then, they walked near Yi Qingyan's house and then separated. After thinking for a while, Su Hongying walked towards Shin Moyu. At the same time, he said with a happy tone, "Classmate Shin Moyu, it seems that we are destined to be together." Classmate Su Hongying? Looking at the girl holding the cake in front of him, Shin Moyu looked surprised. "Shin Moyu, haven't you had breakfast yet?" I bought you a cake." With a shy look on her face, Su Hongying immediately pushed the beautifully shaped cake in front of Shin Moyu. "You can eat it yourself, I don't need it." After looking at the cake in front of him, it was not cheap for the student party. Shin Moyu said thank you and declined. I bought this specially for you. If you don't eat it, it will be wasted. After all, the cake contains too much sugar and I will gain weight if I eat it. He lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't dare to look at Qin Moyu. Looks like this, Su Hongying said shyly. In that case, thank you very much. After hearing what Su Hongying said, Qin Moyu stopped refusing. After nodding and saying thanks, he reached out and took the cake. Stop holding it and eat it quickly, or I will feed it to you. Seeing that Qin Moyu just held the cake in his hand without eating it, Su Hongying said. Okay, I'll eat it. Nodding, Qin Moyu opened the small box of the cake and took a bite. In addition, Qin Moyu, I have another question to ask you. Seeing Qin Moyu eating the cake with her head down, Su Hongying was silent for a moment, and then she seemed to have mustered up her courage. What's the problem? Hearing this, Qin Moyu glanced at Su Hongying. No, there's no problem. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. After Qin Moyu glanced at her, Su Hongying looked startled again, lowering her head and not daring to say anything, turned around and ran away. Is she interested in me? Although Qin Moyu's emotional intelligence is not high, she is not stupid either. Looking at Su Hongying's situation, Qin Moyu thought secretly in her heart. It seems that she has such a reaction because she is attracted to him, right? It's weird. When I traveled through time and came to this parallel universe, I was also 18 years old. He is also a classmate like Su Hongying. I never saw Su Hongying fall in love with me in my previous life. Why? After traveling to this parallel universe, he was already sitting in a wheelchair and became a cripple, but Su Hongying fell in love with her? Or, like Yi Qinyan, is it because of other things? After thinking for a moment, Qin Moyu felt that this explanation seemed to be the only one that made sense. In his previous life, he had nothing to do with Yi Qinyan, but in this parallel universe, she was very close to him. That was because he had his legs disabled trying to save her when he was a child. This makes sense. But why? Is Su Hongying so close to me? Logically speaking, although she looks a little handsome, she had the same appearance in her previous life as she does now. She is still disabled in both legs, so can she like her? Finally, there is something more concerning. Yi Qinyan had mentioned to herself before that Su Hongying was not a good girl and that she should stay away from her. Why did Yi Qinyan say that? No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look like a bad girl, right? After returning home, Qin Moyu hid in the bathroom and vomiting out all the breakfast she had eaten with Yi Qinyan today. There is no way, as a modified person, I can no longer eat human food. Let's not talk about the situation on Qin Moyu's side. On the other side, Su Hongying returned to her home, thinking about what just happened, snoring in her heart. Did Yi Qinyan actually fall in love with Qin Moyu, a cripple? Her taste is really bad. But, when it comes to how to deal with men, she's far behind. Men are all narcissistic. If you treat him a little better, he will think that the girl is attracted to him. I acted like this on purpose, even pretending that I almost confessed to him. I was laying the groundwork in advance, a villa, in the yard in front of the door, the sun is just right. A middle-aged man was sitting quietly at the tea table in the courtyard, making tea. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and was scrolling through various messages on his mobile phone. Dad, Yi Qinyan walked to the tea table and sat down. Yeah. Yi Dakai put down his cell phone, his eyes fell on his daughter, waiting for her to continue talking. He knew his daughter better than her father. She had a cold temperament and sat down in front of him. She must have something to discuss with him. You already know about the world of reincarnation, Lord Babyangsing, right? Yi Qinyan asked. Not long ago, someone saw the battle between androids. I didn't expect that someone would complete the S-class hidden mission so quickly, and the combat power evaluation was so high. It must be that becoming an android will increase the combat power so much. Hearing this, Yi Dakai nodded. Dad, can you offer a reward? Offering a huge reward for the technology of the artificial man, Yi Qinyan asked. Is it just a bounty for the artificial man's technology, rather than the strategy for the Variety Star Lord? Hearing this, Yi Dakai looked at his daughter. Do you think the other party will hand over the strategy of the Variety Star Lord easily? All I want is the artificial man technology. Yi Qinyan asked in return. Then why are you so sure that Gongziyu must have obtained the artificial human technology? The middle-aged man asked. Rewards from S-level hidden missions are generally extremely precious. I think the possibility of obtaining that artificial human technology is not small, so I can try it after all. It would be best if we really get it. If we don't get it, we have nothing to lose, right? Yi Qinyan replied. Well, as you said, let's give it a try. But let's agree first that the price of this reward is acceptable within 500 million. After thinking for a while, Yi Dakai nodded and followed the reminder. In the following days, Shin Moyu lived a relatively ordinary life. I haven't paid much attention to the recent reports on the internet and various places on TV about the reincarnation world of various Star King. Low-level reincarnators can only travel through the world of reincarnation on one day of each month. After the permission reaches D level, you can travel on any day of every natural month. Shin Mayu's birthday is April 22nd, and the day of return is the 23rd. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, a week has passed. On Labor Day, Shin Mayu can travel through the reincarnation world for the second time. As said on the internet, the second world is only Resident Evil. The mortality rate in this world is as high as more than 90%, which is also the biggest obstacle that restricts most reincarnations around the world from moving forward. These days, Shin Mayu's thoughts are of course focused on the memories of the Resident Evil crisis. I recalled some plots about this world. There are 6 movies in the Resident Evil movie world. Shin Mayu has almost forgotten many details. However, Shin Mayu still remembers the plot twist in Part 6. On the surface, Resident Evil seems to be a virus leak, but in fact it is a plan by the Umbrella Corporation to eliminate humans. Some of the top executives of the Umbrella are actually dormant at the bottom of the hive, and they also hold the medicine that can eliminate zombies around the world. Although Shin Mayu has carefully recalled some movie plots about Resident Evil these days, all he can remember is some general main lines. And the timeline of this movie world is not short, there are several years. After reminiscing about it, Shin Mayu took out his phone again and checked the corresponding information online. Although there are many copies in other news, they will be kept as if they are protecting wealth. But as the second reincarnation world, there are a lot of discussions and information about this world on the internet, and Shin Mayu can also gain something from it more or less. However, when Shin Mayu was browsing the internet for relevant information about the world of Resident Evil, suddenly, a popular post caught Shin Mayu's attention. It turns out that someone on the internet offered a high price of 500 million to buy the artificial human technology in their hands. This post is very popular and has even become a hot search term on the internet recently. The majority of netizens are concerned about the high price of 500 million, and what is the so-called artificial human technology? The third one is, of course, concern for oneself. Although I feel a little deaf to what is going on outside the window recently, my identity as Gongziyu, a reincarnation person, can now be said to be popular all over the country, and even around the world. 500 million? I don't know why the other party knows that I have an opportunity to transform artificial humans, but it is of no use to me now. If I sell it for 500 million, it seems okay? Admittedly, looking at it when he posted this, Shin Mayu's heart moved. Moreover, transactions in the reincarnation space and even money withdrawals in the real world have a perfect set of confidentiality measures. Even if it is sold, Shin Mayu does not have to worry about the leakage of his identity. With a decision in her mind, Shin Mayu entered the Samsara Palace forum, found this very popular post, and replied to the message, saying that she was willing to accept the deal. Tip: the owner of this post has set it up so that only reincarnations who have certified Gongziyu can reply. Restore the post as a guest, and a prompt pops up immediately. Do you want to verify your identity in the forum? After thinking about it, Shin Mayu entered the palace of Samsara in a flash to avoid her identity and location being tracked. Then he chose to verify his identity as a reincarnator. The certification information was passed quickly. Then, Shin Mayu replied to the message. Although there are no replies to this post, it is the most popular post at the moment, and naturally countless people are watching it. Seeing that Shin Mayu gave a reply, and that he was the reincarnated person of Gongziyu, it naturally aroused a great response. About a week has passed, and this week, news about various Star King and Gongziyu are everywhere. However, this reincarnation seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Now, he finally appeared. I'm sorry, I still have about a week before I can enter the Palace of Reincarnation. Can I trade again after a week? Soon, Shin Mayu also received a reply below the post. A week? That's okay. After thinking about it, he realized that he was not short of a week, so Shin Mayu gave a reply saying that he would contact her in a week. After closing the forum, Shin Mayu thought for a while. Today is the beginning of May, and he can already travel through the reincarnation world for the second time. Moreover, the corresponding preparations are almost complete. Shin Mayu's body moved and turned into the appearance set by her Gongziyu, and she chose the second time traveling. It's almost the same as before, there are still a group of 100 people, but compared to the first time traveling, this time traveling through the biohazard. Therefore, the reincarnations are relatively silent each one, and they have a kind of heroic feeling like the wind rustles and the water becomes cold, and a strong man will never return once he is gone. His eyes blurred, and Shin Moyu immediately looked around, his face darkened. It seems that my luck has run out when I traveled through time last time? Shin Moyu complained secretly as he looked at the scene around him. Traveling through the world of reincarnation, especially when your strength is low, the most fearful thing is traveling to a deserted wilderness. Where is Shin Moyu now? That's it. At a glance, there are thousands of miles of yellow sand. Needless to say, the location where I am now is exactly in a desert. Although he complained secretly in his heart, Shin Moyu didn't have much trouble in his heart. Fortunately, I traveled to the desert this time. If I had traveled to the desert last time, I would have been sitting in a wheelchair and waiting to die. However, for humans, the biggest danger in the desert is the lack of water and food. But Shin Moyu is a robot now, so he doesn't need to eat, and there is no reason to lack water. First, you have to get out of this desert and determine where you are. Secondly, you also need to determine the timeline yourself. Not knowing where to go now, Shin Moyu walked straight forward after finding a random direction. Although the luck in time travel was not good, after time travel, Shin Moyu found that her luck was pretty good. After walking for about an hour, a figure appeared not far away. When Shin Moyu came closer, he took a look. Well, it turns out to be a zombie. Shin Moyu discovered this zombie, and naturally, the zombie also discovered Shin Moyu. However, he seemed to have no interest in Shin Moyu and was still wandering aimlessly. Zombies are only interested in living people, and only in fresh flesh and blood. Except for the little bit of flesh and blood left on Shin Moyu's body, everything else is artificial organs and does not count as flesh and blood. Naturally, it will not arouse the interest of these zombies. Come on, this zombie is not interested in him, and Shin Moyu has no interest in it either, so he continues to walk forward. One person and one zombie almost passed by each other. No one paid any attention to the other's intention. It seemed to be very harmonious. However, when they passed by each other, suddenly, the zombie turned around again, seemingly attracted by something, opened its mouth, and pounced towards Shin Moyu's lower body. He stretched out his foot and kicked, and Shin Moyu kicked the zombie's head away. It doesn't matter if she's a beauty, but she's a zombie. Are you trying to scare me into having a mental disorder? After kicking the zombie's head away, Shin Moyu complained secretly in his heart. After kicking the zombie's head off, Shin Moyu thought for a moment and could roughly guess what was going on. Zombies are very interested in flesh and blood. A living person, all made of flesh and blood, can naturally attract the attention of zombies from a distance. But there is only a little bit of it all over my body. So, does the zombie have to get closer to smell the flesh and blood on his body? Continuing forward, we walked for another 2 hours or so, encountering quite a few zombies along the way. After some experiments, Shin Moyu discovered that as long as he was 1 meter away from the zombies would not be interested in him. Ha! It seems like I'm really lucky. After walking for several hours, Shin Moyu's eyes finally lit up. In this desert with thousands of miles of yellow sand, Shin Moyu unexpectedly discovered a road that ran through the desert. If there is a road, the situation will be easier to handle. The body rotated and turned into a whirlwind. In a moment, Shin Moyu turned into a motorcycle. The driverless motorcycle drove forward along the road at a fast pace. There were many zombies wandering on the road, and they noticed the motorcycle, but they were not interested. The speed was so fast that Shin Moyu felt as if he was passing through thousands of flowers without even a single leaf touching him. After the simulation chip is implanted, its own energy will be endless. In this world of biohazard, there is no need for survival materials. Whether it is survival or walking, it is indeed better than a simple flesh and blood body. Too much. This is the second reincarnation world. Even if you are highly skilled in martial arts, once you are surrounded by a large number of zombies, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you will lose your life, right? After all, you have only experienced the reincarnation world once, and your combat power will not be higher no matter how high it is. Where to go? However, the ceiling of this robot's body is too low. My combat power of more than 180 has almost reached the ceiling. If I want to go further and become a C-level or even B-level reincarnation, just relying on this my body seems to be failing, so I still have to find a way to restore my human body as soon as possible. Transformed into a motorcycle, Shin Moyu was speeding on the road, with thoughts in his mind. Toot toot! Suddenly, a shrill horn sounded. Immediately, Shin Moyu saw a convoy approaching on the road. There are big tankers, trucks, buses. These cars all had their own welded steel bars, and their bodies were dirty, with many of the bloodstains turning black. The convoy must have experienced a lot traveling in this world full of zombies, and water resources are extremely precious. Of course, it is impossible to have the luxury of washing the car. Finding the person, Shin Moyu stopped. At this time, the convoy also stopped, and immediately after, two men pointed at Shin Moyu with guns in their hands, looking cautious. On the bus behind, many people were lying on the windows covered with iron bars, staring at Shin Moyu curiously and talking among themselves. "Hey, Carlos, do you know what's going on with this guy?" Black LJ pointed the gun at Shin Moyu and asked a handsome white man with short hair next to him. Although many things are normal in this doomsday world, a motorcycle that can run on the road by itself is really strange. The man in question shook his head and said, apparently, everyone in the convoy was attracted when they saw a motorcycle running on the road, and it was an empty motorcycle. Carlos? Is he a very important supporting role in Resident Evil? Shin Moyu, who had transformed into a motorcycle, heard the conversation between the two people and murmured secretly in her heart. This character seems to be a sentimental mercenary in Resident Evil 2? Then he became the captain of a survival team in Resident Evil 3, and seemed to have some strange male-female feelings with the heroine Alice? Judging from the surrounding environment, I should be at the junction of the second and third parts of the plot now, or even the time period when the third part has already begun? After recognizing Carlos's identity, Shin Moyu already had a rough inference about the timeline where he was currently. It seems that the reason why I appeared in the desert is not because of bad luck, but because of the rampant T-virus. The entire Earth has become severely desertified. As for saying that I can understand what they say, it is not because my English is good, but because I am Chinese, so in my ears, the movie seems to have become a Mandarin version. This is also a major humanistic feature of the Palace of Reincarnation. Hey, what on earth are you? Answer me, the black LJ pointed his gun at Shin Moyu and suddenly asked. Almost everyone in the entire team focused their attention here. Listening to the black man LJ's words, many people secretly rolled their eyes. Please, this is just a motorcycle. Do you expect a motorcycle to answer you? Are you out of your mind? Carlos next to him said, dumbfounded. Wait, don't shoot. However, at this moment, there was really a sound coming from the motorcycle. Well, Shin Moyu's words made Carlos turn around and look at him in disbelief. The black friend LJ next to him asked questions about the motorcycle, which was already shocking. Who would have thought that this motorcycle could really answer? The motorcycle spun and turned into a whirlwind, and then, Shin Moyu's figure appeared in front of everyone. You, who are you? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable that a motorcycle turned into a person? LJ and Carlos were surprised, and their hands holding the guns tightened. As you can see, if you have to explain it, I should be considered an artificial human. Shin Moyu replied without any intention of hiding it. Cyborg? Shin Moyu looked at Shin Moyu strangely. Obviously, these people didn't know what artificial human meant. To put it simply, it uses high technology to turn people into robot-like beings. Shin Moyu explained briefly. So, are you a robot? Carlos asked with alert eyes. While speaking, the muzzle of the gun that had been slowly lowered was raised again and pointed at Shin Moyu. Hey, what do you mean? Before Shin Moyu spoke, the black man LJ next to him looked at Carlos strangely. Judging from a few simple exchanges, Shin Moyu is not threatening, right? Why did my partner suddenly act like this? Artificial man, this requires extremely high technology to do. As far as I know, the most likely person in the world who can do this is the Umbrella Company. Carlos replied seriously. Hearing Carlos's words, the black man next to him, LJ, also became a little ugly. After all, in the current apocalyptic scene, it can be said that all survivors have no good impression of the Umbrella Company. No, you misunderstood. I was not created by the Umbrella Company, and I have nothing to do with the Umbrella Company. If you insist on saying so, I should be on the side of all mankind. I am the supporter of all survivors. Savior. Shin Moyu raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. Although ordinary firearms are not a threat to Shin Moyu, he still tries his best to solve the problem with words. Savior? The so-called savior now is not as practical as a cigarette. Carlos curled his lips and pointed the gun at Shin Moyu. Cigarettes? Here you go. Hearing this, a cigarette suddenly appeared between Shin Moyu's fingers, and then he threw it towards Carlos. Looking at the cigarette thrown by Chin Moyu, Carlos hurriedly caught it. First he put it to his nose and smelled it, then he looked like he was intoxicated. In this doomsday world, food, water, and gasoline are essential for survival. However, things like cigarettes are real luxuries and hard currency. For old smokers, the feeling of not having a cigarette for a long time is really torture. After putting the cigarette in his mouth and lighting it, Carlos took a nice puff and blew out a smoke ring. In an instant, all the doomsday and zombies seemed to be gone. Cigarettes are a treasure that many old smokers use to relieve stress. Living under the huge pressure of the end of the world, being able to take a puff of a cigarette is definitely a huge spiritual comfort. Carlos is not the only smoker in the entire survival team. Seeing Carlos' intoxicated appearance, the black man LJ next to him also widened his eyes. "Hey, brother, do you still have these cigarettes? Give me one too." "Here." As if by magic, another cigarette appeared between her fingers, and Chin Moyu immediately threw it to LJ. Then, the other people in the motorcade couldn't sit still, and the old smokers got off one by one. Chin Moyu was not stingy either, giving each of them a cigarette. In the past life, it was very popular in China to hand out a cigarette when meeting, which can greatly build relationships and express goodwill. And in this end of the world, when cigarettes have become a luxury product, Chin Moyu's actions can be regarded as expressing his great goodwill. As long as they were smokers, they all came to Chin Moyu to ask for a cigarette at this time. 7 or 8 people smoked together. This scene had not been seen for who knows how long. Naturally, the relationship between the surviving team and Chin Moyu has also eased a lot. "Savior, you are indeed the savior. You saved me, I believe in you now." Carlos raised the cigarette in his hand, nodded and said to Chin Moyu, "The savior I'm talking about is not just cigarettes." After listening to Carlos' words, Chin Moyu smiled slightly and murmured secretly in his heart. When he was in various Star King, Professor Jiangxi completed the transformation for himself. At the same time, he also entered the Encyclopedia of War, Fighting Techniques and Weapons details into the computer. Then, Chin Moyu asked Professor Jiangxi to input for him the things that Xing had in the original work. Naturally, in addition to fighting, Chin Moyu also possesses the abilities of Xing in the original work. Chin Moyu's request at that time was to prepare for the reincarnation world of Resident Evil. Xing can conjure a huge faucet out of thin air and spray all the bad students into drowned rats, and Chin Moyu can do the same. Now, isn't it an extremely precious water source? Xing can turn himself into a huge rice cooker, with a lot of rice appearing out of thin air, and Chin Moyu can of course do the same. Isn't this a precious food resource? In fact, what is truly powerful about this artificial human technology is not just its fighting methods. In Chin Moyu's opinion, the most practical method is this method of making things out of nothing, which simply does not comply with the laws of science. Of course, the movie Various Star King is disguised as science fiction, but it is essentially a comedy. The more this kind of comedy is, the more things that appear that do not conform to scientific laws are not surprising. Besides, there will be magic, witchcraft, and the mythical realm waiting for me in the future. Talking about science? Are you uncomfortable with yourself? In any case, with a few cigarettes and the fact that Chin Moyu didn't seem to be a threat at the moment, the survivors team had temporarily put down their guard against Chin Moyu. "Everyone, the zombies nearby have gathered around." At this time, someone warned. When the car was parked on the main road, the surrounding zombies smelled the smell of a lot of flesh and blood, and were naturally attracted to it. "Okay, get in the car. The zombies are endless and there is no need to waste bullets." Carlos and Claire, the beautiful leader of the survivor team, greet everyone to get in the car and leave. "What about you? Savior, are you leaving alone?" Or, finally, Claire, the leader of the survivor team, cast her eyes on Chin Moyu and asked, which was considered an invitation. Beauty Claire's eyes fell on Chin Moyu. Regarding Chin Moyu, her mood was somewhat complicated. As the founder of the entire survival team, his purpose is to ensure that the survivors continue to survive in this doomsday world. As a robot, Chin Moyu seems to be outside the scope of his protection. And since he has an unknown origin, I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse if he joins. However, there seems to be a lot of benefits if Chin Moyu joins. At least, he seemed to have cigarettes in his hand, and it looked like he had plenty of them. "Me? Of course I'm following you. I told you, I'm the savior." Chin Moyu replied with a hint of invitation in Claire's words. Now that he recognized the other party's identity, Chin Moyu naturally wanted to follow him. In the original plot, they would be attacked by a group of zombie crows and then meet the heroine Alice. Nowadays, Protective Umbrella is vigorously searching for Alice, but has found nothing. If he wants to find her, this seems to be the only possibility. Now that he has the ability to foresee the plot, Shin Mayu naturally wants to do something big and complete the S-level hidden mission first. Shin Mayu didn't dare to say anything else, but entering the hive, pulling out the dormant upper management of the umbrella, and getting the potion that could end the end of the world, and end all the zombies in this biochemical crisis, was definitely an S-level hidden mission. To do this, it is naturally best to have a helper, and the heroine Alice is the best helper. In addition, although the whole body is replaced with artificial organs, the brain is his own. The strengthening of the T-virus can strengthen the heroine Alice's telepathy, which is naturally feasible for Shin Mayu. Except for mission rewards, items cannot be taken back privately, but the power gained in the world of reincarnation is not restricted. Since Shin Mayu had made her choice after asking the question herself, Claire would naturally not go back on her words. In that case, come and ride with me. Claire, who was sitting in the leading off-road vehicle, invited Shin Mayu. Hey, I think it's good to let him share a car with me. LJ next to him heard this and couldn't help but interrupt. His origins are unknown, and I still want to question him. Claire glanced at LJ and gave her reason. Are you sure it's not just to smoke 2 more cigarettes? Although Claire gave a very good reason, LJ was still muttering secretly in his heart. As the initiator of this surviving team, Claire's reputation is naturally very high. After Shin Mayu got into the SUV, the convoy continued to start, leaving behind the dozens of zombies surrounding it, and drove towards the distance. In the car, after introducing each other, Claire said, Hey, Shin Mayu, do you still have your cigarettes? Have. Hearing this, Shin Mayu raised his hand, and a cigarette appeared in his hand like a magic trick, and was handed to Claire. After taking the cigarette, Claire was not in a hurry to light it. Instead, she held it between her fingers, looked at Shin Mayu, and asked, Do you still have a lot of cigarettes? Well, there are indeed quite a few. Shin Mayu nodded. How many? Claire's eyes lit up with a look of anticipation on her face. There are many, 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 many. You will have no problem smoking for a lifetime, Shin Mayu replied with a smile. Yeah? Shin Mayu's words obviously caused some misunderstandings for Claire. With a somewhat meaningful smile on his face, he said, If you are still useful down there, I would be quite willing to let you be responsible for all my cigarettes for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, you are a robot. Do Western women speak so forcefully? We just met, right? Although Claire misunderstood, her words made Shin Mayu feel unbearable. This kind of situation is extremely rare in China, right? Of course, although Shin Mayu has never experienced such matters between men and women, as a man, he can't give in, right? You think I'm useless down there? Maybe I'm useful down there? Shin Mayu looked at Claire with a provocative look. Maybe there's nothing down there. Claire retorted with a smile. Haha, for a moment, everyone in the off-road vehicle laughed out loud. After driving for several hours, in the evening, the survivor team arranged security posts in an orderly manner, and then lined up to receive their food. Of course, the food for survival supplies are canned foods that can be stored for a long time. Shin Mayu, aren't you going to get the food? Carlos sat next to Shin Mayu with a box of cans and stretched out his hand. Shin Mayu smiled slightly and threw a cigarette over. No, I can't eat food. Even if I eat it, I can't digest it. I have to vomit it in the end, he shook his head and said. Then how do you replenish your energy? Carlos asked curiously after lighting up a cigarette. You can eat the battery and charge it. Of course, if you don't have it, it doesn't matter. You can also replenish the solar energy by soaking in the sun, Shin Mayu replied. This is so convenient for you. It seems like being a robot is pretty good. Shin Mayu's words made Carlos look at him with envy. By becoming a robot, at least you don't have to worry about starvation, right? After a while, Claire and LJ came over, and they both took a cigarette from Shin Mayu's hand. Hey, when we were distributing supplies today, I found a can of this. After taking a puff of cigarette, LJ suddenly said mysteriously. As he spoke, he took out a can of beer from his arms. It's a pity that in this weather, it would be so sour to have a sip of cold beer. Looking at the beer in LJ's hand, Carlos's eyes lit up at first, and then he shook his head regretfully. In this doomsday world, cigarettes are a luxury product, and so is alcohol. However, when I had a can of beer for dinner, I didn't expect LJ to be an alcoholic. It's better than nothing. After drinking this can, I don't know if I will have the chance to drink another can in my life. Hearing this, LJ said. These words made Claire and Carlos silent. Claire, in particular, looked at the entire convoy. There were originally 50 or 60 survivors in the team, but now it seems that there are only more than 30 left. By the way, if you want to drink cold beer, you can let me help. Seeing that the atmosphere among them was not right, Shin Mayu suddenly interrupted. You? Do you have any idea? Hearing this, several people's attention was attracted. In addition to turning into a motorcycle, I can also turn into household appliances and furniture such as refrigerators, washing machines, and electric ovens, Shin Mayu explained. As soon as the words fell, Shin Mayu's figure turned into a whirlwind. A moment later, a large refrigerator appeared in front of Carlos and the others. Claire and the others were all dumbfounded when they looked at the large refrigerator in front of them. Although Shin Mayu was in the form of a motorcycle when he first met him, seeing him turn into a large refrigerator with his own eyes was still very shocking. LJ opened the door of the refrigerator and touched the inside. Sure enough, a chill came from his palm. Hey, don't touch it, it's a little itchy. After being touched by LJ, the entire refrigerator that Shin Mayu was in shook. At the same time, Shin Mayu's voice sounded angrily. Awesome, you turned into a refrigerator, but it can be used without electricity? LJ said in surprise while putting the cold beer in. I am an artificial human. If I don't have a chip, I still need a battery or a charger. But with an analog chip, my energy will be endless. Shin Mayu's voice sounded from inside the refrigerator. This is simply unscientific. Carlos said in surprise as he circled the refrigerator twice. Yes, I think it's unscientific, but that's the fact. Even though she was the person involved, Shin Mayu also expressed her agreement with Carlos. After a while, the beer cooled down. After LJ took it out, he took a nice sip. In this hot desert, it is self-evident that you can have a nice sip of cold beer, sour and refreshing. Hey, Shin Mayu, what else can you turn into? At this time, Claire seemed to be very interested in Shin Mayu and asked curiously. Naturally, Carlos and LJ next to him also stared at Shin Mayu curiously, thinking that he was very magical. There are so many things that can be changed. For example, in combat, I can change pistols, Gatling guns, swords, flamethrowers, and even artillery shells. Because the energy will not be exhausted, these guns and artillery shells are even unlimited. In addition, I can change a lot in terms of life. Motorcycles, cars, and other small vehicles are okay, but of course, large ones such as airplanes and tanks are not. After all, the size is very different. Finally, there are also household appliances, such as refrigerators, electric ovens, vacuum cleaners, rice cookers, and even water fountains. In short, as long as it's some conventional electrical appliances and weapons, I can do it. There are too many, I can't even count them. Regarding his abilities, Shin Mayu roughly listed some of them and took a rough inventory. Claire and the others next to them were all dumbfounded as they listened. Can you change so many things? This is almost everything, right? Currently, it seems that the weapons are very practical, with almost unlimited firearms and artillery shells. In terms of combat endurance, there is no need to worry about bullets. However, household appliances are a bit useless. For example, refrigerators are used to store fresh food. However, we don't have much food, and most of it is canned products. No need for refrigeration. Carlos interrupted at this time and commented on the things Shin Mayu could change. Hearing this, LJ next to him also nodded and said in agreement, especially the faucets that spray water are not practical. Even the water we usually drink. Halfway through the conversation, LJ couldn't continue what he was going to say. Not only him, but also Carlos and Claire all had their eyes widened, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. Shin Mayu was seen sitting with his other hand raised and facing into the distance. His arm turned into something similar to a fire sprinkler gun. Then, turbulent water spurted out from the water pipe. The water flow is very fast and can shoot out 7 or 8 meters. This is impossible. Although he had just complained that Shin Mayu's situation was unscientific, Carlos was even more dumbfounded when he actually saw him spurting out so much water out of nowhere. Wait, stop it. The survivor team was very economical in drinking water. Suddenly they saw that so much water from Shin Mayu was wasted on the sand. Although she was very shocked, Claire hurriedly cried out. Not only Claire and the others, but a little further away, seeing Shin Mayu's waste of water, the members of the surviving team were all attracted to her. Their eyes were attracted like a magnet, no longer can't move. A little girl even reflexively licked her dry and peeling lips, and whispered in her mouth, I'm so thirsty. What's wrong? Shin Mayu stopped, smiling secretly in his heart, but on the surface he looked confused. This water is very precious, why did you waste it all? Claire said hurriedly. Didn't I say it before? My energy source is endless. If I turn it into a gun, my bullets are unlimited. Similarly, if I turn it into a water spray pipe, my water source is also unlimited. Qin Maoyu explained. Stop talking, if that's the case. Then hurry up and fill up our domestic water tank. This is the truth, but seeing so much water being wasted directly on the sand, Claire still felt extremely regretful. Naturally, Qin Maoyu did not refuse the effort, and directly opened the faucet and filled the water tank in the car. Seeing the endless water source with his own eyes, Claire also spoke up so that everyone can drink as much as they want. From today on, the water supply is unlimited. After Claire's news came out, all the members of the surviving team cheered together. The most important things for human survival are water and food. Nowadays, there is endless fresh water for drinking. As long as Qin Maoyu stays with everyone, at least the problem of drinking water is solved. This is naturally a very exciting thing. Sure enough, it was indeed a very correct choice for me to invite Qin Maoyu to accompany me. Claire even secretly praised herself in her heart. Seeing the apocalypse of the Resident Evil crisis, these people's faces showed sincere smiles, and Qin Maoyu also felt good. Sacrifice one's own interests to help others, Qin Maoyu is not so noble, that is what a saint would do. However, Qin Maoyu is still willing to do this kind of thing that benefits others without harming herself, and can help others without sacrificing her own interests. After eating dinner and drinking water, as the sky gradually darkened, the survivor team slowly calmed down and hid in the car to rest for the night. It is worth mentioning that because there was no limit to drinking water and everyone had a full meal, there were a lot more people going to the toilet tonight than usual. Qin Maoyu, as the sky gradually darkened, Claire's voice suddenly sounded in a low voice. What's the matter? Qin Maoyu, who was also resting in the car, opened his eyes. Can you still turn into a bathtub? If possible, let's take a hot bath. In this windy and sandy world, I haven't taken a bath for more than half a year. In a low-lying place in the desert, there was a big bucket next to Claire. Because there was unlimited water, she could finally take a good shower. I really didn't expect that. Holding a towel in her hand and wiping her body carefully, Claire murmured secretly in her heart. Originally, I asked Qin Maoyu to transform into a bathtub and wanted to take a good hot bath. Since the end of the world came, I had never taken a good bath. Unexpectedly, his request was rejected by Qin Maoyu. The reason for rejection was not that Qin Maoyu couldn't turn into a bathtub, but that he didn't want to. He said that although he is a robot, he is essentially a normal man. In fact, as a mature woman in the United States, she has not relaxed after running away from the apocalypse for so long. If Qin Maoyu is really a normal man, he would be a bit handsome. Claire does not feel disgusted if she has fun with him once. However, Qin Maoyu is a male from the Huaxia kingdom. Relatively speaking, people in this country are more conservative, and of course, more single-minded. He said before that his lower body was very useful, and he just thought he was talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, what he said was actually true. Wiping her body, Claire recalled in her mind what Qin Maoyu said when everyone was resting in the car together. He didn't care at the time, and even retorted, joking that he might have nothing underneath. It seems now that he was telling the truth at that time. He said he was the savior? Could it be? Is this true? So, how does he want to be the savior? Or in other words, what does he want to do to save the world? Thinking that Qin Maoyu's seemingly nonsense words should be true, Claire thought of this again. Hey, wait, at this moment, Claire's heart suddenly moved, and she remembered that Qin Maoyu said before that she could also become a rice cooker? When he originally said that it could be turned into a rice cooker, a refrigerator, and a faucet, Carlos and the others commented on it, saying that these functions were useless. The food is all canned and does not require refrigeration, and there is no need to use a faucet. After all, everyone is very frugal even in drinking water. However, since he turned into a gun, bullets appeared out of thin air. After turning into a faucet, water flow also came out of thin air. So, what happens after it becomes a rice cooker? Thinking of this, Claire was so anxious that she no longer even thought about taking a leisurely shower. She immediately sped up, quickly changed into clothes, and quickly returned to the convoy with a bucket. Qin Maoyu was still lying on a seat of the off-road vehicle, sleeping with her eyes closed. If it is a 100% robot, it may not need to sleep, it can just be recharged. But my brain is a human brain after all, and it also needs rest. Therefore, for Qin Maoyu, sleeping is also a must. However, Qin Maoyu, who had her eyes closed, did not completely fall asleep, and was thinking secretly in her mind. His purpose is to return to the hive in Raccoon City, obtain the medicine that is enough to end the entire apocalypse, and then end the entire biohazard apocalypse. Saving the entire world is definitely an S-level hidden mission, right? However, although her fighting ability is not weak, Shin Mayu also knows that it is not that easy to do it alone, or even with the protagonist Alice. The reason why Alice was able to succeed in the original work was largely due to the role of the protagonist's halo. Remember in the third movie, in the Umbrella Company branch, the clone scientist doctor was conducting experiments on Alice clones, right? Many Alice clones came out of that base. Although the strength of these Alice replicas is somewhat inferior to the original figure, if they are all rescued, they will definitely be a huge help. So, if you want to go to the hive to save the world, bringing an army of Alice will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Besides, rescuing those replicas of Alice must be a good hidden mission, right? Half lying on the car, sleeping with her eyes closed, but with a lot of thoughts in her mind, Shin Mayu roughly planned everything she wanted to do. The time you can stay in the world of reincarnation is only 2 months, which is not short, but not long. Claire, should I take a shower too? After Claire came back with the bucket, Betty, another beautiful woman and medical worker who had been waiting in the motorcade for a long time, hurried forward to greet her, took the empty bucket from Claire's hand, and asked in a low voice. Once the water supply is sufficient, these beauties who have not taken a bath for a long time will naturally not be able to bear it. You go. Hearing this, Claire looked absent-minded and responded casually. Then he jogged towards the off-road vehicle. With a few bangs and bangs, the door of the off-road vehicle was knocked open. In this dark night, the sound of knocking on the door was so clear that many people were awakened. The other 2 people on the off-road vehicle looked at Claire strangely after being awakened. Although warnings have been placed nearby, zombies are still very sensitive to sound. At this night, it is not a good thing if the sound attracts zombies. Is there something urgent? Why is Claire so eager and gaffy? What's wrong? Of course Shin Mayu opened his eyes and looked at Claire strangely, who was a little wet all over. Could it be that she was angry with herself for not turning into a bathtub? If you create a firearm, the bullets will be unlimited? Claire asked Shin Mayu seriously. Yes, it is true. Shin Mayu nodded. When you become a faucet, the supply of fresh water is also unlimited? Claire asked again. Yes. Shin Mayu looked at Claire and felt even more strange. Haven't you said these things yourself? What does it mean to suddenly ask yourself in such a hurry? I remember you said that you can also turn into a rice cooker, right? So, in theory, your rice supply should be unlimited, right? Claire's heartbeat accelerated a lot, and she could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat clearly, and asked the question she was most concerned about now. There were 2 other people on the off-road vehicle. They didn't speak at first. They just listened quietly to the conversation between Shin Mayu and Claire. After hearing this, the 2 survivors also understood what Claire meant, and their eyes fell tightly on Shin Mayu's body. Human beings' greatest need for survival materials is food and fresh water. The fresh water problem has been solved, could it be? Have they finally realized this? Shin Mayu smiled secretly after hearing Claire's question. After deliberately waiting for a moment, seeing Claire and the others staring at him nervously, Shin Mayu finally nodded slightly. Yes, it is true. Sure enough, what he said is true, sizzle. Some noise of electric current sounded. In a motel in the desert, a survivor man held a bowl of rice in front of him. On top of the rice were several pieces of canned fish as a dish, and a glass of water next to it. Talk on the radio and send messages continuously. We are Claire's survival team, located at the Desert Trail Motel, latitude 35, longitude 114, calling survivors. In addition, we have enough food and water. After sending many radio signals in succession, he still did not receive any response. The man felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the water glass in front of him and took a big sip, then picked up the rice bowl in front of him and ate it. One mouthful. To be honest, people in these Western countries are not used to eating rice. However, in this apocalyptic world, having an unlimited supply of rice is already a great blessing. As an artificial human, Shin Mayu was originally different from human beings. The people in the survivor team were somewhat alienated from him. However, with the appearance of Shin Mayu, everyone can eat full every day, drink water every day, and even take a bath every day. In addition, it has been half a month since he joined the survivor team and he encountered several zombie attacks along the way, so his Gatling machine gun with an unlimited supply of bullets also played a huge role. Therefore, in this half month, Shin Mayu has been accepted by all the survivors. He even vaguely became the core of the entire survivor team. As the team of survivors walked along, it could be said that their number was getting smaller and smaller. But since meeting Chin Mayu, the team has never experienced attrition. For example, when searching for this motel today, Chin Mayu advocated going in alone to search. Because he is an artificial human, he will not be attacked by zombies unless he is very close. Therefore, he also took on the task of searching like this, which is naturally the safest job. In the team, everyone originally had to play their respective roles. But hard work comes to those who can. Since Chin Mayu joined, he has done most of the work alone. The entire survivor team indeed regarded him as a savior. Chin Mayu sat quietly on the off-road vehicle, holding a few batteries found in the motel in his hand, throwing them into his mouth like snacks, chewing them, and looked out of the car. The security was set up as usual, and everyone was having dinner in the evening. Everyone had a big bowl of rice, and the canned food they had brought with them became seasoned dishes. It has been half a month since I came to this survivor team, and the smiles on their faces have gradually increased a lot. Everyone looks good and is clean and tidy. Therefore, the mental outlook has changed a lot. Now it looks more like a road trip team than a post-apocalyptic team of survivors. When I came to this motel today, there were indeed zombies hidden inside. This motel is most likely the place where the survivor team encountered the zombie crows in the original book, right? If I hadn't taken the initiative to go in and search, maybe the optimistic black boy LJ would have been bitten by a zombie just like in the original novel. Is this a hidden mission to save someone who must die in the original work? Picking up another battery and throwing it into his mouth, Chin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. Of course, this is not the main thing. The main thing is that the zombie crows are coming. If I can solve this crisis and save those people who should have died in the original work, it will definitely be a hidden mission. And more importantly, I have been waiting for half a month, and the protagonist Alice is finally going to appear. I only have 2 months, but I still have to go to those Alice clones first, and I have to go to the Hive in Raccoon City. After staying in this survivor team for half a month, Chin Mayu was really anxious. After all, Chin Mayu didn't know how to find the branch of the umbrella company unless they took the initiative to find it. Claire, Carlos, after everyone had almost finished their dinner, Chin Mayu scanned the night sky with his electronic eyes and found 2 crows flying by. He then pulled the camera into the camera and took a closer look. There was indeed something wrong with the crow's eyes. Immediately, Chin Mayu shouted, "What's wrong?" Hearing Chin Mayu's cry, Carlos and Claire both came closer. "Let everyone hide in the car and stop talking," Chin Mayu said with a serious face. In the original work, due to the scarcity of survival supplies, everyone went to bed early after dark to reduce exercise consumption. After everyone slept all night, they discovered that they were surrounded by zombie crows after dawn the next day. But now because there is no shortage of supplies and everyone is still bustling after dark, it is easier to attract the attention of the zombie crows. Seeing Chin Mayu's serious expression, Carlos and Claire also realized that the matter was serious, and immediately told everyone to go back and rest. Of course, the survivor team would not forget that it was the end of the world, so they all hid in an orderly manner. The lively survivor team fell silent for a moment, and all the car windows were closed. Everyone hid in the car, but Chin Mayu walked out of the car instead. Everyone knows his situation, so they are not worried that he will be attacked by zombies. What happened? I didn't notice any zombies approaching during the alert. Outside the car window, Carlos looked serious. After exchanging a few words with his companion who was in charge of guarding, he immediately asked Chin Mayu outside the car window. They are not zombies in human form, they are birds that have eaten infected carrion. My electronic eyes just saw traces of several infected birds. Chin Mayu answered while standing outside the car window. This answer made Carlos feel enlightened. At the same time, he became more solemn. He picked up the radio and explained the situation to the other members in the car. Everyone in the survivor team held their breath and didn't dare to make a sound. It has not been long since we have experienced the end of the world. Everyone understands that compared to zombies in human form, those zombie beasts are more terrifying existences. Sure enough, even though these survivors were reminded by Chin Mayu, they all hid without saying a word. However, the smell of flesh and blood on their bodies cannot be completely concealed by a car. One after another, the zombie crows were attracted by the scent of flesh and blood, just like the attraction of nectar to bees, and slowly gathered here. It stands to reason that Chin Mayu can take action in advance without waiting for all these zombie crows to gather. But thinking about Alice in the original book, she came here after being attracted by the behavior of the crows here during the day. Don't want to miss Alice. Therefore, Chin Mayu just found a place to lie down and quietly waited for the crows to gather in greater numbers. 10, 100, 1,000. In the original book, these zombie crows gathered one by one while they were sleeping, so they slept peacefully. But now, staring at these zombie crows outside, appearing one after another, these people naturally can't sleep. What's going on? Why doesn't Chin Mayu take action? Hiding in the car, Carlos and the others held their breath, staring out of the car window with secret doubts in their hearts. Because Chin Mayu will not be attacked by zombies, he should take advantage of the fact that these zombie crows have not gathered yet and defeat them one by one, right? Why didn't he do anything? Of course, they were just confused about Chin Mayu's choice, but they had no intention of questioning it. After all, I have been following everyone for half a month. There is an unlimited supply of rice, fresh water, and even cigarettes. When encountering zombies to fight or searching for new places, Chin Mayu also takes the lead. With his words and deeds in the past half month, Chin Mayu has long been their trusted companion in the hearts of the entire survivor team. Time passed by minute, and everyone carefully slowed down their breathing. Even though the sky was getting dark, they could still see the occasional sight of flying zombie crows. Especially in this moment of complete silence, the sound of the flapping wings of the zombie crows as they fly is particularly clear. Hey, why didn't Chin Mayu do anything? After waiting for a long time, LJ asked Carlos in a low voice. I don't know, but since he made this choice, he must have his own considerations. Carlos also replied in a low voice. That's natural. If he really wants to harm us, why did he remind us to hide just now? LJ whispered after hearing this. He had never doubted Chin Mayu, but until now, Chin Mayu was just lying not far away as if he was asleep and did not make a move. This situation was very surprising. Not to mention the doubts in the hearts of these survivors. In short, Chin Mayu had no intention of taking action. Although the distance is slightly further, these zombie crows will not attack me, but I am sure some zombie crows will be attracted when they get close, right? Therefore, Chin Mayu did not dare to sleep. In this way, he almost forced all the survivors to join him, and everyone stayed up all night. It's not that these survivors don't want to sleep. They are surrounded by zombie crows outside. How can they sleep? But even with their bloodshot eyes, they still didn't dare to fall asleep. Simply staying up all night may not be a big deal, but staying up all night while nervous is even more difficult. As the sky became brighter, suddenly, there was an unusual noise inside the bus. It turned out that a little girl couldn't hold on anymore after staying up all night and accidentally knocked out a can. In this time of complete silence, such sounds are naturally very clear. Originally, these zombie crows were attracted by the flesh and blood smell of the survivors in the car, but because there was no sound, they all stayed outside and waited. The sudden appearance of such a strange phenomenon naturally caused the zombie crow to move strangely and make an unpleasant sound. In an instant, these zombie crows were startled by the sensation all over their bodies. The dense crowds of zombie crows flew up, and with a quick glance, there were probably more than 1,000 or 2,000 of them, forming a dense black mass surrounding the convoy, like a thick dark cloud. Now that these zombie crows have been alerted, Chin Mayu will naturally not wait any longer. He yelled for everyone to stop moving, and then he jumped up, stood on the top of the bus, and raised his hands. His eyes swept over these zombie crows. Under the scanning of the electronic eyes, some corresponding data information was automatically analyzed by the computer chip and appeared in front of Chin Mayu's eyes. Then one hand turned into a Gatling machine gun, and the other hand turned into a huge flamethrower, and both hands were activated at the same time. The 6 barrels of the Gatling gun rotated, and bullets poured out, setting off a metal frenzy. In an instant, the bodies of countless zombie crows were torn apart by these terrifying bullets, and they continued to fall down like dumplings. Hoo. With the other hand, terrifying flames spurted out from the flamethrower transformed by Chin Mayu. Naturally, zombie crows were also burning with flames and falling down continuously. Although Chin Mayu is alone, Chin Mayu, who has unlimited firepower, does not have to worry about consumption. Such a pouring attack dealt a huge blow to these thousands of zombie crows. Boom. Even after taking the time, Chin Mayu used the arm that had been turned into a flamethrower to turn into a grenade thrower, and he fired grenades into the sky. In an instant, grenades exploded in mid-air, like New Year fireworks. The exploding grenades fell along with the corpses of countless zombie crows. Of course, many zombie crows that were closer were directly blown into bloody foam and fell. Violence. Chin Mayu's attack was like a massacre to these zombie crows. Although occasionally a small number of fish that slip through the net will attack the convoy. But these vehicles are all welded with iron mesh and steel bars, and the windows are closed. Naturally, some zombie crows that have slipped through the net have no way to break through these defenses, unless hundreds of zombie crows rush into each other one after another. On Chin Mayu's side, there was a unilateral massacre, and in the open space about 10 miles away from the convoy, a woman covered in dust was walking in the desert. She obviously noticed the situation here and looked over. Countless zombie crows screamed and flew, and the grenades exploded in the air, like New Year's fireworks. Alice naturally understood what a terrifying power these zombie crows were. And the grenades that exploded in mid-air seemed to have sufficient firepower. Although Alice has made up her mind and is unwilling to contact others, because the umbrella company is fully searching for her, it will not only expose herself easily, but also bring misfortune to those she comes into contact with. However, after seeing such a scene and being silent for a while, Alice couldn't help but feel curious and went over to take a look. The distance of about 10 miles is neither far nor close. By the time Alice walked over, almost all the thousands of zombie crows had been killed. Finally, combatants like Carlos and LJ came out to help. After clearing away the last zombie crows, the battle ended quickly. There was a thick layer of zombie crow corpses all over the ground, which looked very disgusting. When Alice came over, she was stunned. Because she saw several cars parked side by side, their bodies covered in blood. Then what? A man was washing a car with a high-pressure water gun. Car wash. In this environment where global desertification is severe and water resources and food are extremely scarce, there are actually people washing cars. P.S. Many thanks to the book friend 1 Kakarot 1 for the 600 starting coins, and the book friend Evening O Star for the 100 starting coins. At the beginning, the survivors were not used to Chin Mayu washing the car with a high-pressure water gun. After all, it's not surprising that water is as precious as gold in this apocalyptic world. But now, Chin Mayu has been getting along with these survivor teams for half a month, and they have long been accustomed to all this. Therefore, these survivors didn't care at all when they saw Chin Mayu washing the car. Many people who have stayed up all night and are mentally exhausted are just about to go to sleep and feel that the sound of the car wash is a bit noisy. Chin Mayu, why didn't you take action when those zombie crows first appeared? Did you wait until they all gathered before taking action? Chin Mayu was washing the car. At this time, Carlos came over and raised his question. 2 reasons. Hearing this, Chin Mayu explained that it was completely expected that they would raise such questions. First of all, I want to see how many zombie crows there are, and then catch them all. After all, these groups of zombie crows are much scarier than ordinary human zombies. If I can destroy them all, it can be avoided. Let others suffer. Chin Mayu's reason was high-sounding and very benevolent, but it seemed a little out of place in this world where the end of the world and people's hearts are sinister. However, Chin Mayu has been treating himself as a savior for the past half-month. Carlos can understand his words. Secondly, and most importantly, fighting these zombie crows can demonstrate our strength and attract you, an old friend. After a slight pause, Chin Mayu continued. Old friend? Carlos looked at Chin Mayu in surprise, obviously not understanding who he meant by old friend. Without any intention of answering, Chin Mayu stretched out her finger and pointed in a direction. As the battle between him and the zombie crow was almost over, Chin Mayu's electronic eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Therefore, as Alice came closer, Chin Mayu discovered her traces. Looking in the direction of Chin Mayu's finger, Carlos saw a figure appearing in the distance, standing on the sandy slope looking towards this side. Did they find me? After being strengthened by the T-virus, Alice's telepathy was already very powerful, and her attention was also attracted by Chin Mayu who was washing the car. Seeing Chin Mayu pointing towards her, Alice knew that she had been discovered. Now that her traces had been discovered, Alice thought about it and moved closer. Alice, is it you? Looking at Alice walking over, Carlos naturally recognized her, with a look of surprise on his face. In the second part of Resident Evil, before Raccoon City was about to be destroyed by a nuclear bomb, Alice and Carlos had already become partners in fighting side by side. Alice naturally recognized Carlos, a smile appeared on her face, and then the two hugged each other. After meeting, Carlos and Alice naturally had a lot to say, and Chin Mayu and Claire had no intention of disturbing them. The two of them each talked about what happened after they separated. In the end, the topic of conversation naturally fell on Chin Mayu. After learning about Chin Mayu's magic from Carlos, Alice was naturally very curious. It seems that Chin Mayu knows you. He said that he made such a big fuss on purpose to attract you here. At the end of the conversation, Carlos thought about what Chin Mayu said about his old friend just now. Oh? Really? After hearing Carlos' words, Alice's eyes flashed slightly. A magical artificial human? Naturally, Alice also felt that he might be related to the umbrella company. Moreover, appearing specifically to attract yourself? Of course, Alice also suspected that he was here to catch her from the umbrella company. However, if he really came from the umbrella company to arrest him, why did he say such words to arouse his doubts? Thinking about it this way, Alice's suspicion towards Chin Mayu faded a bit. Chin Mayu, hello. With a generous look, Alice came to Chin Mayu and said hello after chatting with Carlos for a few words. Miss Alice. Chin Mayu also responded. Your body structure is indeed very strange. It looks similar to humans, but it is completely different. The most important thing is that your energy is endless. Alice's telepathy is very powerful, and she was even able to kill people from a distance in Resident Evil Part 2, so she naturally sensed Chin Mayu's physical condition. Your situation is different from ordinary people. Hearing this, Chin Mayu said with a smile. Regarding her own situation, Alice didn't mean to say much. After smiling slightly, she brushed off the topic and said, I heard from Carlos that you seem to have come here to attract me on purpose? How did you know that I was nearby? Besides, do you have anything to ask me about? I know you are nearby, it's just an accident. Chin Mayu replied. I don't mean to explain more in this regard. I can't say that your world is actually a movie. I only knew it when I watched the movie, right? After the words fell, Chin Mayu did not give Alice a chance to continue asking questions. Then, he answered Alice's second question and said, as for me looking for you, my purpose is very simple. I want to go to the umbrella base with you. So, are you really sent by the protective umbrella? After hearing what Chin Mayu said on his own initiative, Alice's brows tightened and she stared at Chin Mayu seriously and asked. No, on the contrary, the purpose of my inviting you to the umbrella base is not to help them catch you, but to ask you to help me save people. As far as I know, the umbrella company used your DNA to make dozens or even hundreds of copies of you to conduct inhumane experiments. Our first step is to rescue those copies of you. My clone. After hearing Chin Mayu's account of what happened to her clone, a look of anger appeared on Alice's face. The purpose of the first step is to save my clones? What about the second step? Although there was anger on her face, Alice did not lose her calm and asked Chin Mayu. Since there is a first step, then naturally there is a second step, right? Then, after rescuing your clones, we will act together and go to the hive in Raccoon City, Chin Mayu replied with a slight nod. Raccoon City has been razed to the ground by nuclear bombs. Why are you going to Raccoon City? After hearing this, Carlos couldn't help but interjected and asked. Alice, Carlos, and even LJ and Claire next to them, the survivors who had gathered around, all looked at Chin Mayu with doubtful expressions on their faces. The T-virus was spread around Raccoon City, and Raccoon City was also bombed by a nuclear bomb. This is a problem that everyone knows. Our purpose is to go deep into the innermost part of the hive, where the real upper levels of the umbrella are dormant. In addition, upon saying this, Chin Mayu paused slightly, and then glanced at everyone present. Then he said, in that hive, there is a medicine that spreads through the air, which can kill all the zombies in the world and end this apocalypse. P.S. Many thanks to book friend Yeyue Guwu for the 100 starting coins. Looking for a recommendation vote? Chin Mayu's words made Alice and Claire's expressions change drastically. Having lived in fear for so long under this apocalyptic scene, it is natural that he has a deep yearning for a peaceful era. Can this end of the world end? Suddenly Chin Mayu dropped such a piece of news, it could be said that one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chin Mayu, you said that the protective umbrella has a potion that can end the apocalypse. Carlos next to him asked with his eyes widened and looking at Chin Mayu in surprise. Although I heard it clearly, I still felt a little unbelievable and wanted to confirm it. Yes, it is true. Chin Mayu's face was also very serious, and she nodded and said, the reason why I always say that I am the savior is not that I can supply you with unlimited food and water, but more importantly, I want to end the entire world. End? Why? Since the umbrella company has the ability to end this apocalypse, why? Claire's face was full of doubts. However, before she finished speaking, Claire reacted, is it possible? The end of the world is, did the umbrella company do this on purpose? Alice next to her took over Claire's words, her face becoming very ugly. Why? At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Chin Mayu. I really don't understand why the umbrella company does this. The expansion of population has put a huge load on the earth. Therefore, on the surface, the umbrella company is a biochemical gas leak, but in fact it is using this method to implement the plan of population eradication. After the population drops to a certain stage, those high-level officials will wake up from hibernation, and then they will end the doomsday. Wouldn't they become heroes who save the earth? Qin Mayu replied. The explanation given by Qin Mayu makes perfect sense. These people know what the umbrella company is like, and they have long been hostile to umbrella. I just didn't expect that all of this was secretly arranged by the protective umbrella. How about it, Alice? How about you and I rescue all your clones first, and then we go to the hive together? Things started there, and they should end there. After telling Alice frankly what he wanted to do, Qin Mayu formally invited Alice. Alice did not answer in a hurry, but looked at Qin Mayu seriously. Immediately, her eyes glanced at Carlos and the others next to her. After a brief silence, Alice nodded and said, "In that case, then I will go rescue people with you." There is a large dining table with hot rice and clear water. Qin Mayu, Alice, and all the other survivors were sitting together. At the dinner table, Qin Mayu also announced to these survivors that he was about to leave. When they heard that Qin Mayu was actually leaving, these survivors were naturally reluctant to part with him. However, after hearing Qin Mayu's intention to end the end of the world and let everyone end their escape life, the survivors' minds were shaken. In addition, Claire and Carlos both agreed with Qin Mayu's choice. Naturally, these survivors had no choice but to accept it, no matter how reluctant they were. Brother Qin Mayu, I give this to you. I hope you can succeed. After the dinner party in the evening, a little girl braided her hair into a bow-like shape and presented it to Qin Mayu. Well, don't worry, I will definitely succeed. Qin Mayu said seriously after taking the bow the little girl gave him. You trust him so easily? Aren't you afraid that he is a bait specially used by the umbrella company to lure you in? On the other side, Carlos sat next to Alice and asked. What? Don't you trust him? After hearing this, Alice turned her head and looked at Carlos and asked. Of course not, but from your standpoint, I think you should be skeptical, right? Carlos shook his head and said. You know, my mental power is different from ordinary people, so being able to sense his words does not seem like a lie. And, after Alice explained something in her mouth, she paused for a moment and then continued, besides, I often feel a very familiar mental wave coming from a distant place, like a last cry. I heard Qin Mayu explain today that there are many copies of me in dire straits. This explanation seems to be confirmed. Okay. Be careful. It's a pity that I'm dragging the whole team here, so I won't hold you two supermen back. After receiving Alice's explanation, Carlos nodded and said. Everything went according to plan. After dinner, Qin Mayu replenished the survivor team with food and water as much as possible, and then left the survivor team with Alice. After all, if they really confront the protective umbrella, these survivors will suffer disaster, which no one wants to see. What's next? What exactly do we do? Do you know the direction of the umbrella base? After separating from the survivor team, Alice asked Qin Mayu on the desert road. What's next? It's very simple. You don't need to evade Umbrella's pursuit, just let them find it. After hearing Alice's inquiry, Qin Mayu naturally made a corresponding plan, and then explained his thoughts to Alice. Read it again. Listening to Qin Mayu's plan, Alice nodded and agreed without any objection. Immediately, Alice suddenly released her powerful telekinesis. Buzz. As Alice's extremely powerful telepathy was released, Qin Mayu could feel a huge and invisible force erupting from Alice's body, like a hurricane. At the same time, with Alice's body as the center of gravity, a lot of sand and gravel were blown away. His head was stunned, as if someone had hit him with a hammer. Qin Mayu staggered and almost fell down. Although the body's artificial organ modifications are ever-changing, Qin Mayu's brain is a human brain and is very fragile. Alice can use telekinesis to destroy other people's minds and kill people from a distance. For Qin Mayu, this ability can be said to be the perfect power to restrain Qin Mayu. Sure enough, strengthening the T-virus will greatly increase mental strength. This power is what I need right now. Qin Mayu's mentality was secretly heated as he clearly felt the power of telepathy. At the same time, in an underground base thousands of miles away, a doctor in a white coat is studying the relationship between the T-virus and zombies. Suddenly, a holographic projection of a girl wearing a white dress appeared. Dr. Isaacs, we just detected a powerful alpha wave coming from outside the base. There is an 85.35% chance that Alice found it. P.S. By the way, are we just a little bit on the science fiction new book list? Are we getting recommendations? Of course, if we can reward 800 starting coins, it seems easier to get on the list. Wait a minute, another powerful alpha wave has appeared. This time we have locked the opponent's position. The probability that the target is Alice has increased to 97.22%. Not long after he finished speaking, the White Queen suddenly spoke again. Oh? Really? Do you have the satellite photos? Pull them up and take a look. Hearing this, Dr. X's sat up straighter. On the huge screen in front of him, a satellite photo soon appeared. It was a woman looking up at the sky, just enough for X's to see her face clearly. It was indeed Alice. She looked dusty, and there was a motorcycle parked next to her. Alice, welcome home. Looking at Alice on the computer screen, Dr. X has raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Now that Alice's traces have been found, it is naturally not difficult to catch her back. Doctor, the situation is a bit strange, however, at this moment, suddenly, the White Queen said again. What's wrong? Hearing this, Dr. X's eyes moved to the White Queen. Alice's body is constantly emitting powerful alpha waves. There is a 15.6% possibility that the power in her body is too strong to be controlled, an 84.2% possibility that she deliberately exposed her traces, and a 0.2% possibility. Other possibilities. The White Queen followed the analysis and said, oh? Did she specifically want to expose herself? This is interesting. Dr. X has raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look on his face. After thinking for a while, Dr. X has sent a combat team to bring Alice over. Although Alice suddenly wanted to expose herself for some reason, she had to catch her before everything else. On the desert road, Shin Mayu turned into a motorcycle and parked, while Alice stood with her but gently leaning on the seat, staring at the horizon, waiting for the person with the umbrella to appear. Shin Mayu, according to the plan, if I am caught, my life will be in your hands. Alice said casually. My life is now in your hands. Shin Mayu, who turned into a motorcycle, also replied. Alice's mental power can directly destroy the brain. If Alice wants to kill herself, Shin Mayu really has no ability to resist. After hearing what Shin Mayu said, Alice smiled slightly and understood that he was telling the truth. Although his relationship with Shin Mayu was not deep, Carlos trusted him, and she trusted Carlos, and that was enough. Here we come. After chatting for a while, Alice suddenly stood up straight and looked towards the horizon. Sure enough, a black spot quickly approached from the horizon. It was a transport plane. The plane landed slowly, and immediately, a dozen soldiers with real guns and live ammunition appeared, pointing their guns at Alice. In a very cooperative manner, Alice raised her hands as if surrendering. Take her away. The leader, a man in a suit who seemed to be the management of the umbrella company, said. Wait, bring my motorcycle. However, although she did not resist, Alice made her request. Why? The man in a suit turned around and looked at Alice strangely and asked. It's just a motorcycle, but Alice specifically made such a request, which is naturally strange. If you bring it, I can cooperate with you in everything. If you don't, I won't be happy. Alice directly stated her attitude without explaining too much. The man in the suit thought for a moment, then motioned to the two soldiers next to him and asked them to check the condition of the motorcycle. The two soldiers walked to Shin Mayu's motorcycle and checked it carefully. There are no dangerous goods. Then take it with you. Hearing this, the man in the suit felt relieved and nodded. Someone pushed the motorcycle onto the plane, and then gunfire rang out, and two soldiers had their legs broken by the gun. Sorry, the load of the plane is limited. If you add an extra motorcycle, you have to reduce the number of two people. Putting down the pistol, the man in the suit said calmly, not caring about the two lives at all. A look of anger appeared in Alice's eyes. What she couldn't stand the most was Protective Umbrella's face, which regarded human life as nothing. Although they were currently hostile camps, Alice, who was sitting on the plane, watched from a high position as two soldiers had their legs broken and were wailing on the ground. A few miles away, there were already some zombies heading in their direction. After wandering around, I still felt an unbearable feeling in my heart. However, Alice endured it and had no intention of speaking. Moreover, her hands were locked at this time, and even if she wanted to take action, she had no ability. It was about hundreds of kilometers away from the umbrella base, and it would take more than half an hour to arrive by plane. Naturally, the man in a suit on the plane chatted with Alice, trying to get her out of her mouth. What to say? While talking, the man in a suit walked to Shin Mayu's side, touching on the left and knocking on the right, nonchalantly inspecting the motorcycle that Alice had definitely requested to bring. Although soldiers had checked it before, the man in the suit still felt a little uneasy. His instinct told him that there must be something wrong with this motorcycle. However, after careful inspection, The man in the suit had to admit that there was nothing wrong with this motorcycle. There were no weapons or explosives hidden in it. It was just a very ordinary motorcycle. Motorcycle. Damn it, I'm going to kill this guy. Although he turned into a motorcycle, this motorcycle was Chin Mayu himself. Being touched almost all over by a man, Chin Mayu really felt sick and wanted to vomit. However, they haven't arrived at the umbrella base yet, so no matter how disgusting they are, they have to endure it, and they don't even dare to move. Alice next to her, of course, watched all this with her own eyes. She was completely locked in, but seeing how Chin Mayu didn't dare to resist after being touched almost all over her body, Alice felt even more comfortable that she was getting worse. From the looks of it, Chin Mayu's experience was much more miserable than her own. Seeing others miserable than herself, it seemed that her own hands were locked, which was nothing at all. It's like walking with a sprained foot and feeling unhappy, but seeing your companion fall down and eat shit, your mood will immediately feel much better. Alice, why are you laughing? Looking at the corners of Alice's mouth, which unconsciously raised a little, the man in the suit let go of his hand and walked over and asked. It's nothing. Just keep checking and don't stop. Aren't you afraid that I really have hidden something on the motorcycle? I advise you to check more carefully. He shook his head and watched the man in the suit let go of his hand and walked away. Come here, Alice took the initiative to stimulate the other party and said. Chin Mayu, the Alice I am familiar with in my memory is not like this. P.S. Many thanks to book friend Wang Yachin for the 500 starting coin reward. Sure enough, it has made it to the science fiction new book list. Unfortunately, now we are at the bottom of the list. Please continue to ask for recommendation votes. Hold on, in a vast expanse of desert, there is a small wooden house that seems inconspicuous. However, the entire wooden house was tightly surrounded by fences, and tens of thousands of zombies were densely surrounding these fences. In a gully next to the wooden house, dozens of corpses in red dresses were piled up like garbage. The smell of flesh and blood exuded from these corpses deeply attracts all zombies. The sound of the plane landing naturally attracted the attention of these zombies. Each of them instinctively raised their heads and stretched out their rotten palms, as if they wanted to grasp the out-of-reach flesh and blood. Angry. Alice, who got off the plane with her hands cuffed, naturally saw the corpses of many copies of herself, and her anger filled the air. Although I had already heard about the situation here from Chin Mayu's mouth, seeing it with my own eyes was another matter. Of course, after years of fighting in the last days, Alice is not the kind of person who loses her mind when she gets angry. Now is not the time to fall out. Just wait a little longer, just wait a little longer. With her hands cuffed, Alice landed directly from the lift in the wooden house to the interior of the umbrella base. The entire base is completely buried hundreds of meters underground. And what about the motorcycle transformed by Chin Mayu? They were left in the plane, and the soldiers holding firearms got off the plane in an orderly manner. However, when the last soldier was about to walk down, he suddenly felt a pain in his head and fell into darkness. Chin Mayu quietly put the soldier's body aside and turned into the soldier's appearance. The soldiers in front seemed to notice the movement behind them and turned back to take a look. However, Chin Mayu's transformation has been completed, and the soldier did not notice anything strange. Following the entire team of soldiers, Chin Mayu also descended into the umbrella's underground base. Alice, welcome home. In a conference room of the underground base, Alice was still handcuffed. At the same time, Dr. Ixus said hello with a smile on his face. Home? I don't think this is home. Alice, who was handcuffed to a chair, looked calm, but she didn't feel like a prisoner. Okay, so tell me, why did you take the initiative to expose yourself? Well, to be more precise, you threw yourself into a trap? Half sitting and half leaning on the conference table, Dr. Ixus asked Alice in the tone of a casual conversation between friends. I threw myself into a trap. Why couldn't I come here on my own initiative to destroy your place? Alice heard this and asked. Destroy this place? Look at what you look like now, do you think you can do it? Ixus laughed after hearing this. Of course I can't do it alone, but who said I came here alone? Alice still looked confident. This statement made Dr. Ixus even more confused. The report she received was that Alice had been captured, but she said she was not alone? What happened? Doctor, something happened. Just when Ixus felt confused, a holographic projection of the White Queen appeared and spoke to Ixus calmly. With a click, Ixus reflexively felt uneasy after hearing the White Queen's words. What happened? Someone has sneaked into the base and is coming towards this conference room, the White Queen replied. There is an invasion? How many people? The White Queen's words seemed to confirm what Alice had just said. and Dr. X's face became much uglier. Only one, replied the White Queen. Only one person? Dr. X frowned slightly, and then said, bring up the corresponding surveillance footage and take a look. Soon, a corresponding scene appeared on the big screen in the conference room. I saw that Shin Moyu had turned into his own appearance, one hand turned into a shield, and the other hand turned into a Gatling machine gun, like a Terminator, the barrel rotated, and countless bullets poured out as if they were free. Along the way, the soldiers were no match for them and were retreating steadily. Release the two lickers in Area C to deal with him. Seeing Shin Moyu's method, Dr. Ixis said after a moment of silence. Okay, Doctor. The White Queen nodded slightly. In the corner of the screen, two sleeping lickers could be seen being released, and they rushed out with extremely strong figures. Shin Moyu walked forward with a machine gun in hand and a shield in the other hand. Although he is just a single man, he is made of a high-alloy skeleton shell. Not to mention that it is difficult for these bullets to penetrate him. Even if he does, his artificial body will be fine. Naturally, Shin Moyu, who was outnumbered, was unable to lift his head. Boom, boom, boom. His ears moved slightly. The hearing of the artificial organ's ears was very sharp, and he seemed to hear a small sound, which was not like the sound of human footsteps at all. Sure enough, at the end of the passage, two monster-like lickers appeared. After a brief scan with the electronic eye, Shin Moyu analyzed the licker's height, speed, agility and other corresponding data. However, after the two lickers appeared, they were completely uninterested in Shin Moyu. Even though Shin Moyu walked straight towards them, they did not react at all. What's going on? In the conference room, Dr. Ixis was originally waiting to see what the battle between the two lickers and Shin Moyu would be like, but he was stunned when he discovered such an abnormal scene. Alice is already a very special existence. Not only is she immune to the T-virus, but she has even evolved stronger. However, the man on the screen is even more special than Alice. Licker isn't interested in him? This was the first time I saw a licker not interested in living life. Shin Moyu walked towards the licker step by step, and at the same time, he calculated the distance accurately in his mind. When they reached about a meter away and both lickers twitched their noses and stuck out their tongues towards themselves, the gun on Shin Moyu's finger turned into a sniper rifle. With 2 bullets, the 2 lickers were easily killed. The existence of zombies and lickers poses no threat to Shin Moyu, and those human soldiers armed with firearms are no match for Shin Moyu. Therefore, in a completely invincible state like a tiger among sheep, Shin Moyu rushed directly to the door of the conference room. Then a grenade was launched, directly blowing open the door of the closed conference room. As he walked in, Shin Moyu transformed his hand into a long knife and cut off Alice's handcuffs. At the same time, the gun was pointed at Dr. Ixis. Wait a minute, I'm Ixis. I'm in charge of the entire T-virus research. Listen to me, I've found a way to control zombies. As long as I can complete the research, I can control zombies all over the world. To end this apocalypse, you can't kill me. Looking at the gun pointed at him, Dr. Ixis raised his hand and said, "What a pitiful person. You have copied so many Alices. Have you ever thought about it? In fact, you are just a poor copy. What's more, Protective Umbrella already has a way to end the apocalypse. Only you, a poor chess piece, don't know it. Impossible." After hearing Shin Moyu's words, Dr. Ixis's expression changed and he said decisively, "You think you are a chess player, but you don't know that in fact, you are just a pawn in this chess game." Shin Moyu shook his head slightly and looked at Dr. Ixis. "What evidence do you have to prove it?" Suddenly he learned that he was a replica, and that he didn't even know the information about the real Umbrella executives? Dr. Ixis found it difficult to accept this fact for a while. "Then what evidence do you have to prove that you are not a replica?" Shin Moyu asked. This, Dr. Ixis's face became a little ugly. Suddenly Shin Moyu said such a fact, Dr. Ixis really couldn't believe it. But what Shin Moyu said was true. He was not a clone, and he also had no evidence to prove this. Alice next to her listened to the conversation between Shin Moyu and Dr. Ixis, and looked at Shin Moyu with a somewhat surprised expression. "My purpose here is very simple. There is only one thing, that is to rescue all my clones, and then go to the hive to end this apocalypse." But why? Shin Moyu must make Dr. Ixis believe that she is a clone? Could it be? Does he have any other plans? Alright, from the words, it was obviously difficult to convince Dr. Ixis. Shin Moyu still pointed the gun in his hand at Dr. Ixis and said, "Whether the specific facts are as I said, you will naturally know in the future. Now, you have no choice, take us to find those clones of Alice." Although he was unwilling to have a gun pointed at his head, Ixis had no choice but to nod and agree. Then, being pressed down by Chin Mayu, he walked towards the laboratory where Alice's clones were. DD. Arriving at the laboratory door, Dr. Ixis stretched out his palm and opened the laboratory door with his palm prints. However, the door glowed red, and at the same time, the corresponding mechanical sound sounded, insufficient authority. What's going on? Suddenly, he couldn't even open the door to the laboratory? Dr. Ixis found it difficult to understand and asked in a deep voice. It is self-evident to whom he was asking this question. As Ixis's voice sounded, the White Queen's holographic projection appeared in front of Ixis again, saying, Doctor, I'm sorry, just now Chairman Weskier, after learning about the situation here, has lifted it's your authority. I was responsible for the entire research and development of the T-virus, and he actually revoked my authority? Hearing what the White Queen said, Dr. Ixis found it unbelievable. At this point, Ixis Bospos seemed to react, staring at the White Queen seriously, and said, You betrayed me? Did you secretly report everything that happened here to Weskier? Doctor, my program has been set up a long time ago. If you show signs of wavering or doubting the protective umbrella, you will report the situation here to Weskier, so there is no such thing as betrayal. The White Queen's face remained calm, he shook his head and replied. Damn it! After hearing the White Queen's answer, Ixis punched the door of the laboratory angrily. He also understood that what the White Queen said was true, so from the beginning, had the umbrella company kept a secret from him? Now, have you tasted the feeling of being abandoned? Alice next to her couldn't help but said sarcastically. What Alice couldn't stand the most was that the people under the umbrella never cared about other people's lives. Don't be angry. Doesn't all this prove what I just said? It's just because you are a clone that they can treat you like this. If you were the original body, they would be reluctant to abandon you. Chin Mayu next to him. At this time, he also spoke as a reminder. After hearing Chin Mayu's words, Ixis's face became even more ugly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Ixis had to admit that it seemed that Chin Mayu's explanation was the right one. Since Ixis's palm print could no longer open the laboratory door, Chin Mayu's palm turned into a high-temperature welding nozzle. Hot flames shot out from the nozzle and fell on the laboratory door. A few minutes passed, and a hole was melted through the laboratory door. After the door lock was burned out, Chin Mayu fired a grenade and blew up the door of the entire laboratory. After blowing the entire door open, sure enough, you can see that there are many cultivation tanks inside. In every culture tank, there is an Alice sleeping in it. Ah! At this moment, screams rang out one after another, and 2 injured soldiers rushed into the laboratory in a panic. However, they had just run in and were immediately overtaken by 7 or 8 zombies. Oh no, the White Queen has released all the zombies. Seeing this scene, Dr. Ixis's face changed and he said in a deep voice. Does the White Queen want to kill all of us? Chin Mayu's expression also changed, knowing the White Queen's intention. Alice, go and rescue everyone. I'll guard this place. Chin Mayu's hands turned into Gatling machine guns and he walked directly towards the laboratory door. At the same time, he said loudly to Alice. In fact, as an artificial human being, Chin Mayu has nothing to fear even when faced with a tide of corpses. However, Chin Mayu also knew that if Alice and other clones could be rescued, this should be a hidden mission, and this was the key to going to the hive to complete the hidden mission of saving the world. Therefore, Chin Mayu naturally could not let these clones be killed. Moreover, Alice's body, Dr. Ixis, and Chin Mayu are both useful. Day. 2 Gatling machine guns sprayed out tons of flame and shot towards the door of the laboratory. Visible to the naked eye, many zombies fell down in pieces like wheat. Then, the corpses piled higher and higher outside the laboratory door. Soon, the entire aisle was filled. Under the crowd of zombies behind, these corpses kept pushing towards Chin Mayu. Chin Mayu held 2 machine guns, and the bullets were poured out as if they were free. And what about Alice? Then he acted quickly and rescued each of his clones from the culture tank. As for Dr. Ixis, he has confirmed that what Chin Mayu said is true, which makes him now in a state of doubting his life. The Umbrella Company has already had backup means to end this apocalypse, but it has been letting itself study the T-virus to find a solution. As Chin Mayu said, she is really just a sad chess piece. On the other side, in a large underground base, Weskier, wearing large sunglasses, looked at the picture on the computer screen and frowned tightly. What is playing on the computer screen is exactly what Ixis and the others are experiencing now. Weskier's eyes were not on Alice, nor on Ixis, but mainly on Chin Mayu. White Queen, how many bullets has he fired?
After a moment of silence, Weskier asked. Rough statistics, approximately 23,000 bullets were fired. The White Queen's voice rang out. More than 20,000 bullets? That's several hundred kilograms, right? This is unscientific. Weskier said in disbelief after receiving the answer. Yes, hundreds of kilograms of bullets, even if they were all piled together, would definitely be a huge pile. But looking at Qin Mayu's appearance, it's impossible to carry so many bullets. Could this guy be a magician? Relying on the advantages of the terrain, as long as we don't worry about the consumption of bullets, it is indeed not a problem to stop the endless zombies. However, how can the bullets be really unlimited? Dr. X's, who was in a state of doubting life next to him, of course also after noticing Qin Mayu's methods, he was also shocked. Moreover, a closer look revealed that Qin Mayu did not hold the Gatling gun in his hands at all, but his own hands turned into Gatling machine guns. This is very unscientific. Doctor, is there any other way for us to leave? The aisles outside are full of zombies, and we can't get out. Just as Dr. Ixis stared at Qin Mayu in shock, Qin Mayu also came back at this time. Said. Indeed, outside the laboratory door, it was completely filled with corpses. Here, there is a ventilation duct. At this time, Alice, who had rescued all the clones, came over and pointed to the top of her head. Qin Mayu took the lead in opening a long ventilation duct, followed by Dr. Ixis and others behind him. After calculation, there are about 80 copies of Alice. After crawling through the ventilation duct for a while, Alice found the place where clothes were piled in the base, and went down, letting the clones put on their clothes. How could there be so many zombies in the base? After they had changed their clothes, Alice herself comforted the clones and then asked Dr. Ixis. The zombies that just attacked the laboratory are simply endless. Since the Red Queen has removed my authority and wants to kill us all, she must have opened the door to the entire base and let in all the zombies outside. Dr. Ix's face still looked ugly. Wan Yan replied. After changing their clothes, the group naturally had to leave the base. The base, which was buried hundreds of meters underground, could only leave from the lift platform. However, when I came to the lift, I found that it was not working. The White Queen controls the operation of the entire base, so she must have cut off the power to the lift. Alice said. Alice had already tasted the Red Queen's methods when she was first in the hive. Really? Get out of the way. Hearing this, Qin Mayu asked Alice and the others to move away, and then directly used grenades to blow up the entire lifting platform. What are you doing? The lift platform has been blown up. Do we have to fight out from the stairs? The place is now full of mourners, seeing Qin Mayu's actions, although people are now using swords and others as fish and meat, Dr. Zaz couldn't help but said. However, before Dr. Ixis finished speaking, he couldn't continue. A whirlwind flashed by, and then, Qin Mayu turned into an elevator and appeared in front of everyone. The elevator door opened, and Qin Mayu's voice sounded, "Okay, everyone, come on up." There were a lot of people, so we had to leave in several groups. However, fortunately, these clones of Alice all have extraordinary fighting abilities, so guarding the elevator entrance is not a problem. After going up and down several times, everyone, including all Alice's clones, had left the underground base. Qin Mayu opened the way again, bombarding endlessly with grenades. Alice and the clones followed Qin Mayu, transformed into a team of sharp knives, and directly pierced the tide of corpses and left. Ho! After following Qin Mayu and his group, they were safe for the time being. However, Dr. Ixis, who had been hiding in the base doing scientific experiments, had never exercised so intensely. He gasped loudly and at the same time, looked at Qin Mayu. His eyes were full of wonder. "You, who are you?" Seeing Qin Mayu transforming into various things like a transformer, Ixis looked at Qin Mayu in disbelief. "Artificial man, transformed from human beings and mechanical bodies," Qin Mayu replied after glancing at Dr. Ixis. "It's unbelievable. If such technology existed on Earth, it would have been spread all over the world, right? Moreover, judging from the situation you just fought, it is completely inconsistent with the most basic law of conservation of mass." Shaking his head, Ixis the doctor still looked at Qin Mayu in shock. To scientists, the law of conservation of mass is like 1 + 1 is equal to 2 in mathematics. However, today someone proved this wrong? This was a terrible shock to Ixis' worldview. After hearing what Ixis said, Qin Mayu touched his nose and couldn't answer. Regarding science, I really only know a little bit about it. In addition, although Variety Star can be regarded as a science fiction film or a comedy, Qin Mayu prefers to classify it as a nonsensical film. The biggest feature of this kind of film is that it completely violates scientific laws. Just like the animated version of Tom and Jerry, can it be viewed from a scientific perspective? Well, isn't there a law of mass energy conversion? Perhaps energy is converted into mass? After thinking about it, Shin Mayu answered. This is impossible. However, Dr. Ixus still shook his head seriously and said, according to the law of mass energy conversion, energy equals mass asterisk the square of the speed of light. As a simple metaphor, the mass of a potato is converted into energy, which is enough for the residents of a city to use several it's been a month, so it's the same if you want to use energy to convert it into mass. With the consumption of those bullets and grenades you just fought, if they were converted into energy, the energy would be enough to level a country to the ground. Well, when a scumbag met a top-level scientist, Shin Mayu couldn't understand the so-called formulas at all. Shin Mayu did not want to dwell on the situation that did not conform to the laws of science, so he directly changed the subject and said, Dr. Ixus, do you know why I don't kill you, but I have to find a way to rescue you? Sure enough, Shin Mayu's way of changing the topic was very clever. Not only was Dr. Ixus' attention attracted, but even Alice next to him was also attracted by his words. Yes, why do you have to make Dr. Ixus believe that he is a clone and rescue him? Alice has always felt very confused in her heart. Why? Dr. Ixus looked at Shin Mayu and asked. Because I also want to give it a try to see if the T-virus can make me evolve. You are quite useful, so are you willing to help? Shin Mayu said and made his request. Yes, when traveling through these reincarnation worlds, props and items cannot be taken away unless they are rewards for completing hidden tasks. However, the power you obtain is not limited. With the whole body's mechanical transformation, it should be impossible to practice Qigong and other things, but the T-virus can strengthen mental power, so Shin Mayu should not be affected by the mechanical body. After all, his brain is a human brain, not a computer, so Shin Mayu naturally wants to give it a try. Yes, no problem at all. After hearing Shin Mayu's request, Dr. Ixus immediately agreed without even thinking about it. Well, your reaction makes people a little worried. Seeing Ixus agreeing so decisively, the corners of Shin Mayu's mouth twitched slightly. Your body is much more magical than the T-virus. It almost violates the laws of physics. It would be an honor for me to study your body structure. Ixus replied with a very frank look. Yes, no matter how magical the T-virus is, it is within the scope of the scientific field, but Shin Mayu's situation violates the laws of physics. For a scientist, nature is extremely attractive. That's the truth, but it's still a bit uncomfortable for you to agree so simply. Shin Mayu said with emotion, shaking his head. I understand, you Chinese people all have a habit of counteroffering. It's like offering 100, and you counteroffer 50. They simply agree, but you feel uncomfortable, right? Dr. Ixus heard this, nodding knowingly. After a slight pause, Ixus continued, how about? I refuse first? Then after you threaten me with a gun, I will avoid the difficulty and have no choice but to accept it? Will you do this? A little more energetic? Shin Mayu, what's next? What should we do? Alice next to her heard the conversation between them, which was all about useless topics, and stepped forward and asked. Does that need to be said? Of course we need to formulate a suitable battle plan, and then we go to the hive again. The T-virus and detoxification solution I need are all in the hive, right? The medicines needed to end the apocalypse are also there. When talking about business, Shin Mayu also became more serious. Can the T-virus strengthen itself? In fact, Shin Mayu was not sure. If it didn't work, he would naturally need an antidote to detoxify himself. Hive, listening to the conversation between Shin Mayu and Alice, a look of anger appeared on Dr. Ixus's face. Without knowing the truth about himself, Ixus might still treat Alice and Shin Mayu as enemies. However, after knowing the truth about himself, it turns out that he is similar to Alice. He is also a pawn of the umbrella company. With the same illness, Dr. Ixus has the same enemy as Alice and the others. Shin Mayu, Alice, and the others are making plans to go to the hive. Let's not talk about it for now. On the other side, on a road in the desert, a man with a dusty appearance was walking on the road, holding a sharp long sword in his hand, with a gun and a grenade slung around his waist. He looked very unprovoked. The man looked at his watch under the scorching sun. Judging from the strategy and time, the Claire survivor team should pass by here, right? After looking at the time and map on his watch, the man murmured in a low voice. Resident Evil is the second reincarnation world in the Palace of Reincarnation. I have already memorized the corresponding timeline and hidden tasks by heart. As long as you wait here, I believe that Claire's survivor team will pass by, and then their destination will be Alaska.
They will mistakenly believe that the virus is not raging there, so they want to go to Alaska to live, but they don't know that it is actually a trap. As long as I can sneak into their team, gain their trust, and prevent them from going to Alaska, I can complete a B-level hidden mission. Of course, if we do it directly in Alaska and defeat those people, it will be considered an A-level mission. It's a pity that my combat power evaluation is only E-level 66 points. I can't do it alone. In fact, in the entire reincarnation hall, only a handful of people have completed the A-level hidden mission of Biohazard. The man's mouth was secretly thinking about the strategy he had obtained. I'm also making my own plans. Although the mortality rate of Resident Evil is as high as over 90%, it is the second reincarnation world after all, and there are still many people who have survived reincarnation. So many seniors have experienced it, so naturally some people happen to complete the hidden tasks, and the strategies related to these hidden tasks are also secretly circulated in the real world. Anyone with a little bit of ability can more or less get some strategies related to hidden tasks. Just when the man was secretly reviewing the strategies he knew, suddenly, he could see a convoy appearing in the distance, heading in his direction. Here it comes. It's true, seeing the motorcade appear, the man was shocked, then stood on the side of the road and raised his hands. Claire's survivor team naturally discovered this man walking alone in the desert, and the convoy stopped. The purpose of the team's existence is for the survivors to join a group to stay warm and survive in this doomsday world. Therefore, after checking that the man had not been bitten, he was naturally allowed to get in the car first. This is exactly the same strategy as the man knows. Hey, brother, where are you going? After getting in the car, the man sat in the back seat, leaned forward slightly, and asked Carlos in a very talkative manner. We don't know where we are going, we are just wandering around. You also know that if we stop for too long, the zombies will surround us, so we can only keep moving. Hearing this, the co-pilot said. Carlos shook his head. Carlos' answer made the man startled. That's not quite right. Doesn't the guide say that their destination is Alaska? Why do you say it's just aimless wandering? Is it possible? It's because I just came to the team and they don't trust me, so they don't want to tell the truth to me? While he was surprised, an idea popped into the man's mind. Thinking of this, the man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and immediately took out a cigarette from his baggage. As mentioned in the strategy, many of the people in this team are old smokers, and cigarettes are in short supply. A cigarette can definitely bring you great kindness. However, before the man handed the cigarette out, suddenly, the man driving next to him said, Carlos, give me a cigarette. Okay. After hearing this, Carlos nodded and then opened the glove box in front of the passenger seat. The man saw clearly that the glove box was full of cigarettes. Hey, do you want it? Smoothly, Carlos enthusiastically picked up a cigarette and put it in front of the man and asked. Looking at the cigarette in Carlos' hand, the man was stunned. This is completely different from what I said in my guide. 1 month later. In a huge laboratory base, Shin Mayu was lying quietly on the bed. Beside him, Dr. Ixis and Alice were there. In 1 month, Shin Mayu led the Alice clones and used Dr. Ixis as an intelligence agent to directly capture an umbrella company base and take the entire base for himself. Alice naturally asked, why not go to the hive to get the potion that can end the apocalypse? The reason given by Shin Mayu is also very good, that is, the capture of the hive is too important. It can only succeed and cannot fail. Therefore, before doing so, he must try to strengthen the problem with the T-virus. Moreover, during this time, Alice's clones should also be trained properly so that they can play a greater role. Alice also found the reasons given by Shin Mayu to be reasonable. Therefore, during this month, Alice and her clones were developing their powers, while Shin Mayu cooperated with Dr. Ixis in research on his own mechanical body and the problem of strengthening himself with the T-virus. After spending a month, I finally made some breakthroughs. Doctor, are you ready? Are you sure? Shin Mayu lay on the bed and looked at Dr. Ixis and asked. Don't worry, I have done all the relevant experiments and research to a foolproof level. He held a blue T-virus solution in his hand, a chicken coop on his head, and thick dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes were bright. The wise Dr. Ixis nodded and said. In the past month, Dr. Ixis has really been working on it without sleep or food. It is not just the T-virus, but more importantly, Shin Mayu's body structure is so amazing to him. You say that every time, but you failed all the 8 times before. Shin Mayu complained after glancing at Alice next to her holding the green antidote. Actually, your body structure is extremely magical. I haven't been able to decipher its secrets even after studying it for a month.
It is much more magical than the T-virus. You don't have to be strengthened by the T-virus. Looking at Chin Moyu, could Dr. Sass replied. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's get started. This topic has been discussed many times in the past month, and Chin Moyu doesn't want to talk about it again. Dr. Ixus took the syringe, stabbed it directly into Chin Moyu's arm, and injected the blue T-virus solution into it. The body structure is all artificial organs. To a certain extent, it is no longer a flesh and blood body. Naturally, the T-virus original solution will not have any impact on the artificial organs throughout the body. After the original liquid entered the body, it began to gather towards Chin Moyu's brain. Putting the syringe aside, Dr. Ixus walked to the computer nearby and began to fiddle with it seriously, monitoring Chin Moyu's brainwave data. Alice next to her holds the antidote in her hand. If the strengthening fails, she will inject the antidote herself. Alice is very familiar with this kind of thing, and this is not the first time she has done it. Closing her eyes slightly, Chin Moyu felt the feeling of T-virus liquid flowing in her body very clearly. She let go of the blockage and allowed the original liquid to flow into her brain. The cool feeling made Chin Moyu feel as if her head was placed in ice water. Unlike the previous transformation by Professor Jiang Si, where the transformation was completed as soon as the eyes were closed and opened, the transformation of the brain by the T-virus was done while consciousness was retained. However, the brain does not feel pain, so Chin Moyu cannot feel pain due to the modification of the brain by the T-virus. With his eyes open, he even chatted with Alice to show that he was conscious. After the intensive transformation, Chin Moyu, the client, looked relaxed and contented. On the contrary, Dr. Ixus was sweating on his forehead and was busy with serious concentration. By the way, do you really trust Dr. Ixus? After chatting for a while, Alice suddenly asked casually. Of course not, so your existence is to deter him from acting rashly. Hearing this, Chin Moyu replied. So, do you really trust me? After hearing this, Alice asked again. That's natural. Chin Moyu replied decisively. As the heroine in Resident Evil, Chin Moyu certainly knows what kind of character Alice is, so of course she trusts her. This answer brought a smile to Alice's face. This feeling of being trusted is naturally very good. In addition, Dr. Ixus is more concerned about my body structure than the T-virus. Before he can study it clearly, even if I want to commit suicide, he will try his best to stop me, so it is impossible to harm me. Feeling that the atmosphere seemed a bit ambiguous, Chin Moyu spoke and took the topic away. While chatting, Chin Moyu's expression suddenly changed slightly. What's wrong? Are you confused now? Seeing the change in Chin Moyu's face, Alice's expression also tightened. No, it's not that the consciousness has become blurred, on the contrary, the consciousness has become much clearer. Chin Moyu replied. This answer made Alice raise her eyebrows. Has your consciousness become clearer? Could it be that it was really successful? As a T-virus enhancer, she possesses powerful telekinesis, so Alice has naturally experienced the T-virus enhancement. Alice, how did you feel when you strengthened? Chin Moyu wanted to compare and looked at Alice and asked. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like the layers of cloth covering the brain being lifted. The mind is very clear, and the control of the body becomes very precise, Alice replied. A simple metaphor, the physical body is like a motorcycle. Ordinary people can only drive on the road when driving a motorcycle. But after strengthening it, like a highly skilled professional athlete, you can even drive a motorcycle on a tightrope. Driving, that's right, it looks like the strengthening has already begun. My mind is becoming clearer and clearer, just like when watching a movie, the smooth picture quality has been upgraded to 4K ultra clear picture quality. Hey, Chin Moyu, the strengthening has started. Can you feel it? At this time, Dr. Ixus also rushed over excitedly. I can feel it. Chin Moyu nodded slightly. That's good. I really want to see what kind of catalytic effect your mechanical body will have on changing all aspects after the brain spirit is strengthened. It's like the computer hardware has not changed, but the operating system has been optimized like it has been updated. Looking at Chin Moyu with burning eyes, full of expectation, Dr. Ixus murmured in a low voice. In a large square in the umbrella base, Chin Moyu stood quietly, with a very relaxed posture and his eyes slightly closed. The eyes of Alice and Dr. Ixus fell on Chin Moyu. Especially Ixus's eyes were full of expectation. As a scientist, from a scientific standpoint, although Chin Moyu's hardware information has not changed, the software has been completely updated. How will his abilities be improved now? Okay, Chin Moyu, stop pretending to be cool and tell me, how are your abilities now? After waiting for a long time, Shin Mayu didn't move at all, so Alice couldn't help but ask. I'm not trying to be cool, but I'm trying to see if I can release my telekinesis. It seems like it's still not working. Although my mental power has been greatly improved, it's not enough to unleash my telekinesis. Shin Mayu opened his eyes and shook his head. On the one hand, telepathy requires accumulation of time to become stronger. On the other hand, it also requires high-intensity combat to stimulate it. As someone who has experienced this, and has been teaching her clones to develop their abilities during this period, Alice gave a very precise answer. Okay, that's good. Hearing this, Shin Mayu nodded and said. Immediately, after spinning for a while, he turned into a car and said, now, I can turn into a car. Before, I could only turn into a motorcycle. Is there any big difference between turning into a car and a motorcycle? Alice asked a little strangely as she tilted her head slightly to look at the car Shin Mayu had turned into. What a huge difference. Hearing this, Dr. Ixis couldn't help but speak. Before, whether it was transformed into a motorcycle or an electric oven, the quality of the transformed items was not much different from Shin Mayu's original quality. This still follows the law of conservation of mass, but it's different. Staring at Shin Mayu with bright eyes, Dr. Ixis walked over and tried to move it with force, but it was difficult to move a car at all. Yes, what the doctor said makes sense. Shin Mayu, who turned into a car, also sounded. In the original work of Baby Angxingjian, a Xing transforms into an electric oven that is almost as big as a bathroom. The rice cooker he transforms into is also irregularly huge. Even a tube of toothpaste is very huge. Why is that? It is because of the change in quality that it cannot be too different from your own human body. It is precisely because of this that Shin Mayu can turn into a motorcycle, but cannot turn into a car, let alone an airplane or a tank. But now, with the T-virus strengthening her mental power, Shin Mayu can try to break this rule. Now it can be turned into a car. Will it be turned into an airplane in the future? Tank? Even something like an aircraft carrier? Besides, what about the smaller ones? Can it be turned into a laptop? Cell phone? Watch? Even something as big as Ant-Man from the Marvel Universe? From this point of view, it seems that with the infinite improvement of one's own abilities and spiritual power, there are infinite possibilities. From a motorcycle to a car, it seems that it does not mean much at present, but the meaning behind it is completely different. Just like in primitive society, the difference between eating raw meat and knowing how to roast meat over fire seemed not very big at that time, and both could survive. However, in the course of human development, this has completely different meanings. After the strengthening is completed, the next step is to rely on the accumulation of time and fighting to improve his telekinesis. For Shin Mayu, the purpose of strengthening himself has been achieved. After counting the days, I came to the world of Resident Evil. The timeline has exceeded a month and a half, and there are only about 10 days left to stay. Alice, no matter how familiar I am with my abilities, you and the clones should prepare themselves. In 3 days, we will begin to attack the hive. This doomsday should be over. After turning into a human body, Shin Mayu spoke. In the next 3 days, Alice and the clone army conducted final special training, and Shin Mayu was naturally familiar with her own mental power. As his mental power increased and his control over himself also increased, Shin Mayu's reflexes also improved in all aspects. 3 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Shin Mayu, who was ready to go, continued to transform into a motorcycle. The other clone armies each had a motorcycle ready, and a group of people set off directly. Because he helped him complete the enhancement, Shin Mayu did not kill Dr. Ix's, but she did not take him with him either. He has little fighting ability, and if he goes with him, he will be in a narrow escape situation. A group of people headed in the direction of the hive, like a sharp knife. Any zombies wandering in the wild who came close to them were all killed without mercy, and they were completely unimpeded. On the edge of the sea, there is a huge warship. Weskier is sitting quietly in his room. The entire warship is Weskier's current base. At this time, Weskier looked at the computer screen, which was still playing the scene of Shin Mayu's battle at Dr. Ix's base. A strange robot, but it is completely unscientific. What is going on with this robot? Weskier murmured in a low voice. Although he was already familiar with the recent repeated research, Weskier felt very shocked every time he saw it. Considering the interests of the umbrella company, Weskier felt that the robot was even more important than Alice. If we can capture this robot, or even control the related technology of this robot, the benefits will be immeasurable. Have they captured a base and been hiding there for more than a month?
In the past month or so, the relevant mobilization has almost been in place.
Can they prepare a hunting plan and catch this robot? Weskier thought in his mind, thinking secretly.
While Qin Mayu and the others were hiding in the base this month, Weskier also mobilized the armed forces of the Umbrella Company and successively surrounded Qin Mayu and the others in the direction of the base. Qin Mayu and the others thought about fighting in the hive, and they could only succeed and not fail. Similarly, Weskier also wanted to besiege the base occupied by Qin Mayu and the others, and he was also allowed to succeed and not fail. However, just when Weskier thought it was time to take action, suddenly, the holographic image of the White Queen appeared, and the picture on the screen also changed accordingly. Alice and the others have already left the base.
It looks like they are all out.
Judging from their route, there is an 82.22% chance that they are heading towards Raccoon City. Why are they going to Raccoon City for no reason?
Isn't Raccoon City already razed to the ground? Weskier was secretly surprised when he heard what the White Queen said. However, after thinking for a while, Weskier's expression couldn't help but change. Could it be? They were heading for the hive? Could it be that they already know the truth of the matter?
It's impossible. After realizing this, Weskier shook his head again. Logically speaking, it is impossible for them to know this information.
The clone Dr. Ixis doesn't even know about it. Alice and the others have no way to know the truth, right? But other than this explanation, I couldn't figure out what they were going to do in Raccoon City.
The probability has increased to 86.66%. The holographic projection of the White Queen had no expression. When Weskier was thinking about the possibility of Alice and the others going to Raccoon City, Weskier then spoke to remind him. Immediately give the order, let all the prepared forces chase after them, and try to capture the robot and Alice alive as much as possible.
Hearing this, Weskier's heart tightened and he gave the order. What if there is little chance of being captured alive? Queen White asked.
If there is little chance of being captured alive, we are allowed to kill him. Weskier thought for a moment and replied. Soon, the White Queen began to send instructions. However, looking at the rout of Alice's army on the screen, Weskier's face became increasingly ugly. If it was originally a siege of a base, he would have been prepared for it. But now, the offensive and defensive battle that he had planned for a long time has turned into a chase in the wild, and his winning rate has naturally dropped.
But there was no way.
If the truth of the hive was really exposed and they captured the hive, the consequences would be disastrous. He would be forced to take action.
Weskier didn't like the feeling of being led by others.
The army of motorcycles headed towards the hive at extremely high speeds. The most important thing is that motorcycles are more maneuverable than cars, and the army of Alice clones can all display good combat effectiveness.
Qin Mayu had no problem even more.
She transformed into a motorcycle and also hung a pair of Gatling machine guns to clear the way, tearing countless approaching zombies into pieces. A full 7 or 8 hours passed, and as the sky turned dark, Qin Mayu and his party finally arrived at the ruins of Raccoon City.
Yes, ruins.
After suffering the baptism of nuclear bombs, the entire Raccoon City has been reduced to ruins. After arriving at the end of the field, Qin Mayu turned into her own appearance, and Alice's army also stopped and took out food and water to replenish their strength. After riding a motorcycle for 7 or 8 hours, everyone was a little tired.
We in China have a saying that soldiers are valuable and quick. After 10 minutes of rest, let's take action.
Qin Mayu said, watching Alice and the others replenishing their strength.
Okay.
Alice nodded, her expression serious, but her hands moved much faster when eating and drinking. However, although Qin Mayu had a good idea, it was only a 10-minute break, which was not too long. But after just 6 or 7 minutes, Alice suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky with a solemn expression.
What's wrong? What happened?
Seeing Alice's expression change, Qin Mayu also looked at the dark night sky. The electronic eyes scanned, but could not see anything because of the darkness.
Someone is coming, and there are many. Alice's telepathy was very powerful.
She had obviously sensed something, and her face became extremely solemn. As if to confirm her words, after a while, lights appeared in the night sky. Transport planes appeared in the sky, and the lights fell directly on Qin Mayu and others.
Under these transport planes, there are also many containers hanging. Is this a protective umbrella action?
Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Mayu's expression became serious.
There was no time to admire Alice's telepathy.
To be able to make such a big move in the current situation, Qin Mayu understood that only the Umbrella Company could do it.
DDDD.
As these transport planes approached, the lights turned down, and Qin Mayu's eyes scanned, and he could see that the transport planes were carrying a lot of heavy weapons.
Go quickly.
Hurry, Shin Mayu said anxiously when he saw the existence of these heavy weapons. Immediately it turned into a motorcycle and stopped in front of Alice. Come up quickly and ride me. At this time, Alice didn't care so much anymore. She turned over and jumped onto Shin Mayu's body. Then, the wheels of the motorcycle rolled rapidly, splashing a large amount of mud and sand.
Day. The hanging machine gun, with bullets pouring down, swept towards Alice's army. Boom boom boom.
At the same time, bombs fell one after another, exploding in pieces. Suddenly, it was like being on a battlefield, with bullets and bombs flying everywhere.
Although the Alice clones were very agile in their movements, they soon suffered casualties. Sitting on Shin Mayu's body, Alice looked back at the miserable condition of her clones, feeling both distressed and angry. However, Alice also knew that the reason why the protective umbrella made such a big move was precisely to prove that Shin Mayu's words were true. This hive indeed hides the core truth of the umbrella.
In this case, if you choose to stay and help, you will be sacrificing yourself in vain.
The best way is to rush into the hive and attract the attention of the protective umbrella. The motorcycle is like a juggling act, its movements are extremely fast, and it can even make many movements that are completely unreasonable.
Bullets and shells all fell around Shin Mayu, making it difficult to hit. At the same time, under Alice's guidance, Shin Mayu ran towards the entrance of the hive base at full speed. Before, I was able to block bullets with a knife, and my reflexes were already very sharp in all aspects. However, after being strengthened by the T-virus, I have improved a lot on this basis. Fortunately, I have been strengthened with the T-virus. Otherwise, if these bullets and cannonballs are pouring down, it will be difficult for me to dodge them all. Under the fire of these bullets, Shin Mayu felt like he had been surrounded by thousands of flowers without any leaves touching him. At the same time, he felt happy in his heart. Fortunately, I chose to strengthen the T-virus in advance. Otherwise, I would have to explain such a big movement today. Originally, the purpose of this armed force was to capture Shin Mayu and Alice alive. Now, as they approached the hive base, their attention was naturally focused on them to a greater extent. Bullets and artillery shells fell more and more densely, and Shin Mayu's speed was inevitably seriously affected in order to dodge.
Boom, boom, boom.
As he watched the hive entrance getting closer and closer, finally, all the dozen or so containers hanging under the transport plane fell down, hitting Shin Mayu in random directions, blocking his way. Immediately afterwards, the electronic lock on the container flashed a few times and slowly opened. Swish, swish, swish. As the container was opened, several extremely strong lickers jumped out of the container. Without eyes, they twitched their noses a few times, quickly locked on Alice's traces, and pounced directly. On the other side, there were several loud bang-dong-dong sounds, and the tall and extremely strong monster directly penetrated the thin iron sheet of the container and jumped out. Holding a huge axe-like weapon in his hand, he rushed towards Shin Mayu and Alice. As he ran, the ground shook as if a tank was coming. At the same time, there are also small but agile zombie-like creatures such as zombie dogs. Seeing these zombie monsters blocking the way, Shin Mayu also turned into a human body. With a grenade launcher and a Gatling machine gun, his eyes scanned the paths of these monsters and automatically calculated the best response plan. Bullets poured out, mainly attacking agile zombie dogs and lickers. The grenade launcher fired grenades one after another, mainly covering the huge zombies, with sufficient firepower. In an instant, many zombie dogs were torn into pieces. Alice also moved quickly. As an assistant, she checked for leaks and filled in the gaps. Some lickers and zombie dogs that rushed through the dense fire net rushed forward to meet them. More than a dozen containers are falling one after another, and there are more and more zombie monsters. After all, Shin Mayu and Alice were unable to defeat 4 hands with only 2 fists. After fighting and retreating, they only felt that the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. Not to mention rushing into the hive, on the contrary, he was forced to retreat. More and more zombie dogs and lickers passed through Shin Mayu's fire net, and Alice was unable to resist them. Ouch! A zombie dog rushed to Shin Mayu's side. Originally, zombie creatures were mainly attracted to Alice, but because the zombie dog was closer, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit Shin Mayu's crotch. The whole body is full of artificial organs, with only the brain and lower body remaining, and the brain is also wrapped in high alloy. Therefore, facing the approach of zombie monsters, Shin Mayu naturally focuses on protecting his lower body. The zombie dog opened its mouth and bit it. Shin Mayu quickly raised his leg and kicked the dog on the head. Like a watermelon being kicked, the dog's head exploded. Bang bang bang. Seeing the situation here, the Alice clones, who had been suppressed by the fire and were miserable, rushed towards this side, holding firearms and even cold weapons in their hands, and turned to support Chin Mayu's side.
Go quickly! Go in quickly!
One of the Alices spoke and said towards Chin Mayu. In this situation, everyone understood that the best way was not to stay, but to rush through the encirclement and enter the hive. I looked up and saw that of the 80 clones, only 40 or 50 were left, and the remaining half were all dead.
Alice was anxious and angry. Let's go.
In this critical battle situation, there was no time to say so many words. Many of the remaining clones shouted in unison. These shouts were accompanied by screams. Some clones were hit by bullets, some were blown up by bombs, and some were bitten by lickers. The scene was bloody and miserable. Looking back at these clones of Alice, they were completely determined to create opportunities for themselves. After all, they had lived together for more than a month. Seeing them die one after another in front of him, Chin Mayu was also very worried.
Be touched. For a moment, I just felt that a powerful force surged in my brain under this stimulation. DDDD.
As the energy surges out of the brain, there seems to be corresponding prompts in the consciousness. However, at this critical moment, Chin Mayu had no time to pay attention to these reminders.
Alice, let's go.
Looking at Alice beside him, Chin Mayu shouted, and then opened his mouth. Chin Mayu's mouth grew bigger and bigger, even becoming larger than a human being. He opened the mouth and swallowed Alice whole. Then, Chin Mayu's figure spun around, setting off a whirlwind that knocked the 2 zombie dogs that were charging away. Immediately, a truck appeared on the spot. Not caring that he could actually turn into a truck now, Chin Mayu rushed towards the entrance of the hive. A tall tyrant zombie stood in front of Chin Mayu with a big hammer in his hand. He raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the truck. However, the speed of the truck increased instead of decreasing, and it hit him hard. The hammer came down and the front of the truck was dented.
The tall tyrant zombie was directly hit by the truck and flew out.
Even the tall zombies couldn't stop the truck transformed by Chin Mayu, and naturally the lickers and zombie dogs could only be crushed. After knocking away 7 or 8 zombie dogs and 2 or 3 lickers, Chin Mayu finally rushed to the entrance of the hive. Immediately afterwards, the truck transformed into a motorcycle and drove Alice directly inside.
How can it be?
On the other side, Weskier, who was remotely commanding the battle in the base, stood up suddenly when he saw Chin Mayu on the screen turning into a truck. Although Chin Mayu can fight with unlimited ammunition, we know that his existence almost violates the most basic law of conservation of mass in physics.
However, with bullets pouring out in an unlimited amount, how could this scene be more shocking? A person's form actually turned into a truck in the blink of an eye? Moreover, can it quickly switch to the form of a motorcycle? The huge difference in body shape is unbelievable.
White Queen, quickly contact the hive base headquarters and wake up the important people.
There is a big problem.
Although they were shocked, seeing that Chin Mayu and Alice's goal was indeed to go to the hive and they had already entered, Weskier hurriedly said the Queen.
The hive base is also hidden underground, transforming into a motorcycle, carrying Alice and speeding downward quickly.
I don't know if there are any zombie monsters chasing me from behind, but even if there are, they won't be able to catch up with me. In this way, after driving down the passage for nearly half an hour, Chin Mayu and Alice finally entered the interior of the hive base.
Standing inside the base, Alice looked around with a sigh of relief.
Unexpectedly, after he finally escaped from the hive, he would come back here one day. Chin Mayu, who had turned into a human form, also touched his head. When he first transformed into a truck, he was hit hard by a hammer, and it seemed that his skull was dented.
Hey Alice, welcome back. Just when Alice was looking around and sighing, a steady male voice rang out. A man in a black suit walked out.
His appearance was none other than Dr. Ixis.
Obviously, this person is the awakened Dr. Ixis himself.
Touching his head, some of the depressions on Chin Mayu's skull quickly returned to their original state. At the same time, Chin Mayu's eyes fell on Dr. Ixis. Similarly, at this time, Dr. Ixis's eyes also fell on Chin Mayu, and the two of them were sizing each other up.
Are you the robot that Weskier mentioned? Where did you come from?
Dr. Ixis asked after staring at Chin Mayu seriously. As a senior executive of the umbrella company, Dr. Ixis felt that if there was such robotic technology on Earth, he would not be unaware of it.
You asked me, do I have to answer you? Chin Mayu gave Ixis a roll of his eyes.
The two sides are on opposite sides, and only one can survive. In such a situation, Chin Mayu is naturally too lazy to waste time talking nonsense.
Oh?
You can also clearly express your emotions, whether it is real emotions or just simulated expressions.
This level of intelligence is even higher than that of the White Queen.
Defining Chin Mayu as a robot, naturally, Dr. Ixis, I feel that these changes in Chin Mayu's expression are all controlled by artificial intelligence. Chin Mayu was too lazy to talk nonsense, but Ixis looked very interested in Chin Mayu.
Seeing that Chin Mayu didn't answer, he didn't mean to shut up and continued, "You are not a technological product from aliens, are you? Or are you from the future? Or other parallel universes? Now I know why the clone Dr. Ixis is so interested in me."
Seeing Ixis chattering in front of him, Chin Mayu secretly complained in his heart. Alice next to her felt a little weird when she saw that Ixis' attention was completely focused on Chin Mayu. No matter when, the umbrella company's attention is focused on itself, but since Chin Mayu appeared, everyone in the umbrella company seems to have shifted their attention from themselves to Chin Mayu. In the past, when being hunted by the umbrella, Alice would definitely be very happy if she took her eyes away from herself, but now, Alice didn't feel happy at all. He raised his hand and pointed the gun at Ixis, and at the same time, a gunshot rang out. Alice will never forget that the reason why she was able to rush into the hive was because her clones tried their best to stop the zombie monsters and armed soldiers. They worked so hard to let themselves in, not just to let themselves in and chat.
Alice's movements were very fast, but Dr. Ixis' reaction was also very fast. He ducked and directly dodged the incoming bullet.
Such quick reaction made Alice look at Ixis in astonishment, feeling unbelievable.
"What's your expression? Do you think you are the only one who has been strengthened by the T-virus?"
Ixis seemed to appreciate Alice's expression and said with a smile. At this point, after a slight pause, Ixis continued, "In addition to the enhancement of the T-virus, I also have corresponding program assistance, which is not comparable to your simple enhancement." As soon as he finished speaking, Ixis jumped towards Alice. Dr. Ixis and Alice started to attack, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dr. Ixis was better than Alice in terms of strength, speed, or reaction. In terms of the battle situation, Dr. Ixis was on top of Alice.
However, Alice is not alone.
Seeing that Alice was at a disadvantage, Chin Mayu naturally would not stand idly by. He raised his hand, and a sharp tang knife appeared in Chin Mayu's hand. However, at the same time, two more men jumped out and stood in front of Chin Mayu. A sturdy man is holding a gun, while another slightly thin man is holding a pair of short blades.
Try to capture him alive.
This robot is of great research value. While fighting Alice, Dr. Ixis could still turn his head to look at Chin Mayu and said,
"Understood." The two men responded, and immediately took action.
The man holding a gun fired bullets at a very tricky angle. The man with a short blade rushed forward, more agile than the licker. As soon as he took action, Chin Mayu knew that these two men must have been strengthened by the T-virus.
However, it's not surprising when you think about it.
Weskier has been strengthened, and the Ixis in front of him has been strengthened, which shows that the top management of the umbrella company has the corresponding technology to strengthen the T-virus. This can also be seen from the fact that the clone Dr. Ixis can strengthen himself. Holding the Tang sword in his hand, Chin Mayu rushed forward without retreating. The sword was sharp and fierce, and he fought with the man holding a pair of short blades. In fact, in terms of strength, Chin Mayu felt that if he fought alone, it would not be a problem to kill the man in front of him with a short blade. But the trouble is that there is a man holding a gun nearby to assist, so Chin Mayu has to distract himself to dodge or resist the bullets. Fortunately, I was also enhanced by the T-virus.
Otherwise, it would be really difficult for me to deal with these two enhanced people attacking me.
After fighting for a while, in terms of the situation, he did not have much upper hand, but he did not fall into a disadvantage. Chin Mayu secretly sighed in his heart, and was secretly grateful.
This guy's strength is much better than the image data Weskier sent us.
After fighting for a while, the man holding the gun said,
"That's right. According to the image data, if the two of us work together, we can defeat him."
The man holding the short blade nodded when he heard this.
"Should we wake up other people to help?"
Then, the strong man asked.
"Okay, let Dr. Ixis give the order. After all, the main thing is to capture him alive."
Compared with Chin Mayu's side, where the battle was almost at a stalemate, Dr. Ixis had the upper hand over Alice. Dr. Ixis naturally listened to the conversation between the two.
"White Queen."
I also felt that what they said was reasonable. After all, the main purpose was to capture her alive. Immediately, Dr. Ixis shouted,
"Doctor!"
A holographic image appeared, and the White Queen who looked like a little girl responded.
"You wake up Noah again. Just to be on the safe side, he will understand." Dr. X's said. I'm sorry, Doctor, you don't have the authority to wake up other people. However, after Dr. X's finished speaking, the White Queen refused his request. These words made Dr. X's face change. Don't you have the authority to wake up others? Because of the idea of capturing the robot, he woke up the other two people to help. Isn't this what he just did? Why don't I have permission now? Has anyone modified their permissions? In other words, can anyone modify their permissions? After a slight pause, Dr. X's face darkened, and at the same time, he spat out a name angrily. Alicia. As Ixis shouted angrily, a wheelchair slowly appeared. Sitting in the wheelchair was an old woman who looked to be 60 or 70 years old. She looked graceful and luxurious. It's you who changed my permissions. Dr. Ixis shouted angrily, staring at the old woman in front of him. However, the old woman did not answer Dr. X's shout. Instead, her eyes fell on Alice. There is sadness, relief, and appreciation in the eyes. As the old woman appeared, Alice's eyes also fell on her. Judging from her appearance, Alice could feel something familiar. Who are you? After fighting with Ixis, her body was injured, but Alice's attention was focused on this old woman. In a way, I am you. Alice, the old woman said. Now that she had appeared, Alicia had no intention of hiding anything and confessed the truth to Alice. It turns out that the old woman Alicia in front of her is the highest status person in the umbrella company, and the founder of the entire company is Alicia's father. The original forms of the Red Queen and the White Queen were created based on Alicia's childhood appearance. It can be said to be the childhood version of Alicia. However, after all, it is just artificial intelligence and does not have its own emotions and desires. However, the biggest truth is that Alice was actually created based on Alicia, a young version of Alicia. Alicia naturally has high hopes for Alice, just like parents have high hopes for their children. Fortunately, judging from the current situation, Alice's growth makes Alicia feel gratified and happy. So, I am a clone myself? After learning the truth of the matter, Alice was stunned and murmured secretly in her heart. Originally, her first memory started from the hive, and Alice thought she had lost her previous memories. It turns out that the truth is actually like this? Because I didn't have a childhood at all? I am the same as those clones. Is it true that I am also a clone? Alicia, do you think you can save her by limiting my authority? This is impossible. Ixis shouted, still looking angry, and then continued to rush towards Alice. You too, the plan has changed. It's best if you can capture him alive. If you can't capture him alive, you can kill him. When he started, Dr. Ixis didn't forget to turn his head and shouted towards Chin Moyu. Understood. You finish it quickly and come over there to help. The two men who were fighting Chin Moyu were awakened from their slumber by Ixis, and they were obviously high-level officials of the umbrella. Therefore, of course they also understood the value of Chin Moyu and nodded in response. Alice, this is all I can do. Next, it's up to you. Sitting in a wheelchair, Alicia said to Alice and Chin Moyu. However, Alice was being suppressed by Dr. Ixis at this time and had no time to reply to her words. Oh, it's not like the situation has evolved to this situation. Chin Moyu sighed secretly in his heart as he fought with the two men. Originally, I had a good plan to save Alice's clone army and attack the hive together to end this doomsday. Logically speaking, the success rate was high. But unexpectedly, the plan still failed to keep up with the changes. Because of his intervention, Weskier had already arranged his forces to stop them, and the army of Alice clones he originally thought about did not enter the hive. Moreover, in the original work, only Dr. Ixis was awakened. But because of his intervention, Ixis actually awakened two more high-level enhancers of the umbrella, so that he could not play a big role. The battle between Alice and Dr. Ixis in the original work was able to turn around, mainly because the clone Ixis took action to kill the original. But now, the clone has not come. Fortunately, the two men fighting him mainly strengthened their strength and speed. If they had strengthened their telekinesis like Alice's, he would have been severely restrained. However, although there were changes in his plan, fortunately Alicia appeared and restricted Ixis's authority in time. Otherwise, if Ixis really awakens a few more senior umbrella officials, he really has no chance of winning. This is a blessing in misfortune. If you want to win, you still have to quickly deal with the two guys in front of you, and then deal with Ixis. However, just when Chin Moyu made up his mind to fight quickly and dare to think of a way to kill the two high-level umbrella officials and then go to support Alice, suddenly, screams rang out. It turned out that Ixis had the same idea as Chin Moyu.
He wanted to make a quick decision and deal with Chin Mayu after getting rid of Alice. One of Alice's legs was directly stepped on by X's. With her leg bones broken, it was naturally difficult for Alice to do anything while lying on the ground. Immediately, X's turned around and took out a heavy weapon, aiming it at Chin Mayu. Wait a minute, the short blade man who was fighting with Chin Mayu turned around, looked at the weapon in X's hand, was startled, and shouted hurriedly. Dee. At the same time, Chin Mayu's electronic eyes scanned the weapon in X's hand, and a scarlet alarm also lit up in front of Chin Mayu's eyes. However, X's did not hesitate at all. The weapon was launched directly, and a cannonball was fired directly towards Chin Mayu. Boom! A powerful explosion sounded. Such an explosion was enough to blow a large truck to pieces. Chin Mayu. Alice, who had a broken leg and was struggling to stand up, shouted when she saw Chin Mayu was directly engulfed by the explosion. Her face changed drastically. X's. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the robot to pieces? The strong man holding a gun next to him said with a slight frown. It's better to give us some fragments to study than to get nothing at all. Dr. X's replied. The man holding the gun thought for a while, but he thought it made sense. He nodded and stopped talking. Alas, Alicia sat in a wheelchair, watching like a complete outsider, listening to the conversation between X's and the others, and sighed secretly in her heart. This is the characteristic of the umbrella company. It is only for profit and has no human touch at all. Life is an existence that can be discarded casually, even for so-called companions. After sighing secretly, Alicia looked at Alice's painful cry and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, Alice is different. She is indeed more outstanding than she imagined. It's a pity that all the robots were killed, leaving only Alice with a broken leg. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Not to mention the conversation between X's and the others, what was in Alicia's mind? At this time, in the midst of an explosion, at a critical moment of life and death, Chin Mayu could feel an extremely powerful force emerging in her body, instantly filling the whole body. At the same time, the corresponding prompt also appeared in front of Chin Mayu. The revenge system has been activated. It's over. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Chin Mayu's heart skipped a beat. In fact, if it weren't for this reminder, Chin Mayu would have forgotten that the artificial man designed by Professor Jiang Si had a revenge system. In the original work, Xing started the revenge system because he suffered a strong blow. But, what is the form of Xingbian's revenge system in the original work? Granny Huang? Although he could feel the activation of the revenge system and powerful energy gushing out from his body, thinking that he would turn into the form of Granny Huang like Xing in the original work, Chin Mayu felt a sense of hopelessness in his heart. A feeling of, no, I can't look like Granny Huang. Soon, Chin Mayu's heart moved, and she hurriedly shook her head and murmured secretly. Yes, in the original work, the data entered into Xing's computer was all about home appliances and the like, but the data he entered included a lot of data about wars and weapons. Therefore, his own revenge system must be different from Xing's revenge system. Same thing, right? Must. Not to mention the thoughts in Chin Mayu's heart. After the explosion dissipated, at this time, X's, Alicia and Alice all looked towards Chin Mayu. Immediately, they all seemed to be under a restraining spell, their expressions synchronized and unified. Eyes glazed over, mouth open. Although Alice's legs were broken, her hands were still fine. She even rubbed her eyes vigorously with her hands, as if she felt dizzy. However, after rubbing her eyes, Alice found that the scene in front of her had not changed at all. This made Alice hesitate and call out to Chin Mayu in a low voice. Are you? Chin Mayu? What's wrong? Alice, you. Seeing that Alice didn't recognize herself, Chin Mayu couldn't help but say. However, after speaking, Chin Mayu reflexively stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, her pupils shrank, and her face looked frightened. My voice actually turned into an old female voice? Could it be? Stretching out his hand, his palm turned directly into a mirror. What caught Chin Mayu's eyes was indeed an old woman, but judging from the shape of her face, she still looked like her. Huang, Granny Huang? How is this possible? Looking at the old woman's appearance in the mirror, Chin Mayu was also dumbfounded. It's unreasonable. Logically speaking, the data entered into my computer is completely different from the Xing in the original work. There is no reason that after my revenge system is activated, I will also look like Granny Huang. Yes, theoretically speaking, it should be impossible for my own revenge system to be Granny Huang. However, soon, Chin Mayu thought of another thing. In the original work of Variety Star King, although Professor Jiang Si usually looks like a scientific madman, in fact,
he seems to have a soft spot for Granny Huang? After Xing became Grandma Huang, it seemed that Professor Jiangxi had turned into a shy and innocent boy? Want to date Axing?
Thinking of this scene, Qin Mayu's mouth twitched slightly.
So, does Professor Jiangxi love Granny Huang? Just like in the real world, many people like two-dimensional characters? So, the activation of the revenge system into Granny Huang is simply a matter of Professor Jiangxi's personal preference? Boom!
Not to mention what Qin Mayu was thinking at this time. After seeing Qin Mayu turn into the appearance of Granny Huang, Ixus was also shocked, but after he came to his senses, he followed up with another cannonball.
Qin Mayu came over.
The cannonball dragged out a long tail flame and shot towards Qin Mayu fiercely. However, very suddenly, a palm suddenly appeared and directly held down the cannonball. This is impossible. Seeing Qin Mayu reaching out and actually catching the cannonball, Ixus shouted in disbelief.
Give it back to you, Qin Mayu grinned and said. As he spoke, he turned the cannon and flew in the direction of Dr. Ixus. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the terrible explosion instantly engulfed Dr. Ixus's whole body.
Naturally, under the bombardment of this shell, Dr. Ixus, who was only flesh and blood, was directly shattered.
On the other side, the strong man holding a gun looked horrified when he saw this scene, turned around and ran away for his life.
After taking a look at the fleeing man, Qin Mayu bent down slightly and pulled out an AWM sniper rifle directly from his crotch with an exaggerated and eye-catching movement. There was a bang of a gunshot, and a flower of blood immediately spattered from the man's head. Immediately, his body fell to the ground due to inertia, and a long blood trail was drawn out. Throwing the sniper rifle aside, Qin Mayu followed Alice and reached out to touch Alice's broken leg bone. With a slight exertion on her hand, there was a click, and Alice's originally broken leg bone was successfully reconnected.
Alice, please get up and take a look. Is your leg okay now? After attaching Alice's leg bone, Granny Huang became amiable and said. Hearing this, Alice stood up and tried it.
Although her leg bones would still feel a little needle pricking if she exerted force, there was no big problem when walking.
Immediately, Alice said, thank you, mother-in-law, mother-in-law, cough, cough, cough. Qin Mayu's face fell when he heard this, and he even choked on his breath, and couldn't help but bend down and cough. Seeing this, Alice reached out to support Granny Huang, patted her back gently and said, Grandma, you haven't told me yet, where is Qin Mayu gone? That's me. Hearing this, Qin Mayu replied. You? You are it? Didn't you become a woman? Alice asked in surprise when she heard this. Immediately, as if she remembered something, Alice followed up and said, remember what Claire said before, when we first met, he said you might have nothing down there? It turns out that Claire's joke was actually true? Bullshit. Hearing this, Qin Mayu almost screamed. Then, Qin Mayu also felt a little uneasy.
She turned around slightly, lifted up her skirt and glanced down. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, I chose to keep my brain and lower body when I was transformed. Now that I have become Granny Huang, my lower body is still there.
Hey, what are you peeking at?
After putting down the hem of her skirt, Qin Mayu turned around, only to see Alice stretching her neck to peek, and asked angrily.
No, I didn't see anything. What didn't you see? I can feel that you didn't mean what you said. Qin Mayu looked at Alice suspiciously. Huh? Can you roughly feel other people's thoughts now? Has your telekinesis improved? Yeah. It seems like that.
After hearing Alice's reminder, Qin Mayu thought about it and nodded in agreement. However, thinking of this, Qin Mayu then said, don't change the topic. P.S. Many thanks to book friend Wang Yaochen for the 300 starting coins. Alicia, sitting quietly on the wheelchair, watched Qin Mayu and Alice bickering together, and the corners of her mouth slowly curved up. Treating Alice as her own child also put a lot of hope into her. Seeing Alice grow up to what she is now, Alicia felt very happy in her heart. Alice, seeing that the bickering between Qin Mayu and Alice had almost come to an end, Alicia spoke.
Hearing this, Alice turned her head. It's time for the umbrella to end, and I will end it with the umbrella.
I hope you can live happily in the future. Alicia said, saying goodbye to Alice with a calm and serene expression. Actually, you can live well. Looking at Alicia in front of her, Alice said after a moment of silence. No, for me, I am very satisfied to see my will continue in you, even better than I expected. Things that should be abandoned in history should be abandoned decisively, same thing. Shaking her head slightly, Alicia's expression remained calm.
Excuse me, where is the antidote that can kill all T-viruses? This doomsday should end. Qin Mayu took 2 steps forward and asked.
Half an hour later, Shin Moyu, who had exited the revenge system, returned to her original appearance. Although the revenge mode exited and Shin Moyu could feel that the nearly invincible power had also faded, Shin Moyu did not feel any pity at all. Leaving the umbrella base with Alice, Shin Moyu held a green medicinal solution in his hand.
This is the antidote that can kill the T-virus around the world.
However, after walking out, Shin Moyu and Alice were a little stunned. Because there are about 20 more Alice clones outside, healing each other.
Not long after you broke into the umbrella base, those soldiers received new instructions to retreat.
Seeing the confusion of Shin Moyu and Alice, one of the clones replied,
"It's Alicia."
Listening to the clone's words, Shin Moyu understood that Alicia should have intervened and changed or even directly revoked Weskier's authority. In the original work, Alicia can directly revoke his status as chairman.
In any case, Alice was still very happy.
She originally thought that all these clones would be wiped out, but at least half of them survived.
Shin Moyu, when will this antidote be used?
After greeting the clones, Alice immediately asked Shin Moyu. This antidote can spread through the air, as long as it is broken into pieces, but Shin Moyu keeps holding it in his hand.
This antidote will kill all T-viruses.
We also have T-viruses in our bodies, Shin Moyu replied after looking at Alice.
You mean, after using this antidote, we will all die? After hearing Shin Moyu's answer, Alice's face became much more serious.
That's not the case. It will only kill the T-virus and has no effect on living cells. Therefore, we will not die, but we will lose consciousness for a period of time.
It is inevitable.
Therefore, we have to find a safe place.
The place will do.
Hearing this, Shin Moyu corrected him.
Okay. Then let's find a safe place.
After thinking about it, Alice agreed with Shin Moyu's idea.
Boom! After Shin Moyu and others left, not long after, a violent explosion sounded, making Alice look back. The entire hive base was completely reduced to ruins in the horrific explosion. This time it was really completely destroyed.
After sighing for a moment, Shin Moyu and Alice's army spent 2 days finding a city that had been reduced to ruins.
Naturally, there are countless zombies in the city.
Shin Moyu, Alice and the others rushed straight into the city and found a rooftop of a building. Because during the period of unconsciousness, the thing you fear most is not zombies, but humans. Therefore, Shin Moyu and the others found a place full of zombies. This was the safest way. Shin Moyu held emerald green antidote in her hand.
See you later, good afternoon.
Looking at Shin Moyu, Alice smiled slightly and said,
No, maybe we will never have the chance to meet again. However, Shin Moyu shook his head after hearing this and formally said goodbye to Alice.
What do you mean?
Alice asked in surprise after hearing this.
I have said before in Claire's survivor team that I am the savior.
Now that the end of the world is coming to an end, my mission has been completed and it's time for me to leave.
Shin Moyu replied.
Leave? Where are you going?
After hearing this, Alice asked. Go to a place far, far away. If you have the chance to see Claire and Carlos again, remember to say goodbye for me.
Shin Moyu replied.
Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to his return in 2 months, Shin Moyu said a few more words, said a good goodbye, and then looked at the weather. It was very windy today, which was just right.
Immediately, the antidote in his hand hit the ground hard, and the antidote spread instantly.
Shin Moyu and others were on the rooftop, and dense and endless zombies were rushing toward the rooftop crazily.
However, after the antidote was directly smashed, these zombies that were still so menacing immediately fell down in pieces like wheat.
Centered on the rooftop, the antidote mixed in the air and spread out everywhere.
Invisible fluctuations spread out, and all the zombies fell down after the T-virus was eliminated.
Seeing all the zombies around her fall down and the area rapidly expanding, Alice's face showed a look of relief. Suddenly, Alice opened her hands and hugged Shin Moyu tightly. However, before Shin Moyu made any move, his consciousness became more and more blurred.
Then, Shin Moyu and all Alice fell unconscious.
As expected, however, after Shin Moyu and others were all unconscious, about half an hour later, a helicopter suddenly appeared and landed on the rooftop.
Weskier was obviously well prepared and got off the helicopter with a ventilator on his head.
They had already guessed that after they got the antidote, the world would end. They also knew that Shin Moyu, a robot, could be strengthened by the T-virus.
Weskier had been secretly preparing to catch Shin Moyu when they were unconscious.
Walk. Sure enough, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. After seeing Shin Moyu pass out, Weskier waved his hand, and the high-tech products he had prepared long ago fell on Shin Moyu, completely restricting his actions. Immediately, Shin Mayu was moved onto the plane. The plane took off. Looking at Shin Mayu, who was caught by him in a coma, Weskier was satisfied. The end of the world is over and the zombies are all gone, but so what? As long as he has this robot in hand, he is confident that he can build an empire more powerful than the Umbrella Company. However, the plane was flying in mid-air, and Shin Mayu's 2-month stay had expired. Shin Mayu's figure turned into dots of stars and completely disappeared in front of Weskier. No matter how hard he tried to retain him, he simply couldn't. Thanks to book friend 9527 Hua Shaoan for the 500 starting coins. In the desert, a convoy slowly stopped on the roadside. The survivors in the convoy were queuing up to get food and drinking water. Alas, Carlos sighed suddenly as he took his bowl of rice and a glass of water. What's wrong? Why are you sighing suddenly? The reincarnation man who followed the survivor team came to Carlos and asked curiously. In the past, there was an unlimited supply of rice and water, but now, it has become 1 portion per person. Carlos said. Unlimited supply? Hearing this, the reincarnator was stunned. Isn't this always the case since I followed this team of survivors? Since when did the survivor team have unlimited rice and water? Moreover, according to their strategy, shouldn't they also go to Aragas? But why have you been wandering aimlessly recently? It's been more than a month. Instead of rushing to eat, Carlos looked into the distance and murmured in a low voice, with a lot of sighs and sighs. What are you waiting for? The reincarnator heard this and asked even more curiously. We are waiting for the end of this doomsday. Carlos replied, looking back at him. It's not that I want to throw cold water on you. As far as I know, it's impossible for this doomsday to end. Seeing that the time for his return is getting closer, the reincarnator thought for a while and replied. Resident Evil is the second dimension of the Palace of Reincarnation. Although the death rate is over 90%, the number of reincarnators who have passed through can be said to be tens of thousands. But in the guide to the Palace of Reincarnation, there has never been a scene where the end of the world is ended. No, someone told me that he can end this doomsday. I believe in him. Our entire team believes in him. After hearing this, Carlos shook his head and said seriously. Someone said that it can end the end of the world? Who? Hearing this, the face of the reincarnator changed slightly. Reincarnation time travel is launched in batches of hundreds of people, and the location is random. Is it possible? Did you happen to meet other reincarnators? It seems that this is the only way to make sense, otherwise why would the behavior of these people be completely different from the strategies I know? It must be the influence of other reincarnations. DDDD. However, just when Carlos opened his mouth and was about to answer, suddenly, a rapid siren sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Carlos's face changed slightly. He hurriedly put down the rice and water glass in his hands, and rushed out with the gun in hand. Something happened. A lot of zombies appeared from nowhere. MJ's face was very ugly and he looked into the distance. At this time, everyone in the survivor team was attracted. Looking at the distance, hundreds of zombies were running towards this direction. Their faces became ugly. Then, everyone quickly got in the car and left. However, although the movement was already very fast, these zombies still surrounded them and desperately slapped the car windows that were welded shut by steel bars. Looking at the hundreds of zombies, the members of the survivor team all looked very ugly and their expressions became nervous. However, just as they were using all their power to drive away these zombies and escape, suddenly, a gust of wind blew. These zombies immediately fell down in pieces like robots whose power was cut off. The zombies that were still menacing just now all fell down in the blink of an eye. The transition between extreme movement and extreme stillness was very abrupt in just an instant. This made all the survivors of Claire's team stunned. Hey, what happened to them? They all fell down and stopped moving? After a moment of silence, the Black MJ said. Could it be? He really succeeded? Following MJ's words, Claire seemed to have thought of something and said. It must be, he really did it. After hearing this, Carlos was silent for a while, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Hey, who is he that you have been talking about? Hearing this, the reincarnator next to him asked loudly. At the same time, looking at the zombies lying motionless on the ground, the reincarnator was even more stunned. Could it be? Can the end of the Resident Evil world really end? However, before the reincarnator could find out who the person who ended the end of the world was, suddenly, his body turned into dots of stars and disappeared into this world of biohazard. Slowly opening his eyes, Shin Mayu looked around and found that it was exactly as he expected. He had returned to the Palace of Reincarnation. What I am currently in is a secret room. After Qin Moyu regained consciousness, Qin Moyu lowered his head and looked at his palm. The number on it changed, D250.
So, after I got the T-virus enhancement, my combat power evaluation increased from more than 180 to 250? It probably increased my combat power by more than 60?
Looking at the numbers in his palm, Qin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart.
Although it doesn't seem like much, this Resident Evil is just the second reincarnation world after all.
Moreover, the strengthening of the T-virus takes time to accumulate slowly.
Is it really good to be able to improve so much?
Just when Qin Moyu was looking at the increase in combat power brought about by the strengthening of the T-virus and secretly calculating it, she seemed to be aware of Qin Moyu's awakening, and the mechanical voice of the Palace of Reincarnation rang in Qin Moyu's mind. Congratulations to Gongziyu, the Reincarnation Master, for completing a hidden mission to protect the plot character MJ from turning into a zombie. The mission evaluation grade is D, and the reward is 100 G silver ingots *10. Congratulations to Samsara Master Gongziyu for completing a hidden mission and protecting members of Claire's survivor team from the zombie crow attack. The mission evaluation grade is A, and the rewarded combat power index is 220. Congratulations to Samsara Master Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once and saving all the Alice clones in the laboratory. The mission evaluation grade is A, and the Artificial Intelligence Red Queen USB flash drive *1 is rewarded. Congratulations to Samsara Master Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once and ending the end of the world. The mission evaluation level is S, and the reward is T-virus original solution *1. Hiss, listening to the continuous prompts from the Palace of Reincarnation, Qin Moyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The reward is 10 100 G silver ingots, which is not worth mentioning.
Reward combat power index 220? This improvement is indeed very high. Reward Red Queen Artificial Intelligence USB flash drive? This effect is indeed great.
But what's really terrifying is that the T-virus original solution was actually brushed out by himself. Qin Moyu had already guessed that he had saved the post-apocalyptic world of Resident Evil and would complete the S-level hidden mission. However, this S-level mission reward actually rewards T-virus original solution? What's even more frightening is that I only have the original solution of T-virus, but I don't have the corresponding antidote. A reincarnator, who had just experienced the time travel of Resident Evil, immediately ran out of his secret room, and then came to the corresponding section of Resident Evil to check the harvest list. Following Claire's survivor team, they learned that they should have been in contact with reincarnators before them, and they made bold promises, telling them that they would end the end of the biohazard.
This reincarnator did not believe it at first.
However, when I finally returned, I saw hundreds of zombies lying on the ground for no reason, which seemed to indicate that the mysterious reincarnation had succeeded.
Can the end of the Resident Evil world really be ended? If this is the case, this is definitely an S-level hidden mission, right? Who is it? Can anyone really do this?
So far, the highest earning list of Resident Evil is only a level hidden missions. This reincarnator came to the biohazard harvest list to check it out.
The highest chart position. Reincarnation Mo Yuling, a level hidden mission.
Combat power increased from E68 to D118.
Reincarnation Mo Yuling, the A-level mission she completed rewarded the Artificial Intelligence White Queen.
She is currently an official member of China. She was promoted to the level of B-level reincarnation last month and was widely publicized.
This is something almost everyone across the country knows. It seems that I was wrong?
Seeing that the top scorer in the biohazard list was still the reincarnator Mo Yuling, the reincarnator secretly murmured in his heart.
But, what if I really thought wrong? Why did hundreds of zombies collapse to the ground for no reason when they finally returned? Wow, look, this Resident Evil harvest list has been updated. Is it too exaggerated? Just when the reincarnator was secretly wondering, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out, attracting his attention.
Looking up again, sure enough, there were changes on the harvest list.
Samsara Mo Yuling was pushed to second place, and a new name appeared at the top of the list.
Samsara Gongziyu completed the S-level hidden mission, and his combat power increased from D183 to D470.
Another S-level hidden mission? Who is this Gongziyu? He has completed S-level hidden missions in 2 reincarnations of the world? Is this increase in combat power too exaggerated? Resident Evil directly increased combat power by nearly 300 points?
How many people have traveled through time and space more than a dozen times, but they may not have such high combat power?
I remember that Mo Yuling once said publicly on TV that her level hidden mission was to defeat Weskier, the ultimate boss of Umbrella in Resident Evil. Could it be? Is there any S-level mission more difficult than this?
With the exclamations here, more and more people were attracted, and in an instant, the entire Samsara Palace seemed to be shaken. Although Chin Mayu didn't see it with her own eyes, she could guess with her toes what kind of sensation the update of the harvest list caused. However, at this time, Chin Mayu's main focus was still on the T-virus original solution. Not to mention anyone else, even the holder Chin Mayu herself felt frightened when looking at this T-virus original solution. Because of the Palace of Reincarnation, everyone in the world has a clear understanding of the T-virus. It is precisely because of this that Chin Mayu believes that if he takes out the T-virus liquid, it will definitely be more terrifying than any nuclear weapon deterrent. After looking at it carefully for a moment, Chin Mayu put away the T-virus solution. I hope I never have to use this kind of thing in my life. Immediately, Chin Mayu's mind was focused on other gains. First, there is the silver ingot, 10 ingots, each ingot is 100 G. Judging from the current price of silver, it is not a huge fortune, but after all, it is just a D-level hidden mission. Let's keep it for now. The next world of reincarnation is the world of martial arts, which just comes in handy. In addition, there are combat power rewards. The level of the reincarnation's combat power determines the level of authority it possesses. In short, the stronger the Samsara Palace thinks you are, the higher the authority it will give you. The increase in combat power is obtained from one's own cultivation, and from completing hidden tasks and receiving random rewards from the reincarnation hall. The 220 points of combat power reward made Chin Mayu feel that she was completely different. The most important thing was that her mental power had become stronger. Even, it is so powerful that it can break through the boundaries of the body. Looking at the 10 silver ingots placed in front of him, Chin Mayu stared at it, and then reached out with his mental strength to grab the 10 silver ingots. Sure enough, in Chin Mayu's eyes, these 10 silver ingots flew up out of thin air. Relying on the combat power evaluation of the reward, has my current strengthened mental power turned into telepathy? Looking at the scene in front of him, Chin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. The strength has become stronger, which is naturally a good thing. Finally, Chin Mayu's eyes fell on a small USB flash drive. Is the Red Queen's artificial intelligence stored in this USB flash drive? Can it be used as long as it is plugged into the USB port of the computer? Having traveled through the world twice, if I really say it, I have gained a lot. Not to mention the improvement of one's own strength, the props and items include an artificial human transformation, a secret book of Qigong practice, 10 silver ingots, and a USB flash drive of the Red Queen's artificial intelligence. There is also the most terrifying T-virus original solution. Looking at all his gains, Chin Mayu's eyes then fell on the silver coins transformed by the artificial man. Come to think of it, had I promised others to sell the opportunity to transform artificial humans to others for 500 million? After experiencing the biohazard, Chin Mayu felt even more terrible about artificial humans in the world of biohazard. What if, like me, the other party ended the end of the world and obtained the original solution of the T-virus? Although this possibility is unlikely, not even 1 in 10,000, but what if it really happens? If someone else had a copy of the original T-virus solution, wouldn't it be too dangerous? But, do you want to go back on something you have already promised? Because of my reply on the Reincarnator forum, it is no longer a secret that I have made arrangements with others. If this is a unilateral regret, if your identity is revealed to the world in the future, this will definitely be a big stain in your life, right? Besides, if a man's words don't count, is he still a man? Oh, what a dilemma. After struggling for a moment, Chin Mayu shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he immediately opened the Samsara forum, found the previous post offering a reward, and replied with another message. Chin Mayu said that he had temporarily changed his mind. Due to some unspeakable special reasons, he wanted to raise the price to 1 billion for the opportunity to transform artificial humans. Well, if the price that was originally agreed upon suddenly doubled, the other party would probably become angry and refuse the transaction, right? Although this is still a bit disgraceful, it is better than unilaterally regretting it. After replying to such a post, Chin Mayu nodded secretly. In order to eliminate the slightest possibility of others acquiring the T-virus, this seems to be the only way to do it. P.S. Many thanks to the book friend Zhu Tianyubeast for the 1,000 starting coins, capital, People's Newspaper Building. A man was sitting quietly in front of his computer, sorting out his manuscripts, looking focused.
Brother Tai, immediately, a graceful woman walked over with a smile on her face and said, Master Lin wants you to come over. Okay, got it. After hearing this, Brother Tai stood up and hurried to the editor-in-chief's office. Master Lin, what's the matter? Brother Tai asked after walking in without too much politeness.
The last manuscript you wrote, a newcomer in reincarnation enough to change the world, was very well written and the response was very good. Mr. Lin spoke, first affirming Brother Tai's work. I wrote the manuscript, but the title of this report, Mr. Lin, was the finishing touch.
Not daring to take full credit, Brother Tai smiled and complimented Mr. Lin. This sentence was quite well said.
Hearing this, Mr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly.
Then he said, I have already asked people to keep an eye on the reincarnation space.
Since that Gongziyu has unlocked D-level permissions in the first reincarnation world, he must be able to enter the second reincarnation world soon.
As expected, oh? Has he already passed through the second reincarnation world? Has he also received high evaluations?
Hearing this, Brother Tai was still very interested and asked. Seeing his interested expression, Mr. Lin smiled slightly and was obviously quite satisfied with his attitude.
He followed the coward and asked, then what do you think he should gain? According to common sense, what kind of hidden mission a person can complete depends on strength and luck.
Therefore, most people don't have much substantial gains, but, Brother Tai said a few words first, and then he changed his tone and said, but since Mr. Lin, you specifically asked me to come here and said that people have been watching you for a long time, it means that Gongziyu's gains are enough.
Is he on the Resident Evil Harvest list? Has he completed the A-level hidden mission, and the reward is particularly generous?
Not bad, your ability to grasp some detailed issues and then reason is really good. In response to Brother Tai's inference, Mr. Lin nodded with satisfaction and continued, since your last report on Gongziyu was so well written, I plan to open a corresponding topic in the future, and you will be responsible for the special report.
About Gongziyu. Okay. Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Brother Tai nodded and responded. However, after nodding, he immediately felt that something was not right, and asked in surprise, wait, a special topic is specially open for him? Has this young master you gained more from the Resident Evil than I imagined? Ha! Didn't I tell you just now? He has now pushed Mo Yuling down and is at the top of the Resident Evil Harvest list.
He has one S-level hidden mission, 2 A-level missions, and his combat power has increased from 183 to 470. Scratching his head, Mr. Lin seemed surprised.
Didn't he say this most important thing just now? 2 plane travels, both times completed S-level? And, in addition to S-level, also completed 2 A-level hidden missions?
Eyes widened, Brother Tai's eyes were filled with difficulty, a look of confidence. If an ordinary person could complete an A-level hidden mission once, it would be a very rare thing.
Unexpectedly, Gongziyu not only completed the S-level mission, but also completed 2 A-level missions? No wonder Mr. Lin wants to open a special topic. Let's not talk about it in the future.
As of now, hundreds of millions of people around the world have reincarnated, but the start of Gongziyu is definitely the only mythical one in the world.
The game has begun.
After being shocked, Brother Tai suddenly felt enlightened in his heart. As the saying goes, if a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Although Brother Tai also knows that the situation about Gongziyu will soon spread and cause a sensation again.
His new special report should be a good one. Brilliant speed.
However, Brother Tai understands better that speaking meaningfully is much more important than simply superficial reporting. Therefore, Brother Tai carefully thought about the 3 hidden tasks that Gongziyu had to complete. Once S-level, twice A-level, and then increase the combat power. Then, I combined what I knew about the rewards of A-level tasks and S-level tasks to sort out the general context. The world of reincarnation seems to be endless, and there are so many reincarnators around the world. Although it becomes increasingly difficult in the later worlds, there are still only a handful of people who can perform S-level tasks due to luck, completed. It took several hours to scribble and revise. After the sky had darkened, Brother Tai sorted out what he wanted to report and began to write. As expected by Brother Tai, as Gongziyu once again created the myth, after completing 1 S-level and 2 A-level hidden missions in Resident Evil, the news spread quickly like a virus. And this incident caused a great sensation. In fact, the sensation this time was even more shocking than when Qin Mayu changed the definition of various Star-Lord as a daily series in one fell swoop. Qin Mayu had already left the Palace of Samsara at this time. She lay on her bed, took out her mobile phone, and entered the forum of the Palace of Samsara as a tourist.
browsed through it roughly. Of course, it's not just to take a look at the sensation he has caused and then feel comfortable. At this time, Shin Mayu entered the forum of the Palace of Reincarnation, mainly to take a look at the corresponding information about the third world of reincarnation. If the second world of resident evil is a life and death hurdle stuck in the heads of all reincarnators, then the third world of reincarnation is a platform for all reincarnations. For most reincarnations, this third reincarnation world is an opportunity for everyone to make a huge jump in their combat power. Because the third world of reincarnation is a martial arts world with an ancient Chinese background, called the 8 Parts of the Dragon. In this world of martial arts, there are many martial arts schools. If you enter this world and become a good master, you can get the opportunity to practice martial arts. Therefore, for almost all reincarnations who have survived Resident Evil, this world is almost a world of rewards, allowing everyone to become a master and learn ancient martial arts. Of course, the strategies for this world of reincarnation are also the most complicated. According to the corresponding compilation of the forum, the timeline of this reincarnation world is not long, but there are many major events that shock the world. For example, Juxian Village invites heroes to deal with foreigner Xiaofeng, and Shaolin Temple also holds a hero conference, etc. In these major events, no matter which party you are helping, as long as you can show your face, you can complete hidden tasks of varying difficulty. So, this third reincarnation world is an opportunity for the reincarnations to jump in strength. Moreover, because there are many major events, can't we hide it in the strategy? It seems that if there is any big event in this reincarnation world, I will meet many reincarnations. After looking at the corresponding posts in the forum, Shin Mayu murmured to himself. Imperial Capital, People's Daily. Brother Tai, aren't you leaving yet? The sky was getting dark, and many people were already leaving one after another. A young woman greeted them. I'm almost done with the manuscript, I'll leave right away. Brother Tai replied without raising his head. After a few more minutes, Brother Tai stopped his flying fingers on the keyboard and stretched for a long time, making the bones all over his body creak. Then he picked up the already cold tea next to him and took a sip. He looked carefully at his latest report and nodded with satisfaction. Following the inertia from last time, Brother Tai still made a very eye-catching title this time. The world is in danger. It seems that this title seems to be a clickbait, but after my own in-depth analysis, it is not a clickbait. Somewhat worried, Brother Tai looked at his report and carefully checked for typos, sentences, and punctuation marks. As we all know, Resident Evil is the second reincarnation world of the Palace of Reincarnation, with a mortality rate of over 90%. Therefore, this is a huge hurdle that the Palace of Reincarnation stands in front of everyone around the world. In fact, as I said in the previous report on A New Samsara Man Who Can Change the World, the Reincarnation Master Gongziyu completed the S-level hidden mission, and his combat power was increased to more than 180, which will greatly increase his ability in Resident Evil. Survival rate. Facts have proved that the speculation I reported before was correct, and even more conservative. Because after the Reincarnation Authority was upgraded to D-level, Gongziyu conducted a second reincarnation time in early May and handed over an answer sheet that shocked the whole world. There was one S-level hidden mission and 2 A-level hidden missions. However, the purpose of my report is not to marvel at what the Reincarnation Master Gongziyu has done, nor to express my emotion at his mythical start of completing S-level hidden missions in both reincarnations of the world, but to gain an in-depth understanding of the story. Analysis: what the Reincarnation Master Gongziyu gained this time. As we all know, S-level hidden missions are extremely difficult to complete. Before Gongziyu, there had never been a precedent for anyone to complete S-level hidden missions twice in a row. However, according to some situations that are willing to be disclosed, if the A-level hidden mission rewards a combat power evaluation, then the combat power will generally be about 1 times the original combat power. Depending on the difficulty of the A-level hidden mission, there may be a little fluctuation up and down. And if you complete the S-level hidden mission, the reward combat power evaluation will be about twice your own combat power. Looking at the improvement of Gongziyu's combat power, before entering, his combat power was more than 180. After 2 months, with his ability, it was not difficult to increase his combat power from more than 180 to more than 200. But when he finally left, his combat power only reached 470 points. According to calculations, if the reward for the S-level hidden mission is combat power, then if it is doubled, it should be about 400. Adding the original more than 200, Gongziyu's combat power should be around 600. If the A-level hidden mission rewards combat power, then Gongziyu's combat power evaluation should be between 400 and 500 points,
and these 470 points are completely consistent. Therefore, it can be deduced that the possibility that the Gongzi US level hidden mission reward is combat power is only 10%. So, the question is, if the S-level mission reward is not combat power, then what kind of prop reward should it be? The higher the level of the hidden mission, the more generous the reward will be. It was when Mo Yuling completed the A-level hidden mission and the reward was the artificial intelligence White Queen. And in the world of Resident Evil, what is more valuable than the White Queen? After thinking about it, the editor can only think of one. That's the T-virus. I remember that 3 years ago, the Palace of Reincarnation appeared. As the second reincarnation world, Resident Evil caused a global panic, fearing that the T-virus in the reincarnation world would spread to the real world. However, 3 years have passed. For one thing, things in the world of reincarnation cannot be brought back privately. Secondly, no one could complete the S-level hidden mission, so the panic slowly subsided. However, as of today, there is a possibility that the reincarnator Gongziyu could get the T-virus. More than 70%. It's not that the editor is deliberately creating panic, but it's really time for the world to face up to this matter. Above, People's Daily, Brother Tai. The news report I wrote was not many, only about 1,000 words, but it had something to say. Rigorous analysis took a lot of effort. After checking carefully and seeing that there was no problem, Brother Tai sent it directly to Mr. Lin's mailbox. When Gongziyu completed Variety Star Lord's reincarnation world travel before, everyone was surprised that Variety Star Lord could actually complete S-level hidden missions, and his combat power had increased so much. But Brother Tai analyzed the impact of this incident on the world from another perspective, and his words are meaningful. This time, everyone was equally surprised by Gongziyu's S-level hidden mission and 2 A-level hidden missions. Brother Tai once again analyzed the T-virus from a different perspective than others and found out that the T-virus was very likely to be released. The same is true, and the reason is sufficient. After sending this report to Mr. Lin, Brother Tai tidied up and left work. On the way, I received a call from Mr. Lin. After a good compliment, the People's Daily once again pushed this report in all directions. Naturally, after this report was pushed out, it was like a big stone hitting the lake, causing a huge shock. Of course, it also caused worry and panic among countless people. At the same time, in Chang City, in a manor, Yi Qingyan sat in front of her father again. No. His father, Yi Dakai, had a look of sullenness on his face, shook his head and said, "Young master Yu, he goes back on his word, this deal. We can't agree to it." "Dad," Yi Qingyan just shouted without saying much, with a look of pleading in her eyes. Alas, seeing his daughter's expression, Yi Dakai slowly put away the angry look on his face, and then sighed secretly in his heart and said, "It's not that Dad refuses to agree, Dad also knows that you have dealt to compensate for this. Your mentality is for Shaoqin, right? However, this young master you promised 500 million, but later raised the price to 1 billion. Not to mention that taking out this money will affect the normal operation of the company. Looking at the attitude of the young master, you know that he is not sincere in selling. Can you guarantee that after agreeing now, he will not raise the price to 15 billion? Or even 2 billion? Yi Qingyan still didn't speak, but looked at her father with pleading eyes. "Do you really think it's worth it?" Yi Dakai asked after a long silence. She still didn't speak, but Yi Qingyan's eyes did not waver at all. All right, from his daughter's expression, Yi Dakai knew her answer. Hearing this, he sighed slightly and said, "I promise this time for the last time. If the other party regrets it again and wants to raise the price, I'll forgive you for not being able to help." In the days that followed, Qin Maoyu's main focus was on recalling the plot of Tianlong Babu. Of course, there are endless clues about the many hidden tasks of Tianlong Babu on the forum. There are also many posts analyzing the martial arts levels of various sects and the martial arts characteristics between sections. Among them, Shaolin Temple is naturally the most prominent. More importantly, at the conference held in Shaolin Temple, a mysterious sweeping monk appeared, and his martial arts can be said to be the strongest in the entire Tianlongbabu world. Well, because this world is almost a reward world, so the reincarnations are particularly active, and the timeline is not long, so have most of the plots related to Tianlongbabu been exposed? These days, Qin Maoyu has carefully studied the corresponding posts and strategies about this world, and has a relatively clear understanding of the plane of Tianlongbabu. In every reincarnation world, the greatest advantage lies in the ability to foresee the plot. However, in the reincarnation world of Tianlongbabu, it seems that this advantage of mine will be greatly reduced. After all, Apricot Grove, Juxian Village, Shaolin Temple, and even the Xinlong chess game and Lego Mountain, etc., for the reincarnators in this world, they all know about these grand events. Moreover, someone has made statistics and found that the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu is the reincarnation world with the most hidden tasks completed. However, despite this, the highest earning list of Tianlong Babu is still only A-level hidden missions, and no one has completed S-level hidden missions.
To be honest, in the world of Tianlong Babu, what level of achievement must be achieved to be considered an S-level hidden mission?
Even Qin Mayu felt helpless.
It seems that a lot of major events have happened in the world of demigods and dragons, such as Xingzilin helping Xiaofeng? Juxianzhuang help? Or will Shaolin Temple show its face?
But these seem to be far from enough to reach S-level. Moreover, the most important thing is that Tianlong Babu is just the third reincarnation world. The combat power of the reincarnations is not high, and what they can do is very limited. However, in the world of Tianlong Babu, some people have sorted out the strength of some important masters accordingly. For example, Xiaofeng's combat power value is about D level 400, Gusu Morongfu's combat power value is about D level 300, and the combat power value of Tubo Imperial Master Jamozi is about 350. For Qin Mayu, the analysis of the combat power values of these corresponding masters is quite useful. However, the previous reincarnations who entered the 8 divisions of Tianlong only had a combat power value of over 100.
Naturally, there was a limit to what they could do. My current combat power value is 472? If you calculate it this way, you can be regarded as a top master among the Tianlong Babu.
After comparing his own combat power value, Qin Mayu secretly murmured in his heart.
Ha!
On this day, Qin Mayu was watching the strength evaluations of the masters in Tianlong Babu. Suddenly, a post caught Qin Mayu's attention. It was the post that previously offered a reward of 500 million for the purchase of android transformation, and it was pushed up again.
Qin Mayu clicked in and took a look.
The owner of the post asked him to meet and negotiate at the reincarnation hall.
Ha! Do you want to bargain? Or is it really acceptable for 1 billion?
Looking at this reply, Qin Mayu thought secretly in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mayu shook his head.
It doesn't matter, just meet once, or refuse in person.
Immediately, Qin Mayu's figure arrived at the reincarnation hall, and his figure automatically changed into the appearance he had originally designed, a handsome and ancient man. Reincarnators who have not experienced the world of reincarnation will look like their original self. Only after experiencing the first reincarnation world can one be considered a true reincarnation and can design his own appearance and a name for his reincarnation space.
Gong Ziyu. I saw the living Gong Ziyu. He's so handsome. I like him so much. Nonsense, reincarnators can design their own names and looks.
Of course they are all handsome boys and beauties.
I don't care, Gong Ziyu is more handsome anyway.
When Qin Mayu arrived at the place he had agreed upon, he found that there were many people in a corner of the square that was empty at first. After some sharp-eyed people spotted Qin Mayu, they immediately surrounded him with cheers and cheers, like stars over the moon. Being recognized and surrounded by so many people, Qin Mayu was startled, and then gently patted his forehead.
Well, it seems that I replied to the post.
Many people saw the agreement between me and the poster, so they came here early to surround me. Fortunately, the name and appearance have been designed long ago, so there is no need to worry about it being exposed in the real world. Although the situation was a bit unexpected, Qin Mayu was not shocked.
These people crowded around him.
Naturally, they were not simply worshipping celebrities, but more came for S-level hidden missions. For example, some people asked Variety Star Lord how he could complete S-level hidden missions.
Some people ask what are the Resident Evil S-level hidden missions.
Of course, there are also people who shout like moral kidnappings that Qin Mayu should announce the 2 S-level hidden missions.
In this way, it can benefit people all over the world.
Qin Mayu naturally remains silent regarding these people's inquiries about the hidden mission. No matter what they say, the reincarnators are not allowed to attack each other in this palace of reincarnation. Just treat yourself like a swarm of flies buzzing in your ears.
Besides, an S-level hidden mission? Is it possible to complete it with a guide?
For example, in the case of Resident Evil, he told them that they could go to the hive to obtain the antidote and end the end of the world.
However, with their own strength, they almost died there. Weren't they going to die?
These so-called strategies are useless.
Hello, Mr. Gongziyu, I am a reporter from the People's Daily.
However, just when Qin Mayu ignored these people and quietly waited for the poster who offered the reward to appear, a woman suddenly squeezed in front of Qin Mayu and said, "Oh? A reporter from the People's Daily?" Qin Mayu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the other party. "I know that you are a very authoritative media organization, and I have read both posts by Brother Tai from your newspaper. Mr. Gongziyu, what do you think of our two posts?" Hearing Qin Mayu's words, he actually read them, and the woman took the opportunity to ask Qin Mayu for her opinion. "Well, it's very unique." Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded, speaking from the bottom of his heart. "In other words? Gongziyu, do you think the analysis on our post is correct?" The woman asked Qin Mayu with a shrewd look in her eyes. As soon as these words came out, all the reincarnators around her understood what she meant. Immediately, their eyes fell on Qin Mayu to see how he would answer. Smiling slightly, Qin Mayu looked very free and easy, and said clearly, "Don't you just want to ask about the T-virus?" While speaking, Qin Mayu raised his hand, and a spiral tube of blue potion appeared in Qin Mayu's hand. Now that the editor of People's Daily has deduced it, and this post has caused a big sensation, there is no need for him to hide it anymore. Looking at what Qin Mayu took out with his fingers, the whole place suddenly became dead silent. Immediately, exclamations broke out. T-virus original solution. The People's Daily is the most authoritative newspaper in the country, and the two reports vigorously promoted by the People's Daily and Tai Ge's Post are meaningful in themselves, so they have caused great repercussions across the country and even the world. Is it really possible that the T-virus has been released? This possibility really scares countless people. Today, taking advantage of the definite news of Gongziyu's only appearance, the People's Daily naturally sent a reporter to follow up and find an opportunity to ask this question. And Qin Mayu had nothing he couldn't say. After it was confirmed that he was holding the T-virus liquid in his hand, even though he was alone, and could even be said to be alone, he still had a nuclear weapon as a deterrent, right? The T-virus was directly revealed, which naturally caused a stir. Of course, many people shouted that Qin Mayu should destroy the T-virus in public, so that people all over the world could feel at ease. Qin Mayu still ignored the shouts of these people. "Gongziyu, hello." At this moment, another figure squeezed in front of Qin Mayu and said hello. "Is it her?" Qin Mayu was startled when he saw the figure that suddenly squeezed in front of him. The person in front of her was very familiar to Qin Mayu. It was Yi Qingyan. What's going on? Isn't her birthday only 2 days away? How could she enter the Palace of Reincarnation? Is there something wrong with the mechanism of the Hall of Reincarnation? Or, how many days did Yi Qingyan's birthday move back? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my face? Seeing Qin Mayu staring at him, Yi Qingyan asked strangely. Because she has never experienced the world of reincarnation, Yi Qingyan is exactly the same as her in the real world. Naturally, Qin Mayu recognized her, but she did not recognize Qin Mayu. "Who are you?" After listening to Yi Qingyan's words, Qin Mayu calmed down a little and pretended not to recognize her. "I'm the one who posted the post to buy it." "Mr. Gongziyu, the price you mentioned can actually be discussed," Yi Qingyan replied. "So it's her who wants to buy it?" Yi Qingyan's answer not only surprised Qin Mayu, but also made Qin Mayu feel enlightened. "I remember that before," Yi Qingyan specifically told herself that Variety Star Lord had an artificial human. Then, after seeing herself appear in a wheelchair, she promised herself that she would also enter the Variety Star Lord and try her best to find artificial human technology for herself. Could it be that she wanted to buy it for herself? "With all due respect, miss, you seem to have sound limbs. Are you buying it for yourself?" Qin Mayu asked. Qin Mayu glanced at Qin Mayu strangely, wondering if this question was relevant. But Yi Qingyan still told the truth. "No, I have a friend. His legs were disabled because of me. I want him to stand up again." Sure enough, Yi Qingyan's answer made Qin Mayu feel enlightened and even more moved. To be honest, although Yi Qingyan is a great beauty, Qin Mayu feels a little unfamiliar with her because she has not been in contact with her for many years because of the world before time travel. On the contrary, Su Hongying was her classmate in her previous life, and she was also the star of the class. Qin Mayu was more familiar with her and didn't feel unfamiliar. But he didn't expect that Yi Qingyan could do this for herself, which moved Qin Mayu's heart very much. "Sorry, actually, my artificial human technology is not for sale." However, now that he knows that Yi Qingyan is here for her, Qin Mayu will not sell it to her. Otherwise, if you sell something for money, and then someone else gives it to you, it would seem like you are defrauding others of their money, right? What a scumbag! Why? Hearing this, Yi Qingyan asked with some eagerness. "I'm sorry. At first, I did want to sell it to you, but later on, a close relative of mine happened to have an accident and needed this life-saving help. I have already used it. There was no mention of this artificial human technology, related to the matter of completing the Resident Evil S-level hidden mission. Qin Mayu made up an excuse casually. Since Qin Mayu had already said that he would use it up, Yi Qingyan did not pester him, but said excuse me in a very disappointed tone, then turned and left. Seeing her lost and leaving figure, Qin Mayu felt very guilty. Mr. Gongziyu, seeing that Qin Mayu had finished the main thing this time, the reporter from the People's Daily next to him seemed to be afraid that Qin Mayu would leave, so he immediately said, as for the T-virus in your hand, I wonder if you are willing to sell it? If so, you can come up with one price. Sorry, I won't sell this. Not at any price. Qin Mayu didn't want the real world to become the end of the world like Resident Evil, so she shook her head decisively. Okay, I'm asking this question on behalf of others. I hope you will keep this T-virus in good hands and never leak it in the real world. The reporter was obviously not surprised by Qin Mayu's answer and warned him. Don't worry, I don't want to watch my world become the end of the world. Asking for someone else? Thinking that no one from the official department came to contact her after she showed up, Qin Mayu probably understood who she was asking for, and expressed her own attitude. There was nothing more to say next. Qin Mayu said goodbye to the reporter, ignored the attempts of the reincarnators next to him to stay, and disappeared into the palace of reincarnation. After returning to the real world, Qin Mayu lay on his bed, thinking a lot. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Qingyan who was willing to buy his own artificial human technology for 500 million, or even 1 billion. What's more, she didn't expect that her purpose was to give it to herself. This incident touched Qin Mayu greatly. Naturally, I was very moved. Before, I just knew that she was kinder to him because of her broken leg, but I didn't expect that she could actually do this. Besides, isn't her birthday 2 days away? Qin Mayu was secretly surprised, then turned on the computer and flipped through the calendar, turning to the day of Yi Qingyan's birth. Well, birthdays in the reincarnation hall are based on the Gregorian calendar, while Yi Qingyan's birthday is based on the lunar calendar. No wonder. I promised to give her a birthday gift if it was her birthday. What should I give her? After thinking about it, didn't I get a Qigong practice book in Baby Yangxingjin? It happened that I didn't need it myself, so I gave it to Yi Qingyan. Thinking of this and making up her mind, Qin Mayu waited until Yi Qingyan's birthday and showed up at her birthday party. Then, she found a deserted place and gave her a birthday gift. This is? Yi Qingyan looked at him in surprise as she looked at the Qigong classics Qin Mayu gave her. Although I didn't get the technology to transform artificial humans in Baby Yangxingjin, I was lucky. I completed a hidden mission and rewarded me with a secret book of practicing Qigong. I have a broken leg now and it's difficult to practice, so I gave it to you. Qin Mayu replied, having already thought of the reason. Yi Qingyan did not refuse, pursed her lips, and reached out to take the birthday gift Qin Mayu gave her. Yi Qingyan opened her mouth and was about to say something, when her father came over and said, "Hello," saying that an elder in the family was here and asked her to come and meet him. Seeing Yi Qingyan turn and leave, Qin Mayu chatted with her uncle Yi Dakai for a few more words, then turned and left regardless of his efforts to stay. In the days that followed, Qin Mayu went to school as usual, learned about some of the school's teachings on the Hall of Reincarnation, and checked more information about Tianlong Babu on the internet. The days passed like this. It is worth mentioning that Qin Mayu discovered that Yi Qingyan had offered another 1 billion reward, and wanted to buy him the guide to the S-Class hidden mission of Variety Star Lord. Qin Mayu could roughly guess why she was doing this. She smiled slightly but did not reply. In this way, the days came to June smoothly. Looking at the palm of my hand, I saw that as my mental power slowly increased over the past month, my combat power evaluation increased to 482. Immediately, Qin Mayu entered the Palace of Reincarnation and began his third reincarnation of the world. P.S. Many thanks to book friend Brilliant Life for the reward of 100 starting coins, and book friend Xiaoing Weiwei for the reward of 500 starting coins. There was a blur in front of her eyes. When Qin Mayu came back to her senses, she found that the sky was already dark and she seemed to be in a remote wilderness. With a crunch, he appeared out of thin air in this world of reincarnation. When he arrived, a branch happened to be broken by stepping on it. Who is it? Originally, the timeline and location were random, and breaking a branch was not worth mentioning. However, Qin Mayu had just appeared, and suddenly a clear shout rang out. Immediately, a figure appeared in front of Qin Mayu as fast as lightning, and at the same time, a sword light quickly struck Qin Mayu. Seeing this, Qin Mayu reflexively raised his hand and grabbed the sword, grabbing the sharp sword in his hand. Ha! Although he grabbed the opponent's sword, Qin Mayu's brows raised slightly. His whole body is made of artificial organs and alloy bones, so even if he is hit by an ordinary bullet, it will be fine. However, this sword has caused some damage to his palm. This made Qin Mayu secretly exclaim, "What a sharp sword!" Qin Mayu was amazed in his heart, but he didn't know that the figure in front of him was even more amazed. Seeing that someone else had grabbed the sword in his hand, but it was okay, he felt horrified. At the same time, he raised his palm and struck Qin Mayu with a volley of palm power. It's not over yet. He had just traveled to this world and was suddenly attacked. It seemed that the other party still had a murderous mentality, and Qin Mayu was also secretly angry. Holding the sword with one hand, the other hand turned into a huge hammer and smashed it directly. The powerful and heavy hammer not only shattered the opponent's volleying palm force, but even knocked the opponent away. He was vomiting blood, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. "Hey, I said you were sick, right?" After knocking the opponent away with a hammer, Qin Mayu complained, "You and I have no grudges in the past and have no grudges in recent days. What does it mean to kill someone as soon as we meet? You shameless person, I am here to practice my family's special skills, but you are peeking in and saying that you and I have no grievances?" Although he was injured, the attacker glared at Qin Mayu and shouted, "By the moonlight, the electronic eye scanned it." The man in front of him looked handsome, about 27 or 27 years old. He was supposed to be a handsome man, but unfortunately now, he looked injured on the ground. "Well, I said I just happened to be passing by, do you believe it?" After listening to the young man's words, Qin Mayu suddenly felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Oh, it turns out that you were just passing by, but I, Morong Fu, reacted too violently." After hearing Qin Mayu's words, the injured man stood up and said with a guilty look on his face, "Ah, Morong Fu?" Qin Mayu was startled after hearing this man's words. "Isn't my luck a bit too bad? Random time travel to when Morong Fu was practicing? Call out." The moment Qin Mayu heard Morong Fu's name and was distracted, suddenly, Morong Fu quietly raised his hand, and a weak and undetectable finger force struck Qin Mayu. Caught off guard, the finger force was very concealed and landed directly on Qin Mayu's chest. Like bullets from a sniper rifle, Qin Mayu's chest was dented, and his body could not help but take several steps back. Seeing that he made a sneak attack and successfully hit the opponent's Tanjong point with a combined finger force, Morong Fu was secretly happy in his heart. However, Morong Fu was frightened when he saw that Qin Mayu only took a few steps back and still looked intact. "I was secretly attacked by myself and hit the Tanjong point, but nothing happened? Could it be that the guy in front of me has already practiced the legendary martial arts of the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt to a level that shocked the past and the present? You guy! You deliberately said your name is Morong Fu. Just to distract people for a sneak attack, right? How sinister." After being hit by a sneak attack, Qin Mayu's face showed anger and he took action with anger. According to the forum evaluation of the Palace of Samsara, Morong Fu's combat power value is about 300. Perhaps it is an unattainable powerhouse for other reincarnations, but to Qin Mayu, who has a combat power value of close to 500, it is nothing. In just a few minutes, Morong Fu lay on the ground, lying motionless like a dead dog, and fell into a coma. Tap tap tap, as if aware of the fighting situation here, a series of footsteps sounded, approaching from far away. Qin Mayu didn't want to cause a commotion, so she transformed into Morong Fu and went out to greet him. A few soldiers came, and they called themselves Li Yenzong, saying that there would be important actions tomorrow, and asked him not to disturb everyone while practicing, and then they left. So, is the current timeline still when Morong Fu transformed into Li Yenzong and stayed at the Shisha Ipin Hall? After sending a few soldiers away, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. "Hey, wait," at this moment, Qin Mayu's heart moved slightly, and a light flashed in his mind. "Aren't you worried about the hidden mission to do to reach S rank? Isn't there an opportunity right in front of us?" Morong Fu's only thought was to regain the Yin Kingdom. What if he did it for him? This is definitely an S-level hidden mission, right? Of course, it is not that Qin Mayu has never thought about helping the Song dynasty to kill Shisha and Liao Kingdom. However, in the original work, the Song dynasty official did not have any chance to appear. Even if it was completed, it would not necessarily be regarded as a hidden mission. In recent days, while spending time in the forum, Qin Mayu knew that completing hidden tasks does not mean how much you have done, but how much you have done to help the original plot tasks. Just like in the world of Resident Evil, someone helped resist the zombie attack and built a city free of zombie infection. But what's the result? Because it is a city that has never appeared in the original work, no hidden tasks have been completed. The other reincarnations didn't understand why, but Chin Mayu knew that no matter how big the thing he did, it had nothing to do with the characters in the original plot. It's not a hidden plot. After having an idea and thinking carefully for a moment, Chin Mayu felt that this possibility was quite high. Looking at Morong Fu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, the corners of his mouth raised. I don't know how long it took, but Morong Fu woke up from his coma, only to find that he was chained by thick iron chains and could not speak, but a man stood in front of him. Looking at the man in front of him, Morong Fu's pupils shrank, as if he had seen a ghost. Because, the man in front of me looks like no one else, but him. Morong Fu, I know what your goal is it to regain the Yin Kingdom, right? Don't worry, I will achieve your goal for you. However, I need you to stay well during this period. Don't cause me any trouble. After Chin Mayu said these last words to Morong Fu, she turned around and walked out of this shabby woodshed. From now on, you will take care of my enemy for me. If he dies, I will kill your entire village, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Chin Mayu said after walking out of the woodshed. Don't worry, Mr. Morong, we will definitely take good care of him. A person whose martial arts has been abolished will not be able to survive or die. We will not let him escape. Several men with sinister faces had many or the young ones were all injured, and they said to Chin Mayu with awe and fear in their eyes. Nodding slightly, Chin Mayu turned and left, indescribably chic and handsome. Well, if we want to help Morong Fu regain the Yin Kingdom, Morong Fu cannot die. But with his coquettish skills, he can't bring him back. So I'll end it myself. Besides, in this world of reincarnation, reincarnations will be very active. It just so happens that I am Morong Fu now, an NPC in this world. If I operated well, these reincarnators will come to work for me in order to complete their hidden tasks, right? Come on. Beat the workers. It's just that when I finally returned, I was the contractor, responsible for Morong Fu, and completed the S-level hidden mission, but those reincarnations were workers, and they were all responsible for me, but in the end they couldn't get any benefits. Isn't this right? It would be a bit too deceiving, hee. The next day, an army of several hundred men, wearing armor and horseshoes wrapped in cloth, moved forward quietly. Morong Fu, transformed by Chin Mayu, followed the army as Li Yenzong. He didn't ask directly, but what he saw and heard was enough for Chin Mayu to understand what was going on. It turns out that the purpose of these people from Xixia Yipentang is to go to the apricot forest and kill all the beggars. Because Chao Feng and the elders of the beggar clan infiltrated the Xixia palace before, causing Xixia to lose face. Therefore, after learning that the beggar clan held a meeting in this apricot forest, Xixia took an anesthetic like Sada Qingfeng, ready for revenge. It's a pity that this is the territory of the Song dynasty, so we can't bring too many troops. Otherwise, if the army is overwhelming, there will be no use for such dirty tricks as Baisa Qingfeng. Following Helian Taishu, Chin Mayu looked around at the same time and knew quite clearly about some of the masters of Xixia Yipentang. For example, Duan Yanqing, the leader of the Four Evil Men. After walking for half a day, the army stopped and spies went to investigate the situation. General, there are many masters in the beggar clan. If ordinary people go to investigate, I am afraid that there is a risk of being exposed, so let me go and have a look. At this moment, Chin Mayu asked for help. Oh? Li Yenzong, you are quite interesting today. Hearing this, Helian Taishu glanced at Chin Mayu in surprise. Normally, when Morong Fu was under Helian Taishu, he usually acted in a high-profile manner and behaved in a low-key manner because he did not want to reveal his identity. He rarely took the initiative to seek the limelight. However, after looking at Chin Mayu, Helian Taishu smiled slightly. In the last battle with Chao Feng, Li Yenzong failed to stop Chao Feng, so he was a little unconvinced, right? That's fine. Then go and have a look. Helian Taishu nodded as he understood Chin Mayu's thoughts. Immediately, Chin Mayu left the army and approached the apricot forest in front. Although 100 reincarnations have just traveled through time, after finding out the incident in Xingzilin, they should be as close as possible to complete the hidden mission, right? Take this opportunity to go and see it yourself. For one thing, these reincarnations are all competitors. Secondly, they can also become their own workers. It is naturally necessary to understand the abilities of these reincarnators. As Chin Mayu came closer, hiding in the dark, he got a better understanding of the situation in Xingzilin. All in all, Xingzilin's matter has reached its climax. Xiao Feng's identity as a chitin has been revealed, and he has become a target of criticism. However, hidden in the darkness, Qin Maoyu found no trace of the reincarnation.
Presumably in less than a day, no reincarnation would have time to come over, right?
Of course, among the crowd, Qin Maoyu also saw Morong Fu's retainers, who were different from Fengbo Evil and the maniacal maniac Bao. There were also several beautiful women. Qin Maoyu naturally saw the woman among them who was as beautiful as a hibiscus. She must be Wang Yuyan, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Tianlong.
As for the young man following Wang Yuyan, it must be Duanyu, right?
Hiding in the darkness, Qin Maoyu watched everything that happened in the Xingzilin conference and had no intention of taking action in a hurry. The main reason is that the plot has developed to this point and Xiao Feng's identity has been revealed. Even if he jumps out, he can't do much. Wait, something bad is going to happen. However, just as Qin Maoyu was hiding in the dark and watching with cold eyes, suddenly, a young man ran out quickly and shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention.
Who are you? Our beggar clan is doing housework, why are you yelling?
As the young man rushed out, an elder of the beggar clan jumped out and shouted angrily. This Xiao Feng matter has reached its most critical moment.
Suddenly, a little lone person jumps out and makes a big fuss. Naturally, it cannot be tolerated.
Oh no, everyone, the Xixia soldiers have gathered around.
They are about to kill everyone in one fell swoop.
The young man shouted loudly, warning everyone present. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the faces of the heroes in the apricot forest changed slightly. Nonsense, we beggar clan disciples have our own secret whistle.
If it's true, hearing this, the beggar clan elder even yelled angrily. Didn't there be news just now?
Elder Su didn't let gang leader Chao see it, so that must be the news. The young man seemed to have already thought of a response and shouted. Hearing this, everyone in the apricot forest almost all looked at an old man in his 70s with gray beard and hair. The expression on Elder Su's face also changed slightly. Immediately, he quickly took out the military aircraft wax pills that he had intercepted and unfolded them for a look. Sure enough, the Xixia soldiers have arrived, and they are bringing with them a kind of anesthetic called Bisa Qingfeng, which is colorless and odorless. The smell of it will make your limbs paralyzed. After reading the information written on the wax pill, Elder Su also showed a look of eagerness on his face. He looked frightened for a while and said loudly.
Sure enough, after hearing the news, the heroes in the apricot forest were shocked and were in an uproar.
Originally, all the attention of the melon eaters was on Xiao Feng, but now, his own life is threatened, so naturally he can no longer watch the show.
Regarding Xiao Feng, no one seemed to pay attention to it for a while.
It seems that besides me, there are other reincarnations appearing nearby, and the timing is also very good.
Okay, this is not bad for beating workers.
Hidden in the dark, watching the events in Xingzilin develop in a different direction from the original plot, Qin Maoyu could of course guess that the young man who had just jumped out must be a reincarnator. After taking a deep look at the other party and remembering his appearance, Qin Maoyu immediately sent out a signal. This is a signal to remind General Helian Taishu that he has been exposed and needs to attack. This signal was sent out directly, and the Xixia soldiers could see it. Naturally, the heroes in the apricot forest could also see it, and their expressions became even more anxious.
A war seems to be about to break out.
Originally, Xiao Feng was disheartened and prepared to leave under the threat of thousands of people. However, seeing that the beggar clan was in danger, Xiao Feng still couldn't bear to leave after a moment's hesitation, so he chose to stay. The people of the beggar clan, seeing Xiao Feng staying, also deeply understood his power. It was always good to have such a master in charge. Therefore, I have no intention of speaking sarcastically now. For reincarnations, if they can rescue these people in Xingzilin, it is naturally a hidden mission. But equally, if we can reverse this situation and catch them all, it is also a hidden mission. Therefore, watching the heroes of Xingzi Forest start to scramble for their lives, Qin Maoyu jumped out and said, "The Xixia First Grade Hall is here, and none of you can leave today." While speaking, Qin Maoyu rushed towards Xingzilin at an extremely fast speed. The few martial arts people who took action along the way were all enemies of Qin Maoyu's palm.
Like a tiger among a flock of sheep.
First-class Xixia.
Li Yanzong.
Looking at Qin Maoyu who jumped out, several elders of the beggar clan were obviously impressed by Morong Fu's vest and exclaimed.
Wu Chanlong, Elder Bai, you take the brothers from the beggar clan and leave for the time being. Xiao will come and break up the rear.
Looking at Qin Maoyu who jumped out, Xiao Feng raised his brows slightly, and went straight to meet him, while at the same time pointing his mouth at the beggar clan members.
Shouted. What? Li Yanzong? Isn't that Morong Fu?
Why did he jump out at this time? The reincarnation person in the crowd who had just reported the news was secretly surprised. Immediately he realized, could it be that other reincarnations had intervened? Although he was surprised in his heart, the reincarnator shouted to Xiao Feng in a hurry, "Xiao gang leader, don't push the dragon with him. Just use the fists and kicks of close combat to defeat him." I can't help but laugh. Hearing the shouts of the reincarnator next to him, Qin Mayu couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. To be honest, it makes sense to remind Xiao Feng not to push the dragon when fighting Morong Fu. Because of the passage of time, the air energy such as the 18 dragon subduing palms can be returned. This method of releasing dragon-shaped palm energy in the air is indeed useless, but it is a pity that I am not Morong Fu. It would actually be better for me if I didn't release my volley palm energy. Xiao Feng has rich experience in close combat. His movements are not only orderly, but also powerful, and his movements can be changed very quickly. However, during the initial transformation, Qin Mayu's eyes were enough to see the bullets fired clearly, and then he blocked them with a knife. Although Xiao Feng changed his moves very quickly in melee combat, Qin Mayu was quick to change his moves at the first glance, and his hand movements were even faster than Xiao Feng's. In addition, I also input the melee combat skills into my computer. There is no rules at all, but it is fast enough. During the close combat, Qin Mayu seemed to have the upper hand over Xiao Feng. Mr. Morong's boxing and kicking skills are amazing. He seems to be much better than last time. After fighting for a while, Xiao Feng secretly marveled in his heart. Xiao Feng naturally understood that Li Yenzong was Morong Fu. Hello? Isn't this unscientific? The reincarnator next to him was a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Although his force value is not high, this reincarnator still has good eyesight. Didn't it mean that Morong Fu's combat power evaluation was only about 300, while Xiao Feng's combat power evaluation was about 400? Why does it seem that Morong Fu still has the upper hand over Xiao Feng? Is this guy a born warrior? Not to mention what others thought, Qin Mayu was secretly amazed after the battle with Xiao Feng. Speaking of which, his movements were faster and his hands were a bit stronger, so he was overwhelming Xiao Feng in the situation. But it was a mysterious feeling that Xiao Feng could always withstand his attacks, so that his superficial advantage was not enough to defeat him. Seeing the battle between Qin Mayu and Xiao Feng, and even Xiao Feng being outnumbered, the other heroes in Xingzilin were also dumbfounded. For those who knew Xiao Feng, it seemed that this was the first time they saw Xiao Feng being suppressed by someone fighting alone. However, although these people were amazed and quickly ran away for their lives, after Qin Mayu sent out the signal, the people from Yipentang also quickly surrounded them. With the help of Mr. Qingfeng, these people who fled were soon captured alive one after another. I didn't expect that Li Yenzong knew his shame and became brave. Seeing that the overall situation has been decided, Helian Tieshu's eyes fell on the battle between Qin Mayu and Xiao Feng, with a look of amazement on his face. Humph, Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four evil men next to him, snorted softly when he heard Helian Tieshu's praise of Qin Mayu. However, although the pride in his heart refused to let him admit defeat, Duan Yanqing also understood that Xiao Feng was indeed stronger than himself when he was defeated by Xiao Feng that day. Oops, it's smoke. The fight was in full swing, and when he saw that almost all the heroes in the apricot grove were restrained by the smoke, and even he felt a little weak, Xiao Feng's heart trembled. Not daring to fight any longer, I secretly sighed in my heart that Morong Fu was indeed worthy of being a master as famous as himself. He took a half step back, suddenly raised his hand, grabbed a stone next to him in the air, and pointed it towards Qin Mayu. The stone that originally fell on the ground flew up in the air and hit Qin Mayu. Such a method is hard to guard against. Dragon capturing technique. Seeing this move, Duan Yanqing, who had suffered losses from this move before, exclaimed in a low voice. Call. However, when Qin Mayu felt Xiao Feng throw a big stone at him with his dragon capturing skill, Qin Mayu made a similar movement with his backhand. Similarly, a stone flew up from the ground and collided with Xiao Feng's stone, causing debris to fly. Of course, Qin Mayu didn't understand the so-called dragon capturing technique. It was caused by telekinesis. If it wasn't to cover up others' eyes, Qin Mayu wouldn't even need to do the movements of his hands. He originally wanted to use the dragon capturing skill to block Qin Mayu and retreat, but unexpectedly this move failed. Qin Mayu jumped forward again, and the mist of sad breeze quickly exerted its medicinal power, and the strength in his hand became weaker and weaker. Naturally, even Xiao Feng was caught in the end. What the hell? Didn't the forum say that Li Yenzong's identity is actually Morong Fu? Isn't Morong Fu inferior to Xiao Feng? Isn't it said in the guide that if the timing is good, you can complete a B-level hidden mission without being in danger as long as you warn in advance? What do I see here?
The reincarnator couldn't escape either.
After being caught in the mist of Bei Sukingfang, all the people who followed him in the apricot forest were arrested. However, everything that happened in front of him almost completely destroyed his confidence in Tianlong. The understanding of the world of reincarnation in the 8 parts.
Ah, okay, Li Yenzong, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat even Xiao Feng. This operation can be said to be a complete victory. Helian Taishu was very happy and praised Qin Moyu loudly. The general is joking.
If it weren't for the medicinal power of Sad Su Qingfeng, it would not be so easy for me to defeat Xiao Feng.
Qin Moyu said modestly.
My martial arts masters from the first grade hall are all top-notch in the world. You, Li Yenzong, are the best in the first grade hall's martial arts.
Helian Taishu praised again. Boss, why is this boy Li Yenzong so powerful today?
The 4 evil men next to him were naturally unconvinced, but the South Sea crocodile god Yu Laosan was still amazed when he witnessed the battle between Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng, and asked Duan Yanqing in a low voice. I think his martial arts must have improved greatly.
Duan Yanqing answered after a moment of silence. It seems that this is the only explanation.
This wave of attacks can be said to be a complete victory.
Helian Taishu was naturally happy.
After leaving the apricot forest with these prisoners, he happened to encounter a small temple and stopped temporarily to rest for a while. Barbecuing and drinking, of course, there was endless laughter. At the banquet, Helian Taishu made no secret of his admiration for Qin Moyu.
After this battle, the masters of Shisha Yipentang also had a higher opinion of Li Yenzong.
However, while they were having a feast of wine and meat, Qin Moyu found an excuse, saying that she wanted to urinate, and quietly went to the back hall of the temple.
Everyone, including Xiao Feng, was imprisoned. Gang leader Xiao. You're fine.
After walking in, Qin Moyu said hello, as if she and Xiao Feng had known each other for a long time.
Okay, Xiao Feng, you are indeed a foreigner, and you have actually colluded with the Shisha people a long time ago.
After hearing Qin Moyu take the initiative to greet Xiao Feng, a beggar next to him who looked fair and handsome suddenly spoke. These words indeed made many people from the beggar clan present look at Xiao Feng with suspicion.
Shut up, if gang leader Xiao really colluded with the Shisha people, why did he help me before? Wouldn't it have been quicker and more efficient for him to attack me directly at that time?
Of course, not all the beggar gangs are full of losers, there are also some. The elder opened his mouth to speak for Xiao Feng. This statement was naturally reasonable. For a moment, the people in the beggar clan were dubious about Xiao Feng. Qin Moyu did not answer the words of the beggar gang. Instead, she walked up to Xiao Feng, took out a bottle of the antidote of sadness and breeze, smelled it on the tip of Xiao Feng's nose, detoxified him, and then took out the antidote. The ropes tied around him were all untied. Brother Morong, since you came to save me, why did you arrest these brothers from our beggar clan before? After regaining his freedom, Xiao Feng asked Morong Fu with a surprised look on his face.
Don't be surprised, gang leader Xiao.
If I had directly helped you before, those Shisha people would have been holding the breeze of sorrow in their hands, and the outcome was unpredictable.
But now, how can you catch the tiger's cubs if you don't enter the tiger's den?
While they relax their vigilance and have their fill of wine and food, we will attack suddenly and annihilate them in one fell swoop.
Qin Moyu replied.
When he said this, Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng released all the martial arts people who were captured in the apricot forest. Although these martial arts people were very angry with Qin Moyu at the beginning, the reasons given by Qin Moyu were also appropriate. In addition, Qin Moyu did take action to release everyone. Naturally, these martial arts people believed Qin Moyu's words. After some introductions, these people in the martial arts world all knew that Li Yenzong in front of them was Gusum Yurongfu, and they were all even more amazed and suddenly realized. No wonder Li Yenzong was able to fight Xiao Feng in the Xingzilin battle. It turned out that he was Morong Fu, who was as famous as Xiao Feng. Mr. Morong, I didn't expect that you would compromise and hide in the Shisha Yipin Hall to spy on the enemy for the Song dynasty. Unfortunately, we held the Apricot Forest Conference and thought the deputy gang leader Ma died in your hands. I, the beggar clan, feel sorry for this.
You. Wu Changfeng, an elder of the beggar clan, jumped out and said honestly. Wait, is it too early to say this now? However, at this moment, the handsome beggar next to him spoke again and looked at Qin Moyu. Master Morong's sentiments for the country and the people are indeed admirable, but I, the deputy leader of the beggar clan, Ma, died on his own chain. Under the throat kung fu, Mr. Morong, your reputation for repaying others with the same methods resounds throughout the world, and you are the most suspected. You happen to be here today, Mr. Morong. In front of our brothers in the beggar clan, can you give me any explanation? You, Deputy Gang Leader Ma, did not die in my hands.
Qin Moyu replied directly. After saying this, he paused slightly and then said, your beggar gang is known as the largest gang in the world. If I really want to kill your Deputy Gang Leader Ma, I have other methods. Why would I deliberately let him die on my own? Why does your famous stunt bring suspicion and trouble to me?
Qin Moyu's words once again made the members of the beggar clan nod. He and Xiao Feng fought in the apricot forest before, and everyone witnessed the strength he showed with their own eyes, so this is not arrogant. Ah, you guys, what are you? There wasn't much time for Qin Moyu and the people from the beggar clan to continue chatting. At this moment, a Xixia soldier suddenly discovered that the people arrested here were almost free and exclaimed. Now that the matter has come to an end, of course, the action is the main one. Everyone stopped talking. After killing the Xixia soldier who warned him, a group of people rushed out directly. Xiao Feng and Qin Moyu were at the front, fighting directly to the main hall. Even the four evil men were no match. Some of the masters of Yipentang were so drunk that they fell asleep and were killed in their dreams. Just as Qin Moyu said, he took action while they all relaxed their vigilance and successfully killed all these Xixia soldiers at the lowest cost. Well, that's right. In this way, even the four evil villains have been eliminated. This should be a hidden mission, right? After a series of attacks and the entire Xixia Yipentang army was wiped out, Qin Moyu was quite satisfied and nodded secretly. Of course, completing the hidden tasks yourself is not the main thing, but having all the reincarnations work for you is the main thing. Everyone, now is not the time to be happy. As the battle ended and after counting the casualties, Qin Moyu looked at the people of the beggar clan and said, Mr. Morone, do you have anything else important to say? At this time, everyone present was quite convinced of Qin Moyu, and an elder of the beggar clan asked. Actually, the Xingzilin incident was originally directed at me, but later it turned into the revelation of gang leader Qiao's life experience. It just so happens that I am an insider about gang leader Qiao's life experience. And recently, many martial arts masters have died due to their own stunts that made them famous. I should also explain clearly in public. Finally, I hid in Xixia Hall and found out that Xixia wanted to use troops against me, the Song dynasty. This matter requires a martial arts conference to jointly resist foreign enemies. These three things can probably be solved together. Therefore, I would also like to ask all the beggar clan friends to jointly hold a martial arts conference with the Shaolin Temple. How about solving these three things together? Qin Moyu opened his mouth and raised three questions. A martial arts conference was needed to discuss these matters clearly. Nowadays, the most powerful sects in Jianghu are naturally the Shaolin Temple and the beggar clan. What Mr. Morong said makes sense. Whether it is gang leader Qiao's life experience, Mr. Morong's self-defense, or Xixia's plan to use troops in the Song dynasty, these matters should indeed be held in a martial arts conference and invite all the world's heroes to discuss them together. Everyone from the beggar clan. The elders, after discussing together, immediately made a decision. Very good. Hearing this, the corners of Qin Moyu's mouth raised slightly. After discussing some detailed issues with the beggars clan, everyone was allowed to leave. Little brother, stay here. However, as everyone in the apricot forest dispersed, Qin Moyu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted to the reincarnators in the crowd. Mr. Morong. What are your orders? Hearing Qin Moyu calling him, the reincarnator turned around and saluted Qin Moyu. It's nothing, I just have a question I want to ask you. Qin Moyu had a warm smile on her face, giving people a look that was easy to get along with. Mr. Morong, please tell me. What I want to say is that because of my intervention, a hidden mission that you were supposed to complete easily was blown away. Now, an S-level hidden mission is before you. Are you interested? P.S. Many thanks to book friend 201708301252327773 for the 100 starting coins. Morong Fu looked like he was in his mid-20s, while this reincarnator looked like he was about 18 or 19 years old. Therefore, considering Morong Fu's age, it was very appropriate for Qin Moyu to call him little brother. However, after hearing what Qin Moyu said, the reincarnator looked at him in disbelief, his pupils shrank, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Morong Fu from Tian Long Babu suddenly mentioned the topic of S-level hidden missions. This statement is really scary. Why do you know? This is already the third reincarnation world. Logically speaking, the reincarnations who have come here have good psychological quality. However, this reincarnation still looks frightened and cannot even speak fluently. Why do I know about the S-level hidden mission? How should I put it? Yesterday, when I was practicing my family's secrets, a person suddenly appeared in front of me without any warning.
Qin Moyu opened his mouth and explained the situation to the reincarnator, giving a half-truth and half-false explanation. It was indeed when Morong Fu was practicing his martial arts that he happened to encounter the reincarnation.
And what about the fake ones?
It was not that Morong Fu was subdued, but that as a reincarnation person, he copied Morong Fu and subdued him.
What's the end?
From the mouth of the reincarnator, I learned about the reincarnation palace and some information about the hidden mission.
Finally, Qin Moyu said. So that's it, the location is completely random, that guy is really unlucky.
After listening to Qin Moyu's explanation, the reincarnator suddenly realized, and at the same time, he secretly complained about the completely random location mechanism of the reincarnation hall. When reincarnators travel through the world of reincarnation, although there are no mandatory tasks in the reincarnation hall, they are very free.
However, there are some limitations. That means you cannot reveal information about the Hall of Reincarnation to people in the reincarnation world. As for the consequences of disclosure, it has been widely spread on the forum that he died suddenly and violently.
Qin Moyu looked calm, quietly waiting for the reincarnation in front of her to digest the news. After a while, the reincarnator had finished digesting the current situation. He looked at Qin Moyu seriously and said, "In this case, we can naturally be honest with each other. I don't know what Mr. Morong said about the hidden secrets of the S-class.
What does the mission mean? Restore the country,"
Qin Moyu said, directly spitting out his goal. "Now, I have gained the goodwill of the beggar clan. At that time, I waved my arms at the Shaolin Martial Arts Conference. For the sake of the country, the entire martial arts community responded.
There is still hope to destroy the Xixia kingdom.
And this martial arts conference is not only to unite people in the martial arts world, but more importantly, to gather you reincarnations. Jie sure, you all work together to help me.
Once successful, it will definitely be an S-level hidden mission for you, right?"
Qin Moyu opened his mouth and made a big cake for the reincarnator in front of him.
This cake is so well drawn that it makes the reincarnator's breathing become much faster.
Yes, in the forum of the Palace of Reincarnation, there is a detailed analysis of the character Morong Fu. He wanted to restore the country wholeheartedly, but no one has ever succeeded. This time, by luck, Morong Fu actually knew the information about the Palace of Samsara, and he wanted to unite the Samsara people to restore the country together. Thinking about it carefully, if he can really get all the reincarnations to unite to help him, he really has a chance of success, and this is indeed an S-level hidden mission. And the rewards for S-level hidden missions. In this way, the reincarnator Nanji Lai is willing to be driven by Master Morong in the next 2 months. Naturally, he couldn't refuse to miss out on an S-level hidden mission.
The reincarnator's face straightened and he spoke. Nanji Lai? Real name? Or should I say, the name of the reincarnation hall?
Qin Moyu was slightly startled when he heard the reincarnator reveal his name, and then realized that he seemed to have done something stupid.
In the first 2 reincarnation worlds, he actually walked under his real name? Doesn't this greatly increase the possibility of being exposed?
100 secrets and a sparseness. Thinking that he had made such a low-level mistake, Qin Moyu secretly complained to himself.
However, fortunately, it seems that he has not been exposed so far.
I'll have to pay more attention in the future.
After everything was settled, Qin Moyu took Nanji Lai out of the temple together.
However, when Qin Moyu walked out, she found Xiao Feng standing alone, watching the beggar clan leave, giving him a feeling of seeing the Lion King after leaving the group, which made people feel sad and lonely.
"Gang leader Xiao, why are you here alone?"
Looking at Xiao Feng, Qin Moyu stepped forward and asked. "Mr. Morong, with my current status, I am no longer suitable to be the leader of the beggar clan. Instead of staying in the beggar clan and causing estrangement among everyone, it is better to leave. Everyone will be in a relaxed situation, and in this way, there will still be some friendship left." Xiao Feng turned to look at Qin Moyu and replied. Although Xingzi and Lin Xiaofeng chose to stay and help, and rescued them together with Qin Moyu in the temple, his identity as a chitin pierced the hearts of the beggar clan members like a thorn in their flesh. Perhaps these members of the beggar clan are still grateful to Xiao Feng, but they can no longer be as close as before.
"Now, if gang leader Xiao has nowhere to go, would you like to walk with me to the Tianshan Mountains?"
Seeing that Xiao Feng was alone now and the road ahead was bleak, Qin Moyu suddenly felt a move in her heart and asked her to invite him.
"Tianshan?"
Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment after hearing Qin Moyu's invitation. "I heard that gang leader Xiao's drinking capacity is better than martial arts. I have competed in martial arts, but I have never been able to learn about this drinking capacity." Seeing Xiao Feng's hesitation, Qin Moyu smiled slightly and said, Okay. Xiao has nowhere to go anyway, so he goes with Mr. Morong to the Tianshan Mountains for a trip. His martial arts skills are not what Mr. Morong's rival Xiao can accept, but he can't admit defeat because of his drinking ability. When Qin Moyu brought up the topic of discussing how to drink, how could Xiao Feng hesitate? Not immediately. Because Qin Moyu wanted to accept the reincarnators in the martial arts conference, Qin Moyu asked Nan Jili to become active and run for him, secretly absorbing more reincarnators for his own use. He and Xiao Feng, 2 people and 2 horses, rushed directly to the direction of Tianshan Mountain. After driving all the way, seeing the sky getting dark, they found an inn, where the 2 of them naturally stopped to have a good rest. Naturally, Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng will inevitably compete in drinking capacity. Xiao Feng's belly seemed to be Doraemon's dimensional bag. He didn't know where he went after he drank the wine, but his expression remained unchanged. As for Qin Moyu? As an artificial human, he has artificial organs and even does not need human food. Naturally, his expression remained unchanged even after drinking the wine. I found an excuse to go to the latrine and vomited it all out, no big deal. After a drunken fight, Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng seem to be on equal footing. Xiao Feng really never gets drunk no matter how much he drinks. And what about Qin Moyu? There is no human digestive system, and there is actually no difference between drinking alcohol and drinking water. For a person who likes to drink, it is very rare to find someone who can drink happily with him. Therefore, after this drinking fight, Xiao Feng discovered that Qian Qian's son Morong Fu had such a bold side. In an instant, in addition to admiring his character and martial arts, I also felt much closer to him. Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng went to Tianshan together. Let's not talk about it for now. At this time, there is a major event in the entire world that is about to unfold, and it has attracted the attention of almost everyone in the world. It turns out that the Beggar clan announced to the world that a martial arts conference will be held in the Shaolin Temple. One issue finally determines the life experience of gang leader Xiao Feng. Secondly, Mr. Morong Fu also agreed to give a positive response at the martial arts conference regarding the recent deaths of many masters due to his famous stunts. The third and most important point is to invite the heroes of the world to formulate a countermeasure against Xixia's invasion of the Song dynasty. This martial arts tournament is related to Nan Morong and Bai Xiao Feng, the most famous people in the world today. Coupled with the news of Xixia invasion, the country is the enemy of the family. If you don't participate, wouldn't it appear that you are indifferent to the important affairs of the family and the country? Therefore, the martial arts people who heard the news naturally made up their minds to join in the fun. Of course, those reincarnators scattered around the world were secretly surprised after learning the news. Compared with other reincarnation worlds, the world of Tianlong Babu is more transparent. However, I have never heard of this point. Nan Morong and Bai Xiao Feng jointly held a martial arts conference? However, although I am confused, since there is such a big event, it means that it will trigger a hidden mission, right? Naturally, the reincarnators also want to join in the excitement. Regarding the issue of holding the martial arts conference, it is proceeding in an orderly manner, and the heroes from all over the world are gradually gathering in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. However, during this storm, the 2 masters Nan Morong and Bai Xiao Feng, who were at the center of the storm, did not approach the Shaolin Temple. Instead, they came to the Tianshan Mountains. Who is it? How dare you break into the Vulture Palace without permission? As Xiao Feng and Qin Moyu entered the Tianshan Mountains, suddenly, 2 women in black dresses jumped out and shouted, looking fierce. Xiao Feng, the leader of the Beggar clan, and Morong Fu from Gusu are here to pay a visit to the Tianshan Child Elder. Please let me know. Qin Moyu announced her name. Although everyone in the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace has their eyes set on the top, the name of Nan Morong and Bai Xiao Feng has been heard of in the world. Hearing this, his face changed slightly, and after thinking about it, he asked someone to inform Grandma first. After waiting for about half a stick of incense, a whistle sounded on the mountain. Immediately, the maid from the Lingzhou Palace led Qin Moyu and the 2 into the Lingzhou Palace. Walking into the main hall of Lingzhou Palace, you can see a short, old-looking mother-in-law sitting on a cloud couch, leaning sideways as if studying the chess game. Even when Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng walked in, she never turned around to take a look. Obviously, the chess game seemed to be more attractive to her. Among the younger generations in the world, Bai Xiao Feng and Nan Morong have the most famous names now. You 2 came together today. Why do you want to see Grandma? Tianshan Child Elder still focused on the chess game, talking to Qin Moyu, but still did not look at the 2 of them. We are here today to help you. Qin Moyu replied. Help me? What are you doing for me? Tianshan Child Elder asked.
help you deal with your biggest enemy. Qin Moyu said. Big enemy? Who do you mean? Tianshan Child Elder's tone remained calm and non-committal. Li Qiushui is hiding in the Shishao Palace. Qin Moyu replied. Oh? At this moment, the Tianshan child's grandmother finally raised her head, her eyes moved away from the chessboard, and fell on Qin Moyu, saying, It's not easy for you to know what happened between me and Li Qiushui. Grandma doesn't ask you why you know it. It's just that there is no unreasonable kindness in the world. What do you want to get from Grandma? I don't want anything, but we in the martial arts community will gather together to attack Shishia. Therefore, the enemies of my enemies can become friends. Qin Moyu answered frankly. Well, that makes sense, but Grandma, how can I believe that you are qualified to join forces with me? After slightly nodding, the Tianshan child's grandmother asked again. After the words fell, Tianshan Child Elder didn't waste any time, jumped up, and rushed towards Xiaofeng with great momentum. There was nothing fancy about Tianshan Child Elder. She raised her hand, and with the most powerful force in her hand, she slapped Xiaofeng directly. Tianshan Luyan Palm is the first-class Gangyang palm in the world. In addition, Tianshan Tongmao's Bawan Liu self-supreme skill is infinitely powerful. This palm gives people an irresistible feeling. Ouch! Vaguely, a dragon roar sounded from the palm wind. Faced with the palm of the Tianshan Child Elder, Xiaofeng did not dodge, nor did he intend to use any skills. Instead, he directly used Kong Long Yu Hui, the strongest among the 18 dragon-subduing palms. There was no showiness at all, and he faced him head-on. With a bang, strong winds flew in all directions. Xiaofeng felt an indescribable force coming from him. He couldn't help but kick his feet and took 3 steps back. He felt his arms were numb and his heart was horrified. There are still such peerless masters hidden in the world. The figure of Tianshan Child Elder could not help but take 2 steps back, and looked at Xiaofeng with wonder in her eyes. The 18 dragon-subduing palms are indeed the most masculine palm techniques in the world. From now on, the world is yours. Senior's martial arts skills are also at the pinnacle, which is amazing. But Mr. Morong is younger than Xiao, but his martial arts attainments are even higher than Xiao's. Xiao doesn't deserve such praise from his senior. Xiaofeng answered. Oh? Everyone knows that Nan Morong is from Beiqiao Peak. Is this Nan Morong's martial arts better? Tianshan's Child Elder turned her head and looked at Qin Moyu. Brother Qiao is being humble. My martial arts skills are just as good as Brother Qiao's. Qin Moyu replied after hearing this. This is not modesty, it is fact. Although Xiaofeng was evaluated as having a combat power of 400 in the Forum of the Palace of Reincarnation, Qin Moyu understood that the real Xiaofeng, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, became stronger when he was in his hands, which was far from what the 400-point combat power evaluation could compare with. Just like the Scions in Dragon Ball, the more angry they are, the stronger their fighting power becomes. And what about Xiaofeng? The stronger the fighting spirit, the stronger the strength. This can be seen from the previous battle in the Apricot Forest, where I was able to overpower him, but could not defeat him at all. Okay, Beiqiao Nan Morong's name is indeed correct. You 2 juniors have advanced martial arts skills. You are indeed qualified to cooperate with Grandma. There was no need to test Qin Moyu's martial arts anymore. Just by exchanging palms with Xiaofeng, Tianshan Child Elder had a clearer idea of Xiaofeng and Qin Moyu's martial arts. She nodded and formally recognized their strength. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. Although Tianshan Child Elder just slapped Xiaofeng, this palm had already won the attention of Tianshan Child Elder for both Xiaofeng and Qin Moyu. Although in ordinary times, Tianshan Child Elder thinks very highly of herself, and it can even be said that her eyes are higher than her head, but that is just because few people can catch her eye. Now that she has regarded Qin Moyu and Xiaofeng as her partners, Tianshan Child Elder has no intention of being stingy. She asked the maidservant to prepare the dinner, and she must entertain the 2 of them well and show her loyalty as a landlord. Grandma, are you interested in chess? After the business was settled, Qin Moyu looked at the chess game arranged by Child Elder in the sky and asked casually. This is a chess game set by my junior brother. I don't know how many people in the world have been troubled over the years. Even though I have spent many years of hard work, I still can't solve it. After listening to Qin Moyu's inquiry, the Tianshan Child Elder shook her head slightly inside. Said. After he finished speaking, he asked, You 2, how are your chess skills? Why don't you come and give it a try? No, Xiao is a rough man. He only knows how to practice martial arts and drink, but he knows nothing about playing chess. Mr. Morong should do it.
Hearing this, Xiao Feng shook his head and replied.
Tianshan Child Elder's eyes immediately fell on Qin Moyu.
To be honest, all the disciples of Xiaoyao sect are handsome men and beauties with outstanding appearance. For a rough guy like Xiao Feng, Tianshan Child Elder really didn't expect him to be able to solve the chess game. On the contrary, the appearance of Mr. Nan Morong Chanshan might be something to look forward to. Not to mention solving the Jinlong chess game, his thoughts may be of some inspiration to him.
Jinlong chess game?
Hearing this, Qin Moyu asked.
Oh? Do you also know the Jinlong chess game?
After hearing Qin Mayu's words, the Tianshan Child Elder raised his eyebrows again. Well, judging from Tianshan Child Elder's feelings for Wu Yazi, it is inevitable that he will pay attention to the Jinlong chess game he arranged. From the looks of it, she would also study the chess game in ordinary times. Maybe she also wanted to solve the chess game before she would have an honest reason to go to Wu Yazi, right? In the original work, perhaps it was because Tianshan Child Lao failed to crack the Jinlong chess game after years of research, so it was incredible to hear that the silly little monk Suzhu actually cracked it. His eyes fell on the Jinlong chess game.
To be honest, everything is black and white.
In Qin Mayu's eyes, 9 of the 10 orifices are understood, similar to Xiao Feng, who knows nothing.
However, the character of Gusu Morong Fu is said to be someone who does not know how to play chess? No one would believe it if I told you, right?
Oh, if I had known earlier, I should have asked Professor Jiang Si to help me input knowledge about Go and other things into the computer. Looking at the chess game in front of him, Qin Moyu secretly complained in his heart.
This Jinlong chess game is broad and profound, with endless changes. Although he couldn't understand anything, Qin Moyu looked like he understood it, and commented with words like snake oil. The Tianshan Child Elder said nothing, and continued to look at Qin Moyu, obviously waiting for him to continue speaking. It would be best to throw out some useful information. Actually, Child Elder, in my opinion, the key to cracking this Jinlong chess game is not how to win. Seeing Tianshan's child's eyes fall on him, Qin Moyu also knew that he had to throw out something useful, and immediately spoke. Oh? The key to cracking the problem is not winning, but how to lose.
Hearing this, the Tianshan Child Elder said strangely.
Indeed, the right way is to risk life and then live. Take a step back to open up the world. If you keep moving forward but still fail, you might as well take a step back.
Maybe there will be another world, nodding slightly, Qin Moyu said. If this sentence had been spoken by the arrogant Xiao Feng, the Tianshan Child Elder would not have taken it to heart. However, this sentence was said by Morong Fu, and Tianshan Child Elder still paid some attention to it. His eyes fell on the Jinlong chess game, his expression serious, and he was obviously silently evolving the steps of the chess game in his heart. Immediately, Tianshan Child Elder's eyes slowly widened a lot, and her expression became more and more excited. Without saying a word, Tianshan Child Elder immediately picked up the chess piece in her hand and continued to play it. When I reached the end, I dropped a piece and lost a piece of my originally bad situation, but I really had a different world. The speed of the moves is getting faster and faster, and the expression of Tianshan Child Elder is getting more and more excited. Until finally, a piece of stone fell, and Tianshan Child Elder couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy on her face.
Ah, it's solved, it's indeed solved.
After spending so many years of hard work, Grandma finally solved the Jinlong chess game. After finally successfully solving the chess game and realizing her long-cherished wish, the Tianshan boy laughed wildly.
Congratulations to Grandma!
Of course the maids in Lingzhou Palace also knew the importance of the Jinlong chess game to Tianshan Child Grandma. Seeing this, they all congratulated her. However, Tianshan Child Elder had no intention of replying to the congratulations from her maids, and continued to laugh wildly. It didn't matter if she smiled for a moment, but after waiting for a long time, Tianshan Child Elder actually kept laughing without any intention of stopping.
The maids in Lingzhou Palace looked at each other with uneasiness on their faces.
Mr. Morone, this child's grandmother seems to be extremely happy. Xiao Feng, of course, also saw that something was wrong with the Tianshan child's grandmother, and said to Qin Moyu.
Oops, you won't be so happy that you'll die laughing, right? Looking at the appearance of the Tianshan Child Elder, Qin Moyu couldn't help but think of the Tianshan Child Elder who seemed to die laughing in the original work. My heart sank.
Now he still hopes to use the power of the Lingzhou Palace.
If the Tianshan Child Elder laughs to death like this, wouldn't his trip to the Lingzhou Palace be in vain? Wake up!
Xiao Feng, filled with true energy, shouted loudly at the Tianshan Child Elder. Xiao Feng's shout was as loud as a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning.
This terrifying sound wave even made the maids of Lingzhou Palace a little unbearable.
They were all floating at their feet, as if they were about to faint from the shock.
Immediately, the maids in Lingzhou Palace looked at Xiao Feng in shock. No wonder Grandma looked at him differently. Xiao Feng's strength was indeed terrifying.
However, although Xiao Feng's shout was like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning, Tianshan Child Elder's internal energy was much richer than Xiao Feng's.
His loud shout had no effect on the Tianshan Child Elder. The Tianshan Child Elder's crazy laughter remained the same.
Oops, Child Elder's internal strength is much higher than mine, I can't wake her up.
A loud shout was completely ineffective. Xiao Feng's face turned ugly. Let me try.
Seeing that Xiao Feng had no choice, Qin Moyu thought for a while, took a few steps forward and said,
Extremely happy? Is this a mental issue? And it just so happens that my strong mental power has been turned into telepathy, so I might give it a try.
Thank you to Book Friend for the reward of 1,000 starting coins. Book Friend 201708301252327773 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Grandma, it's time for you to wake up.
Qin Moyu walked up to the Tianshan Child's elder and said.
Unlike Xiao Feng's loud shouting, which was like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning, Qin Moyu's voice was calm and soft, as if a clear spring was flowing down. Along with Qin Moyu's words, the power of thought surged up and fell on the Tianshan Child's body, soothing her excited mood and slowly calming down her mood. As the turbulent emotions in her heart calmed down, naturally, Tianshan Child Elder's consciousness slowly became clearer.
Did I just lost my mind with joy?
After waking up, Tianshan Child Elder naturally understood what happened just now and murmured secretly in her heart. Of course, after understanding what just happened, Tianshan Child Elder immediately turned her head, her eyes fell on Qin Moyu, with a look of amazement on her face. Just now Xiao Feng said that his martial arts is not as good as yours. I just thought he was being humble and polite, now it seems that it is correct.
You have actually reached the state of refining qi and transforming into a god? Refining qi to become a god? What is this and what?
Qin Moyu was confused after listening to the Tianshan Child Elder's words. Incredible, the Tianshan Child's elder stared at Qin Moyu closely, as if looking at some rare treasure, and said, whenever a warrior practices internal energy, it is in the category of refining qi. Grandma, I have been practicing for many years, but I have always been stuck.
The threshold for refining qi and transforming into a god is forbidden. I never thought that at such a young age, you would already be able to refine your energy and become a god. So, she mistook my telekinesis for refining qi and becoming a god?
Qin Moyu suddenly felt enlightened after listening to the Tianshan Child Elder's words. That's right, like the strongest sweeping monk in the 8 parts of Tianlong, when facing Sha Yuanshan and Murong Bo, he could kill them both instantly with his eyes alone.
Isn't this the use of divine mind?
Therefore, in the world of Tianlong Babu, when one's internal strength reaches a certain level, he will enter the stage of refining gas and transforming into spirit.
This is a lesson learned from the past. Divine thoughts are the same as the ones strengthened by the T-virus.
No wonder he was misunderstood by Tianshan Child Elder.
Junior, it's just a coincidence. When it comes to internal strength, it can't be compared to Grandma, or even to Brother Qiao.
Regarding his own situation, Qin Moyu didn't mean to explain too clearly, and answered.
Tianshan Child Elder nodded.
Compared to Qin Moyu, whose internal strength has reached a certain level and has entered the stage of refining qi and transforming into a god, it seems that his answer is more acceptable. After all, if his martial arts cultivation level was really that high, there would be no need to come to Lingzhou Palace to ask for his help in dealing with Li Qiushui. Because Qin Moyu showed her hand at the critical moment and helped Tianshan Child Elder, Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng also gained the friendship of Tianshan Child Elder. That night, Lingzhou Palace arranged a banquet for Qin Moyu and the two of them, showing their friendship as landlords.
On the second day, Tianshan Child Elder was ready to go on a long trip. Of course, Qin Moyu also understood that she must be eager to crack the Jinlong chess game and meet Wu Yazi.
Now that the Tianshan Child Elder had left, Qin Moyu and Xiao Feng naturally had no intention of staying in Lingzhou Palace, so they went down to Tianshan together. After agreeing to go to the Xixia Palace together, they turned to the direction of Shaolin Temple. Although Xiao Feng's current status is embarrassing and he is not suitable to continue to lead the beggar clan, but now that he has not stepped down as the leader of the beggar clan, and it concerns himself, Xiao Feng will naturally go to the Shaolin Temple's martial arts conference to make an appearance.
At the foot of Songshan Mountain, an inn.
A woman dressed in a smart outfit entered the inn, accompanied by several senior brothers and sisters from the same sect. The purpose of coming to Songshan is naturally to participate in the martial arts conference.
Junior Sister Lu, please sit down.
Some senior brothers wiped the chairs diligently.
Said to the woman.
Junior sister, I just asked, this store has a new batch of dried fruits, please try them.
Junior sister, you must be thirsty after walking so long, right?
Come on, drink some water. After entering the inn, several senior brothers competed to show off in front of him. With a smile on her face, the woman thanked her senior brothers one by one. Although it has only been about 10 days since I traveled to this world, fortunately, with my knowledge and vision that span the ages, I successfully joined the sect and gained the attention of the master. Likewise, his outstanding performance also attracted the admiration of many senior brothers. However, she can only stay in this world for 2 months.
The woman understands that of course she cannot be emotionally tied to these aborigines.
However, not long after the woman sat down, her eyes were suddenly attracted by a few letters on the encounter.
ABC.
Yes, those are the 3 letters. For the natives of the world of Tian Long Babu, of course they don't understand what these 3 letters represent. But of course it is recognized by all reincarnators.
Someone who reincarnated deliberately left this clue.
Why? Looking at these letters, the woman was secretly surprised. After pondering for a while, the woman stepped forward and asked the shopkeeper what the symbols on the counter meant. Woman, I don't recognize the meaning of these symbols either. A young hero left them on my counter. He said that if anyone asks, just tell him that he was in the suburbs before the martial arts tournament started.
City God's temple is waiting. After hearing this woman's question, the innkeeper replied. Okay, I understand.
Hearing this, the woman nodded and thanked her.
Are there reincarnations summoning other reincarnations? After thinking for a moment, the woman felt that she could go take a look.
The reincarnators who travel through time all work on their own, planning what they want, and even fight each other because of competition. But similarly, if there are any tasks that are difficult to complete alone, it is also possible to summon other reincarnations to work together. After dinner, seeing that it was still some time before dark, the woman greeted the people from her master's sect and then went to the city god's temple in the suburbs alone. When the woman arrived at the Chenghuang temple, she found that there were already 2 or 3 people here. After testing each other for a while, they determined that everyone was reincarnation. Obviously the other party also came here because of the martial arts competition, and then, he was attracted here. Sir, you have left letters on the counters of all the inns. What is your purpose? After confirming each other's identities, it didn't take long for the reincarnation Nanjili to come out and explain his identity. Several reincarnations asked in unison.
Everyone, what is the purpose of risking our lives to travel through the world of reincarnation?
It is to become stronger and to complete the hidden mission. Now, I have an S-level hidden mission.
Are you interested?
Without meaning to talk too much, Nanjili glanced at the several reincarnations present with his eyes, opened his mouth and threw Wang Biao directly. Thank you to book friend Tony Kanong for the 100 starting coins, Mr. Morong. Although we have gone to the Tian Shan Mountains, the martial arts competition will only start in 2 days.
Xiao's parents are at the foot of Sansan Mountain. We are going to visit them. We will meet again at the Shaolin Temple in 2 days.
Hurrying slowly, Qin Mayu and Xiao Feng arrived at the foot of Sansan Mountain, Xiao Feng said.
Well, brother Xiao, let's go.
Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded, which was understandable. In addition, in the original work, after what happened in Xingzilin, Xiao Yuanshan went on a killing spree, but recently there was no news about the deaths of Zhao Qiansun and Master Xuanku.
Is it because Xiao Feng's situation deviates from that in the original work? Or is it the intervention of other reincarnations?
After putting this idea aside for the time being, Qin Mayu went to the Shaolin Temple and left. As the Taishan Beidu in the martial arts world, the Beggar clan held a martial arts conference in the Shaolin Temple. Although there were still 2 days left, many martial arts people had already arrived one after another. Sir, when Qin Mayu came to the Shaolin Temple, a Zhika monk from the Shaolin Temple came forward to greet him. Please let me know, little master, that Gusum Yurongfu is here. Qin Mayu said her name. After hearing Qin Mayu's words, the young monk's face became more respectful. After welcoming Qin Mayu into the temple, someone naturally went to inform Abbot Xuanxi. Not long after, Abbot Xuanxi led several senior brothers to appear and came to Morongfu. The 2 parties greeted each other, and on the surface it seemed that the atmosphere was harmonious.
Mr. Morong, during the battle at Xingzilin, you saved the Beggar clan and many martial arts comrades.
You also informed everyone about the Xixia invasion, so you convened this martial arts conference.
At this moment, I wonder why you came to my Shaolin in advance.
Abbot Xuanxi clasped his palms together, spoke in an unhurried manner, and looked very magnanimous. Junior came here today for 2 things, Qin Mayu answered.
Oh? I wonder why Mr. Morong came here for 2 reasons. Abbot Xuanzi asked.
The first thing is that I came here to apologize to Abbot Xuanzi. Qin Moyu said, first setting the tone of her visit to Shaolin Temple.
Apologize?
After hearing Qin Moyu's words, several eminent monks in Shaolin Temple looked at each other. In particular, Abbot Xuanzi himself was even more confused.
He remained silent for a while and said, I wonder why Mr. Morong is apologizing?
The junior's apology is not for himself, but to apologize to Abbot Xuanzi on behalf of my father. The abbot must be able to understand various reasons, Qin Moyu answered. Yes, coming to the Shaolin Temple in advance on the eve of the martial arts competition was not just a matter of arriving early. Qin Moyu deliberately came early in order to eliminate the uncertain factor of Abbot Xuanzi. At that time, Morong Bo said that Khitan warriors wanted to rob the Shaolin Temple's scriptures and tricked Abbot Xuanzi and a group of masters into ambush, which led to Chao Feng's tragedy. Today, Morong Bo's son Morong Fu said again that the Xixia warriors were about to invade, and called on everyone to fight against the Xixia.
It was almost the same as before. Moreover, this martial arts conference is held in Shaolin Temple. Is it true that Abbot Xuanzi has no idea? This is impossible.
If he causes trouble at the martial arts conference, the consequences will be unpredictable. Therefore, Qin Moyu came here in advance to eliminate this potential factor of instability. After a moment of silence, Abbot Xuanzi then spoke to the junior brothers beside him, saying, Junior brothers, I want to be alone with the son of an old friend for a while.
I hope you understand.
Now that the abbot brother said so, several other eminent monks nearby also turned around and left.
Amatba, I would like to think that you didn't know about what happened to your father back then. In addition, my father died of illness a few years ago, so no one will mention this matter again. Unexpectedly, you are an insider, Abbot Xuanzi looked at it. To Qin Moyu.
Abbot Xuanzi would naturally want to know the truth about what happened back then from Morong Fu's mouth. This junior came here today to apologize to my father. Naturally, he admitted that this matter was indeed my father's fault. As the saying goes, no one is perfect without gold. Even if you are compassionate, Abbot Xuanzi, you also made some mistakes.
It's buried deep in your heart, isn't it?
Qin Moyu looked very humble on the surface, but the words that came out of his mouth could not be considered polite.
What's wrong with me?
I don't know what Mr. Morong is referring to. Abbot Xuanzi was slightly startled when he heard this.
For example, what happened between Abbot Yu and Yi Yang, which caused her to kill a child almost every day? Such a sin can be said to be heinous. Qin Moyu stared at Abbot Xuanzi and said.
Hearing these words, the most painful scar in his heart was opened directly. Abbot Xuanzi trembled slightly, then lowered his head and said nothing. Abbot Xuanzi in the original work performed well at the Shaolin Temple conference, and was willing to risk his life for it. But, after all, this was done for the world to see after the matter was exposed.
As the abbot of Shaolin Temple, what if he didn't know what Yi and Yang had done in the world over the years? Qin Moyu would never believe it.
But he has indulged himself for so many years, and countless innocent children have been killed.
Abbot Xuanzi cannot wash it white even if he washes it with bleach.
After a moment of silence, Abbot Xuanzi raised his head and said, It turns out that what Mr. Morong Bo did back then was not an accident, but a deliberate plan. Today, Mr. Morong is using this matter as a threat.
Is it because he is afraid that I will expose you?
After all, he was the abbot of Shaolin Temple. Xuanzi quickly noticed Qin Moyu's intentions, and even reasoned that Morong Bo had deliberately plotted against him when he let him go to Yanmen Pass. Abbot Xuanzi saw through her plan, but Qin Moyu was not surprised. She just shook her head calmly and argued, No, how dare I threaten the abbot? I am here today to atone for my sins. Looking at Qin Moyu seriously, Xuanzi said nothing, obviously waiting for him to finish his words. My father is ashamed of the abbot, so I have been thinking about how to compensate the abbot for many years. I came here today, firstly, to apologize for my father, and secondly, to compensate the abbot.
Qin Moyu replied. Amatba, Mr. Morong, I have nothing to ask for.
This matter of compensation. Hearing this, Abbot Xuanzi shook his head and said, feeling that Morong Fu's threat failed and turned into inducement.
Why does Yi and Yang kill a child every day? The abbot must know it.
It's because her heart is still open and her child was taken away.
Could it be that, abbot, you don't want to know about your own son?
Before Abbot Xuanzi could finish his words, Qin Moyu interrupted him.
My body was shaken.
Although he is the abbot of Shaolin, he is still a mortal after all and has not yet become a Buddha. When he suddenly heard the words about his child, Abbot Xuanzi was emotionally disturbed for a while.
Oh, it's a pity that I acted too quickly and killed all the 4 villains. Otherwise, it would have been more perfect to let Yi Yang and Su Zhu have a scene of mother and son recognizing each other. It would even be possible to complete a hidden mission. Judging from Abbot Xuanxi's reaction, he knew that the matter was almost settled, but Qin Mayu secretly complained to herself. If Yi Yang was still alive, why would she bother herself so much? We have to find a way to confirm later that Su Zhu is the child of Abbot Xuanxi. Abbot Xuanxi is immortal, so he naturally has his own desires. Moreover, from the fact that he abandoned Yi Yang and his children in order to become the abbot of Shaolin, it can be seen that Abbot Xuanxi's selfish desires are very big. Therefore, although it seems that Morong Fu led his martial arts colleagues to attack Xixia, there must be something fishy about this matter. But, what does all this have to do with myself? Therefore, the two sides hit it off. Qin Mayu had no intention of hiding it and told him that young monk Su Zhu was the son of Abbot Xuanxi. After learning that his son was actually in the Shaolin temple, Abbot Xuanxi was naturally eager to see him. But as the abbot of Shaolin, there is still a city. Pressing down the urgency in his heart, Abbot Xuanxi's eyes fell on Qin Mayu again, and then asked, Mr. Morong said that he came to Shaolin temple for 2 things. So, the other one, where are the pieces? The other thing is that this junior wants to visit the Sutra Pavilion of Shaolin temple, Qin Mayu replied. This, Mr. Morong, please forgive me. The Sutra Pavilion contains all the martial arts classics of my Shaolin temple. After hearing Qin Mayu's words, Abbot Xuanxi looked embarrassed. The abbot misunderstood. This junior went to the Sutra Pavilion not to read a book, but to find someone. If you are worried, the abbot can go with the junior. Qin Mayu explained. As the strongest master in the world of Tianlongbabu, the sweeping monk has even reached the legendary realm of refining qi and becoming a god. Qin Mayu naturally wants to see him. It would be great if you could learn some methods on how to cultivate your spiritual power. T-virus strengthening will slowly improve one's mental strength over time, but it is naturally best to have a cultivation method. It's like a child. As he grows older, his strength will become stronger and his fighting power will naturally increase. However, if you can practice martial arts properly, it would be best. Looking for someone? Abbot Xuanxi naturally didn't know what Qin Mayu was thinking. From what he said, it seemed that this was the first time someone had gone to the scripture depository pavilion with the purpose of looking for someone. Abbot Xuanxi was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, In that case, I will accompany Mr. Morong to the Sutra Collection Pavilion. Since Abbot Xuanxi was accompanying him, Qin Mo came to the Sutra Pavilion of Shaolin Temple without any obstruction. I wonder, Mr. Morong, who are you looking for? Abbot Xuanxi asked after seeing Qin Mayu entering the scripture pavilion and showing no interest in the various martial arts books on the other side. What this junior is looking for is an old monk who sweeps the floor in the Sutra Pavilion. Hearing this, Qin Mayu replied. Ah? Are you also here to see the old monk sweeping the floor? After hearing Qin Mayu's words, Abbot Xuanxi showed a strange look on his face. What's wrong? Have many people come to see him recently? Qin Mayu asked. Well, there have indeed been quite a few gangsters recently, either openly joining my Shaolin sect, or secretly wanting to come to the Buddhist scripture pavilion. After being taken down, they said they wanted to find a sweeping monk. With a strange expression, Abbot Xuanxi nodded. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel curious and asked Qin Mayu, Mr. Morong, is there anything special about this old monk who sweeps the floor? They are just a few martial arts backers with low martial arts skills. They are looking for a monk who sweeps the floor, but Abbot Xuanxi doesn't care. However, now that even Morong Fu came to visit the old monk who was sweeping the floor of the Sutra Pavilion by name, Abbot Xuanxi felt that something was not right, and he was naturally curious. It seems that the younger generations of the world have never seen the sweeping monk. If the abbot is interested, how about asking the sweeping monk to come out and meet him? From Abbot Xuanxi's words, Qin Mayu also knew what happened to those reincarnations who secretly wanted to see the sweeping monk. Immediately, Qin Mayu said, Holy monk? Abbot Xuanxi was secretly surprised when he heard what Qin Mayu called the old monk sweeping the floor. After pondering for a while, he was indeed very curious in his heart, and immediately nodded. Amatba, the sweeping monk of the Sutra Pavilion had obviously been nearby all along. After Abbot Xuanxi spoke, he had no intention of hiding. After pronouncing the Buddha's name, he walked out. Hearing this, Qin Mayu looked back, electronically scanning the sweeping monk in front of her. Judging from the appearance, this sweeping monk is about 70 or 80 years old, with a gray beard, a monk's hat, a rickety body, holding a broom, and wearing a gray and white shabby monk's robe.
At first glance, he does look like an old monk who is dying, not like a monk hating himself as a worldly master.
Junior Morong Fu, I have met the master. However, Qin Mayu certainly did not dare to judge a book by its appearance. Moreover, under the scanning of the electronic eyes, some clues were also seen. Qin Mayu stepped forward and saluted respectfully. This time, Abbot Xuanzi next to him was even more shocked. As the abbot of Shaolin Temple, it seems that he has never seen Morong Fu salute him so respectfully, right? Is there such a person in my own Shaolin Temple? Mr. Morong, please be polite.
Old monk, I was sweeping the floor next to you.
I happened to hear that you were looking for me, sir. Do you have any instructions?
The old monk looked humble, courteous, and gentle. Master's words are serious. This junior comes here to find you today because he wants to become your master, Qin Mayu said with his head lowered. As soon as these words came out, not only the sweeping monk was stunned, but even Abbot Xuanzi's eyes widened, almost doubting that his ears heard it wrong. The reputation of Morong from Beiqiao Peak in Nan has long been resounding throughout the world, and Morong Fu from Gusu was even more famous in the world. However, he actually came to the Sutra Pavilion of Shaolin Temple and wanted to become a disciple of an old monk who swept the floor? If this scene today were to spread, the entire world would be severely shaken, right? Of course, although it is not good for Morong Fu to be a master of arts, given Morong Fu's reputation, if he really became a disciple of an old monk from Shaolin Temple, wouldn't this increase the reputation of Shaolin Temple even more? Abbot Xuanzi was weighing the gains and losses secretly in his heart. Young Master Morong's cultivation is extraordinary, and he has reached the state of returning to his original nature.
Old monk, I can't see that your cultivation is just like that of ordinary people. With such achievements, how can I, old monk, be your master? Not to mention what Abbot Xuanzi was thinking and weighing in his mind, the sweeping monk shook his head and directly rejected Qin Mayu's request to become a disciple. However, when he said this, the sweeping monk paused slightly and said again, young master has enough spiritual thoughts. If possible, old monk, I am willing to have a discussion with you. Qin Mayu was a little disappointed that he could not take the sweeping monk as his teacher. However, we can discuss it, that is to say, we can discuss one or two things, right? Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded and said, that's the case, then please give me some advice, master. Listening to the conversation between Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk, Abbot Xuanzi stepped back slightly and his eyes fell on the two of them. Needless to say, Qin Mayu's martial arts skills are famous in the world. But what about the sweeping monk? How could he be so admired by Morong Fu? What's so special about it? Seeing that the sweeping monk stood quietly, obviously not intending to take action first, Qin Mayu thought for a while and had no intention of taking action. Instead, she activated her telekinesis and pressed directly towards the sweeping monk. My purpose is not to defeat the sweeping monk, but to gain spiritual power, so naturally I have no intention of fighting in close combat. Mental power, invisible matter, but real existence. However, when Qin Mayu's mental power fell on the sweeping monk, she felt as if she had hit a wall. Ha! Also feeling Qin Mayu's mental power, the sweeping monk raised his brows slightly. I originally thought that Morong Fu's cultivation was good and he had reached the state of returning to nature, but I could not feel any internal power from him. But he didn't expect that he had actually condensed his spiritual thoughts? After blocking Qin Mayu's spiritual thoughts, the sweeping monk's spiritual thoughts were immediately mobilized to launch a counterattack. Refining Qi and becoming God. Since his cultivation reached such a level, the sweeping monk has never encountered an opponent who can match him, and he feels like he is overwhelmed by the high altitude. Today, I didn't expect that a young junior could actually feel the existence of divine thoughts. Suddenly, the sweeping monk felt that I was not alone. In the competition of telepathy, Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk did not move, as if they were sculptures, but the telepathy of invisible substances collided. After a fight, Qin Mayu could feel that she was stronger than the sweeping monk in terms of telepathy. It must be because he completed the hidden mission and received an increase in combat power in the reincarnation hall, which strengthened his mind power, so he is better than the sweeping monk. However, in terms of skills in using telekinesis, Qin Mayu is very rough, much worse than the sweeping monk. The T-virus was strengthened, and she went to the Palace of Reincarnation to increase her combat power. It didn't take long for Qin Mayu to gain telepathy. It's like an ordinary person who has just been instilled with inner strength. As for the sweeping monk's divine will, he cultivated it step by step. Over the years, he has naturally become much more proficient in using it. Are they already competing? Seeing Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk just standing still, Abbot Xuanzi next to him was stunned. Didn't you say you were going to take action? What kind of action is this? Are the two of them joking? Feeling surprised, after thinking for a while, Abbot Schwanzi took a few steps forward, wanting to see more clearly. I had just taken a few steps when I suddenly felt as if I had bumped into something, and my head was in a daze. Abbot Schwanzi stepped back in horror and touched his bald head. Abbot Schwanzi looked at Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk again, with horrified expressions on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. In Buddhist practice, there is a saying about cultivating spiritual consciousness. Alaya knows. He possesses all kinds of magical powers, but to reach such a state, he must be an eminent monk who will be famous throughout the ages. At this stage, the practitioner is no longer practicing martial arts. Just like a living Buddha. Today? Could this be a competition between the old sweeping monk and Morong Fu? It's unbelievable that Morong Fu reached such a state at such a young age. It is even more unbelievable that the Shaolin temple hides such a sacred monk. As the abbot of Shaolin, he has no idea about it? Not to mention how frightened Abbot Schwanzi next to him was. After Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk had a good discussion, neither of them could do anything to the other in the competition of spiritual thoughts. Slowly, Qin Mayu took back his telepathy. Feeling that Qin Mayu had withdrawn his spiritual thoughts, the sweeping monk had no intention of pursuing the victory. The divine monk is indeed admirable. The younger generation's use of telekinesis is too rough. I hope the divine monk can give me some pointers. Although there was no winner in the competition just now, Qin Mayu still admired the sweeping monk's skill in using telekinesis. Umatba, how come you are so young? How can your spiritual thoughts reach such a state? Is there really a person in this world who is born with wisdom? The sweeping monk also looked at Qin Mayu in surprise. The sweeping monk thought it was impossible to cultivate such a powerful spiritual mind at this age. Junior, it's just a coincidence, not one's own cultivation. Qin Mayu lowered his head slightly and replied. Umatba, Mr. Morong is truly a man of great fortune. The sweeping monk nodded with understanding. Indeed, after just a sparring session, the other party's spiritual sense was very strong, but its use was too rough. It was just a coincidence that it was obtained by chance. After pondering for a moment, the sweeping monk nodded and said, Young master's spiritual power is stronger than that of me, but I don't know how to use it. Although as time goes by, young master will definitely become more and more skillful, but if young master doesn't dislike it, I am willing to work with you. Young master, continue to discuss one or two. Thank you, master. Isn't this what I've been waiting for? Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded happily. Traveling through the heavens in the palace of reincarnation, completing hidden tasks and getting various rewards, this is certainly important. However, if one can plan for strength, it is equally important to strengthen oneself. Various props and items cannot be brought back to the real world, but the power you gain is not limited. Moreover, the skill in using telekinesis is what Qin Mayu lacks most right now. Next, Qin Mayu and the sweeping monk stayed outside the scripture collection pavilion, and the two sat and talked. It was said to be a discussion, but in fact it was almost the sweeping monk teaching Qin Mayu the techniques of using telekinesis. Generally speaking, regarding the use of mind power, the sweeping monk taught two relatively useful techniques. The first is the whipping of spiritual thoughts, using your own divine thoughts to whip the target. Ordinary people are no match. It will cause the other party to fall into a coma, and even make the other party's thoughts disappear. The second is the method of soothing with spiritual thoughts. For targets who are physically and mentally injured, spiritual thoughts can be used to soothe the injuries and souls to achieve a healing effect. The ability of these two moves reminded Qin Mayu of the sweeping monk who used it to deal with Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo in the original work. He could put the two of them into suspended animation with a glare. This should be the function of the whipping of spiritual thoughts, right? As for the last two people who were injured in the palms of their hands, maybe there was a sweeping monk standing by to help treat them with the help of spiritual comfort? For Qin Mayu, these two moves are indeed very practical and can be regarded as attacking and healing. When the Tianshan child elder lost her mind before, I calmed her spirit with my mind, which was similar to the way my mind soothed her. However, my comfort at that time was a little too rough. Of course, although the sweeping monk taught these two skills, Qin Mayu still needs to spend time practicing them. It's not something that happens overnight. Thank you, the holy monk, for teaching me. He already knew about the techniques for using telekinesis, and all that was left was for him to practice well. Qin Mayu spoke up and thanked him profusely. Don't be in a hurry to say thank you. Young master, you have great fortune in your body. It is indeed enviable to have such spiritual thoughts. However, how to expand one's spiritual power requires you to practice well, the sweeping monk said.
As for how to practice spiritual thoughts, please ask the divine monk to teach you. After hearing this, Qin Mayu followed the trend. P.S. Many thanks to the book friend walking on the road for the 100 starting coins. For Qin Mayu, learning how to use telekinesis is one thing, but how to cultivate and strengthen his telekinesis is the most important thing. It was rare for the sweeping monk to take the initiative to propose this, so Qin Mayu was naturally very happy. Buddhism, the sweeping monk said, although Buddhism cannot substantially improve internal strength, it can cultivate the mind. Those who are profound in Buddhism will have stronger spiritual thoughts. For example, my 72 Shaolin skills, each martial arts can kill people. Therefore, the deeper the practice, the more violent the anger will be, and finally hurt others and yourself. Only those who are profound in Buddhism can you practice more stunts.
Buddhism?
Hearing the sweeping monk's words, Qin Mayu reflexively refused. What I want is a practical and feasible cultivation method like the Biming divine technique. However, after a slight hesitation, Qin Mayu felt that this seemed to be indeed helpful and the most suitable for him. Even if he was really given a method of cultivation such as the Biming divine technique, he would not be able to practice it since he had artificial organs. But Buddhism, which does not require self-cultivation but only spiritual understanding, is the most suitable for you. If Buddhism is feasible, then the study of Taoism should be the same, right? After thinking for a while, Qin Mayu asked the sweeping monk. Buddhism guides people to be compassionate and helps others to save themselves.
Taoism teaches people to understand the world and oneself.
Different paths lead to the same destination. Hearing that Qin Mayu didn't seem to be interested in Buddhism, but instead was interested in Taoism, the sweeping monk thought for a while and gave a pertinent answer. In this case, this junior will study Taoism in the future. After receiving a positive answer, Qin Mayu nodded and said,
Sweeping monk, Mr. Morong seems to have some prejudice against Buddhism? After a moment of silence, the sweeping monk asked.
It's hard to talk about it, but for me in China, Taoism is considered a local sect, and Buddhism is a foreign school after all. Since they are all the same, of course we must support the local school.
Qin Mayu answered calmly. That's it, that's fine. After listening to Qin Mayu's explanation, the sweeping monk did not insist on Qin Mayu learning Buddhism. Regarding the discussion of telepathy, Qin Mayu and sweeping monk had many exchanges.
As for Morong Fu discussing Taoism with an old monk sweeping the floor at the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion, the eminent monks of the Shaolin Temple did not stop him. For one thing, there is such an accomplished monk in the temple, which is a very exciting thing for the monks of Shaolin Temple. Secondly, Morong Fu is asking for advice at the Shaolin Temple today, which means he owes the Shaolin Temple some favors. As far as Shaolin is concerned, Nan Morong owes Shaolin Temple some favors, which is naturally a good thing. Finally, the martial arts conference is about to begin, and the Shaolin Temple is naturally prepared to deal with it early. Therefore, the whole temple is busy.
2 days passed by in a flash.
As the largest gang in the world, the Beggar Clan held a martial arts conference in the Shaolin Temple. Therefore, on the day when the conference started, the entire Shaolin Temple was extremely lively and crowded. Looking over, it seems that thousands of martial arts people have arrived. Seeing that it was almost time, a Shaolin monk naturally came to inform Qin Mayu. After all, Morong Fu was the protagonist in this martial arts competition. When Qin Mayu walked to the conference, he took a look and nodded secretly. The commotion was indeed very loud, with large and small sects, and even some people from all walks of life present.
Master, at this moment, a voice sounded from the side. Qin Mayu followed the sound and saw 2 men walking over with familiar looks. Qin Mayu understood that these should be Morong Fu's 2 retainers, Fengbo and Bao Butong.
Master, something happened. My cousin was kidnapped by a monk from the western regions. After arriving in front of Qin Mayu, Bao Tongtong spoke hurriedly, looking anxious. From what they said, Qin Mayu understood that it was Jumozi who had captured Duan Yu because of the 6 Meridian's divine sword, and Wang Yuyan who was beside Duan Yu was also captured along the way. It doesn't matter, if my prediction is correct, then Jumozi may come to this martial arts conference. After understanding the reason of the matter, Qin Mayu said. Jumozi wanted to make a name for himself in the Central Plains martial arts world, and he caught Duan Yu planning the 6 Meridian's divine sword. There was no way he would miss this grand event of the martial arts conference.
Ah! That monk dares to come here?
Bao Butong and Fengbo were stunned. Mr. Morong, at this moment, Nan Jili, the reincarnator, came over.
What's wrong?
Qin Mayu's eyes fell on him and asked. I have pulled more than 20 reincarnations into our camp, and I have fulfilled my mission.
Nanjili replied in a low voice. Only more than 20? Upon hearing this, Qin Maoyu frowned. Traveling through the world of reincarnation, a group of 100 people only managed to recruit more than 20 people, a little small, right? However, if you think about it carefully, those reincarnations are randomly rewarded. It's okay to fall in the Song dynasty. If it falls in the Liao kingdom, even in a place with no people, you don't even know about the martial arts conference here, right? Thinking about it this way, it is already commendable that he can win over more than 20 reincarnations. Okay, good job. After understanding in his heart, Qin Maoyu patted Nan Jili on the shoulder and confirmed his work. With Qin Maoyu's encouragement, Nan Jili was in a better mood. If he could really help Morong Fu regain the Yen kingdom this time, he would have definitely completed an S-level hidden mission, right? Just thinking about it makes me feel very excited. Seeing Nan Jili's happy look, Qin Maoyu secretly smiled in her heart. Although the force value of these reincarnations is not high, they all know more or less the plots and strategies of the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu. If they work together to help, the effect they will exert will definitely be much higher than the simple force value. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Qin Maoyu didn't mind and wrote a blank check to reincarnations like Nanji Lai. I, the Huanshe Shui Pavilion of Yanziwu, have collected martial arts from all over the world. If my great work is completed, you can all enter Huanshe Shui Pavilion and read. How much you can practice depends on your own luck. Thank you so much, Mr. Morong. After hearing the empty promise given by Qin Maoyu, Nanjili thanked him even more excitedly, and then turned around to tell the other reincarnations the good news. Although you need to complete hidden task rewards to teach others martial arts secrets. However, as long as you obtain it in the world of reincarnation, remember it in your mind, and practice it on your own, there will still be no problem. Mr. Morong, now that the time has come, you said that you happen to know about Xiao's life experience. So, how about you come up and say a few words? At this moment, on the stage of the martial arts conference, Xiao Feng shouted to Qin Maoyu. Hearing this, Qin Maoyu nodded and walked towards the stage. At the same time, the eyes of all the reincarnators also fell on Qin Maoyu. According to the forum, Morong Fu's attempt to regain the Yen kingdom was unsuccessful. So, will it really succeed this time? Let's see if he can summon the heroes of the world today. Thank you to the book friend Yi for the 500 starting coins etc. Qin Maoyu stood on the stage of the martial arts conference. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on him, but before Qin Maoyu could speak, suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Immediately, a figure flew up from the sky and landed on the stage. Judging from the appearance of this man, who is about 40 years old, he is dressed as a monk, but he is not a mainstream Zen monk in the Central Plains, but a tantric monk from the western regions. Master Morong, after landing on the stage, Jumozi saw that all the heroes in the world were here and was very satisfied. However, he turned around with a polite attitude and said, "Can you wait for a while?" The poor monk came all the way from Tubo. I am a disciple of Buddhism, so I want to learn from the eminent monks of Shaolin Temple. Sure enough, it appeared. Young master was right. Seeing Jumozi appear, Feng Boyi below said, "Abbot Chuanzi, what do you mean?" Qin Maoyu did not answer Jumozi's words, but turned his head and looked at Chuanzi. After all, Jumozi came to Shaolin Temple. Amitba, National Master, today is our Central Plains Martial Arts Conference. The purpose is not to be competitive. If the National Master has any advice, what about after the conference is over? Abbot Chuanzi pondered for a moment, then turned around and replied. Dare to openly challenge the Shaolin Temple in this martial arts conference, Abbot Chuanzi understands that there is a high probability that the other party is confident. In this public, if the Shaolin Temple loses, it will be a big loss, so even if you want to take action, you should wait until there is no one to do it, right? As for Shaolin winning? Shaolin Temple has been famous for hundreds of years, and even defeating a foreign monk who jumped out of nowhere will not make the name even more famous. Abbot Chuanzi was naturally unwilling to accept this competition. The poor monk is proficient in the 72 stunts of Shaolin. Today, I want to come and compete with the eminent Shaolin monks. I also want to see if the 72 stunts of Shaolin Temple, which are famous all over the world, are authentic. Hearing what Abbot Chuanzi said, he came here with the purpose of becoming famous in public, so Jumozi naturally refused and immediately threw away the name of the 72 special skills. As soon as this statement came out, there was an uproar at the Heroes Conference. This monk actually said that he possesses the 72 unique skills of Shaolin? Is it true or false? The heroes were in an uproar, and the monks in Shaolin Temple naturally looked at each other even more. At this point, if Shaolin is cowardly, it will be embarrassing.
Immediately, the leader of Bodhi Dharma Academy jumped out and said, I am a poor monk who was not talented, but he has been studying flower fingering for many years. I would like to ask for advice. Seeing that Shaolin Temple accepted the move, Jumozi raised his hand, and a dead leaf fell on his fingers, with a smile on his face, just like the Buddha smiling while holding flowers. At the same time, Shaolin monks also used their flower fingers to fight against each other. In front of all the heroes in the world, the Shaolin monk and Jiuma fought together. Needless to say, the outcome was inevitable, but they were defeated in a matter of seconds.
Immediately afterwards, the leader of the Luohan Hall jumped up and struck with Prajna Palm. Jumozi won the first battle and his morale was like a rainbow.
He also used Prajna Palm to fight back and completely suppressed the masters of Shaolin Temple with his force. In the end, Abbot Chuanzi came to the end in person and used his cassock to subdue demons to fight against the enemy, but he was still no match for Jumozi and was knocked to the ground. Become famous in one battle. Having single-handedly overthrown the entire Shaolin Temple, Jumozi can indeed be said to have become famous in one battle. Such strength made all the heroes in the world in uproar. Seeing that Shaolin was being humiliated in practicing martial arts with Master Xian Ku at a young age, Xiao Feng still thought of kindness and wanted to go up. Brother Xiao, although this martial arts conference was convened by the beggar clan, it was my intention.
Let me handle it,
Qin Maoyu said while pressing Xiao Feng's shoulders. After looking at Qin Maoyu, Xiao Feng nodded.
National Master, are you a bit harsh? Qin Maoyu said to Jumozi after getting on the stage.
Morong Fu, what qualifications do you have to come up here?
You are just a defeated subordinate of a poor monk.
Just when he was feeling satisfied after having brought down the entire Shaolin Temple, when he saw Qin Maoyu walking on the stage, Jumozi said something rude. He immediately looked around at everyone present and said, in the Central Plains there are the so-called Northern Xiao Peak and Southern Morong. Southern Morong is just a defeated general of the poor monk.
Where is Xiao Feng?
If you have the guts, come up and fight the poor monk.
Burden. It's not enough. Simply provoking the Shaolin Temple is not Jumozi's pursuit.
Only when he defeats Bei Xiao Feng and Nan Morong in one fell swoop can he become truly famous. Thinking of the friendship between the Imperial Master and my father, I just kept my hand, but I never thought that the Imperial Master would be even more arrogant.
Today, I will be rude to you, Qin Maoyu said. Oh? You actually know about the friendship between the poor monk and Mr. Morong Bo?
Forget it, today the poor monk will evaluate your martial arts for the old man. Although he felt that Morong Fu was being harsh, in front of all the heroes in the world, being able to defeat Morong Fu again would be beneficial and harmless to him.
Therefore, Jumozi nodded and said, Master, this, Bao Butong and Feng Bo were in the audience.
Seeing that Morong Fu was going to fight Jumozi again, they had a look of eagerness and anxiety on their faces. They knew that the young master was no match for this monk before. On the other hand, Abbot Chuanzi and Xiao Feng were not too worried. They were still very confident in Qin Maoyu's martial arts.
Are you taking action? Master Morong should be able to defeat Jumozi, right?
After all, he can overwhelm Xiao Feng in the apricot forest.
The combat power of Nan Morong on the forum is far underestimated. Samsara Master Nanji Lai watched. Qin Maoyu was secretly looking forward to taking action.
In the forum, Morong Fu's force value was judged to be around 300 points, while Jumozi's was around 350.
Logically speaking, Morong Fu was not Jumozi's opponent. But Nan Jili said, can Morong Fu defeat Xiao Feng?
Let's take this opportunity to see just how powerful his martial arts is. Compared to Nanji Lai, the other reincarnations around him were dubious about Qin Maoyu's strength.
Fu has a good idea.
He convened a martial arts conference and called on the heroes of the world to deal with Xixia and start a war. Only then can he have a chance to restore the country.
However, how is his martial arts training now? If he cannot defeat Jumozi, his prestige will be damaged.
It was Morong Fu who proposed the convening of this martial arts conference. Naturally, Morong Bo was also paying close attention to it secretly, and even investigated the causes and consequences clearly.
Not to mention what the people around me think about this competition.
Under the gaze of everyone, seeing that Jumozi had no intention of taking action, Qin Maoyu became rude. He raised his hand, and the long sword in Bao Bubu's hand was automatically unsheathed and fell into Qin Maoyu's palm.
Capture the dragon and control the crane. Qin Maoyu's move moved countless masters.
At the same time, Qin Maoyu moved and rushed directly towards Jumozi. Jumozi raised his hand, and a scorching sword force appeared at the edge of his palm, slashing directly towards Qin Maoyu. The overwhelming potential gives people an unrivaled feeling. The electronic eye scanned and he turned around to avoid the blow.
Shin Mayu jumped directly in front of Jumozi. Mental beating. Just when Jumozi raised his hand, he saw the opportunity.
Shin Mayu's telekinesis turned into a long whip and slapped Jumozi hard on the head. Although the whipping with his current spirit is not enough to make people unconscious. However, under the attack of mental whipping, it was still possible to make Jumo lose his mind for a moment. Sure enough, Jumozi was stunned by the mental whip attack. Although it is only a moment, this moment is enough. When Jumozi came to his senses, there was a chill in his throat, and the sword in Shin Mayu's hand was pressed against his throat.
Instant kill.
It is impossible to kill Jumozi in an instant simply by relying on telekinesis. Similarly, it is impossible to kill Jumozi instantly with melee combat. However, if they work together, they can work wonders. Sure enough, with the help of mental power, Shin Mayu killed Jumozi in one move. You actually, the tip of the sword was pressed against his throat.
Jumozi felt goosebumps all over his body and looked at Shin Mayu in disbelief.
Just for a moment, a powerful spiritual thought hit his spiritual consciousness. This method was what shocked Jumozi the most. As a member of the Buddhist sect, Jumozi certainly understands the meaning of his spiritual consciousness and thoughts being powerful enough to impact others. Although others can't see what's going on here, as long as these people can see that Shin Mayu defeated Jumozi with one move, that's enough.
Jumozi single-handedly defeated the entire Shaolin Temple, but was defeated by Morongfu in one move? How strong is Morongfu? Just thinking about it is scary. Are you kidding me? The forum of the Palace of Samsara is too wrong, isn't it? Just like this, a combat value evaluation of about 300?
As for the Samsaras in the audience, they were even more dumbfounded.
Of course, apart from being shocked by Morongfu's strength, these reincarnators were even more hopeful. If so, his current momentum is even higher, which will be more beneficial to him if he wants to restore the country, right? Here, young master can suddenly defeat Fan Sang with one move? Could it be that this monk is acting with young master?
On the contrary, Bao Butong and Feng Bo looked at each other in disbelief, secretly doubting in their hearts.
How is it? Are the imperial master convinced?
Shin Mayu asked after defeating Jumozi with one move, not to mention what others were thinking. Amitba, I didn't expect Master Morong's cultivation to reach such a level. I admire him so much, Jumozi answered with his palms clasped together.
After hearing Jumozi admit defeat, Shin Mayu took back his sword. Speaking of which, Shin Mayu, a person named Jumozi, is not annoying.
From the original work, it can be seen that his nature is not bad, but he is too obsessed with pursuing fame and fortune. Normally, he is polite when dealing with others, and he never intends to hurt anyone's life. Of course, the most important thing is that in the original work, he firmly stood on Morongbo's side and helped him because of Morongbo's kindness in teaching him martial arts. For Morongfu, Jumozi can also be regarded as a very important help at critical moments. Everyone, there was an episode in the martial arts conference.
Let's get down to business now.
After defeating Jumozi in one move, Shin Mayu spoke to the heroes of the martial arts conference with the power of the winner. As soon as these words were spoken, the martial arts conference was officially kicked off.
Mr. Morong, you once said you knew something about Xiao's life experience. Can you tell me the truth today?
After the martial arts conference officially started, Xiao Feng was the first to jump up and asked Shin Mayu.
Brother Xiao, I do know this. Hearing this, Shin Mayu nodded.
He didn't mean to hide it, he just told the truth about Yanmen Pass in front of all the heroes in the world. It was Morongbo who passed the news to Abbot Xuanzi, which led to the Yanmen Pass massacre.
Unexpectedly, the man behind the scenes was your father.
Suddenly hearing the truth of the matter, Xiao Feng looked at Morongfu in surprise and said,
Wow, so the truth of the matter is actually like this.
For other martial arts people, this is even more exciting news. This matter concerns Xiao Feng, Morongfu, their predecessors, Shaolin, and many older masters who are famous in the world.
Wow, it turns out that the mastermind behind the destruction of my family was actually your father. The father's debt must be repaid by the son.
You must accept your life. Just when the melon-eating crowd at the martial arts conference was knocked unconscious by the big melon, suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Immediately, a figure jumped out and rushed directly towards Shin Mayu, raising his palm with a threatening force. However, as this black figure rushed over, another figure also jumped out and blocked him. After the two men in black exchanged palms in mid-air, they each took a few steps back. They looked equally matched. The people who jumped out were of course Xiao Yuanshan and Morongbo immediately afterwards, both parties directly announced their identities, which again shocked the world's heroes.
Bei Xiaofeng Nan Morong has already become famous in the world, but these two masters actually still have fathers alive in the world?
It seems that the martial arts of these two elders have reached the point where they can decide the world.
Mr. Morong.
Seeing Morong Bo reveal his true appearance, Jamozi shouted with joy on his face, jumped over, and stood faintly with Qin Mayu and Morong Bo. His attitude was self-evident. Master Morong, seeing that there was no chance of winning 2 against 3, Xiaofeng still took 2 steps forward and said, although Xiao admires Mr. Morong very much, the hatred of killing one's mother is irreconcilable. Today, you and I do not have to show mercy, even if it is. My father and son lost their lives here, and I have no complaints at all.
Brother Qiao, a man should put national affairs first.
Now that Xixia has invaded, we are still fighting among ourselves.
If we end up losing, what will it do to the country? There is a blood feud. How about I wait until the big thing is over and then come back?
Qin Mayu heard this and looked at Xiaofeng and said. This, although he already knew that he was a Khitan, he grew up in the Song dynasty.
After hearing Qin Mayu's proposal, Xiaofeng showed hesitation.
What Mr. Morong said makes sense. These words made all the martial arts people present nod secretly.
To be honest, what does Xiaofeng's tragedy have to do with him? Whether you want to take revenge or not, you are just watching a show.
But for national affairs, these martial arts people naturally hope not to fight among themselves.
Humph. No.
I have been thinking about revenge every day for these years.
What does the matter between the Song dynasty and Xixia have to do with me?
Xiao Yuanshan, who was next to him, snorted coldly, and naturally did not accept Qin Mayu's proposal. Hearing this, Morong Bo moved forward and stepped forward.
The grievances of the older generation will naturally be dealt with by the older generation.
However, Qin Mayu held back Morong Bo. Morong Bo was his strongest supporter, and Qin Mayu didn't want him to have any shortcomings.
If Senior Xiao insists on having his own way, how about I show you a move and see if you can crack it, Senior Xiao?
After grabbing Morong Bo, Qin Mayu came forward and said,
One move? You little kid, you have such a loud tone.
Although you are good at martial arts, you just acted in a show with a great monk.
You failed in one move. Don't think I can't tell. You want me to quit after one move? Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan sneered.
For a master of Xiao Yuanshan's level, it can certainly be seen that when Qin Mayu and Jamozi took action just now, Jamozi's movements were a beat slower at the critical moment, revealing a flaw.
Not knowing the existence of telepathy, Xiao Yuanshan only thought that the two of them were acting together.
Without explaining too much, Qin Mayu took a deep breath, and then slowly raised his hands.
The power of thought surged out without any reservation.
A gust of wind blew up, making Qin Mayu's clothes rustle. At the same time, the swords in the hands of all the martial arts practitioners present trembled slightly, as if they might unsheath themselves at any time.
My sword? What's going on?
A knight looked down at the trembling sword in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. Why did his sword tremble for no reason? Not only this knight, but everyone in the martial arts conference was in a commotion at this time. However, before these people could figure out what was going on, in just a few breaths, suddenly, long swords unsheathed themselves and flew up. Hundreds of swords flew into the air, and the scene was very spectacular. Then, under everyone's gaze, these swords all flew to Qin Mayu's side, slowly rotating around Qin Mayu, like a sword dragon composed of hundreds of long swords.
Senior Xiao, are you confident enough to take this junior's sword?
Qin Mayu raised her hands and controlled hundreds of flying swords, like a sword fairy, looking at Xiao Yuanshan and said. Xiao Yuanshan, looking at hundreds of flying swords, the tips of the swords pointed at him. Xiao Yuanshan's back was wet with cold sweat. Although he has long had a death wish in his heart, if he cannot take revenge, the blood will be spilled in Shaolin.
But seeing such a formation with your own eyes, why do you do it knowing you can't do it? That's not courage, that's stupidity.
Even if you think with your toes, you know that since the opponent can control hundreds of swords to fly, he can also control hundreds of swords to stab. At this time, no matter how exquisite the martial arts moves are, they are all in vain, right?
Everyone in the house was shocked and horrified.
In the entire Shaolin Temple martial arts conference, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw hundreds of flying swords. For these people in the martial arts world, such martial arts can no longer be called martial arts.
They are simply magical and supernatural beings.
According to legend, when one reaches the state of refining energy and transforming into a god, one can acquire all kinds of strange powers like a living Buddha or a land god.
Is this really true?
He had already experienced the power of Qin Mayu's telepathy, but this also made Jamozi more able to accept the scene in front of him. However, Jumozi has been crazy about pursuing the best martial arts in the world for many years, but now look at it, no matter how powerful the martial arts in the world is, can it be as powerful as the scene of 100 swords flying in front of him? When Force martial arts actually reached such a level? Even Morong Bo was completely dumbfounded when he saw Qin Mayu's move. Such a method seems to be completely beyond the realm of mortals, right? However, despite being surprised, Morong Bo was ecstatic in his heart. With such means, the recovery of Dian is just around the corner. Ha ha, my son should look like a great emperor. Of course, although these martial arts people were surprised when they saw the scene in front of them, the reincarnation practitioners were dumbfounded one by one. Are you kidding? The Samsara Palace actually unanimously commented that Morong Fu's combat power value is only about 300? This is simply the biggest lie of the Samsara Palace. This? 10,000 swords returned to the sect? Is this one person's effort to elevate the martial arts of the 8 tribes of Heavenly Dragon to the world of high martial arts? Sword controlling skills? Can sword controlling skills appear in the world of martial arts? Are you sure this is martial arts, not the world of immortals? Crazy, for these reincarnations in the world of Tianlongbabu, the scene in front of them makes them crazy. The scene in front of them completely shattered their impression of the reincarnation world of Tianlongbabu. If someone had told them at the beginning that Morong Fu could perform such fantastic martial arts as 100 swords flying together, they would never have believed it. But now, the scene is vividly displayed in front of me. Even if I don't want to believe it, it is true. Although the scene in front of me was very shocking, I turned around and thought about it. No matter what, I was willing to help Morong Fu regain the Yen Kingdom. The higher his strength, the greater the possibility of completing this task. This is a good thing. However, after returning this time, everyone posted this matter on the forum of the Palace of Samsara. It is estimated that the entire Samsara forum will explode, right? Not to mention what others were thinking, Xiao Yuanshan could only nod his head when Qin Mayu pointed at him with hundreds of flying swords, and said, as you said, revenge will wait until the battle between the Song dynasty and Xixia. Let's talk about it after it's over. So, thank you for your understanding, Senior Xiao. After hearing Xiao Yuanshan's answer, Qin Mayu nodded in thanks. Sure enough, only those with big fists are qualified to talk sense. No matter what you want to talk about, whether the other party really accepts it. Withdrawing his telekinesis, a sword fell from mid-air. As for Qin Mayu, I just felt that my mind went blank, I was slightly dizzy, and then I stood firm. Although one sword is not heavy, the sum of hundreds of swords weighs at least 1,000 kilograms, and the precise control of these swords to fly is indeed overloaded for Qin Mayu's telekinesis. This scene of hundreds of swords flying at once seems very scary, but it is actually an embroidered pillow and has no lethality at all. There is only so much telekinesis. If you control a sword, its lethality is like a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Then, when it is dispersed across hundreds of swords, it is like the strength is completely dispersed and turned into hundreds of jelly beans thrown by a child. The lethality is naturally greatly reduced. However, Qin Mayu didn't want to kill anyone. If he really killed Xiao Yuanshan, wouldn't the help of a top powerhouse like Xiao Feng be gone? So, as long as you can bluff people. After Xiao Yuanshan nodded, the first thing about Xiao Feng's life experience came to an end. Xiao Feng's family was the biggest sufferer, and Abbot Xuanzi was the one who was deceived. Qin Mayu had made it clear in advance. For other people in the martial arts world, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. The person who died because of this incident has nothing to do with them, so of course they don't care. As for the relatives and friends of the martial arts masters who died tragically in the battle at Yanmen Pass, they naturally did not dare to say anything after seeing Qin Mayu's bluffing tactics. Then, let's talk about the second thing. After waiting for a moment to allow his mental strength to calm down, Qin Mayu then spoke and said, recently, many people in the world have died due to their own stunts that made them famous, so that I have suffered a lot. Unjustly accused. Today, I tell the heroes of the world that the death of these people has nothing to do with me. Forgive me for being arrogant, but if I want to kill people, there is no need to deliberately let them die under my own unique skills to cause trouble for myself. Although Qin Mayu's words were indeed arrogant, considering the force he had just displayed, they were naturally very convincing. Therefore, no one dared to stand up and refute this statement. During this period, Elder Wu of the Beggar clan couldn't help but stand up and ask, what did Qin Mayu want to say about the death of his deputy gang leader Ma Daiyuan? After looking at Elder Wu, Qin Mayu originally wanted to reply, I am only responsible for clarifying myself. As for the murderer, it is none of my business.
You can investigate it yourself. But think about it, after all, the beggar clan convened this martial arts conference, which was a great help. It would be inappropriate to just burn the bridge across the river. As for the death of Deputy Gang Leader Ma, I will help your beggar clan find out everything after the battle. Well, in front of all the heroes in the world, Master Morong made a promise, and these people from the beggar clan naturally had no objections. Finally, everyone, let's talk about the most important thing about this martial arts conference. The first two things were almost finished. Jean Mayu's face straightened. P.S. Many thanks to book friend Dugu Qingyang V for the reward of 200 starting coins, and book friend Brilliant Life for the reward of 200 starting coins, as the saying goes, words are spoken lightly. It means that if a person has a low status, then what he says will have little weight and others will not take it seriously. However, conversely, if a person has a high status, the naturalness of his words will make people more convincing. As the topic of Xixia was brought up, everyone in the martial arts conference became serious. Naturally, Qin Mayu had already thought about what to say and dropped the topic that she had prepared for a long time. It is said that Xixia is preparing to use troops against the Song dynasty. It can be seen from the previous Xixia soldiers entering the apricot forest to arrest people. Indeed, all the Xixia troops entered the Song dynasty? This is enough to explain a lot of problems. Therefore, since the topic was serious, these martial arts people were naturally excited and shouted to make Xixia look good. Mr. Morong, I think it's better to discuss this matter in the long run. However, not everyone is so easy to fool. At this moment, some people jumped out and put forward different opinions, saying, although the Xixia soldiers entered the apricot forest, there were not many in number after all. It can be seen from this that Xixia is still quite afraid of me, the Song dynasty. Yes, are we too hasty in attacking Xixia? Brother, you should know that sometimes taking a step back can open up the world, but the greater possibility is that your opponent will feel that you are weak and can be bullied, so that you can push forward. Although not many Xixia soldiers entered our Song dynasty today, if we don't give a strong counterattack today, more and more people will enter in the future. Besides, the Liao dynasty is even more eyeing now. As far as I know, the emperor of the Liao kingdom is thinking about how to annex the Song dynasty every day. At this critical moment, if we can become strong and destroy Xixia to show our power, presumably, this can also deter the ambition of the Liao emperor. Qin Moyu spoke in an impassioned tone. Although the purpose of destroying Xixia was to help the Morong family regain the Yin kingdom, this was selfish. However, it can be seen from the original work that the emperor of Liao state did think about overthrowing the Song dynasty every day. Judging from the development history of Jin-style martial arts, in the end, Wu Jing's father's Xiangyang city was destroyed, which indeed led to the overthrow of the Song dynasty. Although this world is just a world of reincarnation, these people are Chinese people after all. If possible, Qin Mayu also hopes to build momentum for the Song dynasty while fulfilling his own private wishes. What Mr. Morong said is absolutely true. As Qin Mayu finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted loudly. The person who led the shouting was none other than Nanji Lai. 20 or 30 reincarnations spoke out in support and took the lead. Soon, the voices started to rise one after another. After the rhythm was picked up, naturally, the crowd responded. Taking advantage of this martial arts conference, a powerful force must be formed to attack Xixia, and the identity of the leader of the martial arts alliance, as expected, is of course Qin Moyu. Things were proceeding in an orderly manner, because he could only stay in the world of reincarnation for 2 months. Therefore, after taking the position of the leader of the martial arts alliance, Qin Moyu advocated using troops and speed to attack Xixia quickly. Before that, Qin Mayu and Morong Bo naturally discussed with Jumozi and asked him to go back to Tubo to persuade Tubo to use troops against Xixia and carve up the territory of Xixia. From a personal perspective, Jumozi is of course willing to help. From a public perspective, being able to help Tubo expand its territory is also a contribution to the country. Therefore, after Jumozi nodded, he went back to Tibet without stopping. Martial arts people were organized, and Tibetan people came to support them, as well as the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace. Of course, all the savings accumulated by the Morong family over the years were used, so the momentum was naturally huge. After spending some time to integrate the warriors who attacked Xixia, Qin Mayu found Xiaofeng that day. Because his identity was revealed to the world, Xiaofeng also felt embarrassed to be in the beggar clan and officially resigned as the leader. Brother Xiao. Seeing Xiaofeng sitting alone under the moonlight, Qin Mayu walked up to Xiaofeng and sat down, holding a jar of wine in her hand. Mr. Morong. You're still up so late? The army attacking Xixia is about to leave, right?
Seeing that Qin Mayu came to see him late at night, Xiao Feng took the wine jar from his hand and took a big gulp. Afterwards, asked, "It is important to launch the army, but it is even more important to find a suitable leader for this army," Qin Mayu said as he sat down in front of Xiao Feng.
The leader of the army?
"Now, Mr. Morone, you are the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance.
Don't you deserve to lead the army?"
Putting down the wine jar, Xiao Feng looked at Qin Mayu in surprise. No, I am indeed good at fighting alone, but attacking Xixia requires the ability to lead, which I am not good at. Brother Qiao, you have resigned from the position of gang leader.
Now, how about you be the leader of this army?"
Qin Mayu took the wine jar from Xiao Feng's hand, poured himself a bowl, and asked,
"Me?"
He looked at Qin Mayu in shock.
Xiao Feng obviously didn't expect Qin Mayu to bring this up.
"Yes, Brother Qiao, you have experience in leading the beggar clan.
Under your leadership, the beggar clan is even more prosperous. Besides, now that you have resigned as the leader of the beggar clan, you are also a chitin. It is you who have rectified your name. At this time, it is most suitable for you to lead the army."
Qin Mayu nodded and said to Xiao Feng, "Xiao understands what Mr. Morong said. However, there is a blood feud between you and me. Aren't you afraid that Xiao will betray you?" Xiao Feng stared at Qin Mayu and asked, "Although Brother Qiao and I have known each other for a short time, I still think I know a thing or two about your character. If you really want to take revenge, just do it openly. Using such methods is definitely not what Brother Qiao is like." Hearing this, Qin Mayu said with a smile. It has to be said that even though he was blamed for killing his mother, Qin Mayu's words made Xiao Feng secretly moved and admired. "If it weren't for the big enmity between you and me, Xiao would be willing to become brothers with Mr. Morong." Finally, Xiao Feng said with emotion. "So, then this matter is settled." Qin Mayu raised the wine bowl without further entanglement on the matter of sworn vows. After touching Xiao Feng's wine jar, he drank it all in one gulp. The next day, Qin Mayu paid homage to the general and appointed Xiao Feng as the leader of the entire army. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Then, naturally, some people had objections. Of course Morong Bo was the leader. After all, such a force has been the Morong family's hope for recovering Dian for so many years.
How can it be left to the control of outsiders? Even enemies?
I don't trust the people I employ, and I don't trust the people I doubt. How can I not have a broad mind if I want to achieve great things?
The army will be temporarily led by Xiao Feng. I have made up my mind.
However, in Qin Mayu's view, although Morong Bo's martial arts value can be of great help to her, he can only hinder her in terms of actions. Just watching the martial arts competition, she wiped Xuanzi and Xuanzi for him first. The butts of Xiao Yuanshan and his son can understand. Regarding Morong Bo's objection, Qin Mayu had no intention of changing his mind. Leaving aside what Morong Bo was thinking, at least Qin Mayu's ability impressed all the martial arts heroes. After becoming a general, Xiao Feng officially became the leader of the attack on Xixia.
What about Qin Mayu himself?
Then he said that he would first carry out the beheading plan, kill the royal family of the Xixia palace, and create chaos. Judging from the time, Tianshan Child Elder should have met Wu Yazi at Lego Mountain, and her wish has been fulfilled. My own family knows their own affairs, but I am not good at leading troops to fight. However, going to the Xixia palace to cause trouble with the Tianshan Child Elder is what I am best at. In short, to describe it in a game way, Xiao Feng leads his troops to battle normally, while he drags the Tianshan Child Lao together to steal the tower. Well, the army set off towards Xixia. Seeing Qin Mayu's leaving figure, Morong Bo let out a long sigh.
To be honest, what the Morong family has been dreaming about for many years is to regain the Yen kingdom.
Now that they have hope in the hands of their son, Morong Bo is of course extremely happy. However, seeing that the army was in control, he actually handed over the control of the army to others, and even his own enemies.
In Morong Bo's view, this was something completely incomprehensible. Tolerance?
Indeed, such a measure is simply boundless. Naturally, Morong Bo stayed and did not leave with Qin Mayu. On the surface, it was said that the army was going to reunite with the Tubo army, and it would be best for him to contact Jumozi. In fact, Morong Bo was naturally keeping an eye on Xiao Feng and his son, guarding against their betrayal. Of course, as the army set out, the battle to regain Dian officially began, and Morong Bo also had some expectations in his heart. After successfully annihilating Xixia, the Morong family ascends to the throne, and changes the name of the country to Yen. Will he also be able to become the supreme emperor? Thinking about it, I still feel a little yearning. However, out of admiration, Morong Bo looked at Nanjili and others not far away, and he didn't quite understand. Look at these people, some are from small sects, some are simply sects, they are all young, not even 20 years old, and their martial arts skills are poor.
But Four values them very much?
This made Morong Bo a little strange.
What qualifications did these people have to be reused by Four?
Curious in his heart, Morong Bo held some thoughts on comparing these young people, and after chatting with them,
soon, I was stunned.
These young people look hairless and have low martial arts skills, but they are all academics.
For example, in terms of literary talent, a few lines of poetry that will last forever will pop out of his mouth.
For another example, in arithmetic, I took a casual test on a question about a pheasant and a rabbit sharing a cage, and the other party listed some so-called equations and easily solved it.
He even talked to himself about algebra and geometry.
Although he had only a partial understanding of it, he felt very powerful. Some people can even talk to themselves about the movement of the sun, moon, stars, and the rise and fall of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all because the earth under their feet is a ball. Not to mention how ridiculous this statement is, but the other party is able to justify it, and it seems so reasonable that people can't find any reason to refute it. Originally, these words were just words on paper. Although they were powerful, Morong Bo felt that these young people could indeed become the pillars of the Yin kingdom in the future, but after all, he had never seen their abilities with his own eyes. Until I walked for a few days and came to a big river, there was a wonder of the ages. It turned out that the originally wide river suddenly dried up, leaving many fish and shrimps jumping on the riverbed.
Many people went down to pick up fish. This scene was amazing to see.
However, one of the young men immediately spoke, saying that in a short while, the river would surge down, causing the death of the people, and asked these martial arts people to jump out one by one and catch all the people who were reluctant to go ashore. Then, as if to confirm what the young man said, sure enough, after a stick of incense, the river suddenly surged down.
Is this a way to predict the future? This scene made everyone including Morong Bo dumbfounded.
Naturally, they did not dare to underestimate these young people at all.
Hey, how did you know that this river will appear?
This scene is somewhat similar to the records of the Yangtze River suddenly drying up in the real world. When he found a place where no one was around, Nanjili came forward and asked the reincarnator road.
How do I know the reason?
I just accidentally saw such a record in the forum. I saved these people, but I don't know if there is a hidden mission to complete, the reincarnation person replied. This large army of martial arts people is heading towards Xixia.
Let's not talk about what happened on the way.
On the other side, as this army approached, the Xixia side naturally received the news. They immediately sent a letter to notify the Xixia royal family, which also made the Xixia royal family nervous.
Oh, so the so-called strategy for hidden missions only serves as a reference, but it can't be counted at all? In the Xixia palace, a reincarnator sighed after learning the news.
Originally, I traveled through time and came to the Xixia royal family.
I thought I was lucky, and I used some tricks to gain the trust of Princess Li Qiushui.
However, as for the hidden mission guide, Li Qiushui should deal with the Tianshan child elder in Lingzhou Palace. He can complete the mission by killing the little lowly who was kidnapped by the cow ghost and snake god in the 72 cave. Who knows, there are still a few months until this time period. I originally thought that it would be feasible to attack Tianshan Tonglao in advance, but I didn't expect that after spending so long planning and gaining Li Qiushui's trust, martial arts figures from the Song dynasty would collectively attack Xixia. Thinking with your toes, this reincarnator also knows that it was the reincarnators from the Song dynasty who started this matter.
This thing is really big. Although the strategy for hidden missions is useful, reincarnators travel in groups of 100 people. If other reincarnators cause trouble, the butterfly effect may cause changes in your original hidden mission. This is the current situation. Tianshan, Lingzhou Palace.
With the arrival of Qin Mayu, the maid of Lingzhou Palace naturally did not stop him this time and directly invited Qin Mayu to come in.
Child elder looks refreshed.
She seems to be much younger. When he came to Lingzhou Palace, he saw the Tianshan child elder again and Qin Mayu praised her. Indeed, from the perspective of spirit and demeanor, it can be seen that Tianshan child elder's appearance has changed a lot from last time.
Haha, you kid has really made quite a fuss recently.
Everyone likes others to praise themselves, and Tianshan child elder was no exception. She said with a smile when she heard this.
It seems that child elder went to see senior Wu Yazi this time. Was the meeting good? Qin Mayu asked again. You young people should stop talking about the matters of the older generation. After hearing Qin Mayu's inquiry about the emotional entanglements of the older generation, Tianshan Child Elder was naturally unwilling to say anything in front of outsiders. However, after saying these words, she seemed to be showing off. Without complaining, Tianshan Child Elder continued, "Actually, not only did I meet my junior brother this time, I also brought him to Lingzhou Palace. You see what's this?" As she spoke, the Tianshan child showed her thumb, which had a big thumb. It must be the jade ring that represents the leader of Xiaoyao sect. This time, Tianshan Tonglao got it. Therefore, as the leader, she brought Wu Yazi to Lingzhou Palace to rest. "Morong Fu, you came here to ask me to go to the Shisha Palace to create chaos, right? Let's go now." After showing off, the Tianshan Child Elder looked even more anxious than Qin Mayu, her face with a smile on her face. She wished she could set off with Qin Mayu immediately. "Child Elder, you can't wait any longer. You want to show off in front of Li Qiushui in the Shisha Palace, right?" Looking at Tianshan Child Elder's eager look, how could Qin Mayu not guess what she was thinking? Said with a rant, "Ha ha, that bitch, let her know that my junior brother has now settled in my Lingzhou Palace. Without grandma taking action, she will be angry to death. I can't wait to see her face then." Senior sister, however, just when Tianshan Child Elder was pulling Qin Mayu, impatiently going to the Shisha Palace, suddenly, a voice rang out. Hearing this, Qin Mayu followed the reputation and went out. "I saw an old man with a childlike face and fair hair, sitting on a wheelchair and pushing the wheelchair out. This must be Wu Yazi, right? At such an old age, his skin looks good. He must have been a handsome guy when he was young. No wonder he was able to charm Li Qiushui and Tianshan Tonglao." Looking at the wheelchair, Qin Mayu sighed secretly in his heart when the old man appeared. "This must be Mr. Morong Fu, right?" Sigh, Qin Mayu was looking at Wu Yazi, and similarly, Wu Yazi's eyes also fell on Qin Mayu. After saying something, he immediately shook his head regretfully. "Senior, what do you mean by staring at this junior and shaking your head and sighing?" Seeing Wu Yazi's reaction, Qin Mayu's face turned dark. "I heard from senior sister that the Jinlong chess game was solved with your help. It would be great if Mr. Morong came to my Lego Mountain," Wu Yazi said with great regret. Yes, in Wu Yazi's opinion, Morong Fu was indeed a very suitable candidate to be the head of Xiaoyao sect, whether it is appearance, demeanor, or other aspects. "What? Junior brother? Do you still feel that senior sister is not satisfied with going to Lego Mountain to find you?" Hearing Wu Yazi's words, the Tianshan child grandmother next to her felt uncomfortable. "Senior sister, that's not what I meant. It's just that now that you and I are old, the world belongs to young people," Wu Yazi quickly explained. Tianshan Child Elder can still accept this explanation. Although he broke the Jinlong chess game and forced Wu Yazi to give him the reins of leadership, and he was now the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, after all, it was still appropriate to find a young talent to be the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Tianshan Child Elder and Wu Yazi were having a conversation, but Qin Mayu did not interrupt. Just looking at Wu Yazi sitting in the wheelchair, Qin Mayu felt a sense of sympathy, and secretly thought in his heart whether to use the opportunity of artificial human beings on Wu Yazi. The martial arts and power learned in the martial arts world can be brought back to the real world by oneself, and the martial arts secrets memorized can be practiced by oneself, but they cannot be practiced by others. Unless it is a reward for completing a task. Similarly, the opportunity Qin Mayu got to transform a human being was just an opportunity, but it was not the corresponding technology. Once used, it would be gone. It is precisely because of this that Qin Mayu originally wanted to sell it for 500 million in the real world. Otherwise, what if you have artificial human technology? Needless to say, even if you open a hospital to treat the disabled, you will be rich in this life. She has already been transformed, so the opportunity to transform is a bit useless to Qin Mayu. Out of sympathy, she thinks it would be good to use it on Wu Yazi. Besides, curing Wu Yazi, this is definitely a hidden mission with high evaluation, right? However, after thinking about it, Qin Mayu secretly shook his head. Wu Yazi is already so old and has only a few years to live. The value of such a precious opportunity for him is too low. Traveling through other reincarnation worlds in the future may be of greater use. Qin Mayu was thinking secretly in her heart, and the conversation between Tong Lao and Wu Yazi next to her also ended. Generally speaking, he knew that Tong Lao and Qin Mayu couldn't wait to go to the Shisha Palace, so Wu Yazi asked for a favor for Li Qiushui. After all, a couple's night brings 100 days of blessings. Awesome! After hearing that Wu Yazi was actually willing to plead for Li Qiushui at this point, Qin Mayu secretly gave him a thumbs up. However, it seems that Li Qiushui is somewhat related to him. It is known that Wang Yuyan is his cousin, and Li Qingluo is Wang Yuyan's mother and the daughter of Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi. Prove that. Are Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui related to me?
Not to mention that Qin Mayu stood alone and had some weird thoughts in his mind.
He really put himself into the role of Morong Fu.
The child elder next to her was naturally very unhappy when she heard Wu Yazi pleading for Li Qiushui. Her originally cheerful mood dropped a lot.
However, he didn't mean to completely rebel against Wu Yazi.
After saying something in reply, he called Qin Mayu and without further ado, left Lingzhou Palace and went directly to Xixia Palace. When their martial arts skills reached the stage of Tianshan Tong Lao and Xiaofeng, the so-called guards of the palace were naturally useless. All the way to Xixia, Tianshan Child Elder was in a bad mood and stopped talking. Of course, Qin Mayu didn't bother her with anything, so the two of them just hurried on. Speaking of which, Lingzhou Palace is actually not that far from Xixia Palace. According to the maps of later generations, today's Xixia is located in Gansu, Qinghai and Ningxia, which roughly belongs to the position from the tail to the chest and abdomen of the rooster on the Chinese map.
And what about Lingzhou Palace? It belongs to the Tianshan Mountains, naturally in the area of Xinjiang, at the tail of the rooster.
Of course, judging from the maps of later generations, not to mention Xixia, even Tubo and the Liao dynasty, which are now eyeing it with eager eyes, are partly included in the territory of the rooster.
Back to business.
After coming down from Lingzhou Palace, they spent another 3 or 2 days on the road before Qin Mayu and Tianshan Child Elder arrived at Xixia Palace. Ha ha ha, looking at the Xixia Palace, the Tianshan Child Elder showed a malicious smile on her face. Li Qiushui had always been looking forward to the day when he would return to his old age and take action against himself. Today, he had to take action first. The strength of this guard seems to have increased a lot. However, after looking at the guards of the Xixia Palace, Tianshan Child Elder said again. It must be that the army of those martial arts people are going to attack Xixia, so Xixia must have entered a state of war preparation. I have even made up my mind to come and behead him, and Xixia may have already known about it. Hearing this, Qin Mayu said. Well, if that's the case, we should be careful. Hearing this, the Tianshan Child Elder nodded. Although I can feel like I am in a deserted place in the Xixia Palace, if I am really surrounded by countless armies, plus the original masters of Xixia, the situation will be equally optimistic. Don't worry, Child Elder. As far as I am concerned, the thing I am least afraid of is being surrounded and suppressed by the army.
However, Qin Mayu didn't look worried.
Having been transformed by the Variety Star King, I still have no means to use thermal weapons. If I am really surrounded by an army, I will have a machine gun in one hand, a flamethrower in the other, and occasionally throw a few bombs out.
An army of ordinary people? There is no threat at all. However, now is not the time to reveal your identity as a reincarnation person. Don't reveal your identity unless it is absolutely necessary.
However, the Tianshan Child Elder naturally didn't know what Qin Mayu was thinking, and she obviously misunderstood, so she nodded and said, well, I heard that your boy has a sword fairy technique that allows 100 swords to fly at once. As far as you are concerned, encirclement and suppression by a large army is indeed nothing to fear. Thank you to the book friend Brilliant Life for the 200 starting coins. Qin Mayu and Tianshan Child Lao sneaked into the Xixia Palace. Although the palace's guard strength has been greatly enhanced, for experts at the level of Tianshan Tong Lao and Qin Mayu, it only makes their infiltration a little more troublesome, but it is not enough to stop them.
After sneaking into the palace at night, Qin Mayu and Tianshan Tong Lao searched around the palace.
In the middle of the night, Li Qiushui was found. Under the moonlight night, while practicing martial arts in a garden, a white ribbon moved very smartly in her hands, as if it came alive. As she moved around, her figure was graceful and erratic.
Morong boy, let's attack together and fight quickly. Otherwise, we will attract other masters in the palace and we will be in trouble.
After finding Li Qiushui, Tianshan Child Elder was happy, but she whispered to Qin Mayu. He thought that he could defeat Li Qiushui if he fought alone, but there were other masters in the Xixia Palace, and the Tianshan Child Elder was not arrogant enough to quickly subdue Li Qiushui in a single fight.
Okay, Grandma, I understand. Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded.
It would be very suitable for him to use his mental power to play a supporting role among these top experts. After the two secretly formulated a battle plan, Tianshan Child Elder's body immediately jumped out. The name of this magic skill is extremely domineering, and it also exerts extremely terrifying power in the hands of Tianshan Child Elder.
Without any nonsense, Child Elder slapped Li Qiushui with her palm. It is extremely powerful and its overwhelming force makes people feel irresistible. Senior sister. Seeing child elder jumping out, Li Qiushui's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed. However, her reaction was very quick. She raised her hand and the white ribbon came towards Child Lao like a white dragon. However, under the force of Child Lao's palm, the white bolt was shattered into pieces and flew all over the sky. At the same time, the force of the palm continued to strike Li Qiushui unabated. He stepped lightly. Even at this extremely critical moment, Li Qiushui's movements were still as graceful as if he were dancing. He swayed and dodged Child Elder's blow. Originally, he didn't expect to be able to hit the target with one strike, so Child Elder also stepped forward. Judging from the battle situation, Tong Lao was naturally ahead of Li Qiushui, but her strength was limited. In addition, the two of them knew each other very well and were from the same school, so if they wanted to really defeat Li Qiushui, they would have to at least use thousands of moves. Morong boy, why don't you take action? After fighting for more than a dozen moves, Tianshan Child Elder was secretly surprised when she found that Qin Mayu had been hiding in the dark with no intention of helping. Qin Mayu really has no intention of rushing to take action, and everyone who plays games also understands that when ganking in the wild, he will jump out at the beginning to make people guard against escape, and the success rate is naturally not high. The success rate is the highest if you wait until the opponent is in full swing and their skills are about the same before taking action. Sure enough, after waiting for a moment, Tianshan Child Elder's palms directly blocked all the space for Li Qiushui's Lingbo Weibu to dodge. Not only was Li Qiushui very familiar with Child Elder's martial arts, but naturally, Tianshan Child Elder was also very familiar with her martial arts. Forced, Li Qiushui had no choice but to raise his palms and seal them with Tianshan Child Elder's palms. The two men's bodies were motionless, and they competed with each other's internal strength. Hey, how can you be my opponent with your internal strength? In half a stick of incense at most, you will be exhausted and die. Tianshan Child Elder smiled. Senior sister, my little sister's internal strength is of course not as good as your Bawang Liuhua self-conquering kung fu, but don't forget where this is. You and I have been fighting for so long, and I'm afraid someone will come over in less than half a stick of incense. Right? Li Qiushui was not afraid and retorted after hearing this. If you don't take action now, how long will it take? Knowing that what Li Qiushui said was true, Child Elder shouted. In fact, there was no need for Tianshan Child Elder to remind her. At this time, Qin Mayu also knew that it was indeed time for him to take action. Looking at Li Qiushui, he immediately activated his mental whipping ability. The power of thought was like a whip, lashing out. After being mentally whipped, Li Qiushui felt as if his head had been hit with a hammer, and he was stunned for a moment. At this critical moment of internal strength competition, if there is a slight mistake, the consequences will be disastrous. As her head was dazed, Tianshan Child Elder's internal energy swept down like a volcano erupting. With a scream, Li Qiushui's body was blown away. He vomited blood in midair, and there were dots of bright red blood, and a bloody flower fell down. I'll kill you while you're sick. Although she promised Wu Yazi, at this moment, years of hatred drove Tianshan Child Elder to pounce on Li Qiushui. Whoops! However, when Li Qiushui was in danger, two figures, one fat and one thin, jumped out, each raised their palms and met the Tianshan Child Elder. With 1 against 2, Tianshan's child was blocked, her expression gloomy. With the help of the pressure from Tianshan Child Elder's palm, the two figures quickly retreated to Li Qiushui's side. Wow! At the same time, there was a sound of dense footsteps. Immediately, a figure with a strong sword and gun in his hand and a bow and arrow jumped out quickly, and dozens of people seemed to be surrounding him. Someone stepped forward and put a pill into Li Qiushui's mouth. After taking the elixir, although Li Qiushui's injury was serious, it stabilized within a short period of time. Senior sister, little sister, over the years, I have absorbed the best players from all over the world to form a first-class hall. All of them are people with extraordinary martial arts skills. Today they all came out. Senior sister, what do you think of your comments? Cough cough cough. Although the injury was serious, Li Qiushui had a winner's smile on his face. You bitch, you knew I was coming, so did you lay out such a trap for me? Looking at the dozens of martial arts masters around, who had obviously laid out traps long ago, Tianshan Child Elder said in a deep voice. Originally, my little sister got the news that the martial arts leader of the Song dynasty came to the Shisha Palace to assassinate her, so she set up a trap. Unexpectedly, it was you, senior sister, who jumped in. Li Qiushui still looked like a winner, said with a smile. Having said this, Li Qiushui looked around and said, okay, who else secretly attacked me just now? Come out together. At this point, do you still want to continue hiding?
The Tianshan child elder had just shouted something, and since he was attacked at a critical moment, Li Qiushui certainly knew that someone was hiding in the secret. Hearing this, Jin Moyu had no intention of hiding it, and walked out of the darkness. Thank you to book friend 201708301252327773 for the 100 starting coins. Hey, this guy looks very handsome.
Why do you have to go with my senior sister? Why don't you come with me?
I can let you enjoy it and make sure you are in high spirits. Looking at Jin Moyu walking out, Li Qiushui's eyes lit up slightly, and he said to Jin Moyu full of charm. Unlike the Tianshan child elder who looked old, Li Qiushui looked like a mature woman in her 30s, with her charm still intact. When these words came out, they did have a strange charm. Of course, when thinking about Li Qiushui's age, Jin Moyu immediately thought of Gu Jingbu Bo bitch, you really can't change your coquettish appearance. No wonder junior brother left you and came to my Lingzhou palace. Seeing this, Li Qiushui actually opened his mouth to seduce Jin Moyu, and the child beside him spat.
Senior sister, please stop joking. Senior brother, how could he? Naturally, Li Qiushui didn't care about what Tong Lao said. He only thought that she deliberately said such unwarranted words to make him angry. However, before Li Qiushui finished speaking, the second half of his words immediately got stuck in his throat and he could not speak. Because at this time, child elder had already raised her hand, and there was a jade ring on her thumb. 7 treasures jade ring? How come it is in your hand?
Li Qiushui's eyes were attracted like a magnet and he screamed.
Where did it come from?
Of course it was from the hands of junior brother Wu Yazi.
He is staying in my Lingzhou palace now.
Looking at Li Qiushui's screaming appearance, it was child elder's turn to show victory this time.
The person smiled.
Impossible, this is impossible. Li Qiushui shook his head hastily, obviously unable to accept that Wu Yazi actually went to Lingzhou palace.
What's impossible? Junior brother, instead of going to Lingzhou palace, he comes to see you as a concubine in the Xixia palace?
Seeing Li Qiushui shake his head, child elder spoke, and sprinkled more on her wounds without hesitation.
A handful of salt. Jin Moyu had no intention of interfering with the dispute between Li Qiushui and Tong Lao.
He just looked at the martial arts masters around him and frowned slightly.
Li Qiushui had already prepared a trap, waiting for her to jump in.
Therefore, she had already known that she had come to the Xixia palace to assassinate him.
Did Yipentang investigate it himself? Or is there a traitor in the martial arts community who has provided information?
After thinking about it, Jin Moyu felt that the second possibility was higher. After all, although it is not a secret that he worships General Qiao Feng, only a few people know that he took the first step and came to the Xixia palace to assassinate him. Even if the people from Yipentang want to investigate, they can't investigate it so easily. Toffee, child elder and Li Qiushui were arguing with each other and seemed to have no intention of stopping. Among the masters of Yipentang, one of the two people who had just slapped child elder spoke up and reminded them. Senior sister, little sister, I don't care whether what you say is true or false. After I kill you, I will naturally go to Lingzhou Palace to have a clear look. After being reminded and realizing that now was not the time to argue, Li Qiushui said coldly. This situation is really troublesome.
Jin Moyu also secretly became nervous. He raised his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand.
Without any nonsense, Li Qiushui waved her hand, and following her movements, the dozens of martial arts masters around her started to move.
Because Tong Lao's strength is very powerful, the masters of this class focused their attacks on Tong Lao.
Being surrounded by a group of people, child elder felt as if she was a lion king on the grassland surrounded by a group of hyenas.
None of these people had any intention of welcoming Tong Lao's attack.
They just wandered around and took advantage of the opportunity to attack from a distance to continuously increase minor injuries, thus affecting Tong Lao's ability to display.
So, Li Qiushui doesn't know my identity yet and only thinks that I am a helper that child elder brought here?
Seeing that the focus of these people's attacks was mainly on child Lao, Jin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart. His eyes fell on Li Qiushui, and after a flash in his eyes, Jin Moyu's figure was like a sharp arrow that came off the string, and rushed directly in the direction of Li Qiushui.
What a fast speed! Looking at Jin Moyu's speed, the masters of the surrounding Yipentang were shocked. Immediately, 7 or 8 people launched an attack on Jin Moyu.
DDDD. As soon as he moved, Jin Moyu's electronic eye scan calculated all the attack routes of these people. At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced. Initially, in the world of Babyangxingjin, he could use it to block the shots of several people. Naturally, Jin Moyu blocked most of these people's attacks with his sword.
There was only one sharp arrow left from the crossbow shooting towards Qin Mayu's head. If she wanted to, Qin Mayu could naturally turn around and avoid it. However, while he was turning around, several people would definitely pounce on him and pester him. Therefore, with his eyes slightly focused, Qin Mayu did not dodge and allowed the sharp arrow to hit his forehead. He died. A warrior holding a repeating crossbow saw that his sharp arrow hit Qin Mayu's head directly, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. However, the curve in the corner of the warrior's mouth quickly froze. Because after hitting Qin Mayu's head, the sharp arrow actually fell to the ground. Looking at Qin Mayu's figure, there was no influence at all. This? How is it possible? Has the martial arts of Jin's Hanzo Ironcloth shirt reached the point of invulnerability? Looking at the scene in front of him, the warrior exclaimed loudly in his heart. Needless to say, just based on his invulnerable martial arts skills, the young man in front of him is definitely a first-class master in the world. What a powerful method! Li Qiushui was also shocked when he saw the strength displayed by Qin Mayu. However, seeing Qin Mayu rushing towards him with the intention of capturing the thief first, Li Qiushui, although already injured, still managed to take a breath of his own energy and raised his hand to strike out with a white rainbow palm. The attack methods used by others to release their true energy are all straightforward, whether it is a yang finger, a flaming knife, or the 18 dragon subduing palms. But the power of Bai Hong's palm seemed to be alive and extremely flexible. After turning in 2 directions in mid-air, it struck towards Qin Mayu's back. Qin Mayu let go, and the long sword in his hand seemed to come alive. It flexibly drew an arc in mid-air and blocked Qin Mayu's back. He used his sword to block Bai Hong's palm force behind him. At the same time, Qin Mayu came to Li Qiushui, stretched out her hand, and pinched Li Qiushui's throat. Stop it all! Qin Mayu shouted loudly while pinching Li Qiushui's throat. Seeing Li Qiushui fall into Qin Mayu's hand, all the masters of the first grade hall were startled and slowly stopped. Yipentang is an organization recruited by the Xixia royal family to accommodate some martial arts masters. The founder of the entire Yipentang was actually Li Qiushui. Therefore, seeing Li Qiushui suddenly being subdued, these first-level masters stopped in shock. The strength shown by the Tianshan child elder was very powerful, but the invulnerable magical skill that Qin Mayu had just displayed made them even more horrified. Do you think you can escape from the palace by grabbing me? Li Qiushui's expression remained calm as Qin Mayu pinched his throat. No matter what, I have to give it a try, Qin Mayu said while pinching Li Qiushui's throat. While talking, Tong Lao and Tianshan couldn't help but retreat. The masters of the Yipin Hall next to them surrounded Qin Mayu and Tong Lao, looking anxious and hesitant, but no one dared to take action. You can't retreat any longer. However, at this moment, a thin voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a thin old man who looked to be about 60 years old, with a white face and no beard, came out. The thief who kidnapped the concubine is Morong Fu, the martial arts leader of the Song dynasty. Your Majesty has an order. Morong Fu must be killed today no matter what the cost. As soon as these words came out, all the masters in Yipentang looked at each other. Obviously, His Majesty's will is to give up the concubine. However, of course he was not allowed to disobey His Majesty's will. Therefore, after a brief silence, these masters of the first Great Hall took action again. But this time, the focus of their attack was entirely on Qin Mayu. Qin Mayu came to Xixia Palace with the purpose of beheading him. Similarly, after learning Qin Mayu's identity, the Emperor of Xixia had the same idea. As long as Qin Mayu is beheaded and his head is thrown in front of the Song dynasty warriors, they will be able to be shocked and their morale will be greatly reduced. Wow! Not only were these first-grade warriors focusing on Qin Mayu, but at the same time, a series of dense footsteps sounded. Then, Qin Mayu saw thousands of soldiers, densely packed, rushing towards this side wearing armor, holding in their hands all holding weapons such as spears and bows. Oh, you are forcing me. Although Qin Mayu had made up his mind not to reveal his identity unless he had to, but at this point, if he kept hiding his methods, he might have to confess here today. Tong Lao, I leave her to you. After making a decision in her heart, Qin Mayu handed Li Qiushui into the hands of the Tianshan child elder, and then took a few steps forward. Morong boy, you, seeing Qin Mayu facing all these masters alone, child elder's face also showed a look of astonishment, and she didn't even have the intention to mock Li Qiushui. Not meaning to talk nonsense, Qin Mayu stretched out his hands, and then, in Child Lao's disbelieving eyes, his left hand turned into a Gatling machine gun and his right hand turned into a grenade launcher. Da-da-day. The barrel of the Gatling gun rotated, and in an instant, bullets poured out. The 6 Meridian's divine sword is indeed powerful.
The invisible material sword energy is shot out one after another, making it difficult to resist or dodge. However, the Gatling machine gun fired and the bullets poured down. When dealing with ordinary people, it was much more terrifying than the Six Meridians divine sword. Bullets rained down, and the grenade fired from his right hand caused a massive explosion. In an instant, the rumbling sound of the Xixia Imperial Palace could be heard endlessly. Accompanied by screams and flesh and blood flying everywhere, the Xixia Palace seemed to turn into a Shura purgatory for a moment, and the crowd fell in pieces like cutting wheat. Massacre. After Qin Mayu completely let go of his abilities, the original siege of Qin Mayu by these people turned into a one-sided massacre. Not to mention that the Xixia people were all frightened and fled for their lives. Even the young lady from Tianshan next to her was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Even if her cultivation had reached the level of refining qi and becoming a god, she couldn't have such terrifying destructive power, right? More importantly, the weapons transformed into Morong Fu's hands were something he had never seen before. An hour later, the entire Xixia Palace had completely turned into a Shura hell, with corpses everywhere. If you don't do it, don't do it. Now that you've done it, you won't hold back. In the end, Qin Mayu even conjured up several bombs and placed them in the Xixia Palace. Together with Tong Lao, they escorted Li Qiushui out of the Xixia Palace. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound and flames shot into the sky. The main hall of the Xixia Palace, including the Emperor of Xixia, all disappeared under this terrible explosion. Naturally, the terrible explosion here also attracted the attention of countless people, and the entire imperial city of Xixia immediately fell into a state of chaos. For Qin Mayu, the palace was blown up, the emperor was killed, and the entire Xixia was in complete chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Feng led an army to attack, and they were able to attack Huanglong without any hindrance. Morong boy, are you still a human being? Pressing Li Qiushui on the way back to Tianshan, Child Elder couldn't help the shock in her heart and asked Qin Mayu. The sight of Gatling in one hand and a grenade in one hand, killing everyone in all directions, one man against a country, can be regarded as deeply imprinted in Tong Lao's mind. In terms of martial arts, Child Elder is very confident and even considers herself to be the best master in the world. However, the power shown by Qin Mayu is not at all what a mortal should have. If Qin Mayu said that she was a god now, Child Elder would not be surprised. Qin Mayu smiled slightly at Child Elder's words and did not explain too much. Instead, he asked her if there were any Taoist scriptures in Lingzhou Palace. The Xiaobiao sect has countless books, and there are naturally many Taoist and Tibetan classics. Child Elder naturally nodded. It's finally here. After walking for a few days, she stood at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains and looked at the Tianshan Mountains in front of her. Child Elder said with emotion. At the same time, she could not wait to go up the mountain. Originally, Child Elder wanted to kill Li Qiushui to vent her hatred, but after walking all the way, Child Elder changed her mind. Based on what Li Qiushui did, Junior Brother will never forgive her in this life. So, if she were to stay in Tianshan and see her and her junior brother together every day, wouldn't it be a torture worse than death? We're finally here. Similarly, Li Qiushui said with emotion as he looked at the scene on Tianshan Mountain. What? Are you a bitch looking forward to arriving at Tianshan Mountain as soon as possible? Do you think your junior brother will forgive you? Child Elder turned her head and said rudely. Senior sister, I know you promised Senior Brother not to kill me, and I also know you won't listen to Senior Brother, but you still brought me alive to Tianshan. Do you want to torture me? Having been fighting each other for most of their lives, Li Qiushui could certainly guess what Child Lao was thinking. You bitch, I'm going to make you live in a life that is worse than death. Her own thoughts were guessed, and Child Elder said in a hateful voice without any intention of defending herself. Then tell me, if I die, do you think my senior brother will think that I committed suicide? Or will you kill me? Li Qiushui asked with a slight smile. You bitch, what are you going to do? Child Elder's expression changed drastically. Li Qiushui understood her thoughts, and she naturally understood Li Qiushui's thoughts. At this moment, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Li Qiushui's mouth, and a poisonous look appeared on his face. Looking at Child Elder, he showed a vicious smile. You will never want to be with Senior Brother in this life. Qin Mayu's mind power, in addition to mental whipping, also has mental healing skills. But unfortunately, Li Qiushui, who was determined to die, secretly swallowed a fatal poison. Qin Mayu couldn't save her even with mental treatment. Damn it, you bitch. Seeing Li Qiushui die in front of her, Child Elder cursed angrily. Of course she understood what Li Qiushui was thinking. He deliberately died at the foot of Tianshan Mountain and was poisoned in order to create a rift between herself and junior brother Wu Yazi. Naturally, she would not be able to be with Wu Yazi. She was using her life to stop her. Such hatred really made Child Elder want to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. However, even though they have been fighting each other for half their lives, they are still sisters, and the dead are the most important. Seeing that Li Qiushui had died in front of him and turned into a corpse, he would never be able to harm himself again, or even open his eyes to argue with him again. After being silent for a long time, Child Elder felt empty and very sad. Child Elder also understood that the reason why Li Qiushui took poison and died at the foot of Tianshan Mountain was because he wanted his junior brother to see her for the last time, right? After shaking her head and sighing, Child Elder sent out a signal, and soon the maids from Lingzhou Palace came down the mountain and carried Li Qiushui's body up the mountain. Oh, the hatred between them is really endless. On the way up the mountain, Qin Mayu sighed secretly in his heart when he saw Child Elder's taciturn and lack of interest. Originally, in Qin Mayu's opinion, perhaps Child Elder would be very happy if Li Qiushui died. Qin Mayu had no intention of getting involved in the grudges of the older generation. After arriving at Lingzhou Palace, Qin Mayu went into Child Elder's Taoist Tibetan room to study the Taoist scriptures. The sweeping monk said that studying Buddhism can clarify the spirit in nature, and can also improve the cultivation of spiritual thoughts. The same is true for studying Taoist scriptures. Therefore, Qin Mayu studied carefully. Holding the Taoist scriptures in hand and comprehending it with your heart, it feels like there is no Jiazi in the mountains and the world has been around for thousands of years. Of course, regarding the Jianghu, or more accurately, the Song dynasty martial arts people's attack on Xixia, the intelligence forces of Lingzhou Palace were paying close attention to it, and reported it to Qin Mayu in detail. Generally speaking, with the destruction of the Xixia royal family, the entire Xixia itself was in chaos. At this time, Xiao Feng led the martial arts army to attack Xixia, which was completely like being in an uninhabited country. In addition, the Tibetan army joined on the way to form a coalition, and the speed of the advance was naturally faster. Well, you can only stay in this world for 2 months. Now, almost a month and a half has passed. If Tubo hadn't joined, it would have taken a lot of effort to completely defeat Xixia by just relying on those martial arts people. Time, now it seems, it can really be completed within the final time limit. After paying attention to the news that the Song dynasty army had captured Xixia, and after making a rough estimate, Qin Mayu nodded secretly. After reading a lot of Taoist scriptures in Lingzhou Palace and memorizing all these Taoist scriptures, Qin Mayu did not stay long and said goodbye to Child Elder. It is worth mentioning that because Qin Mayu's contribution to cracking the Jinlong chess game was due to Qin Mayu's demeanor and appearance in all aspects, he was in line with the rules of the Xiaoyao sect's disciples. Therefore, Wu Yazi wanted Qin Mayu to take over as the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. But the Child Elder next to him naturally stopped him, saying that with Qin Mayu's ability, the position of leader of the Xiaoyao sect was not attractive to him. Smiling, he was about to leave this world, so Qin Mayu also declined and went down to Tianshan Mountain. After descending from the Tianshan Mountains, Qin Mayu came to Xixia again. Because at this time, the Song dynasty's army had already entered Xixia territory. Xixia Kingdom is naturally not a big country. After Qin Mayu joined the army, the morale of the entire Song dynasty army became even stronger. After spending a few more days, Qin Mayu stood in the Xixia Palace again. Today, the Xixia Palace is still in ruins. Xixia has been conquered, but will Xixia be merged into the Song dynasty? Of course not. Qin Mayu opened his mouth and changed the name of Xixia to Yan, and he became the Emperor of Yan. At the same time, he sent his credentials and expressed his willingness to become a vassal state of Song dynasty for life. Regarding the change of Xixia's country name to Yan and Qin Mayu becoming emperor, the martial arts people of the Song dynasty originally had different ideas. However, now Qin Mayu's momentum is booming, and those reincarnations are the first to jump out to express their approval. Think about it, since Qin Mayu attached his credentials and voluntarily became a vassal state of the Song dynasty, none of these martial arts people have stood up and openly opposed Qin Mayu. It seems that they are afraid of long nights and many dreams. Although the main palace hall was bombed, there are other palaces. In a hurry, Qin Mayu couldn't wait to announce that the enthronement ceremony would be held tomorrow. Xixia has just been conquered now. There are many things going on, and the Song dynasty's credentials have not been replied yet. Isn't it inappropriate to be in such a hurry to ascend the throne? Bo said to Qin Mayu, feeling that he was a little bit too hasty. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Qin Mayu didn't explain much about Bo's words.
There is really no explanation. Could it be that I can say it's because I don't have much time to stay?
Well, Mr. Morone, after chatting with Morone Bo for a few words and dismissing him as the Supreme Emperor, several reincarnations came over.
The leader, Nanji Lai, looked like he was hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Now that the great work has been accomplished, do you have anything to say?
Looking at Nanjili, Shin Moyu asked. Well, Mr. Morone, we entered Shisha, no, after entering the imperial city of Dian, we seem to have heard some ridiculous remarks, Nanjili said after being silent for a moment.
What ridiculous remarks? Shin Moyu asked after hearing this.
Not long ago, Mr. Morone, you were killing everyone in this palace. Some people who escaped said that Mr. Morone, your hands can be turned into strange weapons.
Judging from the description, they seem to be similar to Gatling weapons.
Machine gun, since it is a ridiculous statement, there is no need to pay attention to it.
Shin Moyu replied, waving his hand. This.
Hearing Shin Moyu's answer, the embarrassment on Nanjili's face became a little more intense, and he continued, it's just that a few of us took photos in the bombed-out palace, and we seem to have found some bomb fragments.
What Gatling gun, what bomb, I do not even know. Not understand. Don't talk nonsense.
Deny it 3 times. Shin Moyu understood that these reincarnations must have doubted his identity, but he gritted his teeth and refused to admit it.
What else could they do to him?
What's more important is that the restoration of Dian is almost successful now, and the return is in sight. After he officially ascends the throne tomorrow, even if his identity is exposed, it will be harmless. Therefore, when these reincarnators arrived at the Shisha Palace and noticed the doubts about their identities, Shin Moyu didn't care too much. To seize a country, there are many aspects involved.
According to normal steps, ascending the throne is indeed too hasty now.
However, Shin Moyu doesn't have that much time to wait. Since the mission is to be completed, of course, the enthronement matter should be settled first, and then the other matters can be left to the rightful owner to worry about. On the day of the coronation ceremony, the palace was naturally very lively.
Of course, the main hall was bombed, so the enthronement ceremony could only be held in the side hall. This enthronement seemed to be very joyful. The entire ceremony was proceeding in an orderly manner. Shin Moyu wore a dragon robe and performed according to etiquette.
However, below, the samsaras headed by Nanji Lai had a look of apprehension on their faces. After conquering the Shisha imperial city, they learned that Morong Fu was indeed alone and killed the entire Shisha royal family. Originally this was a good thing, but the result was that Morong Fu could turn into a weapon such as a machine gun, which made Nanjili and the others suspicious.
Isn't Morong Fu a person from this world of reincarnation? Why is this happening?
After thinking about it for a while, I realized that the force value displayed by Morong Fu today is completely different from what was described in the forum. Immediately, after the reincarnations had some exchanges, Nanjili walked up to Bao Butong.
Hello, Mr. Bao. Nanji Lai said. Well, Mr. Anji, hello.
Although Bao Butong likes to quarrel with others, Nanji Lai and the others have been more helpful in the cause of recovering Dian, and today is the day for the Morong family to realize their dream.
In a good mood, Bao Butong is more talkative than usual. It's like this. I have a question for you. Look, is this person who ascended the throne your son Morong Fu?
Nanjili asked after organizing his words a little.
What do you mean? Bao Butong looked at Nanji Lai in surprise. I always feel that the person who ascended the throne is not Mr. Morong. Could this be the legendary disguise technique? Nanjili spoke up and put forward an idea.
Nonsense, I have been following the young master for so many years, how can a simple disguise? Hearing that Nanjili doubted Morong Fu's identity, Bao Butong, who thought it was impossible to admit his mistake, naturally denied it. But halfway through the conversation, Bao Butong thought of Arjuna's unique art of disguise, which even he himself could not distinguish, and Bao Butong couldn't continue the rest of the conversation.
In terms of personality, Bao Butong likes to quarrel with others. No matter what others say, he likes to put forward different ideas.
Therefore, he is skeptical about many things. He had never doubted the young master's identity, so Bao Butong never thought much about it. However, today, Nanjili's reminder made Bao Butong think about it from a skeptical standpoint, and it seemed that there was indeed a lot.
Fourth brother, do you think there is any doubt about the identity of the young master?
After a moment of silence, Bao Bubu asked Feng Bo beside him.
I didn't feel this. Master, how could we admit our mistake? Feng Bo shook his head, looking upright.
But think about it, in the Shaolin battle, the young master never used the Morong family's joint fingering and fighting skills. Instead, he used the mythical method of flying 100 swords together.
Bao Butong said. Hearing this, Feng Bo had nothing to say. In addition, it seems that along the way, the young master has never called me father? Then Bao Butong followed. Seems like? It's really like this. After thinking about it, Feng Bo I nodded and said. Originally, Nan Jili and others were only half convinced about Qin Mayu's identity as Morong Fu.
But now, listening to the conversation between Bao Butong and Feng Boei, Nan Jili's heart sank. Various signs indicate that the possibility of Morong Fu's identity being fake is at least 70% to 80%.
Qin Mayu naturally didn't know what Nanji Lai and Bao Bubu were talking about below.
At this time, after the process was completed, Qin Mayu was already sitting on the dragon chair, looking down at everyone below, and for a moment, she just felt so heroic. Ascend the throne and become emperor? To be honest, Qin Mayu never thought that in this world of reincarnation, he would one day experience the addiction of being an emperor. However, it is a pity that I still have 2 or 3 days before I have to leave this world of reincarnation. If I want to fully experience the emperor's luxurious life, there is not enough time. Wait, however, just as Qin Mayu was sighing secretly in his heart, suddenly, a loud shout rang out. At the same time, Feng Bo Evil jumped out directly. Above the main hall, everyone's eyes fell on him.
As a retainer of the Morong family, he jumped out at this critical moment. I wonder what he wanted to do. Master.
Feng Bo, who jumped out, looked at Qin Mayu and said, I jumped out today for nothing else, I just have a request.
Oh? But it doesn't matter.
Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded and said, I haven't seen young masters merging fingers and star movement for a long time.
I wonder if young master can demonstrate it. Feng Bo stared at Qin Mayu and said.
This request made many people look at each other.
At this critical moment, was it just to let Morong Fu demonstrate a wave of finger joining and star shifting movements? When can't it be done, but at this time?
Morong Bo next to him heard this and originally wanted to scold him. But when I think about it, I have never seen Fu use these ancestral martial arts. At this time, the retainer jumped out and said this.
There must be a reason.
Therefore, Morong Bo opened his mouth and swallowed what he wanted to say.
So, my identity is still suspected, and I am even openly asked to prove my identity?
As Feng Bo opened his mouth, Morong Bo and the others' eyes fell on him. Of course, Qin Mayu also understood what was going on, sighed secretly in his heart.
At the same time, Qin Mayu glanced at Nanji Lai and others below. It seems that they doubted their identity, so they secretly convinced Feng Bao to evil them? Are you doubting my identity?
At this point, it was impossible to get away with another joke, so Qin Mayu simply made the topic clear, stood up from the dragon chair and said, We don't dare, we just have doubts, so we want to see the young master's movements of stars and fingers. Bao Bubu, who was next to him, nodded and admitted without fear of trouble, so he took 2 steps forward and spoke tactfully. No need to explain so much, however, Qin Mayu raised his hand and waved. Immediately, his eyes fell on Morong Bo, who was also wearing a dragon robe next to him.
Since everyone doubts my identity, I don't bother to defend myself. It doesn't matter if you don't want to sit on the throne of the emperor.
Please come up and sit on it. For Qin Mayu, it was okay if his identity was exposed now. Anyway, as long as the throne was occupied by someone from the Morong family. 4. Don't act out of emotion. This is not because your father is competing for the throne, but, after listening to Qin Mayu's words, Morong Bo quickly explained. However, before Morong Bo finished speaking, Qin Mayu interrupted Morong Bo and admitted, Actually, I am not Morong Fu, boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder. In short, the task of helping the Morong family regain the Yin kingdom has been completed. At this time, Qin Mayu is naturally no longer afraid of being exposed. After his body spun around for a while, he resumed his Gongziyu appearance. Uproar. Seeing such a huge transformation into a living person, the whole hall was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Morong Fu, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, actually had a false identity? This is really the biggest lie in the world. Brother, are you not Mr. Morong? Xiao Feng took 2 steps forward and said. Brother Xiao, you and I first met in the apricot forest. After taking a look at Xiao Feng, Qin Mayu said, clarifying when she and he met. No wonder, hearing this, Xiao Feng suddenly realized. The first time I fought with Li Yenzong, the second time I fought with Morong Fu at Xinjie Temple in Dali. Although I was sure that Morong Fu was Li Yenzong, in fact, I already had a relatively clear idea of Morong Fu's martial arts. But when he was in Xingzilin, Morong Fu appeared again, and his martial arts methods were completely different.
It turns out that Morong Fu has changed into a different person since that time?
Master, if you help our Morong family regain Dian, our Morong family will surely remember your great kindness from generation to generation.
But, where is my Fu now?
Morong Bo, who was next to him, also spoke. When he opened his mouth, he first confirmed that the identity of the current Yin country belonged to the Morong family.
Don't
worry, I was entrusted by Master Morong to help the Morong family regain Dian.
Naturally, his life is not in danger. Qin Mayu replied after hearing this. Ha, okay.
It turns out that this is what happened. Then, after Morong Fu comes back, we, father and son, will really have a debtor and a debtor. At the same time, Xiao Yuanshan, who was next to him, couldn't help shouting.
Said with a laugh, deal with Qin Moyu?
The sight of hundreds of swords flying in one move still makes Xiao Yuanshan wake up from his sleep at every turn. Now, after knowing the truth that Morong Fu was not Morong Fu, Xiao Yuanshan is in the best mood. Of course, leaving aside what Xiao Yuanshan was thinking, at this time, the ones with the ugliest faces were the reincarnations like Nanji Lai. I originally thought that I was helping Morong Fu recover Dian, which was a highly rated hidden mission.
But now, the person he is helping is actually another reincarnation? Will there be any hidden missions? There is absolutely no confidence at all. Are you Gong Ziyu?
At this time, Nan Jili suddenly spoke and shouted.
Gong Ziyu.
Of course, people in this reincarnation world don't understand what this title means, but other reincarnations are very familiar with Gong Ziyu's name.
He has gone through 2 reincarnation worlds in a row.
The first time he was recognized as a daily version of the Variety Star King, but he has completed S-level hidden missions.
Even something as terrifying as the T-virus appeared in Resident Evil. Gong Ziyu? Is the person in front of me Gong Ziyu who was famous throughout the entire Palace of Reincarnation? Oh? Why do you think I belong to Gong Ziyu?
Hearing this, Qin Mayu glanced at Nanji Lai and asked.
You have such strength to be here. Apart from Gong Ziyu, I can't think of anyone else. Nan Jili replied seriously.
As soon as these words came out, the other reincarnations nodded. Tianlong Babu is the 3rd reincarnation world, and in the 3rd reincarnation world, there is really no one else who can have such a powerful power except Gong Ziyu. After all, other reincarnators generally have very low force values in this world. Moreover, judging from the progress of the journey through the Palace of Reincarnation, it is indeed time for Gong Ziyu to travel through the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu, right?
Well, Nan Jili's analysis left Qin Mayu with no way to refute it.
Therefore, Qin Mayu had no intention of refuting.
Okay, everyone, see you again in the future.
After waving to the reincarnations like Nanji Lai, Qin Mayu shouted something, and immediately jumped out of the hall and quickly ran outside.
Wait, don't run away if you can. Seeing Qin Mayu running away, all the reincarnations shouted reflexively, and then hurriedly chased after him. It was as if I suddenly met a liar and was defrauded of money. The liar ran away, and of course I reflexively chased after him. However, after chasing him out, he could only see Qin Mayu's back quickly disappearing into the distance. The gap in combat power is like a chasm. If Qin Mayu wants to run away, how can reincarnations like them catch up? Okay, everyone, what happens if we catch up? Can we beat him together?
Nan Jili came out closely behind and said with an ugly expression. These words made the other reincarnations open their mouths, but they found it difficult to refute.
Indeed, judging from the strength he showed in Shaolin Temple, what if he catches up? Can you beat it?
Damn it, I originally thought that Gong Ziyu was extraordinary and somewhat admired.
Today, I am going to turn from being a fan to being a black person.
I will be a black person for the rest of my life.
Everyone says that young Master Yu is very powerful. He got an S-level rating in both of his attacks. So is his so-called S-level rating just a trick? By the way, being able to help the Morong family recover Dian this time should be an S-level evaluation, right?
Several reincarnations gather together, sharing the same illness and hatred, and you talk to each other.
After mentioning that Gong Ziyu should be on another S-level hidden mission this time, everyone's expressions became even uglier.
Although Gong Ziyu spent a lot of effort on this S-level mission, he also tricked everyone into working together.
I didn't expect to be deceived for nothing and made him a wedding dress? Unscrupulous boss, return my hard-earned money. With the same hatred and hatred, thinking that they have worked for Qin Mayu for so long in vain, these reincarnations just have to pull out a banner and imitate the migrant workers in the real world asking for wages. Although Qin Mayu had not witnessed the hatred and anger of these reincarnations with her own eyes, she could still more or less guess.
After leaving Shishia, no, it should be Dian Palace, Qin Mayu turned into a mountain motorcycle and sped away directly. Although he gave the throne to Morong Bo, which logically should have completed his hidden mission, he had agreed to this matter after all. According to the game, Morong Fu is the NPC who triggers the mission. Just in case, Qin Mayu naturally has to find Morong Fu and submit the mission. Besides, Xiao Feng and his son are still waiting to fight to the death with Morong Fu and his son. After spending 2 days, Qin Mayu returned to the place where Morong Fu was imprisoned, a cottage. The cottage was very quiet, there was no sound of people at all, and Qin Mayu's heart sank slightly. When I walked in, all the bandits were gone. I don't know if they were killed or driven away. However, after walking into the cottage, I found that it was not deserted. In the small courtyard of the cottage, Morong Fu, wearing a robe, was sitting quietly, with a pot of wine on the table.
Here we come. Please sit down.
After taking a look at Qin Mayu who walked in, Morong Fu said hello with a calm look on his face, as if he was waiting for him. Qin Mayu came and sat down in front of Morong Fu, and Morong Fu handed him a glass of wine. As a reformer, it doesn't matter even if he is poisoned. Therefore, Qin Mayu naturally picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in one gulp. From the looks of it, you seem to have regained your freedom a long time ago?
They're just some bandits, how can they keep an eye on me? I escaped more than half a month ago.
Morong Fu replied, pouring himself a glass of wine.
It's been more than half a month? Then why don't you leave? You seem to be waiting for me?
Besides, I caught you and walked as you, why didn't you jump out and expose me?
Hearing this, Qin Mayu asked in surprise.
After I gained freedom from this village, I also inquired about you, and I did know that you were using my name to do things.
However, why should I expose you? Morong Fu put down his wine glass and looked at Qin Mayu and asked.
Without waiting for Qin Mayu to speak, Morong Fu asked himself and answered, We, the Morong family, have been working hard all our lives to regain Dian, and we are willing to pay any price, but we have never seen the slightest hope. You used my name to do things, but you responded to everything at once. This made me, the Morong family, finally see a glimmer of hope. So, why should I expose you?
Morong Fu's answer made Qin Mayu nod secretly.
In the original work, he even went crazy in order to recover Dian. With his character, even if he is free, as long as he can see a glimmer of hope of recovering Dian, he will not expose himself.
This is indeed reasonable.
However, after a brief silence, Qin Mayu reached for the jug, poured a glass of wine for herself and Morong Fu respectively, and said, having said that, are you not afraid that I will just use your name to do something?
After regaining Dian, this country fell into my hands? It has nothing to do with your Morong family?
Taking the filled wine glass from Qin Mayu, Morong Fu drank a full gulp and said, Of course I have thought about this problem, but if you really want to steal the dynasty hegemony of my Morong family, why do you want to keep me alive?
Wouldn't it be more urgent to kill me? Therefore, I am willing to take a gamble.
Morong Fu's answer made Qin Mayu couldn't help but laugh, and at the same time, she also sighed secretly in her heart. Speaking of martial arts, although Morong Fu's martial arts are not as good as those of Xiao Feng and Tianshan Tong Lao, he can still be regarded as a first-rate master in the world. In terms of character and strategy, Morong Fu was equally extraordinary, but because of the aura of the protagonist, he was beaten up by the three brothers Qiao Su and Duan in the original work.
It can only be regarded as a fate tricking people.
After all, from the perspective of the real world, Morong Fu, who is handsome, has a good family background, is well known, and is a handsome son, is also responsible for the restoration of Dian. What's right is the protagonist setting. Why are you here today?
To kill me?
Or, although he still maintained his composure on the surface, for this reason, Morong Fu's hand when he put down the wine glass was trembling slightly.
I came here today to set you free. Now that you are free, let's say goodbye. Qin Mayu replied calmly.
After finishing his words, he stood up and left without any hesitation. Seeing that he really had no intention of taking action against her, and he looked so chic when he turned around and left, Morong Fu was also heartbroken.
Brother, to this day I still don't know what to call you.
Besides, why did you help my Morong family? Seeing Qin Mayu's figure walking further and further away, Morong Fu couldn't help shouting.
Gongziyu, as for why I'm helping you, just think that I'm doing it out of curiosity.
If you have time to think about this, you might as well think about how to secure the throne. Qin Mayu didn't even look back, and spoke in a distant voice.
Floated over. Indeed, because reincarnations like Nanji Lai revealed their identities, the whole world now knows that the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance is not Morong Fu.
So, if he ascends the throne again at this time, will he be able to convince the public? What's more, Xiao Feng and his son are still waiting to fight into the death for revenge.
Actually, in a sense, my identity has been revealed, maybe it will be good for me?
Shin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart after leaving the village and walking on the road.
Logically speaking, becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance should be a hidden mission, right?
But because he was walking as Morong Fu, to everyone in the world, it was Morong Fu who became the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, not Gong Ziyu.
So, does this count as a hidden mission? I'm really not sure. But, if my identity is exposed, this should be considered a hidden mission, right?
However, this time he completely tricked a wave of other reincarnations, and he should have completed the S-level hidden mission.
Shin Moyu can imagine that if he returns to the Palace of Reincarnation, this matter will definitely cause a big sensation.
With a blur in front of his eyes, as the 2-month stay limit expired, Shin Moyu's figure disappeared into the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu. Looking around, he returned to the secret room in the Hall of Reincarnation. With Shin Moyu's return, the system prompts sounded one after another in Shin Moyu's mind. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once. Mission grade evaluation B, helping Xixia Yipintang capture all the masters in Xingzilan, and being rewarded with a combat power value of 250. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden task once. Task level evaluation A, helping Tianshan Tonglao capture Li Qiushui alive, and being rewarded with the secret book Yang Finger *1. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden task once. Task grade evaluation A, helping Tianshan Tonglao crack the Jinlong chess game, and being rewarded with the cheat book Lingbo Weibu *1. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden task once. Task level evaluation S, defeating all the heroes in the Shaolin Martial Arts Conference, becoming the leader of the Martial Arts League, and being rewarded with the secret book Jing Jing *1. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden task once. Task level evaluation S, helping the Morong family to restore the country, and being rewarded with an enhanced version of the dog beating stick *1. Continuous prompts sounded in Shin Moyu's mind, and a series of mission rewards were given. Overall, he completed 2 S-level missions, 2 A-level missions, and 1 B-level mission. Speaking of which, this world of reincarnation in Tianlong Babu is indeed defined as a rewarding reincarnation world by the majority of reincarnators.
There are also many hidden tasks that I have completed this time. The B-level mission rewards 250 combat power points.
This reward is equal to the previous A-level mission combat power reward. It must be because although the evaluation level is the same, the difficulty is different due to the improvement of one's own strength. Looking at the palm of my hand, the display of D542 has also changed to D792.
I am one step closer to becoming a C-level reincarnator. There are also 3 martial arts secret books Lingbo Weibu, Yangji and Jing Jing as rewards. They are also A-level hidden tasks. In Shin Moyu's opinion, the value of Lingbo Weibu should be higher than Yang Finger, right? Could it be? Is it more difficult to crack the Jinlong chess game than to help Tianshan Child Elder capture Li Qiushui alive?
Judging from the difficulty of Tianlong Babu, it seems that this is indeed the case. Jinlong chess game has stopped many people, and no one has been able to crack it for many years, but the martial arts of Tianshan Child Elder is superior to Li Qiushui.
So, they are also S-level hidden tasks.
The difficulty of helping the Morong family recover is more difficult than becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance.
In this way? Is the enhanced version of the dog beating stick more valuable than the top martial arts secret book Jing Jing?
Finally, Shin Moyu looked at an emerald green translucent jade dog beating stick with surprise, curiosity, and expectation.
Thank you to book friend 201708301252327773 for the 100 starting coins DDDD. In Kyoto, the sound of a mobile phone rang.
In a daze, Brother Tai opened the white arms around him, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table and took a look, and immediately cheered up.
I got up and walked to the balcony and answered the phone. Brother Tai, the voice on the phone rang. Gongziyu has passed through the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu. Really? Then he got high praise this time, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have seen him on the harvest list.
Hearing this, Brother Tai's spirit was shaken. The newspaper has opened a column for Gongziyu, and he is responsible for reports related to Gongziyu. After confirming some of his speculations in the Palace of Reincarnation of the Jade Immortal God, young master made his reputation even more famous. Therefore, Brother Tai was naturally very concerned about his journey through the reincarnation world, and even sent someone to look at the harvest list of the reincarnation world at the beginning of the month.
The situation this time is completely different from the past. I, the first world, received this news not from the harvest list, but from the forum. Brother Tai, you should go to the forum first. There is already a quarrel on the forum. Moreover, all the S-level strategies for Gongziyu's reincarnation world have been posted on the forum. Oh. Got it, I'll come and see.
Hearing that Gongziyu had indeed created an S-level mission in the reincarnation world of Tianlong Babu this time, and even the entire guide was completely disclosed, Brother Tai also realized the importance of this matter, and immediately hung up the phone and opened the forum of the Palace of Reincarnation.
Is the S-level mission strategy fully disclosed? What does that mean? Doesn't it mean that it is possible for others to follow his strategy and complete S-level tasks?
After opening the forum of the Palace of Reincarnation, first of all, a post caught his eye and made him stunned.
The whole network's blood book crusade against Gongziyu, the unscrupulous reincarnation person, and returns me the S-level hidden mission. What on earth happened here? Blood book crusade? Unscrupulous reincarnators?
Looking at the most popular post on the forum, Brother Tai also looked confused, and then clicked on the post. Thousands of eloquent words were introduced before the eyes, and almost all the things Gongziyu did in the world of reincarnation were explained in detail. It also made everyone understand what Gongziyu did in this reincarnation world and how he obtained the S-level hidden mission. First, the timeline is relatively early, and then Gongziyu transformed into Morong Fu using a method similar to the art of disguise, helping the Xixia soldiers capture alive all the martial arts masters including Xiao Feng. Then, I found another opportunity to reveal my identity, let everyone go, and gain trust. Then he dropped a piece of information, saying that Xixia was preparing for a large-scale invasion, and asked the Beggar clan to hold a martial arts conference in Shaolin to discuss the matter. Immediately afterwards, after defeating the heroes in the martial arts conference and becoming the leader of the martial arts alliance, he led an army of martial arts people to counterattack Xixia. He worshipped General Xiao Feng and asked him to lead the attack. He found experts in advance to sneak into the Xixia palace, kill the royal family and create chaos in Xixia. In just 2 months, he completed the goal of helping the Morong family regain Dian. As for Gongziyu's words and deeds in the 8 tribes of the Heavenly Dragon, some of them were witnessed by these reincarnations, and some were obtained through inquiring. Almost everything he did in the 8 tribes of the Heavenly Dragon was exposed to everyone. Finally, the picture of Gongziyu at the top of the list of Tianlong Babu was posted. 2 S-level missions, 2 A-level mission reviews, and 1 B-level mission. The rewards for these tasks must be extremely generous. At the end of the post, with the tone of migrant workers asking for their hard-earned money, the entire internet attacked Gongziyu. He deceived everyone into helping him complete the S-level mission of recovering the Yin Kingdom. He himself completed the mission, but the other deceived reincarnators got nothing. It's like the contractor got the project money himself, but in the end he just walked away with it. Brother Tai carefully read every word of the thousands-word post, and was secretly amazed in his heart. In just 2 months, a country can be rebuilt directly? Even though it's just a small country, it's enough to shock people. There is no doubt that this is an S-level mission. Mission guides are very precious, especially S-level mission guides are absolutely priceless.
However, Gongziyu's S-level mission guide is completely useless even if it is made public.
First of all, in the world of Tianlong Babu, it is impossible for others to reach the point of becoming the leader of the martial arts alliance.
Then, it is impossible to say that they can attack Xixia in one call. Also, reviews of 2 S-level hidden missions? One is to rebuild the Yin Kingdom, and the other is to defeat the heroes and become the leader of the martial arts alliance, right?
Brother Tai looked at the post in front of him to attack Gongziyu and murmured secretly in his heart. As an editor who specializes in reporting on projects related to Gongziyu, this time he almost clearly understood what Gongziyu had done in the world of reincarnation. Naturally, Brother Tai had to think carefully about what he should do.
A well-written report.
In the forum of the Palace of Reincarnation, Gongziyu's name has already spread throughout the country, and even people from other countries must be paying attention. With such a big incident happening this time, naturally, the report of this post spread by word of mouth and soon became popular all over the internet.
Regardless of whether others can copy Gongziyu's strategy, at least this is an S-level hidden mission strategy, right? This stunt alone is enough to make many people pay attention to this matter.
As for what kind of sensation he caused as he traveled through the world of Tianlong Babu, Qin Mayu didn't pay much attention. Because, at this time, he had left the Palace of Reincarnation and was lying in his room. In his hand, he held the enhanced version of the dog beating stick that was awarded in the S-level hidden mission. The higher the difficulty of the task, the better the rewards. Becoming a martial arts leader is an S-level hidden mission, and the reward Yi Jin Jing is one of the strongest martial arts classics in the Tianlong Babu. However, the difficulty of the hidden mission to recover Dian is even higher than this, but the reward is a dog beating stick? What is the unique effect of this enhanced version of the dog beating stick? Holding the dog beating stick in his hand, Qin Moyu was shocked by the effectiveness of the dog beating stick. Holding the dog beating stick and wielding it, as long as the target's combat power evaluation does not exceed 10 times itself, then a single attack can be withstood. There is nothing special about the dog beating stick in the original book, but now, this dog beating stick actually comes with a law-like ability? So, if the difficulty of the completed task exceeds a certain limit, will the props rewarded by the Palace of Samsara even exceed the limits of the original world? Putting aside the effectiveness of the dog beating stick, for Qin Moyu, the fact that the Tianlong Babu in the martial arts world could actually produce props of this level was like opening a door to a new world. Even a door that no one else knows about. After completing the hidden mission, you will receive rewards such as combat power, props, and practice skills. Although the evaluation difficulty of the hidden mission determines the level of the reward, these Qin Moyu are worth it. However, they will not exceed the boundaries of the current reincarnation world. Just like the world of Variety Star Lord, what I got was an opportunity to transform the human body, and what I got in Resident Evil was the T-Virus original solution. Although precious, they are all things that the current world has. But today, after rewarding herself with an enhanced version of the dog beating stick, Qin Moyu knew. It turns out that when the difficulty of the hidden mission is so high that it breaks through a certain limit, and the most precious things in the world are not enough as rewards, the Palace of Samsara will still provide rewards that meet the mission evaluation. Even though this reward has exceeded the boundaries of the current reincarnation world. In this case, even if you really encounter the world of daily life, as long as the mission evaluation is enough, you can still get something with extremely high rewards? Looking at the emerald green dog beating stick in his hand, Qin Moyu he murmured secretly in his heart. After playing with the dog beating stick for a while, Qin Moyu immediately focused on the three martial arts of Lingbo Weibu, Yujinjing, and Yangzi. Speaking of which, are these three martial arts highly valuable? There is no doubt about that. But it is a pity that for me, it is like useless, and I can't use it. It seems that my own will they be sold? In exchange for something you can use? Now the Palace of Reincarnation has been open for more than 3 years. The first batch of reincarnations have experienced 30 or 40 times. Plus there are so many reincarnations, there can be a lot of good things, right? Of course, if possible, you can also give them to others, such as to your father, but if you give them to others, you may expose your identity. Although because of the risks, especially because the second world is a biohazard, there may not be too many reincarnations in the real world. However, there are many people with supernatural powers. For example, if the martial arts secret book in your hand, or the opportunity to transform people, is given to ordinary people, it will be enough to give ordinary people supernatural powers. Tuck tuck tuck. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, his father Qin Deshang's voice sounded, "Moyu, are you in there?" "I'm here." Hearing this, Qin Moyu responded. Immediately, the door was opened and Qin Deshang walked into the room. "It's getting late, you should go to school. There are not many days left in your high school career." "Not many days left in your high school career?" After listening to his father's words, Qin Moyu was startled for a moment, then suddenly realized. "My birthday is April 22nd, so the first time I traveled through time was in April. Then the reincarnation authority was upgraded, the second time traveling was in early May, and the third time was in early June. June is the day for the college entrance examination. Calculating the time, there are only 4 or 5 days left. Do you have to take the college entrance examination?" "Because my focus is mainly on the Palace of Reincarnation, I don't pay much attention to this aspect." "Okay, Dad, I understand." Hearing this, Qin Moyu nodded and stood up while speaking. Qin Deshang next to him helped hold the wheelchair next to him. In addition, seeing Qin Moyu holding up his hands and sitting on the wheelchair with ease, Qin Deshang followed up and said, "Tell me honestly, have you entered the Palace of Reincarnation?" "Ah." Hearing this, Qin Moyu turned around and looked at her father in surprise. "You disappeared for another day for no reason yesterday. This is very consistent with the way of traveling through the Palace of Reincarnation. However, I remember that your birthday is the 22 ND, looking at Qin Moyu, his father said. Ordinary reincarnations with low authority must time travel on their birthday every month. Only reincarnations with D-level authority can travel on any day of every natural month. Therefore, Qin Mayu's disappearance made Qin Deshang suspect that he had gone to the Hall of Reincarnation. However, the time did not match up at all, which made Qin Deshang's doubts dissipate again.
Dad, I'm like this now. If I go to the Palace of Reincarnation, wouldn't I be seeking death? I'm not that stupid.
After thinking about it, Qin Mayu answered, saying that she had not entered the Palace of Reincarnation. Originally, if I were an ordinary reincarnation person, it would be okay to tell my father, but I made too much noise in the reincarnation hall. Therefore, it would be a good idea for both myself and my father to reduce the risk of exposure.
Is a good thing.
After chatting with his father for a few more words, Qin Mayu saw that it was getting late, and after having a simple breakfast, he pushed his wheelchair out. On the way to school, suddenly, a figure came behind Qin Mayu and directly grabbed the pusher of the wheelchair.
Classmate Su Honying?
Turning her head and looking at the woman behind her, Qin Mayu couldn't help but smile.
Classmate Qin Mayu, I have good news for you. Su Honying seemed to be in a really good mood and said to Qin Mayu with a smile.
Oh? What's the good news?
Qin Mayu asked. What do you think this is?
Su Honying stretched out her palm and placed it in front of Qin Mayu. The white palms are very beautiful. Of course, it was not this that attracted Qin Mayu's attention the most, but a pattern slowly emerged on Su Honying's palm.
E46.
This is, looking at the pattern on Su Honying's palm, Qin Mayu looked surprised. Seemingly seeing Qin Mayu's surprised expression was helpful, Su Honying said, just 2 days ago, I have survived the second biochemical crisis in the world of reincarnation, and I also completed a sea-level hidden mission. Next month I can go to the world of Tian Long Babu. In this rewarding world of reincarnation, my strength should be able to be greatly improved. As long as you can survive the second reincarnation world, you can skip the college entrance examination and be directly admitted to the reincarnation school.
Congratulations!
Qin Mayu congratulated after hearing Su Honying's words.
Some happy things should be shared with the people you like.
Su Honying specially shared such happy things with herself. This also made Qin Mayu feel that she seemed to be really close to him. It's just, however, as Qin Mayu congratulated her, Su Honying seemed to have thought of something, and her face became much gloomier.
What's wrong?
Qin Mayu looked at the change in her face and asked. It's just that the college entrance examination is coming up in a few days. If I am recommended to go to the reincarnation school, I will be separated from you. Su Honying looked at Qin Mayu with a sad look on her face.
Is she implying something by what she said?
With these sudden words in Su Honying's appearance, Qin Mayu probably understood what she was thinking, but he couldn't believe it.
It won't be long before I have to leave. I have a male classmate I like in my class. Regardless of whether we can be together in the end, I just hope that there will be no regrets in life.
I also hope that he can stand bravely.
Come out, you can't let me.
A girl, take the initiative to express her love for this kind of thing, right? It seemed that she mustered up a lot of courage to say this. Immediately, Su Honying turned around and ran away with a shy look.
Thank you to the book friend Zhao Jidao for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to the book friend Hanqing Choyue for the reward of 2,000 starting coins. Seeing Su Honying's leaving figure, Qin Mayu felt a little moved. In this life, this seems to be the first time that he has been actively courted by a girl, right? Confess your love? What Su Honying said just now almost broke the window paper to express her love for herself, right? So, is she hinting that she confesses to her?
In his original parallel universe, he and Yi Qingyan had drifted apart early on. Therefore, after coming to this world, although she was very close to him, in general, Qin Mayu was still a little distant from her.
However, in his original world, he and Su Honying were classmates. She is the beauty of the class. She is good-looking and has a cheerful personality.
It can be said that most of the male classmates in the class have a crush on him. Qin Mayu is also a normal boy, and he naturally has a favorable impression of beautiful girls. At the age of 17 or 18, love is all ignorant and unadulterated, but it is also all about low self-esteem. Although he had been secretly in love with her in his previous life, Qin Mayu never thought of confessing his love, let alone expected to be favored by her. But he didn't expect that after traveling to this world, Su Honying would actually have a crush on herself, to the point where she almost took the initiative to confess her feelings to her?
Confess your love to Su Honying?
Qin Mayu had never thought about it all this time.
But now, she has almost taken the initiative to express it, and all she has to do is go up and pierce the window paper.
Other girls have done this, and I have a crush on her, but I don't dare to confess.
Is this still a man? It's just, do I like her? Or is it just because it's the first time a girl confessed to me, so I'm excited? Qin Mayu secretly thought about her feelings for Su Hongying. Do you really like her?
However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Qin Mayu turned around and took a look.
Yi Qingyan was standing behind her. What's wrong with you?
Qin Mayu asked with concern, looking at Yi Qingyan behind him. Although Yi Qingyan's skin used to be fair, it was also healthy, but now, it gave the impression of being pale, as if it were a serious illness.
Do you really like Su Hongying?
However, regarding her own situation,
Yi Qingyan did not answer, but asked again emphatically. She almost confessed to me just now. Qin Mayu replied after hearing Yi Qingyan continue to ask about this.
Whether she likes you or not is not important.
What is important is whether you like her or not.
Yi Qingyan asked persistently after shaking her head.
This, Qin Mayu really didn't know how to answer the question that he didn't even think about.
Yes, I'm sorry, Yi Qingyan suddenly whispered an apology in her mouth, and immediately her body softened and she faded directly to the ground.
Yi Qingyan, what's wrong with you?
Looking at Yi Qingyan, who suddenly became limp and unconscious, Qin Mayu's expression changed drastically. At the same time, she used her own spiritual comfort methods to restore Yi Qingyan's condition as much as possible. However, before Qin Mayu took out her mobile phone to call an ambulance, suddenly, several figures ran over and carried the unconscious Yi Qingyan on a stretcher into the car. There was a woman in her 30s, whom Qin Mayu recognized, who was responsible for assisting Yi Qingyan in daily life, Lu Rulan.
Sister Lu, what's wrong with her? Qin Mayu asked. What's wrong? Isn't it all because of you? Lu Rulan glared at Qin Mayu with some complaints. Because of me? What do you mean? Qin Mayu looked confused.
Because of your legs, Miss entered the reincarnation world of Variety Star Lord, trying to find a way for you to stand up.
However, she encountered a powerful enemy in the reincarnation world.
Although she was lucky enough to save her life, the qigong she had just practiced was broken by the opponent. She was originally recuperating in the hospital, but she insisted on sneaking out to apologize to you. After Lu Rulan said these words, she turned around and got into the car. Lu Rulan's words shocked Qin Mayu, and at the same time she remembered the promise made by Yi Qingyan and herself before, saying that she would go to Variety Star Lord to help her find the ability to transform people.
It turns out that she wasn't just talking? But really try your best to do it?
Wait, I'll go too. After a brief silence, Qin Mayu shouted. Because he almost died, and now he has fainted, it is reasonable for him to be there to take care of him. An hour later, Qin Mayu's wheelchair was by the window of the high-end ward, and Yi Qingyan was lying on the hospital bed. After the doctor's check, she was fine and was falling asleep. Qin Mayu continued to use her spiritual comfort ability to help her sort out her injuries.
On her birthday, she gave baby Angxingjian the Qigong secret book he had obtained.
She seemed to have practiced hard for a period of time and achieved some success. However, because of this, after Bai Bian Xingjuan was defeated, his vitality was severely damaged. After all, Qin Mayu has seen with her own eyes what kind of state Li Yifei was in after you broke through the world of the Variety Star Lord. Qin Mayu's mental soothing skills were still useful. Not long after, Yi Qingyan's face became much better, and at the same time, she opened her eyes and woke up.
You're awake, Qin Mayu said.
Seeing Qin Mayu sitting on the head of her bed, Yi Qingyan struggled to get up, but Qin Mayu held her shoulders and said, "There's no need to get up, just lie down properly."
Yes. After listening to Qin Mayu's words, Yi Qingyan nodded obediently and lay down with peace of mind.
I'm sorry, Mou, I didn't do what I promised you, and the Rakshasa strength Qigong you gave me was also broken. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingyan apologized again.
You don't have to be like this. However, Qin Mayu shook his head.
Looking at Yi Qingyan lying on the hospital bed, Qin Mayu was indeed extremely moved. First, he spent a lot of money to buy the opportunity to transform people. After he couldn't buy it, he went to baby Angxingjian and tried his best to help him get it. Don't worry, after my injury heals, I will find another way. There are so many magical worlds in the Palace of Reincarnation, and I will definitely find a way to let you stand up.
However, it seems that Yi Qingyan must help Qin Mayu stand up again. This seems to have become Yi Qingyan's obsession.
He was moved in his heart, but looking at her appearance, Qin Mayu knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. Therefore, after a brief silence, Qin Mayu did not intend to dwell on this aspect, but changed the topic. By the way, Yi Qingyan, you said before that classmate Su Hongying is not a good girl.
Why did you say that? Qin Mayu asked.
On the one hand, Qin Mayu wanted to change the topic.
On the other hand, why did Yi Qingyan say that? Qin Mayu really wanted to know.
Although he likes her and feels that Su Hongying is indeed very good to her, Qin Mayu also trusts Yi Qingyan's character. She's not the kind of person who speaks ill of people behind their backs for no reason.
So, is there any misunderstanding?
Yi Qingyan fell silent when Qin Mayu asked about Su Hongying's situation.
After a while, Yi Qingyan said,
Su Hongying has been dating many people, and sometimes she is even talking to several men at the same time.
As far as I know, she also has a partner now. Isn't this impossible?
After hearing what Yi Qingyan said, Qin Mayu shook his head, feeling unconvinced.
So, you still believe in her, don't you believe in me? Yi Qingyan's expression became much gloomier. That's not what I meant.
It's just that she and I were in the same class.
If she was really dating someone, why didn't I know? Qin Mayu explained. You have to know that there is a kind of girl who will hide it from others even if she is dating someone, not to mention, at this point, Yi Qingyan hesitated and did not continue. What's more? Qin Mayu asked.
What's more, she wants to deceive you, so she won't be discovered by you.
Yi Qingyan continued. Deceive me?
Why did she deceive me for no reason?
Apart from my good looks, I don't seem to have anything worthy of her deception, right?
Qin Mayu said blankly as he reached out and brushed the bangs in front of his forehead.
But Yi Qingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Originally, the atmosphere of the chat between the two was quite serious, but with her smile, the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed.
Perhaps the reason is that she wants to take revenge on me.
Although Yi Qingyan spoke in a speculative tone, her expression was determined.
Have you ever had a problem with her? Hearing this, Qin Mayu suddenly understood. Is it any wonder that Yi Qingyan wanted to say bad things about her? So there was a relationship between them? It doesn't matter. Last year, a transfer student came to the school. He came from a good family.
Soon Su Hongying was with him. But later, the transfer student dumped her and pursued me, so she must have a grudge against me.
Yi Qingyan said calmly. That's it.
Hearing this, Qin Mayu suddenly realized. Oh, that's not right. Immediately, Qin Mayu came to her senses and said, this is the dispute between you and her.
She wants to take revenge on you, so why did she come to deceive me?
This, Yi Qingyan lowered her gaze, not daring to look at Qin Mayu, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The conversation between the two parties suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere became slightly more charming.
Oh, I see. Qin Mayu suddenly became enlightened and said, because I am your friend, do you want to deceive me and sow discord between us?
It's getting late, Qingyan, you should have a good rest.
I'll come see you tomorrow.
After looking at the time, Qin Mayu said goodbye and immediately left the hospital ward. Qin Mayu walked out of the hospital gate in a hurry, and looked back.
Does Yi Qingyan also have a good impression of herself? Qin Mayu could guess it from the conversation just now.
According to what she said, it was because she had a good impression of her that Su Hongying wanted to take revenge by cutting her off, right? However, suddenly faced with the possibility of Yi Qingyan breaking the window paper, Qin Mayu didn't know how to deal with it, so she excused herself as friends and left for the time being.
You were injured because of me, and even almost lost your life, just to repay a favor?
It seems that I have to find a reason to give her the martial arts skills of Yi Jingjing.
The next reincarnation world will be a biochemical crisis.
I have to increase her survival probability as much as possible. In addition, I have to let her know that my legs have been damaged. She has recovered, otherwise, this may cause her to face new dangers in the world of reincarnation.
But, Su Hongying? It turns out that he has been teasing me on purpose these days and is using me as a pawn? The purpose is to take revenge on Yi Qingyan?
Fortunately, I originally thought it was rare for a girl to pursue me, and I was very moved.
Did he really not feel it? Or did he feel it and deliberately change the subject?
Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Qingyan thought secretly in her heart. The atmosphere was so charming just now, and Yi Qingyan felt very unaccustomed to it, feeling nervous, fearful, and expectant at the same time.
But Qin Mayu almost ran away in the end.
Yi Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt disappointed and confused in her heart. Miss, this guy is so stupid about feelings, I really don't know what you like about him. After Qin Mayu left, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Lu Rulin walked in.
Aunt Lu, do you need a reason if you like her? Yi Qingyan looked at Lu Rulin.
Opening her mouth, Lu Rulin wanted to say a few words, but in the end, she nodded with emotion. Indeed, love at your age is the cleanest and has no impurities.
It does not need any reason. It's great to be young. Aunt Lu, were you there when you were young?
Yi Qingyan asked as she looked at the other party with a half smile.
Don't bring the topic to me. Lu Rulin immediately stopped talking and had no intention of continuing the conversation. Then, he brought the topic back to the other person and said, "Miss, I'm not telling you, you can like it, but in order to help him, you almost risked your life. Is it worth it? Moreover, the second world of reincarnation is the biohazard.
Now that you have broken your skills, your combat power has been greatly reduced. This is a huge obstacle to your future growth. It's worth it. I clearly remember asking Mou 2 years ago what kind of girl he likes, gentle? Pretty? Or lively and cute?" Yi Qingyan nodded, looking like she had no regrets.
Oh? How do you answer that, kid? Do you like someone as scheming as Su Honying? Lu Rulin also asked curiously. He said that he likes to be nice to him.
After all, being beautiful or lively is not important, being nice to him is the most important thing. Yi Qingyan replied seriously.
This guy is quite practical.
After hearing this answer, Lu Rulin complained. Of course, despite complaining in her heart, Lu Rulin felt that Qin Mayu's answer was completely correct. When a man and a woman are together, beauty and character are indeed secondary.
Whether they treat you well is the most important thing. After all, if you don't like what's good for you, how can you still like what's not good for you? So what if others are excellent? Didn't he become a licking dog?
It's just that you are trying so hard to be nice to him.
Is it worth it? After a brief silence, Lu Rulin asked.
It's worth it. I believe that as long as I treat him well and work hard to be kind to him,
he will like me,
Yi Qingyan said with determination. Miss, with your appearance and family background, the person chasing you can circle the earth.
Why should you be? Seeing Yi Qingyan's appearance, Lu Rulin thought for a while. Are you talking about a female dog licker? That's not me. Mayu got a pair of Qigong secrets and gave them to me. He even ended up with a disability in order to save me. Would anyone in the world treat a dog licker like this? Before Lu Rulin could finish her words, Yi Qingyan interrupted her and asked. Well, Lu Rulin was speechless.
In any case, Qin Mayu treats the young lady really well. It's just that the lady is nicer to him.
Give me peaches and give me Qiangyao. After returning to his home, Qin Mayu's main thoughts were still on Su Honying's problem.
In fact, when facing Su Honying, Qin Mayu knew that many of his words and deeds seemed relatively mentally retarded. However, some people can boast when facing everyone, but when facing the person they like, they are so nervous that they can't even speak. Some people can joke casually and be funny when they are with friends, but when they are with strangers they are so embarrassed that they don't know where to put it.
His own situation is similar, and Qin Mayu understands it too. In her previous life, Su Honying didn't even like her, but in the parallel universe, she became a cripple, but she liked her instead?
Although Qin Mayu felt that something was not right, but this sudden beauty chased after him, Qin Mayu was an 18-year-old boy in his previous life and had never experienced such a battle. Today, after chatting with Yi Qingyan in the hospital, Qin Mayu was naturally angry when he learned that Su Honying had a partner but was playing with her. However, even though she believed in Yi Qingyan's character, it was only one-sided, so Qin Mayu still had to take the initiative to investigate clearly. With his own ability, it would not be difficult to follow Su Honying secretly and investigate his every move. However, I still have more convenient abilities that I can use. Lock the door to your room, open your mouth, and hold a USB flash drive in your mouth as if holding a cigarette. Immediately, the body transformed into a whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye turned into a computer with a high sense of technology. There is also a USB flash drive plugged into this computer. It is the USB flash drive containing the Red Queen that Qin Mayu got in the world of Resident Evil. After connecting to the internet, Red Queen's artificial intelligence quickly took action in the online world, searching all CCTV, mobile phone, laptop and other footage to search and organize the image data about Su Honying. With the ability of the Red Queen, it is naturally very easy to search and organize with the help of the internet. It only took about an hour to search and organize all the video materials related to Su Honying on the internet. After searching and sorting out these image data, for Qin Mayu, it was as if they were entered into his own computer. Not to mention that he knew everything about Su Honying, but he still had a very deep understanding of her. Ugly, Qin Mayu's face became very ugly, and she even wanted to slap herself in the face. Thinking about how he almost confessed his love to Su Honying in public at school, Qin Mayu wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. To put it simply, Su Honying's family is an ordinary family, but they are ambitious and unwilling to be ordinary. Therefore, when I was in junior high school, I was very active and had several boyfriends. Several boyfriends from very good families. After entering high school,
things get even more out of control. After all, no matter how well off the family is, how much pocket money can students have? Therefore, Su Hongying even met several boyfriends in society. They say they are dating, but in fact, when her boyfriend gives her money or buys things, Su Hongying will accompany her to eat, drink, have fun, or even open a hotel. This is more like a transaction. Moreover, sometimes, I keep in touch with several such men at the same time. Among the video data obtained, there are many images of Su Hongying sitting in other people's cars, or checking into a hotel room together. As Yi Qingyan expected, Su Hongying originally set her sights on a high-quality target last year, but she dumped her directly and went to pursue Yi Qingyan crazily, so Su Hongying was attracted to her. It's jealousy, it's hatred. Then what? I found that Yi Qingyan looked at me differently, and even liked me. Therefore, Su Hongying deliberately got close to herself out of revenge, and there was a scene where Su Hongying deliberately got close to herself. From the video data, Qin Moyu could see that Su Hongying recently had a boyfriend who seemed to have some connections and revealed some strategies for Young and Dangerous and Resident Evil to her. Su Hongying is quite hardworking. She has completed several small missions in Young and Dangerous and Resident Evil, and her combat power has also increased to dozens of points. Of course, the most important thing is that the college entrance examination is coming. If you don't win, you will have no chance in the future. Therefore, Su Hongying hinted that she would confess her love to her, and then humiliate herself in public in order to achieve the purpose of revenge on Yi Qingyan. So, I'm just a tool, a chess piece? Under a whirlwind, Qin Moyu returned to her human form. Qin Moyu had a deep understanding of Su Hongying's situation, and secretly shook her head inside. Blame? Qin Moyu didn't mean to blame her. She was just like this, so she can only blame herself for being blind. Bubai didn't know that at first, all his attention was on Su Hongying, but now, after understanding Su Hongying's personality, comparing her to Yi Qingyan, there was a world of difference. Moreover, while investigating Su Hongying's image data, Qin Moyu discovered that Yi Qingyan had also secretly investigated her recently. Apparently, it was because Su Hongying suddenly got close to her that she felt uneasy, so she secretly investigated. Qin Moyu began to think secretly in his heart when he thought that Yi Qingyan had broken her skills and would face a world with another biohazard crisis later on. How can I reasonably tell her that my legs have recovered, and then give her martial arts secrets such as the Yi Jin Jing? Give me peaches and give me Qiangyao. Not to mention that Yi Qingyan liked herself, even if she was an ordinary person, she couldn't stand by and watch others do so much for her, right? Not to mention that Qin Moyu was thinking about how to repay Yi Qingyan's help at this time. On the other side, beside the hospital bed, her father Yi Dakai was sitting next to Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan had already sat up from the hospital bed, staring at her father with angry eyes. Dad, what do you mean by asking me to keep a distance from MOU in the future? Could it be that you have forgotten? If MOU hadn't fought so hard for me, you would have had no daughter. Yi Qingyan said. I haven't forgotten it. After so many years, I have never forgotten it, so I always treat him as my nephew. Yi Dakai nodded. But, then why do you still, Yi Qingyan argued. I can tolerate you becoming friends with him, and I can even tolerate you spending all your wealth to save him. This is what we owe him. However, I cannot tolerate him becoming a stumbling block for you. Yi Dakai said seriously. When will he become? Listening to his father's words, Yi Qingyan continued to argue. But halfway through her words, she couldn't continue, and she understood what her father meant. You insist on going your own way and want to go to the Variety Star Lord. I can accept it. After all, everyone now knows that the Variety Star Lord is not just a simple daily show. Yes, but for him, not only did you gain nothing, but you were injured. In this state, if you enter a biological crisis again, your survival rate will be greatly reduced. Hasn't this become a stumbling block for you? This is something that, as a father, is absolutely unacceptable. The college entrance examination was only a few days away, and within these few days, Su Hongying naturally thought about taking down Qin Moyu quickly. Therefore, after waiting for 2 days and seeing that Qin Moyu had not yet confessed to her, Su Hongying took the initiative to find Qin Moyu. However, because he had a crush on her before time travel, Qin Moyu was completely unable to resist her approach and advances. However, after really investigating what kind of person she was, when Qin Moyu saw her again, the heart-pounding feeling before was completely gone. He just reported a few names with a cold expression. These names were all people Su Hongying had dated, including people with whom Su Hongying was still in contact. After listening to the names Qin Moyu said, Su Hongying looked at him in astonishment.
Of course she could see that Qin Mayu's attitude towards her had become very cold. Seeing Su Hongying's shocked eyes, Qin Mayu didn't mean to explain anything, pushed the wheelchair, turned around and left.
It must be Yi Qinyan. She actually investigated me. Then she told Qin Mayu about me.
Seeing Qin Mayu leaving in a wheelchair, Su Hongying was shocked and angry.
While frightened and angry, Su Hongying looked at her palms again and found some balance in her heart. So what if I have a good family background? I can already be admitted to the reincarnation school.
The country specializes in recruiting reincarnations.
There are.
With many compiled strategies, I will definitely become stronger. Qin Mayu had no intention of guessing what Su Hongying was thinking. He was thinking about the college entrance examination in his mind. Although the college entrance examination is very important, it is only for ordinary people after all.
The really best one is the reincarnation school.
Since the appearance of the Palace of Reincarnation 3 years ago, the country has quickly established the reincarnation school. It is a school for all reincarnations and recruits new students on September 1st every year. To put it bluntly, the conditions for entering the reincarnation school are difficult to say, and simple to say. It is enough to survive the reincarnation world of Resident Evil. As a school established by the state, many reincarnators are naturally willing to enter. After all, strategies that are valuable in society have special teachings in the school. However, for Qin Mayu, the biggest benefit of the Samsara school seemed a bit useless. Shaking his head, a few days later, Qin Mayu, like all the students, took the college entrance examination. After that, Qin Mayu's main focus was on preparations for the fourth reincarnation of the world. Opening the Palace of Reincarnation Forum, there are not many plots related to the fourth reincarnation world, and they have dropped sharply. In the fourth reincarnation of the world, there are also 2 worlds to choose from. The first one is the same martial arts world of Heaven and Dragon Sword, and the other one is the daily world, the God of Death.
What? The God of Death is in the daily world?
In the Palace of Reincarnation, Qin Mayu was stunned when he saw the positioning of the God of Death. Still a familiar feeling, still a familiar taste.
Wasn't the previous Variety Star June defined as a daily show?
After Qin Mayu studied it carefully, he understood. The legend of Heaven and Dragon Slayer is a martial arts world, and it is inextricably related to the 8 tribes of Heaven and Dragon. Therefore, most reincarnations will choose this world to further enhance their martial arts.
And what about death? At the beginning of the Palace of Reincarnation, many people also entered it. But what's the final result?
There is nothing special about this world, but the mortality rate is surprisingly high.
According to statistics, 70% to 80% of those who enter reincarnation will die due to various inexplicable accidents.
However, the highest harvest list in this world of reincarnation is only a sea-level hidden mission. Over time, this world of reincarnation has been defined as a daily routine, but the mortality rate is extremely high. Therefore, it is said that there are 2 worlds to choose from, but today, almost no one will enter this world of reincarnation. After some research, Qin Mayu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time, he felt secretly enlightened. This God of Death was a very popular anime in the island country in his previous life. However, ordinary people don't know about the existence of the God of Death and the monster Hollow, and they can't see them. Even if a Hollow occasionally causes chaos and fights in the real world and causes casualties, the forces of death will quickly deal with it and turn it into a so-called accident to cover up the fact. Therefore, when reincarnators travel through the past and cannot see the God of Death and Hollow, it is naturally defined as an everyday world.
As for the extremely high mortality rate among reincarnators, Qin Mayu could probably guess it.
Su likes to hunt humans with relatively high spiritual power, and the reincarnators have more or less practiced martial arts and internal strength after reaching death.
Compared with other ordinary people, they are naturally outstanding and delicious.
Therefore, it is reasonable to be attacked by false attacks, resulting in an extremely high mortality rate. In the world of Etienne, martial arts are practiced, so Qin Mayu naturally wants to enter the world of death to further enhance his spiritual power. However, Qin Mayu also knows very well that this world is indeed very dangerous, and even the value of force is terrifyingly high.
It is far from the world that should have appeared in this period.
Day by day, Qin Mayu has been recalling the plot of the God of Death these days, making corresponding strategies and plans, and searching as much useful information as possible on the internet. It is worth mentioning that because of what he did in Tian Long Babu, it has become more and more popular on the internet. This seems to be the only S-level hidden mission guide that has been published, and naturally it has caused a huge response. However, most of the comments about myself on the internet were negative, saying that I was a selfish person who benefited myself at the expense of others. But after Brother Tai quickly published a corresponding report, he reversed many of these situations. This time, Brother Tai wrote a short story at the beginning of his report, saying that a person went to the company to apply for a job. There was only one job position, but everyone wanted the job, and they all had their own difficulties. But in the end, one of them got the job, and the others naturally lost the competition. So, is this person who successfully applied for a job wrong? I use this little story to allude to what I did in Tian Long Babu. The reincarnations traveled together. It was originally a competitive relationship, and everyone just relied on their own methods. Gongziyu has better methods and successfully completed the S-level hidden mission. Is this wrong? Whether it is the Palace of Reincarnation or the real world, it is a world of competition. Brother Tai's report seems to be biased towards his side, but at least it's not a forced whitewash, and it can be considered reasonable and well-founded. Therefore, the situation that was originally dark about him has eased a lot. Soon, the time came to the 23rd of the month. My birthday is the 22nd, so according to common sense, if I enter the world of the second Resident Evil, I should be back by this time. After hiding for a day, Shin Mayu put away the wheelchair and stood up. It's time for me to stand up too. Shin Mayu has already thought of the corresponding excuse. Thank you to book friend 201708301252327773 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Book friend 202010064304304720 for the reward of 1000 starting coins. Book friend Nabalasam for the reward of 100 starting coins. Book friend Ghost Fong Zhongjiawagu for the reward 2000 starting coins. Dad, I'm back. Walking out directly on his feet, Shin Mayu happened to see his father sitting and smoking in the living room and said hello. Ah! Looking at Shin Mayu's legs, Shin Dashang couldn't help but scream in pain as the cigarette held on his fingers fell on his thighs and burned a hole. Your legs, Shin Dashang said in surprise after brushing the cigarette butts off his thighs, not caring about the burns. Dad, I just came out of the world of Resident Evil. I was lucky. I completed an A-level hidden mission. The Palace of Reincarnation rewarded me with strengthening. My legs have been cured. Shin Mayu replied with a smile. Strengthen? In the world of Biohazard, can you be strengthened to the point where your legs can be restored? Shin Dashang asked in surprise. That's natural. In the world of Biohazard, the T-virus can even make the dead come alive. What does it mean if I just recover my legs? Shin Mayu answered matter-of-factly. In Resident Evil Part 2, many dead bodies crawled out of graves. Shin Mayu still remembers this scene. This seems reasonable. After thinking about it, Shin Dashang nodded. Although Shin Dashang was very surprised to see that Shin Mayu's legs had recovered, but when he thought that he actually dared to go to Biohazard in a wheelchair, Shin Dashang put his face back with surprise. He picked up a broom and pulled it towards Shin Mayu's body. I'll beat you to death. You don't want to live anymore? The mortality rate from a biohazard is over 90%. How dare you go there in a wheelchair? Shin Dashang cursed while beating him. After being beaten with a stick by his father several times, Shin Mayu did not dodge, lowering his head, as if he had done something wrong. However, after being beaten with a stick a few times, Shin Dashang laughed out loud again. This angry and laughing look seems to be a little crazy. However, looking at his father's appearance, Shin Mayu felt warm in his heart. After a while, after calming down, Shin Dashang naturally asked him about the problems he encountered in the biological crisis. Shin Mayu said exactly what she had thought about for a long time. Okay, it'll be good once your legs are healed. Shin Dashang felt happy after understanding Shin Mayu's experience in the biohazard crisis. He asked Shin Mayu to stay at home and wait while he went out to buy some wine and cooked some vegetables. The father and son drank some wine, which was considered a good celebration. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 tastes of food, Shin Mayu didn't eat much. My father, on the other hand, will get drunk even if he is not drunk. After half a bottle of wine, he is already drunk. After Shin Mayu helped her father to the room to rest, she went to the bathroom and vomited out all the food and wine, washed her face, and then turned around and left the house. In a manner, Yi Qingyan sat quietly. After half a month of recuperation, she had recovered. The hospital was amazed by her recovery. As everyone knows, it's because when she was in the hospital, Shin Mayu had already used spiritual soothing techniques to help Yi Qingyan sort out her physical injuries. There are still a few days before you can travel through time. Although your injuries have recovered, you are no different from ordinary people now. Don't go through time traveling this time. I have found.
A secret book of Qinggong Xinhua for you. It was a reward for someone who completed the sea-level hidden mission in Tianlong Babu. You have practiced well recently. In the world of Resident Evil, Qinggong Xinhua is more important. Father Yi Dakai said. While talking, he held a secret book in front of Yi Qingyan. Yi Qingyan didn't even look at the secret book of Qing Kung Fu in front of her. She said nothing and turned a deaf ear to her father's words. Alas, looking at his daughter's appearance, Yi Dakai sighed inwardly. Originally, my precious daughter had a cold temperament and didn't like to talk much. Since I didn't allow her to get too close to Qin Mayu, she talked even less. However, although he sighed secretly in his heart, Yi Dakai did not regret it. Everything he did was for her good. Master, Qin Mayu is here, his legs have recovered. At this moment, a servant came over and said. Hearing that Qin Mayu was coming, Yi Qingyan's eyes lit up and she got up and ran out the door. Ah? His legs have recovered? Hearing this, Yi Dakai was also stunned. After so many years, Qin Mayu's legs were disabled. Even if he couldn't find a way to cure it, Yi Dakai knew it very well. Suddenly he was cured? He was stunned for a moment, and then saw his daughter rushing out. Yi Dakai opened his mouth, trying to stop her. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. That's all, let's just let the two of them see each other one last time. Find some time and talk to Qin Mayu in person. I believe this child can understand him. Mayu, have your legs been cured? How were they cured? After trotting out, Yi Qingyan also looked surprised when she saw Qin Mayu standing in front of her. Looking at Yi Qingyan, Qin Mayu couldn't help but laugh, and immediately said what she had said to her father again. Of course, Yi Qingyan was also shocked when she heard that Qin Mayu actually traveled through the biohazard in a wheelchair, and she couldn't help but blame him. By the way, I have something for you when I come here this time. After chatting for a while, Qin Mayu said. Immediately, he took out two martial arts secret books, Yi Jin Jing and Ling Bo Wei Bu. In the world of Resident Evil, by chance, I saved a reincarnator with a good background. After he returned, in order to thank me for saving his life, you gave me two secret books. I will give them to you now. Yi Jin Jing? Ling Bo Wei Bu? Isn't this the top martial arts secret book in the world of Tianlong Babu? Doesn't it require a hidden mission of a level or above to obtain it? Looking at the secret book in Qin Mayu's hand, Yi Qingyan exclaimed, naturally, refused to take it, and asked Qin Mayu to keep it for himself to practice. Just take it. My enhancement is in terms of mental strength. This martial arts is useless to me. After appropriately showing his mental power, he let two martial arts secret books float in his hands. Immediately, Qin Mayu forced the secret books into Yi Qingyan's hands. Okay. Since Qin Mayu didn't need it, Yi Qingyan didn't mean to be polite. I gave myself these two martial arts secrets, and I felt very happy. However, even if Qin Mayu bought herself a hairpin for 2 yuan on the side of the road, she would still be very happy. It doesn't matter whether it's expensive or not, as long as it's something he gave to me, I like it. After the things were delivered, Qin Mayu chatted for a few more words, turned around and left without staying any longer. There are only a few days until July, and I have to finally make preparations to travel through death. Dad, this is what MO you just gave me. Not only did his legs recover, but they were also strengthened. With a rather proud look, Yi Qingyan used the two martial arts skills of Ling Bo Wei Bu and Yi Jin Jing. The secret book was laid down in front of his father Yi Dakai. Not to mention the Yi Jin Jing, compared with Ling Bo Wei Bu, Yi Dakai's Qinggong movement method that he bought with a lot of money is completely useless. Looking at these two martial arts secret books, Yi Dakai was also a little dumbfounded. He prevented his daughter from getting too close to Qin Mayu because he would become a stumbling block for her, but now it seems that where is this stumbling block? This is simply a noble person. Have you been slapped in the face? However, although he was slapped in the face, Qin Mayu was able to turn around and even provided such great help to his daughter. Yi Dakai was also happy for him. Gong Ziyu. Time came to the beginning of July. Qin Mayu entered the Palace of Reincarnation and chose to travel through time. There were still a group of hundreds of people. After seeing Qin Mayu, some people immediately exclaimed. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Mayu. Originally, Qin Mayu had to complete S-level hidden missions every time he traveled through time, which already made him famous all over the world. In addition, not long ago, the Tianlong Babu plotted almost all the reincarnations and created 2 S-level hidden missions, which made his reputation even higher recently. Although he is still a D-level reincarnator, his reputation is louder than many B-level reincarnators.
Because of what happened in the 8 tribes of the dragon, many reincarnators secretly backed down for a while, lest those reincarnations like those in the 8 tribes of the dragon would be tricked by him again. Of course, some reincarnations came forward on their own initiative, with a smile on their face, saying that they had entered the world of Etienne slaying the dragon, please guide them. After all, it can be seen from the increase in combat power in the Tianlongbabu harvest list that Gongziyu's combat power is now close to 800. Such strength is almost invincible in the world of reincarnation in Etienne's Slaying Dragon Chronicles. I'm sorry, everyone, my choice this time is the world of the God of Death. Seeing 7 or 8 reincarnations rushing forward, begging to drink soup from behind, Shin Moyu shook his head and said, "Did he go to the world of death?" Shin Moyu's words made these reincarnations stunned for a moment. Of course, most people don't believe him. He said this deliberately just to deceive everyone, and then go back to the world of heaven and dragon sword to make plans, right? It doesn't matter whether these reincarnations believe it or not. Within a moment, more than 10 reincarnators entered the secret room one after another, and immediately, the sound of the reincarnation hall sounded, starting the reincarnation. The selection interface appeared in front of Shin Moyu. Naturally, Shin Moyu clicked on the death button. His vision went dark, and Shin Moyu disappeared into the Hall of Reincarnation. When he opened his eyes again, he looked around, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The blue sea appeared right in front of me, and the scenery was pleasant. He looked around again and visually inspected it. At his feet was a deserted island about 7 or 8 miles away. This was the place where he landed. The location is completely random, so my luck this time is impressive. Did I just fall on an uninhabited island? Shin Moyu complained secretly in his heart as he had no intention of admiring the scenery of the sea. Time flies, and half a month has passed. It has been half a month since I arrived on this desert island. It is only about 7 or 8 miles in radius. In half a month, Shin Moyu has naturally visited all over it. There wasn't a single person, and there weren't even many animals, just some insects and the like. Oh, could it be that my time traveling through death meant that I just stayed on a deserted island for 2 months and then returned? On this day, Shin Moyu lay bored on the beach, sighing helplessly. Fortunately, since I have modified human physique, I don't need food and water. Otherwise, a good reincarnation world journey would have to turn into a wilderness survival mode, right? It's a pity that my current mental power is not strong enough. Otherwise, it would be great if I could turn into a plane. After lying down bored for a while, Shin Moyu shook his head and sighed, then turned over and sat up, and began to chant the Taoist scriptures. This was the homework he had set for himself. The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao, and the name can be named, but it is very famous. The Taoist scriptures have long been remembered by Shin Moyu in his mind. Since he is trapped on this unknown desert island, he should study the Taoism more and improve his spiritual power as much as possible. On a deserted island, I chanted the Taoist scriptures in a low voice, and used my heart to understand the principles contained in the Taoist scriptures. Shin Moyu gradually became calmer. She was immersed in the Taoist scriptures and could indeed feel that her mental power was growing bit by bit. It's like a big bucket placed under a faucet. The water drops from the faucet are dripping slowly. Although the speed is very slow and the growth rate is almost invisible, the growth bit by bit is real. Ha! Just when Shin Moyu was chanting Taoist scriptures in a low voice, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He glanced to the side and his face changed drastically. A creature suddenly appeared next to him, looking like a sheep. A sheep is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this sheep has a white bone mask on its face, and its body also appears translucent. After appearing next to him, the sheep actually lay on the ground, seemingly sleeping. This? Is it Su? Looking at the sheep-shaped Su appearing next to him, Shin Moyu was secretly shocked. It's been half a month since I came to the world of death. Nothing happened during this half month. I almost forgot that I was in Death's world. But, aren't all Sus cruel? Especially for humans with relatively high spiritual power, they regard it as delicious food. This sheep-shaped virtual appearance seems to have no intention of attacking him? Could it be? The form is that of a sheep, but this Su is actually a herbivorous type? Of course, Shin Moyu knew that his complaints were completely meaningless, and Su's ferocity had nothing to do with his form. Although the sheep-shaped Su had no intention of attacking him, since it was a Su that appeared in front of him, Shin Moyu naturally stopped chanting the Taoist scriptures. At the same time, he raised his hand, transformed into a machine gun, and looked at the sudden appearance of the void with vigilance. Thanks to his strong mental power, he could barely see this hollow existence. Otherwise, if other reincarnations come and cannot be seen, and are suddenly attacked by a void, it will naturally be a narrow escape. No wonder the world of the god of death is defined by the reincarnators as a dangerous world of daily life. As Qin Mayu became alert and stopped chanting Taoist scriptures, the Shipshingshu who was originally lying on the ground also stood up. Then, he rushed towards Qin Mayu. The mouth of the bone mask is open, looking extremely fierce. Although he didn't understand why this Su looked so harmless just now, but now it was so ferocious, but seeing this Su pounce on him, Qin Mayu naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. The machine gun transformed into his left hand fired bullets at this virtual creature. However, the bullet completely penetrated the hollow body and had no effect at all. At the same time, Su also rushed in front of Qin Mayu, and bit Qin Mayu's shoulder with his big mouth. With his heart tightening, Qin Mayu pulled away and retreated. Although the reaction was quick, 2 cracks still appeared on the shoulder. Even a transformed human body cannot stop the hollow's attack. My own physical attacks are completely ineffective, but Su can hurt myself? Looking at the wound on his shoulder, Qin Mayu's face turned ugly. How to fight this? Is the world of death dangerous? Of course. In Qin Mayu's view, in a world like death, even B-level reincarnators may not be qualified to conquer it, but it is completely unreasonable to place it in the 4th reincarnation world. The value of force in this world is terrifyingly high. Although Qin Mayu had already made corresponding psychological preparations in his heart, he did not expect that it would be so difficult to deal with a random zombie. The firearm bullets completely penetrated and could not cause harm to Su. However, Su's attack could hurt himself. How could he fight? Could it be? Does it definitely require a Zanpakuto? Not to mention the complaints in Qin Mayu's heart. After hurting Qin Mayu, the viciousness of the beast was even more aroused. He jumped up and rushed towards Qin Mayu again. Of course, Qin Mayu would not be distracted in the battle of life and death. Reaching out and sucking, the jade dog beating stick stuck next to him fell into Qin Mayu's palm. Then, the jade dog beating stick nodded towards Su's head. I don't know if the dog beating stick can really work, but this dog beating stick contains a law-based skill, which has already transcended the boundaries of ordinary weapons. Maybe it can be effective? Boom! A stick hit the mask on the virtual head, and a feeling of hitting an entity came from the hand. Although the force of the shock made Qin Mayu take a few steps back, the virtual impact was also interrupted. At the same time, a crack could be seen on the bone mask. Fortunately, this dog beating stick is indeed a weapon that contains the power of law. After hitting the dog's head with a stick, hitting the sheep's head, Qin Mayu breathed a sigh of relief. With this weapon in hand, at least he has some ability to fight back. In close combat, with a weapon that could hurt the opponent in hand, Qin Mayu and this feint started to use their hands, and the battle became more intense. In terms of strength, this Su's power is even stronger than Qin Mayu's. However, Qin Mayu's eyesight and reaction are very fast, and with the help of electronic eyes, he can scan the virtual strength, speed, reaction and other data. Gradually, Qin Mayu gained the upper hand. Roar! After fighting for about a few minutes, Su seemed to have noticed Qin Mayu's power, and let out an angry roar. Immediately, he opened his big mouth, and the stars gathered towards Su's mouth. Oops, is it a virtual flash? Qin Mayu was secretly surprised when he saw the light gathering in the virtual mouth. Immediately he shook his head hurriedly. Are you kidding me? The virtual flash is a trick that only Daxu can use. If this Su was as strong as the big Su, he could have killed himself with just one finger, right? Where can I fight with myself for so long? No matter how surprised Qin Mayu was in his heart, after the light in this virtual mouth gathered to the limit, it immediately turned into a fist-sized light and blasted directly towards Qin Mayu. Although he knew that the ball of light was not a false flash, Qin Mayu was cautious and had no intention of hitting it casually. He dodged it in a flash, and his reaction and speed were still very fast. However, after the ball of light was dodged, it did not explode behind him. Instead, after arcing in mid-air, it actually hit Qin Mayu again. This ball of light actually has tracking effect? Looking back and seeing the ball of light quickly coming to him, Qin Mayu was secretly shocked. At the critical moment, it was too late to dodge. Qin Mayu swung the dog-beating stick in his hand and turned it like a fan in front of him. The ball of light hit the rotating dog-beating stick and was directly blocked. Sure enough, this is just a long-distance attack method, not a false flash. After blocking this virtual ball of light with the special ability attached to the dog-beating stick, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. However, his movements were not slow. When the light ball was emitted and the aura was slightly lowered, Qin Mayu took the initiative to pounce on it, connecting points with the dog-beating stick in his hand.
In an instant, the void was completely suppressed.
The fight lasted for about 10 minutes, and finally, Shin Moyu caught a flaw in Su's body and hit it hard with the dog beating stick. At the same time, his own spiritual power is also poured into the dog beating stick. The bone mask, which had several cracks, was directly shattered by Shin Moyu. The dog beating stick still had its remaining power and hit the virtual head hard, giving it a fatal blow. With a scream, the hollow body quickly turned into the most basic spiritual energy atoms, dissipating in mid-air. The world of the god of death is really scary. After killing this Su, Shin Moyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With his own strength, he is definitely the top existence in the world of the fourth palace of reincarnation.
However, if he hadn't borrowed the power of the dog beating stick, he wouldn't have been an ordinary virtual opponent. If other reincarnations come in and encounter Su, they will escape death, right?
However, Shin Moyu had just killed this virtual creature and was still not relieved. At this moment, he suddenly found that the space in front of him was distorted. Immediately, a dozen figures in white kimonos appeared out of thin air, including men and women. And behind these people, a plump woman wearing a black kimono walked out. She has long orange-red hair, which is very eye-catching.
Shin Moyu's mental power can sense the extremely powerful aura on the other party's body.
There was also a samurai sword slung around his waist.
This is the god of death?
Looking at this woman's dress, Shin Moyu's heart moved.
After staying on this unknown desert island for half a month, I didn't see anyone. Instead, I saw the existence of Su and the god of death.
Shin Moyu stared at these people who appeared, but these people did not focus on Shin Moyu. Instead, they searched everywhere, seeming to be looking for something. Vice Captain Matsumoto, the trace of the hollow seems to have disappeared in this area. One of the women wearing a white top said to the woman wearing the Death Domination uniform. However, in response to these words, the woman in the Death Tyrant costume did not answer, but walked directly towards Shin Moyu.
Can you see us? Although it was a question, the other party's tone was affirmative. Yes, I can indeed see you. Shin Moyu did not deny it after hearing this. He can actually see us?
After hearing Shin Moyu's answer, the people wearing white shirts next to them all looked shocked and started talking in low voices.
Who are you?
Your spiritual power is very high, but very scattered.
It seems that you have never practiced orthodoxly. The woman in the Death Overlord costume tilted her head slightly, looked at Shin Moyu carefully, and then asked.
Gongziyu, you can call me this. Besides, before asking other people's names, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? After answering, Shin Moyu asked.
Hello, my name is Matsumoto Ranjiku.
After thinking for a moment, the female god of death straightened her face and greeted her seriously. Thank you to the book friends for the reward of 100 starting coins for exchanging virtues for wetness. Plans can't keep up with changes. Because of my current weak strength, if I come to the world of death to get something, if I want to complete the hidden mission, I can only outsmart him. Therefore, in Shin Moyu's original plan, after arriving in the world of death, he rushed to Karakura town as soon as possible, and chose to contact the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo or Urahara Kasuke and others according to the timeline. However, what I didn't expect was that I would land on an uninhabited desert island. From the dress and hair color of this female god of death, and the fact that the people next to her called her Vice Captain Matsumoto, Shin Moyu could roughly guess her identity. After she reported her name, it just confirmed Shin Moyu's suspicion. Ranjiku Matsumoto, the vice captain of the 10th Division in the original work, the deputy of Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Jin Ikamaru have been playmates since childhood, and can be regarded as a relatively important plot character.
My mind was spinning, thinking about what I should do next, and adjusting the direction of my strategy. On the surface, Shin Moyu remained calm and said, Deputy Captain Matsumoto, are you here?
Today, I led a group of outstanding students from the Xinjiang Spiritual Arts Academy to hunt for voids in Hueco Mundo to complete the final graduation examination. Unexpectedly, a void escaped to the present world.
We followed the aura and chased it. Gongziyu, did you see it?
I see. Shin Moyu's face showed surprise, and she nodded. You are talking about a sheep-shaped Su, right?
I just destroyed it.
As soon as Shin Moyu said this, the students from the Xinjiang Spiritual Arts Academy next to him started talking in low voices.
Even Matsumoto Ranjiku had a look of surprise on his face. The hollow that was escaped just now is quite strong.
These outstanding students may not be able to kill them alone.
It seems that you, Gongziyu, are not ordinary people. Who are you? A Quincy? It's not like me. I can be regarded as a Taoist priest. Shin Moyu thought for a while and replied. Taoist? Matsumoto Ranjiku thought for a moment. I have never heard of Taoist priests. What kind of Taoist priest are you talking about? Since you don't understand, just ask clearly. The so-called Taoist priests can be regarded as a group of people who study the mysteries of heaven and earth and understand the existence of heaven. Qin Mayu replied, and at the same time, he felt secretly enlightened. Because the Bleach anime is set in an island country in its previous life, the backgrounds are also set according to the background of the island country. However, in the world of the god of death, the kingdom of China does not seem to exist. Otherwise, if a Chinese person dies, he will be extradited by these gods of death wearing kimonos and carrying samurai swords at their waists. It is very inconsistent no matter how you look at it. Since there is no Huaxia kingdom in this world, the so-called Taoist priests and these gods of death have no idea at all. Enlightenment? The way of heaven? Matsumoto Ranjiko looked confused. I don't understand what the so-called way of heaven means, but it sounds very powerful. So, what specific abilities do you Taoist priests have? After another moment of silence, Matsumoto Ranjiko asked. In any case, let's first look at what specific abilities are important. Abilities? There are many kinds of them. Some people's training is mainly focused on fighting. They can control Taoist attacks such as wind, fire and thunder. When they reach high and deep places, they can shrink thousands of mountains and take the sun and the moon. Some people aim at immortality. The main purpose of cultivation is to live forever and watch the dynasties rise and fall, and the world changes. Others aim to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, predict the past and future, and predict misfortunes in advance. It has to be said that Qin Mayu's description of the Taoist priest was indeed very shocking. These death god students were surprised, but of course they all looked at him with doubt. If such a group of so-called Taoist priests really existed in the world, how could the Soul Society not know about it? So, this guy is most likely talking nonsense, right? Giggled. After listening to Qin Mayu's words, Matsumoto Ranjiko also laughed out loud. Obviously he didn't believe Qin Mayu's words, and asked teasingly, so, Gongziyu, what about you? What kind of cultivation direction are you in? Me? I know a little bit, but I'm not proficient. In the words of your god of death, I'm still in the same apprenticeship stage as them. Qin Mayu replied, looking honest. Indeed, I have the means to fight. How can I live forever? You should be able to live for a long time if you transform a person's body yourself, right? As for knowing the past and the future? In this world of the god of death, if you know the plot line, there is nothing wrong with you, right? Oh? Really? If you don't mind, how about showing it off? Matsumoto Ranjiko smiled, and at the same time, he pulled out his Zanpakuto and asked Qin Mayu. Forget it if you start fighting, I am far from your opponent. Shaking his head, Qin Mayu was naturally too lazy to fight, knowing that it was not a fight for his opponent. Not to mention the vice-captain, even some of the officers in the Gotiei 13th Division who have mastered the Hakai are far from their opponents. After all, in terms of strength, mastering the Zanpakuto's Shurkai almost qualifies you to fight Daxu Jilian. Oh? Seeing that Qin Mayu had no intention of taking action, Matsumoto Ranjiko naturally had no intention of forcing a move and put away the Zanpakuto. After thinking for a while, he said, so, do you mind telling me about your ability to calculate the past and future? Okay, we calculated, there is a physiognomy theory. Qin Mayu nodded after hearing this. While speaking, Qin Mayu stared at Matsumoto Ranjiko seriously, and at the same time, her fingers made a pinching gesture. Regardless of whether it's true or not, at least it still looks very professional. In his heart, Qin Mayu was thinking secretly. He didn't know when the current timeline was, so what should he say? The main thing is, what can be said? Not much can be said about the battle between the Shinigami and Aizen. The same cannot be said about Ikemara Jin. So, with Matsumoto Ranjiko at the center, what else can be said? How's it going? Did you see anything? Qin Mayu stared at her seriously, but after several minutes without saying a word, Matsumoto Ranjiko couldn't help but urge him. From you, I saw some fragments of the past and the future, Qin Mayu replied after listening to Matsumoto Ranjiko's words. Oh? What kind of past is it and what kind of future is it? Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjiko asked. The past clips are of your captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. I saw clips of him fighting with others. It seems that the Zanpakuto used by both of them are higher Inmaru, Qin Mayu replied. This is impossible. There cannot be two identical Zanpakutos in the world. Hearing this, Matsumoto Ranjiko shook his head and said. Is it possible? Just ask your captain when you go back. As for the future? Do you still want to see it? For calculations, you have to show that you know everything. You have to believe it yourself before others can believe it. Shin Moyu looked calm and continued to ask. Okay, tell me, what did you see in the future clips? After a moment of silence, Matsumoto Ranjiku asked. Thank you to the book friend The Hidden Bluntman for the 100 starting coins. Shin Moyu clearly knew that the world of the god of death was very dangerous. With his own strength, he was not even considered cannon fodder when he came here. But why come to this world? The purpose is simple. Shin Moyu has taken a liking to the cultivation system of the death god world. In the world of martial arts, although martial arts secrets can only be taken away as rewards for completing hidden tasks. However, the martial arts he practiced in the martial arts world were not affected. In the same way, if you can gain the power of death to practice in the world of death, you can also take it out. The body has become a modified body, and martial arts and even immortality are no longer effective. But there is no problem with spiritual cultivation. No matter in the future, my body will continue to survive as a modified body mechanically, or it will turn back into a physical body. For Shin Moyu, the cultivation of the soul has no impact. However, when meeting Matsumoto Ranjiku, although Shin Moyu really wanted to have the death god's training system, it was impossible for him to reveal his needs as soon as they met. After just a few brief chats, Matsumoto Ranjiku and those who graduated from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy opened the world-traveling door and left. Although I felt that Shin Moyu's words were probably nonsense, some of Shin Moyu's descriptions of the future invisible empire were too relevant. Matsumoto Ranjiku felt that she should seek confirmation before she could rest assured. Watching Matsumoto Ranjiku and the others leave, Shin Moyu didn't even think about asking them to help him leave this unknown desert island. After all, he stayed on this desert island so that they could find him. As for whether they will come to look for him again, Shin Moyu absolutely believed it. After crossing the boundary gate, Matsumoto Ranjiku had completed the task of leading the team. She turned around and left without intending to stay any longer. If he casually mentioned some scenes about the past and the future, Matsumoto Ranjiku would not take it to heart. But I got terrible information about some invisible empires. This news is too scary. What's more important is that as long as he is willing to check the information about the past given by Shin Moyu, he should be able to check it out. It is almost a matter of effort. For the sake of peace of mind, Matsumoto Ranjiku of course wanted to investigate. Logically speaking, Matsumoto Ranjiku should have gone back to rest at this time, but by some strange coincidence, her steps involuntarily returned to the 10th Division and came to the captain's office. Now that he's here, Matsumoto Ranjiku knocked on the door. Come in. As the knock on the door rang, the slightly childish voice in the office rang. Ranjiku. Are you back already? Have you completed the mission of taking those students to Hueco Mundo? Looking at Matsumoto Ranjiku walking in, Hitsugaya Toshiro asked casually. Yes, it's done. Matsumoto Ranjiku nodded. Thank you for your hard work, go back and rest early. Hitsugaya Toshiro nodded and said calmly. However, after waiting for a moment, there was no sign of Ranjiku Matsumoto leaving. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at her in surprise. Do you have anything else? Captain, I have something to ask you, a very important thing. After a slight hesitation, Matsumoto Ranjiku said seriously. What's the matter? Seeing her serious face, Hitsugaya Toshiro also became more serious. Well, Captain, let me ask you, have you ever fought with someone before? That person, well, the Zanpakuto he used was also Hyarinmaru. Matsumoto Ranjiku stared at her captain seriously. Suddenly hearing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro's face couldn't help but change. Where did you know about this? Hitsugaya Toshiro was surprised, but upon hearing his answer, Matsumoto Ranjiku was even more surprised. Captain, what do you mean? Is this true? Although he understood it clearly, Matsumoto Ranjiku still felt shocked and asked in confirmation. Yes, this matter is indeed true, but the news was sealed at the beginning. Logically speaking, others should not know about it. Nodding, Hitsugaya Toshiro did not deny it. As the vice-captain of the 10th Division, I don't even know this news, but he actually knows it? Could it be? The so-called calculation ability is real? Matsumoto Ranjiku murmured in a low voice. Originally, Matsumoto Ranjiku didn't believe what Shin Moyu said, but the news about the invisible empire was too shocking, so he wanted to confirm it by the way to see if what he speculated was true. But now, Matsumoto Ranjiku was a little doubtful. Him? Who is he you are talking about? After listening to Matsumoto Ranjiku's words, Hitsugaya Toshiro asked. Naturally, he would not hide it, so Matsumoto Ranjiku explained the encounter between himself and Shin Moyu in detail. Taoist priests? A group of people who understand the way of heaven? I've never heard of it. After learning about Chin Mayu from Matsumoto Ranjaku, Hitsugaya Toshiro also had a look of doubt on his eyebrows. The sky was getting dark, and Chin Mayu was sitting alone on the beach again, chanting the Tao Te Ching in a low voice. Not to mention, sitting alone on the beach, watching the sun rise and set, watching the ebb and flow of the tide, listening to the sea breeze, Chin Mayu chanted the Tao Te Ching in a low voice. I really felt that I had a lot of insights and spiritual strength. In terms of aspects, it has also become much more condensed. Byopuzi, Nanhua Sutra, Chongshu Sutra. Not only the Tao Te Ching, Chin Mayu carefully comprehended the Tao Te Ching that he had previously written down in Lingzhou Palace. Chanting in a low voice, I just feel that my spirit is empty. Originally, Chin Mayu felt that his luck in traveling through time and appearing on this uninhabited desert island was really bad. But with his recent understanding of Taoism, Chin Mayu feels that this is not too bad, right? In this deserted place, my understanding of the Taoist scriptures was of great help. No wonder, according to legend, so many immortal cultivators like to live in seclusion in remote mountains and forests where no one is around. After reciting more than a dozen Taoist scriptures and comprehending them thoroughly, Chin Mayu's evening work was finally over. After some estimation, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Chin Mayu got up and prepared to rest. Is this how you Taoist priests practice? But at this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded behind Chin Mayu. Suddenly, someone's voice sounded behind him, which startled Chin Mayu. She didn't feel anyone behind her at all. If this person wanted to sneak attack me, I wouldn't be able to notice it at all, right? Shocked in her heart, Chin Mayu turned around. Under the night, a young man who looked to be 13 or 14 years old stood in front of him. He wears a black Deathbuster outfit underneath, but outside he wears a white Haori cloak. This is also the Haori cloak that represents the identity of the captain of Gotei 13th Division. However, the body appears translucent and is obviously not a living body. Hitsugaya Toshiro. Looking at the other party's appearance and attire, Chin Mayu secretly exclaimed, naturally recognizing the other party's identity. Thank you to Bookfriend, I'm tired, sleepy, and asleep for the reward of 100 starting coins. Bookfriend 20170830125232773 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Bookfriend Brother Shaoer for the reward of 100 starting coins. Hitsugaya Toshiro, as a well-known genius in the Soul Society, became the captain of the Gotei 13th Division at a young age. His ability is unquestionable. But equally, as a captain-level figure, he also carries a heavy responsibility. Today, he learned the news about the Invisible Empire from his deputy Matsumoto Ranjaku, which naturally made him cautious. Although this news is not yet certain to be true, it is not certain that it is false either. It's too early to report it to the captain at this moment, so naturally it's time to investigate first. At least we need to find out whether the so-called Taoist priest really has the ability to predict the past and the future. Moreover, Toshiro could roughly guess that the other party deliberately told Ranjaku these things, and that the other party was deliberately trying to attract attention. Therefore, Toshiro had no intention of wasting time and directly used the world crossing gate to reach the desert island where the mysterious Taoist priest was. When I arrived, it was already dark in this world. The desert island is not big, so after a little search, Toshiro found the other party. However, when he got closer, he found that the other party was chanting something similar to a spell. With a slight movement in his heart, Toshiro was not in a hurry to interrupt and listen from the side. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not Tao. The name can be named, but it is not named. Speaking of which, I can understand these words, but I have no idea what they mean. But it is undeniable that with the words of the other party, Toshiro felt a breeze blowing in his face, making him feel very comfortable and relaxed. As his mind relaxed, Toshiro could quietly feel that the surrounding wind, water, flowers, plants, trees, and even fireflies were all clearly imprinted in his mind. The existence and operation of all things in the world seemed to contain some kind of special law, which made Hitsugaya Toshiro feel addicted to it. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, the mantra that the other party was chanting stopped. And Toshiro naturally recovered from this special state. Feeling himself carefully, Toshiro couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Just for a moment, my spiritual power seemed to become more condensed. What is it that the other person is chanting? Can you actually make yourself, a captain, have more condensed spiritual power? At the level that I am now, it is very difficult to continue to improve my strength every step of the way. However, although I was shocked, he was still a captain-level figure. Soon, Dong Shirlang calmed down his emotions and spoke to Chin Mayu. Chin Mayu turned around, and Dong Lang could naturally see the change in the other person's eyes. Looking at your appearance, you do know me. But I have never seen you before, so with your Taoist calculation ability, can you still recognize someone? Toshiro said calmly. Although he looks like a boy of 13 or 14, his demeanor gives people a mature feeling. In short, it's like a small person but a big kid. In the ability of calculation, it is of course impossible to know other people's names and identities out of thin air. But people in this world don't know Taoist priests, and they don't know what calculation is. If they say they can know it, doesn't that mean they can know it? Hisagaya Toshiro, a famous genius in the Soul Society, captain of the 10th Division. Shin Mayu spoke, clarifying the other party's identity, which naturally answered his question. Perhaps, you do have the ability to calculate, but it is also possible that you have inquired about my information a long time ago. After all, it is not difficult. Dong Shilong's expression remained unchanged, obviously doubting whether Shin Mayu's calculation was based on inquiries in advance. Okay. Shin Mayu's expression remained unchanged when Dong Shilang questioned him, as if he believed it or not. I have to say that Shin Mayu's expression still looks like he deserves a beating. The corners of Toshiro's eyes twitched slightly, and he no longer wanted to test. He asked directly, "Okay, tell me, what do you want to do when you specially brought me here?" Listening to what the other party said, I realized that I was deliberately tempting him. Although Shin Mayu was not shocked, as a captain, he looked young, but he had lived for who knows how many years. It was not surprising to see this. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he also said, "My purpose is to trade." "Deal? Let's talk about it." Hearing this, Toshiro's expression did not change. "How about I provide you with some information you need, and you teach me how to become a god of death? This is not difficult for you." Shin Mayu made his request. "Didn't you say that you are a Taoist priest? This is also a path of cultivation. Why do you want to obtain the power of the god of death?" Toshiro asked doubtfully. "Today, I am the only Taoist priest left in the world. No one teaches me about the path of cultivation. I can only explore by myself. If I can master the power of death, it may be able to inspire and help me." Shin Mayu opened his mouth and gave his own explanation. Reasons. To be honest, Toshiro wouldn't believe it if he talked about the contents of this deal when he first came to this island. But just now the other person chanted Taoist scriptures, which made his mind clear and his spiritual power became more concentrated. Such a method is very astonishing, and it also proves that the opponent's method is indeed different from the Death God and the Quincy. It is a method that I have never seen, or even heard of. Dong Lang pondered, obviously thinking about it, and Shin Mayu had no intention of disturbing him. Just like that, after a few minutes of silence, Toshiro spoke up and said, "You are alone and you have shown these magical methods, so you are not afraid that we will arrest you directly, torture you, and confess what we want, everything? It's a good deal. Why are you doing this?" "I just want to obtain the power of the god of death as a reference." "It's not difficult for you." Shin Mayu's expression remained calm. Shin Mayu has naturally considered this. Judging from the original work, although there are some evil people in Soul Society and they are not really good people, they are definitely not bad people either. Moreover, the self-proclaimed purpose of existence is to maintain the balance between Soul Society, the real world and Hueco Mundo, and position itself as an official organization. Naturally, the glory of the face must be maintained. Arrest people frequently and torture them? This is not in line with the positioning of Soul Society. Besides, I took the initiative to show my willingness to cooperate, and what I asked for was nothing more than trivial things. Of course, to take a step back, if Soul Society is really so shameless and catches me, it means that I am still useful and will definitely not kill myself. After waiting for more than a month, the time limit is up, and of course I will return. It's just more than a month of suffering, just take a gamble. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I have to go back and discuss it. Not to mention what Shin Mayu was thinking, Dong Lang opened his mouth and gave an answer. At this point in the conversation, it stands to reason that Toshiro should return to Soul Society. However, he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he looked at Shin Mayu and said, "In addition, what kind of spell was you chanting just now? It seems that for us, the god of death, it can assist us to a great extent." "Practice. What? The incantation I was chanting just now? Aren't I chanting Taoist scriptures?" Hearing this, Shin Mayu was slightly startled. He immediately realized, what he meant was that the verses from the Taoist scriptures he chanted could assist the death god in his cultivation? No wonder Toshiro started talking just as he finished reciting the Taoist sutra. At first,
he thought it was a coincidence.
In addition, Shin Mayu also remembered the virtual one from before.
When I was chanting Taoist sutras, it did not take the initiative to attack me.
Instead, it lay aside and stopped chanting sutras. Then it attacked me?
After thinking about it further, Shin Mayu had another idea in his mind. Whether it is the god of death or the hollow, the way of training is very violent, that is, to improve one's spiritual power, and then develop how to use the spiritual power. It's like a martial artist practicing martial arts, working hard to improve his internal strength. However, when a warrior reaches a certain level of cultivation, he needs to cultivate his mind. Only when his state of mind is improved can his internal strength be improved. Otherwise, it will become increasingly difficult to improve one's internal strength, and in the end the master will even become obsessed with it. So, from the perspective of a warrior, or even an immortal cultivator, this is what the cultivation of the god of death and the hollow is like? Crazy about improving your cultivation, but never cultivating your state of mind? Taoist scriptures can help people understand the way of heaven and understand the relationship between themselves and the way of heaven, which will invisibly improve their state of mind. Therefore, it is an extremely precious thing to the god of death in this world, and even to Su. It's what they lack most right now. After thinking deeply about this, Shin Mayu understood that these were all his conjectures. However, this conjecture seems to be consistent with the previous Su's performance and Toshiro's words.
Can't you tell me about this spell? That's my rudeness.
After waiting for a moment, Shin Mayu just lowered his head and muttered without saying a word.
Dong Shilang had no intention of pressing the question and spoke.
Seeing Dong Shilang opening the world-traveling door and turning around to leave, Shin Mayu opened his mouth.
What is the core of traveling through the world of reincarnation and completing hidden tasks? Isn't it just making trouble?
The greater the changes to the original, the higher the score for hidden tasks seems to be.
Since this Tao Sutra has a great bonus to the cultivation of the Shinigami, what if the Tao Sutra is taught directly to Toshiro, or even directly to the Soul Society? This should be considered a hidden mission with a high score, right? If you're talking about preaching to Soul Society, it's probably an S-rank hidden mission, right? However, since this sutra has such a great effect, even if it is thrown away, it will be beneficial, but I can also use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for some good things. Isn't that an extra profit? After watching Dong Shilang leave, Shin Mayu continued to sit down, thinking about what to do next.
Because I traveled to an uninhabited desert island, the development of things deviated quite a bit from the strategy one originally planned, so I had to reformulate the strategy. It's just that he has studied the Taoist scriptures for so long, and the improvement of his mental power is insignificant, but Toshiro just listened to it once and realized the importance of this Taoist scriptures?
So his improvement is obvious? Is this genius?
Thinking of this, Shin Mayu shook his head secretly.
No, it should be that the higher the opponent's cultivation level is, the more urgent it is to improve his state of mind, so the improvement is more obvious, right? That must be the case. My talents can't be that different, right? However, I thought about what if I really lost some Taoist scriptures to the Soul Society.
Those Shinigami dressed in kimonos and carrying samurai swords chanted the Tao Sutra every day, saying the Tao is Tao, but it is not Tao. Shin Mayu hurriedly shook his head, feeling that the picture was too beautiful and he couldn't bear to look directly at it.
So, is this considered a cultural invasion? Although I think the picture is a bit harsh, if I can really achieve this step, it seems that it is really possible to achieve a hidden mission with a high score.
Therefore, when it comes to completing hidden missions, although force value is important, strategy is equally important. Not to mention what Shin Mayu was thinking at this moment. At this time, Toshiro, who had returned to Soul Society, went directly to the first team and met the Commander-in-Chief, Yamamoto Genria Saishigakuni. Then, he explained everything about Shin Mayu in detail.
Captain Toshiro, what do you think about this matter? Captain Yamamoto looked calm.
Although the news is shocking, he will not be shaken by the news from the Invisible Empire that has not been confirmed to be true or false.
I think what young master you said is reasonable.
Regardless of his ability to predict the past and the future, his spell alone is very valuable if it can assist us and other death gods in their training. There is no loss in just teaching him the power of death gods.
Toshiro spoke up and put forward his own idea. Well, in that case, I'll leave this matter to you.
Nodding slightly, Captain Yamamoto was willing to let Toshiro handle this matter himself. However, when he said this, Captain Yamamoto then stated his bottom line. However, Captain Toshiro must remember that the power of death cannot be spread to the outside world.
This is a rule. Yes, since this is a rule, it must not be broken. This is Captain Yamamoto's stubbornness. Toshiro naturally understood what Captain Yamamoto meant, and after thinking for a moment, he retreated. After a good night's rest in Jinglington, Toshiro continued to open the boundary traveling gate the next morning and went to the unknown desert island. When I arrived, I could see Chin Mayu standing on the beach as usual, facing the east, chanting the Taoist scriptures loudly. The sun rises in the east, and the light shines down. Listening to the scriptures in his ears, Dong Shilang suddenly feels warm all over his body. His spiritual body seemed to become more and more condensed, and his spiritual power became vaguely active. Although Gongziyu is not willing to teach the mantra, but when he chants it, it is okay to follow him and understand it, right? He stood behind Chin Mayu without saying a word, also facing the east, listening carefully to the scriptures in his ears, and feeling everything around him with his heart. Toshiro could feel that everything around him seemed to be completely different. Sun, seawater, wind, flowers, and grass. Everything was the same as usual, but when the scriptures rang in my ears, everything seemed to be different. Unknowingly, Toshiro's state of mind relaxed, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. The mysterious state was difficult to describe in words. On the horizon, a streak of purple energy suddenly appeared and fell from the sky. Purple chi coming from the east? Have I made some kind of breakthrough? Chin Mayu was slightly startled when he saw a wisp of purple chi appearing from the east. However, this purple energy did not fall on him, but passed by him. Chin Mayu turned back, and at some point, Dong Shilang stood behind him, and a touch of purple energy fell on him, lingering around him. Close your eyes slightly and look at him, he seems to be in a state of enlightenment. Is this a genius? Is this the famous genius in the Soul Society? Chin Mayu's face turned a little dark when he saw that Dong Shilang was just listening to him reciting Taoist scriptures by his side and could actually realize the Tao. It can't be a talent gap. It must be that when the other party was about to break through, he happened to be chanting Taoist scriptures, giving him the opportunity to break through. That must be it, right? After an unknown amount of time in the mysterious state, Toshiro slowly came back to his senses and felt that his state of mind seemed to have become more elegant and calm. In the same way, my own spiritual power also becomes calm and gentle. Although there is no substantial improvement in spiritual power, Toshiro is very clear that his spiritual power will be improved more smoothly. Moreover, the use of Zhan Fist and Zhan Gui will definitely become more comfortable, and the overall strength will naturally be improved. This shocked Toshiro's heart. The improvement of the God of Death's strength requires the accumulation of time. Depending on the level of talent, even the process of accumulation may be fast or slow. However, like this, I suddenly made a small jump, which is unbelievable. Apart from the dramatic improvements that can be achieved during the initial and swastika phases, I have never seen any other way. The other party's spell is far more magical than I imagined. Good morning, Captain Dong Shilang. How are you discussing our deal? Chin Mayu said hello. Looking at Toshiro's eyes, you can guess what he is thinking. Just listening to himself reciting the Taoist scriptures brought him to enlightenment. Chin Mayu didn't want to discuss the situation of such a shocking situation. Although he wanted to ask more questions about the Taoist scriptures, after hearing Chin Mayu mention the business, Dong Shilang's face straightened and he said, "We have already discussed the issue of the transaction. The ability of the God of Death can teach you, but I have a request." "Please tell me." Chin Mayu asked. "The ability of the God of Death cannot be spread to the outside world. This is a rule, so you must join Soul Society." Toshiro made his request. Join Soul Society? Hearing this, Chin Mayu frowned slightly. I can only stay for more than a month. It doesn't matter whether I join Soul Society or not, but joining Soul Society is not a problem, but I don't want to let myself die just to practice the power of the God of Death. Chin Mayu also expressed his thoughts. This, no problem. After hearing this, Dong Shilang pondered for a moment, nodded, and agreed to Chin Mayu's request. The training of a God of Death is not easy. You should prepare yourself well. Toshiro said after the matter was almost settled. I have nothing to prepare. I am alone and can start at any time. Chin Mayu said. Call. As Chin Mayu finished speaking, his eyes flashed, and Dong Shilang appeared in front of him instantly. Even bullets can be easily blocked, but Chin Mayu didn't see how Dong Shilang moved just now. The last impression in his mind was Toshiro's sword handle, which quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. His head was dazed, as if someone had hit his head hard with a hammer. When Chin Mayu shook his head and came to his senses, he found that he was falling to the ground. What's more important is that there is a figure lying in front of him, isn't it him?
There is a long iron cable connecting this figure to himself.
Looking down, he saw an iron rope sprouting from his chest out of thin air. Chin Mayu certainly understood what was going on.
Yes, your soul body is much stronger than ordinary people. Toshiro held the Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at Chin Mayu carefully, and nodded. As he spoke, the hyarin pill in his hand rose up, cutting off the chain connecting Chin Mayu and his body.
The soul after death enters the Soul Society. If you want to gain the power of the God of Death, you can enter the Jinyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Practice over time and slowly improve. But if a living person wants to obtain the power of the Shinigami, this is the only way. You only have 72 hours, otherwise you will become a Shinigami.
After Hyarin Maru was sheathed, Toshiro finished his words and turned around to leave.
Hey, wait, it's over like this? You just punched out my soul and turned me into a God of Death? Chin Mayu couldn't help shouting when she saw Dong Shirlang turning around and leaving. Don't you know what to do in this state?
Hearing this, Dong Shirlang turned around and looked at Chin Mayu in surprise.
I know, what a fool.
Chin Mayu gave Dong Shirlang a roll of his eyes. You yourself asked to master the power of death while still alive.
I thought you already knew it. Dong Shirlang said in surprise after hearing Chin Mayu's answer. However, after understanding it, Toshiro unsheathed his Hyarin Maru again, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. If you don't know, then I can only work harder and give you special training myself. Hey, that smile of yours looks evil. Chin Mayu felt something was wrong.
I didn't. No, you're talking nonsense.
Dong Shirlang denied Chin Mayu's suspicion for 3 consecutive times.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hyarin Wen swung his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying slash struck Chin Mayu. With his heart tightening, Chin Mayu immediately flew out. The cold sword energy directly left a sword mark hundreds of meters long on the ground, and the sword mark also condensed with frost.
Hey, are you trying to kill me?
Seeing this random sword mark hundreds of meters long, Chin Mayu was frightened.
Don't you want me to teach you how to master the power of death?
This is the first step.
You just need to dodge my attacks.
When Toshiro spoke, his hands kept moving, and he even stood still, but Hyarin Maru kept waving. One after another, the sword energy struck Chin Mayu quickly. Under the attacks of sword energy one after another, Chin Mayu mustered up her energy and barely dodged. Although in the physical state, he has electronic eye scanning and can transform human bodies, which is very powerful. But in the soul state, he does not have these abilities. Fortunately, his mental power is so strong that he can develop telekinesis. Therefore, according to Toshiro, his soul is much stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, when such a dense sword energy falls, there will be no room for him to dodge. Just like that, half an hour passed by unconsciously.
Wait, can you slow down a little bit? I can't hold it anymore.
Chin Mayu shouted as he continued to dodge, and every attack almost hit him. His nerves had been tense for so long. If you want to gain the power of the God of Death, you must quickly strengthen your spiritual power at the critical moment of life and death.
You can't stop. Otherwise, if you can't quickly gain the power of death, you will become hollow, and I will really harm you. However, at this time, you actually still have the energy to talk?
It seems that your growth rate is a little faster than I expected, so I have to work harder.
Growth speed? Ha! I didn't even react if he didn't say it. I do seem to be getting a little faster?
Dong Shirlan's words made Chin Mayu feel slightly startled, and then he was secretly happy.
Call. However, another sword energy almost touched Chin Mayu's cheek.
The cold breath made half of Chin Mayu's cheeks almost numb from the cold. Chin Mayu immediately calmed down and dealt with Dong Shirlong's sword energy with all his strength.
In any case, it is extremely difficult to have a captain-level Shinigami personally train and teach you, but this is a great opportunity. Is it done?
3 days later, Chin Mayu lowered his head and looked at his palm with a confused look on his face. After being beaten by Toshiro for almost 3 days, his soul body underwent a qualitative change at this moment.
Has the transformation into the form of the God of Death been completed? No, this is for you.
Toshiro's Hyarin Maru had been sheathed, and at the same time he raised his hand and threw a katana over. Chin Mayu reached out to catch the samurai sword and glanced down at it.
You probably understand, this should be the shallow attack of the Zanpakuto's initial form.
Only by holding a shallow sword in hand and constantly writing your own soul power into it, day after day, will it slowly transform into your own Zanpakuto.
By the way, have I mastered the power of death now?
Chin Mayu raised his head, looked at Dong Shirlang, and asked in surprise.
What? Do you think it's too simple? Dong Shirlang looked at Qin Mayu in surprise. He screamed when he was beaten, but it was really successful, and he felt relieved? In the original work, the protagonist Ichigo's special training seemed to be much more difficult when he turned into a god of death, right? Could it be that? Am I a genius who surpassed the original protagonist? Qin Mayu secretly murmured in his heart. After thinking carefully, Qin Mayu suddenly remembered. In the original work, when the protagonist Ichigo regained his power of death, he seemed to have been attacked by Byakuya Kachiki in advance, and was shattered by two acupuncture-like places such as Soul Sleep and Lock Knot. On this basis, those who participated in special training to obtain the power of death are much more difficult than themselves? Okay, if that's the case, it's more difficult for him, but it's easier for me to obtain the power of death than him. This means that his talent and that of the protagonist Ichigo should be about the same, right? It seems that my talent is not bad. After thinking about this, Qin Mayu showed a smile on his face. I originally thought that your soul was so much stronger than ordinary people's, that you would be able to master the power of death soon, but I didn't expect that on the third day. However, Toshiro next to him shook his head. Disappointed look. Qin Mayu, just now, I thought my talent was pretty good, but Dong Shirlong's words made Qin Mayu's face turn a little darker. Is this the Jingling Court? It looks quite spectacular. After gaining the power of the god of death, Qin Mayu can be regarded as a novice of the god of death, and followed Dongshiro to the Soul Society. Now, you are regarded as the god of death in Soul Society, but you are still alive. Therefore, I will register you first, and you will be included in my 10th division. Specifically, you will walk in Soul Society or in the real world. Look! You are free! Dong Shirlang said as he brought Qin Mayu to Soul Society. There will not be many restrictions on the specific personal freedom, but in terms of status, he is a member of Soul Society, which can be regarded as meeting the requirements of Captain Yamamoto. Yeah, I understand. Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded. As the captain of the 10th division, Toshiro was naturally able to recruit Qin Mayu into his team. Then after giving an identity plate, everything was confirmed. Gongziyu, you will be our team member from now on. Let's hold a welcome banquet for you. Next to him, Deputy Captain Matsumoto Ranjiko said to Qin Mayu with a smile on his face, and he looked very enthusiastic. Take care of me in the future. Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded, looking humble and polite. Although in terms of strength, Qin Mayu can only be regarded as the most elementary death god, his value is not the death god's combat power. Dong Shirlang did not refuse the welcome banquet. After all, it would be good to take this opportunity to let Qin Mayu and the other team members get to know each other. Soon, Matsumoto Ranjiku went to take care of it. The captain participated and the vice-captain took care of it personally. Naturally, the Shinigami of the 10th division also gathered. After learning that the purpose of this banquet was mainly to welcome Qin Mayu, besides the welcome, these death gods of Division 10 were of course also very curious about Qin Mayu. Being valued so much by the two captains? Is this god of death named Gongziyu extremely powerful? These gods of death were all staring at Qin Mayu curiously. But at this time, Qin Mayu's attention was not on them, but on the delicacies in front of him. Food, wine. In the state of death, he drank alcohol and ate meat, and the sense of taste that he had not had for a long time made Qin Mayu almost cry with happiness. It has been more than half a year since I became a cyborg. Although the status of the cyborg is amazing, I don't need to eat, and I even have no sense of taste after eating. Unexpectedly, this regret was made up for in the state of death. Let's not talk about the strength of the god of death himself. Just being able to compensate for the fine wine and food is enough for Qin Mayu. Gongziyu, right? Your name is quite peculiar. At the banquet, a god of death approached Qin Mayu, obviously very interested in Qin Mayu. Hello? Hearing this, Qin Mayu put down the wine in his hand and nodded in greeting. Both the captain and the vice-captain are very fond of you. Are you very strong? This god of death seemed to be quite upright and asked directly. At the same time, the god of death next to him also more or less focused his attention here. Awesome? I don't know what you mean by awesome. Qin Mayu glanced at the other party. For example, the Kido is particularly outstanding? The Shuunpa is very exquisite? The swordsmanship is very superb? After thinking about it, the Shinigami asked as an example. Oh, I don't know any of these things, like cutting fists and walking ghosts. I'm a new god of death. Hearing this, Qin Mayu suddenly understood and answered frankly. This answer made the Shinigami of Division 10 look at each other in shock. A new god of death who can't even slay and move ghosts? Why do the captain and vice captain value him so much? This is not common sense. Gongziyu was an ordinary soul not long ago. It took me a few days of special training to master the power of death. Toshiro next to him also heard the conversation here and intervened to explain. Hiss, you mastered the power of the god of death in just a few days? Don't ordinary new souls have to undergo 6 years of training at Jinyang Spiritual Arts Academy before they can master the power of the god of death? The captain personally trains? Genius? Only true geniuses will have the captain personally train, right? Toshiro's explanation made the Shinigami take a breath and start talking in low voices. Oh my, do you think I'm a genius? The members of the 10th Division are so nice to talk to. I like it here so much. Shinmayu couldn't help but reveal a smile after hearing what the members were talking about. In addition, my Taoist scriptures may be able to assist you in your cultivation. Do you want to give it a try? With the intention of preaching to the Soul Society, the Tao Sutra has an effect on captain-level Shinigami like Toshiro, but does it also have an effect on other ordinary Shinigami? Shinmayu thought it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to give it a try, so she took the initiative to propose it. Many thanks to the book friend Fong Zhouzi's library for the 200 starting coins and the book friend Light and Dark Travel for the 500 starting coins. From a Chinese perspective, these so-called gods of death all belong to the category of ghost cultivators. And what about the Taoist scriptures? It is a means of enlightenment and becoming an immortal. Death's training method is to become stronger without enlightenment or mind cultivation, just like a martial artist who practices external skills without pursuing internal skills. Although Qin Mayu only had a first glimpse of the Taoist scriptures, it did not prevent these Taoist scriptures from helping the god of death. Culture invades the world of death, and you can complete high-scoring tasks by the way, so why not do it? Oh? He is actually willing to reveal his spell ability? Dong Shilang naturally didn't know what Qin Mayu was thinking. Therefore, after listening to Qin Mayu's words, he glanced at Qin Mayu with surprise. Qin Mayu opened his mouth, and the scriptures from the Taoist scriptures spat out like mercury pouring down the ground. You guys, don't just listen with your ears, but feel with your heart. Although I don't know why Qin Mayu did what he did, of course such a good opportunity cannot be wasted, Toshiro reminded the members of the 10th Division. One sentence. In an instant, the entire banquet suddenly turned into a sermon. Qin Mayu was reciting Taoist scriptures, and the gods of death nearby were listening attentively. Of course, if Qin Mayu stood on the podium at this time and these gods of death were all sitting on the desks in an orderly manner, it would look more harmonious. When the scriptures came out, not only Toshiro but Matsumoto Ranjaku next to him could also feel that following the guidance of the scriptures, his state of mind became clear, and even his own spiritual power became much more condensed. The strength of the spiritual power may not have improved, but the more concentrated the spiritual power is, the higher the control will naturally be, and of course it will be easier to use. The pace is neither fast nor slow. The entire Tao Te Ching has 99 and 81 chapters, which in total is about 7,000 words. The sermon was delivered slowly, and it took about half an hour before it was finished. For Qin Mayu, it is naturally beneficial to review the scriptures in his free time. However, what Qin Mayu is most concerned about is of course the changes in these gods of death. Well, this spell is quite long, but it sounds quite comfortable. A god of death said, expressing his opinion. No, it's not just as simple as being comfortable, it's very helpful to my spiritual power and makes my spiritual power more condensed. Matsumoto Ranjaku heard this, shook his head, and expressed a different opinion. I also feel that my spiritual power has become much more active. I thought it was an illusion at first. Following Matsumoto Ranjaku's words, another Shinigami spoke next to him. After listening to the discussion of these gods of death, Qin Mayu's heart moved slightly, and he generally understood. It seems that this sutra is more effective for the stronger Shinigami, but it has no great effect on the weaker Shinigami? If you think about it carefully, whether you are practicing martial arts or cultivating immortals, it seems that you really need to cultivate your mind after reaching a certain level? When your strength is low, you don't need to cultivate your mind? I originally thought of preaching to the entire Soul Society, and even throwing out Taoist scriptures and making it a subject in Jinyang Spiritual Arts Academy. It seems that it is not practical. After a few experiments, I came up with this idea after a little thought. Understood. To most of the Shinigami in the 10th Division, Qin Mayu's Tao Sutra lecture seemed to be just a small episode. They just feel empty-minded, but there is not much substantial gain. Next, there was drinking and eating meat, drinking, and changing glasses. It was not until it got very late that the party ended, and the gods of death dispersed one after another. Gongziyu, I'll take you to your lounge. After the banquet, Ranku Matsumoto said to Chin Moyu.
As a member of the 10th Division, Chin Moyu naturally has his own place to rest.
Thank you.
Chin Moyu nodded in thanks. Matsumoto Ranjiko led the way, while Chin Moyu followed behind. Neither of them spoke. Unconsciously, Chin Moyu's mind was focused on her own plan again. The original purpose was that these scriptures were useful to the god of death, and Chin Moyu wanted to take them all out and preach them to the Soul Society.
However, does it only have a greater effect on the stronger the god of death?
Chin Moyu understood that even if he really threw out the Taoist scripture, the Gotiei 13th Division would firmly hold it and use the Taoist scripture as an ascending channel for the powerful Shinigami to advance. It seems that preaching to the Soul Society is no longer possible, but if it can be useful to the powerful death god, it can naturally cause trouble. Chin Moyu continued to think in his heart. Although the situation is slightly off, he has a foresight of the plot, and his Taoist scriptures are more useful to the stronger Shinigami.
Isn't the purpose of hidden missions to make things happen, and to make things about the characters in the original plot as big as possible? Following Ranku Matsumoto, he lowered his head slightly and thought about his own affairs.
Suddenly, Ranjiku in front stopped and Chin Moyu bumped into him involuntarily. His thoughts were interrupted. Chin Moyu took 2 steps back and looked forward, his heart tightening slightly. A young man was standing in front of him and Ranjiku, his eyes narrowed and a false smile on his lips that made people feel wary. With his silver hair, face and expression, people can easily think of him as a hypocritical fox. However, the other party's attire is something that no one dares to underestimate. Because in addition to wearing a black Death Tyrant uniform, this figure also wore a Haori cloak that represented the captain's status. Although it was the first time they met, Chin Moyu certainly recognized his identity with his appearance. Captain of the 3rd Division, Jin Ikamaru. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Chin Moyu always felt that Ikamaru Jin's squinted eyes seemed to look at him with a bit of coldness.
Is it because I just bumped into Ranju, so you are unhappy with me? Is this guy too stingy?
Chin Moyu complained secretly in his heart.
Ranjiku, I haven't seen you for a while, how are you doing recently? Ikamaru Jin still wore a false smile and casually greeted Matsumoto Ranjiku.
As always, nothing has changed.
What about you?
Why did you come to our 10th Division for no reason?
Matsumoto Ranjiku asked. Me? I just happened to be passing by here.
Ikamaru Jin said calmly, still looking casual. After saying this, after a slight pause, Ikamaru Jin's squinted eyes opened slightly, and his eyes fell on Chin Moyu.
This one? He looks very handsome. Is he a new member of your 10th Division? Why don't you introduce him to me?
Ikamaru Jin asked casually, still looking casual.
Although this guy's tone is casual, he just said hello to Matsumoto Ranjiku and asked about my situation? Is it because I was walking with Matsumoto Ranjiku in the middle of the night and tentatively asked about our relationship? Or, his appearance was not by chance? But he came specifically for me? It stands to reason that Ikamaru Jin cannot come specifically for me. Could it be that Aizen has noticed me? Captain Ikamaru Jin, are you just passing by, or do you want to come and see me?
After thinking for a moment, Chin Moyu took 2 steps forward and spoke directly to Ikamaru Jin.
Oh? You and I have never met before. Why do you think I'm here just to see you?
The hypocritical smile on Ikamaru Jin's face softened slightly. Next to her, Matsumoto Ranjiku also looked at Chin Moyu in surprise, obviously not quite understanding what he meant.
Who knows? Maybe you really happened to be passing by, maybe you wanted to see me, or maybe, upon saying this, Chin Moyu paused slightly and then said, Captain Aizen is interested in me?
These words made Ikamaru Jin's smile freeze. After waiting for a moment, Ikamaru Jin shook his head. I don't understand what you are going to say at all.
Okay, Ranjiku, it's getting late, I'll leave first.
Finally, after saying these words to Matsumoto Ranjiku, Ikamaru Jin turned around and left directly, as if he didn't understand the meaning of Chin Moyu's words at all.
Gongziyu, what do you mean by what you just said?
As he continued to lead Chin Moyu towards his residence, Matsumoto Ranju asked Chin Moyu in surprise.
I was just chatting casually.
Chin Moyu responded casually without explaining too much.
Okay, this is your place. The captain said that you don't need to go on missions together in the team. Relatively speaking, you are relatively free.
After chatting for a while, they soon arrived at the team building of the 6th team, Matsumoto Ranjiku explained. Chin Moyu took a look and found that it was not bad. He had a separate room for himself. After Matsumoto Ranjiku left, Shin Moyu looked around, then sat down at the table and poured 2 glasses of water.
Then, he lied, "Okay, Captain Ikemaro-jin, please come out, quiet."
After Shin Moyu finished speaking, the whole room became very quiet.
Did I guess wrong? Didn't Jin Ikemaro follow him secretly?
After waiting for a moment, Shin Moyu was secretly surprised.
Then, he added another sentence, "If you don't want to come out, then forget it, I'm going to rest." Really weird, a figure appeared in front of Shin Moyu as if moving instantly. It was Jin Ikemaro. At this time, Ikemaro-jin had already put away the hypocritical smile on his face and stared at Shin Moyu seriously. "I think your spiritual power is weak. Logically speaking, it is impossible for you to find my traces." Yes, Ikemaro-jin found it very strange.
Judging from the strength of his spiritual power, the young master in front of him was just like a Shinigami who had just graduated from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, but he could find himself hiding in the dark? However, thinking that such a person with low spiritual power could be valued by Toshiro, the genius god of death, Jin Ikemaru felt that there might be something really special about this son-in-law. Sure enough, I have almost made the relationship between him and Aizen clear. There is no way he can remain indifferent. Not to mention how surprised Ikemaro-jin was, seeing that Ikemaro-jin had been defrauded by him. Shin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart.
"Please sit down. Captain Ikemaro-jin, you are following me secretly. You should have a lot of things you want to ask, right?" Although he had deceived someone, Shin Moyu had an enigmatic look on his face. He stretched out his hand and asked, "Ikemaro-jin, please sit down." Sitting in front of Shin Moyu, Ikemaro-jin was not polite. He picked up the water glass in front of him, took a sip and said, "I do have many things I want to ask. I wonder if you can help me answer my questions." "It depends on what you want to know." Shin Moyu looked like she was easy to talk to. "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? I don't even know where you came from." Ikemaro-jin asked directly without any nonsense. "So, have you secretly investigated me a long time ago? Is it Aizen?" Shin Moyu had a true expression on his face.
There is no way. Aizen is very cautious, and even likes everything to be under his control. Originally, a newcomer joining the 10th Division was not worth mentioning, but this newcomer has gained the attention of Captain Toshiro.
Of course I'm interested." Hearing Shin Moyu mention Aizen's words twice, Ikemaro-jin had no intention of denying it.
After saying this, after a slight pause, Ikemaro-jin asked Shin Moyu, "It seems that you know a lot about Aizen's situation."
"Stop asking questions one by one, I'll tell you everything you want to know,"
Shin Moyu said with a smile.
"First of all, I'm just an ordinary person. Of course, the most special thing about me is that I know a lot of things.
Toshiro values me. It is precisely because of this that Seoul Society must have been secretly investigating the information of the Invisible Empire."
"Really?
I was the one who revealed this information. Secondly, I do know a lot about Aizen, such as Honyu, and because of his frame-up, people like Urahara Kisuke and Wako Mako became wanted criminals in Seoul Society. Finally, I not only know Aizen's situation relatively well, but I also know you relatively well. For example, on the surface, you were hiding beside Aizen and betrayed Seoul Society, but in fact, you were acting as a double agent.
With his identity, you want to deal with Aizen, right?"
Shin Moyu's eyes were blurred, and he didn't see clearly how Jin Ikemaro drew his sword. The short zanpakuto in his hand was pointed directly at him.
"Gongziyu, right? It seems that you do know a lot of information, but haven't you ever thought about it? Sometimes ignorance is blessing. The more you know, the faster you will die." A cold light shone in Ikemaro-jin's narrowed eyes. The deepest secret hidden in his heart was suddenly revealed, and Ikemaro-jin reflexively thought of killing someone. Shin Moyu felt a chill in his heart when Ikemaro-jin's zanpakuto was pointed at him. However, he maintained a calm look on the surface. Before taking action, "Can you let me finish what I have to say? For example, the solution to Jinghua Shueiyu? You actually know how to crack Jinghua Suijetsu?"
Ikemaro-jin looked at Shin Moyu in surprise, but he didn't mean to act in a hurry. He has been by Aizen's side for so many years, and as his right-hand man, he has helped him do a lot of things. Therefore, Ikemaro-jin can confirm that what Shin Moyu said about Benjiu and Urahara Kisuke and Heiko Mako are all facts. However, it is precisely because he has followed Aizen for so many years that Ikemaro-jin has a very clear idea of how terrifying he is. For so long, I have never figured out how to deal with Aizen Kyoka Suijetsu, which is why I have held back for so many years. Because I don't have the confidence to deal with the situation.
But he actually knows about this mysterious Gongziyu in front of him?
Today, Aizen has not yet fused with Benjiu.
If you want to kill him, now is the most likely possibility. Otherwise, even if you know how to deal with his mirror, it will not be so easy for you to kill him.
Qin Mayu said, paused slightly, and then said, Jinghua Shuiyu, the only way to crack it is, P.S. The editor said that it will be put on the shelves directly on the 1SA. Thank you to book friend Brother Shaoer for the reward of 1,000 starting coins. Book friend 2020303095245352 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Ikamaru Jin walked back to his resting place alone. Because he was alone, his face no longer had the usual false smile, and his squinted eyes were completely open, with a solemn and thoughtful look in his eyes. After following Aizen for so many years, I feel more and more terrible about him, and I also feel more and more terrible about his Zanpakuto. Therefore, the purpose of holding back for many years was to find a way to crack his Zanpakuto. Ikamaru Jin believes that no matter how powerful a Zanpakuto is, there must be a way to restrain it, but he hasn't found it yet. However, the crowd looked for him thousands of times, and when he suddenly looked back, he found that person in a dimly lit place. Unexpectedly, without any psychological preparation, he suddenly learned the method of restraining Jinghua Shuiyu from the mouth of the newly born death god Master Yu. Theoretically speaking, everyone who has seen Kyoka Suigetsu will have his Zanpakuto manipulate their five senses, making it difficult to get rid of him. However, as long as we catch Kyoka Suigetsu's true form before the Zanpakuto's ability is activated, can we break Kyoka Suigetsu's illusion? To be honest, Ikamaru Jin somewhat believed in this countermeasure. However, after being cautious for so many years, it was impossible to just believe a Shinigami whom I had just met just because of what he said. Captain Ikamaru, why are you sitting alone? Is there something bothering you? In the rest area, Ikamaru Jin was still thinking about the strategy to deal with Kyoka Suigetsu, when a voice suddenly sounded behind Ikamaru Jin. His pupils shrank slightly, and he came behind him, but he didn't even notice? Damn it, this guy is stronger than I expected? Or are you distracted by thinking about the problem? Captain Aizen, what can I have to worry about? With that false smile on his face again, Ikamaru Jin stood up and turned around. What's the matter? What's so special about the Shinigami who popped up mysteriously and was so valued by Captain Toshiro? Aizen asked casually without bothering with Ikamaru Jin. Speaking of this Gongziyu, although his spiritual power is low, his talent is good. I heard that Captain Toshiro mastered the power of death after practicing for a few days. As for what's special? He knows a magical spell, chanting it aloud can assist the death god in his cultivation. Jin Ikamaru answered. Well, he has good abilities. Hearing this, Lanran looked calm and made a casual comment, not paying much attention to Qin Moyu. Good talent? Only the captain level can let Aizen take a look at him, and it will take many years for him to grow to the captain level. As for auxiliary training? Aizen still believes in Benjiu's power even more. Correct, after casually asking about Qin Mayu's identity, Aizen was about to leave, but he suddenly thought of something. He paused slightly and said, you should also be prepared recently. The Soul Society is about to be in chaos. Old man Yamamoto has indeed found the Invisible Empire. There are traces of it. Has the Invisible Empire really been found? Listening to Aizen's words, Ikamaru Jin's heart was secretly shaken. Recently, old man Yamamoto suddenly said that he had learned about a mysterious force hidden under Soul Society, and sent a large number of Shinigami from Siriidii to search for it. Naturally, the captains all knew about this. Unexpectedly, I actually found the trace? It seems that Gongziyu really knows a lot of incredible information. This matter about the Invisible Empire seems to have once again confirmed the accuracy of Gongziyu's intelligence. Qin Mayu only has a name in Jinglingting, mainly to follow the bottom line of old man Yamamoto that the power of death cannot be spread outside. Because he had just mastered the power of death, Qin Mayu naturally did not need to participate in some actions. In the past few days, Qin Mayu has been practicing the abilities of Kido and Shuunpa. However, even though it was just in name, Qin Mayu naturally knew the movements of the gods of death while staying in Jingling Court. Traces of the Invisible Empire have been discovered. Recently, there has been friction between Jinglingting and the Invisible Empire. To be more precise, Jinglingting is in the stage of testing the reality of the Invisible Empire. In the original plot, the most important development is Aizen's plot. After Aizen is defeated, it will be the Invisible Empire chapter of the 1,000-year bloody battle. Because of me, the plot with the Invisible Empire has been advanced. After understanding the current situation in the Soul Society, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. I have been in the Soul Society for almost half a month. In terms of ghost cultivation, I have only learned the rush of the broken path and the blocking of the bound path. These are the two simplest ghost paths. As for Shuunpa, there hasn't been much progress. Next, I have to go to the real world, seeing that something big is happening in the Soul Society, and she can't do much to help. Shin Moyu feels that her second plan can be put on the agenda. Just do it as soon as you think of it. Shin Moyu found Dong Lang and explained his idea of going to the world. Because Shin Moyu had already been told that he was free, Dong Lang naturally did not stop him. He just asked where Shin Moyu was going, and he could find him at any time, so he opened the world-traveling door and let Shin Moyu return to the present world. So, is this Karakura town? After walking out of the boundary gate, Shin Moyu's soul body returned to his own transformed body and looked at the city in front of him. The current world seems to be full of high-rise buildings and busy traffic. It is a completely modern world. It has a completely different style from Soul Society. After staying in Soul Society for almost half a month, Shin Moyu also asked around and around the current timeline. Now is the time when the plot of the original work is about to begin, but it hasn't officially started yet. Because Shin Moyu met Rukia Kuchiki in Soul Society not long ago, half accidentally and half intentionally. This also means that she has not yet come to the present world and has not given the power of death to Kurosaki Ichigo. Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke was sitting at the table making tea. In front of him, a black cat was squatting on the table. Here, drink tea. After making himself a cup, Urahara Kisuke also brought a cup of brewed tea to the black cat. The black cat lowered his head, stretched out his tongue gracefully and licked the tea. Speaking of which, Soul Society is really not peaceful recently. Looking up, Black Cat Yoichi looked at Urahara Kisuke and said, "Yes, the Invisible Empire. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful force hidden in the shadows of Soul Society? It's really shocking." Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke nodded in agreement. You don't want to do something while the turmoil in Soul Society is about to start? After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yoruchi thought for a while and then asked Urahara Kisuke. I still have to think about this. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke said calmly. Suddenly, he was framed and defected from Soul Society, and people like Hirako Mako also defected with him. Urahara Kisuke naturally wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. As for revenge, now it seems that it is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Store manager, there is a man named Gonzitama looking for you outside. He said he is from the 10th Division. At this moment, a tall figure came over and said to Urahara Kisuke. Before traveling to the world of death, Shin Moyu had made a good plan. How should I plan what I want in different timelines? To be honest, although the first 3 reincarnation worlds have completed S-level hidden tasks, Shin Moyu has no intention of being tied up by hidden tasks. Shin Moyu knows how terrifying the world's force of death is, and he is not even cannon fodder. Shin Moyu's purpose is very simple, just hide the mission or whatever, and don't force it. The main thing he planned was to obtain the power of death. No matter whether your body will continue to follow the mechanical route of transforming people in the future, the death route can continue to strengthen your soul. However, sometimes plans really cannot keep up with changes. Unexpectedly, I traveled through time and found myself on an uninhabited desert island. Now that the actual situation has changed, it is natural to make adjustments to your strategy. Taking advantage of the impending turmoil in Soul Society, Shin Moyu felt that it was necessary for him to come to Urahara store at this time. First, Shungami Yoruchi is at Urahara store. She can be said to be the best Shuunpa among the Shinigami. It would be perfect for him to ask her for Shuunpa advice. Secondly, I exposed the existence of the Invisible Empire in advance. I don't know what level of mission evaluation this will get, but if we can solve Aizen in a coordinated way, this should become a high-rated hidden mission. What good things will be rewarded in the high-scoring hidden missions in Deathworld? Shin Moyu was naturally looking forward to it. And Urahara Kisuke and the others are a great help. Thirdly, once you master the power of death, your soul and body will inevitably leave your body in the future. In the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo uses the power of the Gihun pill to help him protect his body. Shin Moyu feels that he can also let other souls control his body for him. And the most suitable candidate is naturally the artificial intelligence queen. This aspect should need to be reformed. And who is Kisuke Urahara? He is the former director of Soul Society's Technology Development Bureau. If the artificial intelligence Red Queen and her own modified body can be fully used, they should be used in many worlds in the future. Based on the above points, Shin Moyu came directly to Karakura town. The development of science and technology in today's world has reached a very high level, allowing the Red Queen to invade the network system.
Naturally, Shin Moyu quickly found the Urahara store. Gongziyu, the god of death of the 10th division? What do you want from me? After Shin Moyu walked in and sat down unceremoniously, Urahara Kasuk pressed the hat on his head and asked, I'm here to help you get revenge.
Shin Moyu spoke directly without any nonsense, clarifying the topic straight to the point. Listening to Shin Moyu's words, Urahara Kasuk suddenly laughed out loud, and then said, I don't know where this little brother got his confidence, but I think little brother, with your strength, even if you can deal with an ordinary Killian Andu, is it a problem? But you said you would help me get revenge? Sometimes, intelligence and resourcefulness are much more important than pure strength.
Shin Moyu was not surprised that Urahara Kasuk looked down on his own strength. Okay, your words do make some sense. So, first of all, why do you want to help me? We don't have any friendship, right? Secondly, do you have any important information and wisdom that can help me?
The expression on his face, the smile faded a bit, and Urahara Kasuk asked directly.
First of all, because we have a common enemy, we can cooperate.
As for my intelligence and resourcefulness, at this point, Shin Moyu paused slightly and then continued. For example, I know the truth about how you were framed, and I know the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes.
In addition, I deliberately threw out the information about the Invisible Empire to cause chaos in the Soul Society. Is this enough to create opportunities for you to take revenge? Shin Moyu's words made Urahara Kasuk's face become more solemn. Did he throw out the information about the Invisible Empire on purpose to create an opportunity for revenge? Drink tea, don't be in a hurry, let's talk slowly. After a brief silence, Urahara Kasuk personally made a cup of tea for Shin Moyu.
Seeing Urahara Kasuk making herself a cup of tea, Shin Moyu was not polite and reached out to take it. After taking a sip, he immediately cleared his throat and told them everything in detail about how Urahara Kasuk made the Hogyoku and Aizen used Hirakomeko and others to do the Shinigami's Hollow experiment. Finally, Shin Moyu, of course, emphatically explained the power of Aizen's mirror flower and water moon and how to crack it. As you said, Aizen's power is indeed very difficult. If we are not careful, we may have to kill each other due to his illusion ability. After listening to Shin Moyu's detailed explanation of Kyukasuajetsu's true abilities, Urahara Kasuk said solemnly. Wait, Kasuk, you believed his words so easily? Yaruchi next to him heard this and reminded Urahara Kasuk. Some of his information I know, some I don't know, and some of it is similar to my original guesses. I don't think he deceived us. Urahara Kasuk said. In the world of the god of death, Urahara Kasuk is a highly intelligent person, so Shin Moyu's contact with him did not deceive him or plot his thoughts, and told him everything frankly. And talking to smart people is that simple. It is very likely that he will be seen through if he deceives him, but to be honest, he also has the means to see that he is not lying. If you want to take action, I advise you not to delay for too long. Aizen himself is already studying Benjiu and is almost finished. His next step should be to obtain your Benjiu for fusion. If it comes to this time, then think about it. It would be even harder to kill him. Not to mention whether he really trusts himself in his heart, but at least Urahara Kasuk trusts him on the surface, Shin Moyu reminded him.
Well, I've remembered this. Urahara Kasuk nodded. After saying this, he paused slightly, then looked at Shin Moyu, and said, in addition, since Gongziyu knows the grudge between us and Lan Ran, then you should also know about the grudge between others and him, right? Is there anything we can do? Where are the allies who joined forces together? You've asked the right person about this.
Apart from you, the captain of the third team, Ikemara Jin, secretly took refuge in Aizen, but in fact he had a grudge against him.
He was just waiting for an opportunity to follow him.
Shin Moyu heard he said that the situation of Ikemara Jin was revealed again. In the original work, the reason why Aizen was able to manipulate so many masters of the Shinigami at the palm of his hand was that, firstly, Kyokasuajetsu was really powerful, and secondly, he was hiding it while others were showing it. But now, all the information about Aizen has been revealed by himself. He thought he was hiding on the first floor underground, but he didn't know that Jin Ikemaro and Kasuk Urahara were hiding on the second floor underground now.
Well, I am hiding on the third floor underground.
Just like this, with so many people, plus the cooperation of Ikemara Jin who is hiding next to him like Voldemort, if they still can't take down Aizen, then it can only be said that Urahara Kasuk and his team of captain-level people are incompetent.
Okay, this wave is stable.
Next, after they conduct a secret investigation and confirm their intelligence, they should take advantage of the turmoil in the Invisible Empire to take action. For Chin Mayu, coming to Urahara store and pulling such a powerful force against Aizen was one thing. On the other hand, while there is still about a month left to stay, the most important thing is to learn Shuunpa Kikido properly.
And what about Shuunpa?
Shungami Yaruchi transformed into a black cat in the Urahara store, and the former great ghost master of the Soul Society Demon Clan, Gribi Tessai, was lying in the Urahara store.
Is there anything more appropriate than this?
Therefore, when Chin Mayu made the request of Kido and Shuunpa, who had no place to go for the time being and wanted to stay in a store and train for a period of time, Urahara Kisuk and the others had no intention of refusing.
The power of Urahara Shoten is not limited to Urahara Kisuk and the others.
People like Hirako Mako from the Masked Legion also have very close connections with Urahara Shoten, so they can clearly know the recent developments in Soul Society. On the one hand, they were paying attention to the movements in the Soul Society, and on the other hand, these people also took action secretly, and even began to contact Ikamara Jin, secretly formulating a plan to deal with Aizen.
Professional matters were left to professionals.
Chin Mayu only provided enough intelligence and secretly controlled the general direction of the matter.
There are corresponding people to do the specific battle planning, resourcefulness, and actual force.
All he needs to do is hide in the dark and improve his cultivation as much as possible. Originally, the purpose of coming to the God of Death was mainly to obtain the power of the God of Death and hide the mission as it happened. On this day, under Yi's training, Chin Mayu's practice of Shuunpa came to an end, panting.
Isn't this enough?
It seems that you still have to work hard to strengthen your spiritual power. Seeing that Chin Mayu seemed to have reached her limit, Yi in the form of a black cat said,
"Yes, I remember. I will work hard."
Hearing this, Chin Mayu nodded with difficulty and replied. At this time, Chin Emo still envied the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo. From the time he awakened his Shinigami power through special training, to the time he went through Soul Society to master the swastika, and even defeated Kuchiki Byakuya, this improvement in strength was like cheating.
Why didn't I improve so quickly? Because you are not the protagonist? By the way, for the sake of cultivation, you only value Kido and Shuunpa so much? Not knowing what Chin Mayu was complaining about, Yi immediately asked.
There are 4 directions for Jean Fist and Jean Gue.
He seems to pay more attention to the latter too.
Gongziyu, Chin Mayu opened his mouth and was about to explain, but at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. It was the little girl from Urahara store, Yayu.
Hello, Xiaoyu, what's the matter?
Chin Mayu asked, looking at Wu Yu, who jumped into the underground training ground.
The store manager asked me to give this to you, saying that your auxiliary program has been completed.
Wu Yu opened her little hand, and there was something like a pill lying in the palm of her hand.
Oh!
The Red Queen has completed her transformation. Chin Mayu's eyes lit up when he saw this little pill. When the God of Death transformed, his body had no ability to protect itself, so Chin Mayu thought of letting Han Lai control it. It just so happens that his ever-changing transformation body matches well with the Red Queen's intelligent program. Therefore, I mentioned this idea to Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk knew how to refine Gihun pills, but he was also curious about the artificial intelligence program like Red Queen, which had its own thinking and judgment ability but had no soul. I took away the Red Queen USB flash drive and studied it for a few days in my free time.
Finally, this new transformation was completed.
Without any nonsense, Chin Mayu opened his mouth and swallowed the thing similar to Yihin pill.
Soon, the familiar voice of the Red Queen rang, "Master, the second emergency activation procedure has been prepared.
It can assist the Master's body control at any time, and at the same time, control the body when the Master's soul is out of the body." Chin Mayu was still very satisfied with this situation. If you compare your soul body to Tony Stark in the Marvel world, then your body is similar to steel armor. My previous self was like Tony manually controlling the steel armor, just like the first version built in the cave. However, with the arrival of the Red Queen's artificial intelligence, he now has Jarvis's auxiliary program compared to the steel armor. Not only can it assist you during normal times, but it can even be controlled independently to cooperate with you when you are away.
Sure enough, the biggest gain comes from coming to Urahara store.
Kido, Techniques and Shuunpa are all available at the Urahara store.
Miss Yae, if you have nothing to do, how about we spar again?
Chin Mayu said to the black cat Yae,
wanting to try to see how much her melee combat skills improved with the auxiliary program.
Okay. Yi seemed a little curious about Chin Mayu's current situation and nodded. After the words fell, Yi instantly transformed into his true form, and his figure flashed in front of Chin Mayu.
Dee. As Yoruchi took action, the Red Queen quickly analyzed the data on Yoichi's attack route and speed under the electronic eye scan. Qin Mayu raised her hand to resist Yi Yi's attack. Oh! The reaction is much faster than before. After being blocked by Qin Mayu, Yi Yi raised his brows and struck again, his movements becoming faster and faster. With the help of the Red Queen's program, Qin Mayu has improved a lot in terms of eyesight and reaction ability. It seemed that he and Yoruchi had a back-and-forth fight and were on equal footing. Of course, Qin Mayu also knew that this was the result of Yi Yi's betrayal. Otherwise, with her strength which is at least B-level, and even reaches the level of a level reincarnation, it would not be surprising that she would be killed with one move. They were going back and forth, and after probably fighting for more than 100 moves, Yoruchi appeared dozens of meters away, and immediately transformed into the shape of a black cat again. Yes, your strength has improved a lot. It seems that this program, which looks like a soul but is not a soul, can indeed help you maximize your own power. Yoruchi in the black cat form nodded and said, I also feel that my strength and reaction ability have improved a lot. Hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded in agreement. That's because part of the ability of this transformed human body is still hidden. It seems to be a revenge system, which you cannot fully control with your ability. Now, with my auxiliary control, I have helped you unlock these abilities. It can be said that all aspects of this body's movements have reached the theoretical maximum. At the same time, the Red Queen's voice rang out. Have all the hidden powers of the revenge system been unlocked? Hearing this, Qin Mayu's heart moved, and he immediately lowered his head and glanced at his palm, and the icon slowly appeared. C1125. Am I promoted to the stage of C-level reincarnation? Seeing that his reincarnation level had broken through from D level to C level, Qin Mayu felt happy at first. But soon, the joyful mood faded a lot. When I first came to death, my combat power evaluation was about 800 points. After practicing for so long and mastering the power of death, my combat power evaluation was originally close to 900 points. However, only after unlocking the ability of the revenge system can this value be reached? This seems a bit low, right? Master, this modified body is very powerful. The most terrifying thing is that it can ignore the law of conservation of mass and energy. However, to a certain extent, it is not strong enough. Because the materials used for transformation have theoretical upper limits in all aspects, such as speed and strength support. If the upper limits are exceeded, the materials will be damaged, the Red Queen's voice rang out, explaining Qin Mayu's doubts. That's it. Hearing this, Qin Mayu suddenly realized. After all, the background line of Variety Star Lord is in 1995. In the context of this era, the materials used to transform his body may have been top-notch. But relatively speaking, it still has its upper limit. Because the theoretical upper limit of transforming the human body is almost at this point, so during the Resident Evil game, I turned on the revenge system and felt that the improvement was huge. However, as her strength improved, the Red Queen unlocked these restrictions, and the improvement was not that great. In general, my software has been upgraded now, my soul has become stronger, and I have the assistance of the Red Queen, but the hardware can't keep up, right? It seems that if you have the chance, you should upgrade your hardware information. After thinking for a while and understanding his situation, Qin Mayu murmured secretly in his heart. As the saying goes, one thing doesn't bother two people. Urahara Kisuke's technical ability is still very strong. It should be okay to ask him to replace himself with some stronger materials and upgrade the hardware, right? Xiao Yu, where is the Urahara store manager? Qin Mayu asked Wu Yu next to him. The store manager has already gone to Soul Society. Wu Yu replied. Oh? What did he do in Soul Society? After hearing what Wu Yu said, Yoruchi next to him asked in surprise. Recently, in Soul Society, the friction with the Invisible Empire has begun to escalate, and the war seems to have begun. But after all, the war hasn't started yet. Are you in a hurry to go to Soul Society at this time? Doesn't it seem like the right time? The store manager asked me to tell you that he is going to the Hell of Hell to find the Mole City Kenpachi who is imprisoned in the Hell of Hell. His ability seems to be perfect in restraining Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. It is a very powerful help. Obviously Urahara. Kisuke explained it before he left, Yasumi replied. Mole City Kenpachi? Not very familiar. Although Qin Mayu had watched the Bleach series in his previous life, but really speaking, he only remembered the main outlines, as well as the characters who appeared more often, and many detailed issues, which were almost forgotten by the characters who did not appear often. This Mole City Kenpachi? Judging from the name, it's Kenpachi? A captain-level figure? But I really didn't have much of an impression. Mole City Kenpachi?
Yes, his Zanpakuto ability can indeed perfectly restrain Kyokusuajetsu. Hearing this, Yoruchi also said in a tone of surprise.
Is there anything special about Mole City Kenpachi's Zanpakuto? After thinking about it, Shin Mayu asked Yi. After glancing at Shin Mayu, the corner of Black Cat's mouth turned up into a smile. I didn't expect that you still have things you don't know. I thought you really knew everything. After jokingly laughing, Yoruchi immediately explained.
Shin Mayu suddenly realized that Mole City Kenpachi was on a mission from Soul Society a long time ago. Later, he made a mistake and surrendered, and was imprisoned in Soul Society's endless hell. In terms of abilities, his Zanpakuto has been confiscated since its swastika kai. That is, the Zanpakuto's ability can be integrated into all non-living substances. In short, as long as he is willing, his Zanpakuto power can be integrated into the entire Suriidii.
And in this situation, it's like the entire Gingling Court is part of his body.
Naturally, all the time, Mole City Kenpachi seemed to have directly touched Aizen's Kyokusuajetsu. Therefore, it is impossible for his illusion ability to work against Mole City Kenpachi.
I see.
Looking at it this way, it is indeed the perfect Zanpakuto to restrain Aizen. Hearing this, Shin Mayu nodded suddenly. Sure enough, there is no real invincibility in the world, just like no matter how terrible the poison is, there must be an antidote. I didn't expect that you actually know the abilities of other people's Zanpakuto in such detail. Shin Mayu asked with a strange tone in his tone after understanding the situation.
No one likes to tell others completely about their abilities unless necessary, right? What should I say about Mole Castle's Zanpakuto? She has a very lively personality.
She used the Tenshin body to let us see her, and she told me and Kasuke her abilities in a chirpy voice.
Yoruchi replied. Hearing this, the corners of Shin Mayu's mouth twitched slightly. This was really a weird Zanpakuto.
Speaking of Zanpakuto, the topic reached this point. Suddenly, Yoruchi looked at Shin Mayu and said, "Next, you have to work hard. Whether it's Kido or Shuunpa, they are just methods used by Shinigami to fight. Simply put, they are just ways of using power. The most fundamental thing for a Shinigami is spiritual power.
And the Zanpakuto can enhance the power of the Shinigami, whether it's Hakake or Swastika.
So, your next training direction can be focused on the Zanpakuto."
Mr. Yi is right.
At this moment, a deep voice rang out.
Wolaying Tiejai also came over, and it was time for Shin Mayu to follow him in practicing the ghost way. Gongzitama, you can set a small goal first, for example, first know the name of your Zanpakuto and complete the first solution?
After all, the strength of the ghost path is based on the strength of the spiritual power. As long as your spiritual power is strong enough, it is not surprising that even the number one broken path can defeat dozens of broken paths.
Zanpakuto?
Hearing this, Shin Mayu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement.
Yoruchi and Nirio Tessai are both captain-level existences, so their vision is naturally unmistakable.
Taking a deep breath, Shin Mayu's death body jumped out of his body instantly. As Shin Mayu's soul left her body, the Red Queen quickly took over control of her body.
So, how about the cultivation of spiritual power? How to unlock the Zanpakuto? Please give me some advice. Shin Mayu said.
Your Taoist scriptures are of great help in the cultivation of spiritual power. This is a very powerful ability and does not need our guidance.
As for the beginning of the Zanpakuto, you need to talk to the Zanpakuto and ask for its name. Therefore, you must first learn Blade Zen. I will teach you how to use Blade Zen today.
The same goes for teaching Shuunpa. Teaching Rinzen is also teaching. Yoruchi is not that stingy. Thank you to the reader Jutian Ubeast for the reward of 10,000 starting coins Soul Society, Jinglingting. As a wanted criminal in the Soul Society and a former director of the Technology Development Bureau, if you come to the Serenity Courtyard at this time, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave if your identity is exposed? Ikemara Jin still had a fake fox-like smile on his face.
Regarding Ikemara Jin's words, Urahara Kisuke didn't show a trace of worry. He pressed the brim of his hat, then, will you let me be exposed? It was part of Ms. Matsumoto Ranjika's soul that was taken away by Aizen and used to make Benjiu.
If I want to say who knows Benjiu best in this world, it is naturally me. So, whether you want to analyze Ms. Matsumoto Ranjika's soul from the broken jade, or you want to assassinate Aizen, you need my help, right?
Urahara Kisuke's words left Ikemara Jin speechless.
Indeed, if he wants to assassinate Aizen, whether it is for help in terms of combat power or for part of Ranjiko's soul that was taken away, having Urahara Kisuke help would be a great help. So, Mr. Kisuke, you came to Soul Society this time not just to confirm the alliance, right? After a brief silence, Ikamaru Jin asked. Of course, I'm here this time to ask you for help with something. I want to enter the hell and save someone. Urahara Kisuke didn't mean to hide anything, and introduced his desire to rescue Mole City Kenpachi and Mole City Kenpachi's ability to restrain Aizen. The Endless Hell is the most tightly guarded hell in the Serenity Court. It is not easy to save people from it. Once exposed, I will become a sinner in the Soul Society. Hearing this, Ikamaru Jin's smile faded slightly. So, are you willing to help? Urahara Kisuke still looked confident and just asked Ikamaru Jin. Of course. The smile on his face bloomed again, and Ikamaru Jin nodded. In order to regain Matsumoto Ranjiko's soul, Ikamaru Jin endured it for so many years and was even willing to give his own life. Now that there is hope, why not become a sinner in Soul Society? On the surface, he looks like a very worrying fox, but in fact, his feelings for Miss Matsumoto are really touching. Nodding silently, Urahara Kisuke didn't say anything more, but he secretly sighed in his heart. With the identity of Jin Ikamaru and the strength of Kisuke Urahara, they cooperated openly and secretly, and even the most tightly guarded hell in Soul Society was broken through by the two of them. Then, he stood directly in front of Mole City Kenpachi. I didn't expect that things would develop like this. Mole City Kenpachi was not surprised by the arrival of Urahara Kisuke and Ikamaru Jin and said, "Oh? Has your spiritual power been completely integrated with the entire Siriiti?" Urahara Kisuke asked, seeing that even though Mole City Kenpachi was locked up, he seemed to know everything. Yes, I can understand any troubles in Jinglington. Originally, I thought that Aizen's matter would eventually lead to Team Zero taking action on his own, but unexpectedly, someone exposed everything about him in advance. Originally, he was hiding and you were revealing, but now it's the other way around. Mole City Kenpachi nodded. Sure enough, it is a very miraculous power. He actually knows everything clearly. After listening to Malajo Kenpachi's words, Ikamaru Jin next to him also secretly marveled. I originally thought that no one knew about the plan between me and Aizen. But now it seems that the person who was imprisoned in the infinite hell knows everything that happened in the Jingling Court. Since you know everything, are you willing to help? Chatting with such a person is very simple. You don't need to persuade or explain yourself, just ask him what he wants. Okay, no problem. Hearing this, Mole City Kenpachi nodded. However, when it came to this, Mole City Kenpachi changed the topic and said, however, I am very interested in the former Gongziyu. He should be at your place now, right? I want to talk to him. Mole City Kenpachi knows everything about the Siriiti because of his Zanpakuto ability. But Gongziyu seems to know countless secrets well. What will happen when these two people meet? Urahara Kisuke was also looking forward to it. However, Urahara Kisuke had no intention of directly agreeing for Chin Mayu, saying, I can ask you about this then, but whether he wants to see you or not depends on his mind. Time flies, and another half a month has passed. In the past half month, Chin Mayu's thoughts have been focused on his own cultivation. Study Tao Sutra to enhance spiritual power, and use Blade Zen to talk to Zanpakuto. Of course, in ordinary times, I will supplement it with Shuunpa and Kido training, so my time is fully arranged. Of course, in addition to his own cultivation, Chin Mayu also naturally knows more or less about the development of the current plot. Because recently, Yoruchi and Gribi Tessai have less time to teach them. So Chin Mayu knew that their plan against Aizen should have been officially put on the agenda. And this also means that the battle between Soul Society and the Invisible Empire should have begun in full force. That night, after Chin Mayu studied the Tao Sutra as usual, he immediately sat cross-legged, placed the Zanpakuto across his legs, and entered the state of Blade Zen. Although it has been half a month, my spiritual power has improved a lot, and my combat power evaluation has also improved by dozens of points due to the improvement in spiritual power. However, in Blade Zen's state, he was never able to succeed. He didn't expect to succeed quickly. This was a process of water dripping through stone. Therefore, Blade Zen continued his lessons and had no intention of giving up. I was immersed in my mind and time passed by bit by bit. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly, Chin Mayu's eyes flashed, and she found herself appearing on a grassy field. Looking around, the sky is completely white, with no sun and moon, no stars, not even a cloud. However, although the sky is completely white, the earth is different. The flowers and plants look very gorgeous. The emerald green grass and colorful flowers blend together as far as the eye can see, which is really beautiful.
Is this my spiritual world? It turns out to be like this.
Looking at this piece of grass, Shin Mayu certainly understood where it was and murmured secretly in her heart.
Since he has entered his own spiritual world in the state of Blade Zen, he should be able to see the appearance of his own Zanpakuto, right? Different people have different Zanpakuto shapes.
For example, Zangetsu is in the form of a black-robed man, and Shibimaru is in the form of a baboon, but his tail is a poisonous snake.
So, what does your Zanpakuto look like? Shin Mayu glanced at the grass.
Soon, he saw the form of his Zanpakuto.
Thank you to Bookfriend 6 Mortal Heartless 9 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Bookfriend 201811232034018040 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Is this the soul of my Zanpakuto?
Shin Mayu was stunned as he looked at the thing in front of him. There was a strange beast lying on the grass. It looked more or less like a tiger, but it had horns on its head, a pair of small wings attached to its ribs, and a long dragon tail behind its butt.
Close your eyes and fall asleep. However, an evil and unknown aura permeated the body of this tiger beast. Hey, you're finally here. I'd been waiting for a long time.
The tiger beast lying on the grass obviously noticed that Shin Mayu had entered the spiritual space. His closed eyes slowly opened, and in his eyes he showed a ferocious and bloodthirsty look. As he spoke, the tiger beast stood up. Immediately, he jumped up and rushed towards Shin Mayu.
This is my Zanpakuto? Are you kidding? Such an evil Zanpakuto?
Attacking its master when we first meet. Shin Mayu was shocked when he saw the tiger beast rushing towards him. At the same time, he was infused with spiritual energy and crossed his arms in front of himself. As if a train hit him, Shin Mayu's body was knocked out. Although he was in this spiritual space, he felt like all the bones in his body were falling apart.
Looking at the world of Shinigami, all Zanpakuto can coexist peacefully with their masters, right?
The protagonist Shiro Ichigo in the original work fought with the protagonist because he was transformed by the power of Hollow.
What happened to my Zanpakuto? Would he actually take action against himself? I'm going to eat you. He. I've been hungry for a long time.
After knocking Shin Mayu away, the tiger beast stretched out its scarlet tongue, licked the corners of its mouth, and continued to pounce on Shin Mayu.
Come over. Is this my Zanpakuto? Are you kidding me? Such an evil Zanpakuto.
Shin Mayu cursed in his heart as he looked at the tiger beast that rushed over again. Immediately, my heart moved slightly, and an emerald green bamboo stick appeared in my hand.
It's the reinforced dog beating stick. The dog beating stick can actually appear in one's own spiritual world?
But thinking about it at the beginning, this dog beating stick can kill the void.
It seems that it is acceptable for a dog beating stick with the power of laws to appear in my spiritual world? Call.
The tiger beast rushed in the air with a fierce momentum, its bloody mouth opened, and a gust of fishy wind hit.
Shin Mayu waved the dog beating stick in his hand to greet him.
Relying on the special effects of the dog beating stick, Shin Mayu blocked the tiger beast's attack.
Oh, good stuff.
However, his attack was blocked. Instead of getting angry, the tiger beast stared at the dog beating stick in Shin Mayu's hand with bright eyes and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the tiger beast pounced on him again. However, the target of the attack was not Shin Mayu, but the enhanced dog beating stick in his hand. Standing up, Shin Mayu tried his best to dodge, even using half-baked Shuunpa. However, this tiger beast is completely superior to Shin Mayu in terms of strength and speed.
In the spiritual world, the Zanpakuto is more powerful than its master. This is the law.
After all, when the master's power reaches a certain limit, the soul of the Zanpakuto will materialize in the real world. Then, as long as the soul of the sword is successfully subdued, it will be considered as practicing swastika. After fighting for a few more moves, Shin Mayu was knocked away again. The tiger beast opened its mouth and snatched the dog beating stick from Shin Mayu's hand. Then, with a few clicks, he swallowed the entire dog beating stick like a lollipop.
Burp, delicious. For the sake of you offering a delicious thing to me, I won't eat you this time. After burping, the tiger's eyes narrowed slightly, looking very satisfied. Said with a look. In that case, I'm leaving. See you again next time.
Shin Mayu said goodbye with a twitch in the corner of her eye.
See you next time.
With such an evil and ferocious Zanpakuto, he lost his enhanced dog beating stick the first time he met, and he must not be eaten the next time he met? Shin Mayu has made up his mind to pay attention. After leaving this time, he will never stop Zen again, unless he is sure that he can defeat this tiger beast.
Wait, are you leaving now? Didn't you come in here to know my name?
The tiger beast lay on the grass again and shouted to Qin Mayu.
Oh? What's your name?
Although he thought this tiger beast was evil and terrifying, Qin Mayu paused slightly as he prepared to leave when he heard that it seemed willing to tell him its name.
Pai Dahu. This is my uncle's name.
If you encounter something or someone worth eating, you can call my name.
Of course, if there are no people or people worth eating, I won't mind eating you.
Yes, the tiger beast replied. After the words fell, the figure of the tiger beast slowly faded and disappeared. His hand sank slightly. Qin Mayu looked down and saw that the Zanpakuto appeared in his hand, in the form of a shallow strike. As his heart moved, Qin Mayu shouted, "Eat it!
Pai Dahu! Roar!"
As Qin Mayu's words of liberation came out, an invisible roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, the handle of the knife in his hand turned into the dragon's tail of the big tiger, while the entire blade turned into the tiger beast form of the big tiger. Pai Dahu seems to have the ability to act independently, but no matter how far it goes, its dragon tail is still in Qin Mayu's palm, maintaining contact. After Pai Dahu began to unravel, Qin Mayu could also feel that his spiritual power had improved horribly.
The powerful power even gave Qin Mayu an illusion that could destroy everything. The death god's strength has two opportunities to increase by leaps and bounds, one is Shiji and the other is Swastika.
Of course, we can also see from the original work that if we can complete the virtualization of death, we can achieve a third leap in growth.
How much has your own strength improved in the initial state of understanding?
Of course, it's best to look at the combat power evaluation. Qin Mayu lowered his head and glanced at his palm. Immediately, a pattern appeared on his palm.
See 2500. Shiji, doubled my combat power evaluation.
Looking at the combat power evaluation in the palm of his hand, Qin Mayu was amazed. Just, this 2500 combat power evaluation.
10 for 250? What does this seem to be silently mocking?
In the real world, Qin Mayu opened his eyes and woke up from the blade zen state. He lowered his head and glanced at the Zanpakuto in his hand, with fear in his eyes, but also with wonder. Originally, she didn't know what the soul of the Zanpakuto was, but now that she knew the name of it, Pai Dahu, Qin Mayu probably understood.
It looks like the legendary Pishio that cannot be eaten by itself. Moreover, in Chinese legends, Pishio is indeed nicknamed Pai Dahu, and he is one of the 9 sons of the dragon.
Logically speaking, at my current stage, I am not at the stage where I can begin to understand it, right?
However, this Pai Dahu deliberately told his name? Presumably, it has selfish motives, just to be able to come out and eat more food, right? Although this Zanpakuto is very evil, it even wants to eat its master when it has nothing to eat. However, in a sense, it was precisely because of its evil that I was able to complete the initial interpretation of it the first time I saw it. In short, your Zanpakuto is evil, so you should use it with caution. However, it is also powerful. The more you eat, the stronger you become.
In the shadows of Soul Society, the Invisible Empire.
Your Majesty, we can no longer resist.
Although the power of the Invisible Empire is powerful, the reserve of power has not been completed after all. Following the battle with Gotiai's 13th Division, and the involvement of the secret mobile troops, Oni Daozhong, and even the Zero Division of the Final King's agents, the Star-Crossed Knights were retreating steadily and had already retreated to in the palace.
Damn it, what is going on?
This is completely different from the future I saw. As the leader of the Invisible Empire and the ancestor of the Quincy, Yawatch was very angry at what was happening to the Invisible Empire. The holy text is possessing the power of omniscience and omnipotence.
Yawatch was able to see the past and the future.
According to Yawatch, the Invisible Empire will not be discovered in the next 10 years. Because next, Aizen among the Shinigami will fight against Soul Society because of his ambition, and also give the Invisible Empire a final fight for some time.
However, the actual development is completely different from the future I saw. Aizen hasn't made any move yet, but Soul Society discovered the existence of the Invisible Empire first? Who is it? Who is it that changed the future I saw? Yohabak was extremely angry. The reality will develop to the current situation. If no one intervenes, it is absolutely impossible. However, with his omniscient and omnipotent power, he could not find the person who secretly interfered with the future development. Yohabak. I didn't expect. You didn't die back then.
Captain Yamamoto and the members of the Zero Squadron led nearly all the Shinigami to capture the palace of the Invisible Empire. Yamamoto looked at Yawatch, who had not yet regained his freedom, with a solemn look on his face.
Be afraid.
Having fought with Yawatch 1,000 years ago, Yamamoto knew very well how powerful the opponent was. He thought he had eliminated him at that time, but to his surprise, he was not dead yet, and he had been hiding in the shadows of Soul Society for so many years without being discovered.
Fortunately, I got the information about this invisible empire from Gongziyu. Otherwise, once the opponents secretly accumulated all the power to recover, the consequences would be disastrous. He had brown curly hair and wore a pair of big glasses. Aizen was holding a mirror in his hand, with some injuries on his body, and said nothing. Like other captains, he did not speak, but his eyes curiously fell on Yawatch. After learning the information about the Invisible Empire, Captain Yamamoto naturally told all the captains about the Invisible Empire, especially about Yawatch. Therefore, Aizen was very curious about a godlike existence like Yawatch. The power of omniscience and omnipotence?
Although this situation shows that the other party's omniscient and omnipotent power is just a joke, but judging from the description of the old man Yamamoto, the other party's power is close to that of a god. Aizen did not interrupt, just sat and watched. The conversation between Captain Yamamoto and Yawatch secretly became lively in his heart.
When he gets Kasuke Urahara's Handama and completes his own, he will be the real god, above everything else. The Yawatch in front of you is just close to a god. However, no matter what, the power of Yawatch is still very desirable. After he is defeated, he can control everyone's 5 senses with the power of Jinghua Shueyu and hold him in his hands. With this stepping stone, he will definitely be able to be more powerful. Easily stand on top of all living beings. Aizen thought about his plan in his mind.
The battle between Soul Society and the Invisible Empire was beyond Aizen's original expectations, but for him, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Ha! Does he know something?
However, just when Aizen was secretly thinking about his plan, suddenly, Aizen noticed Yawatch's eyes and glanced towards him. The eyes didn't seem to be simply scanning, but looking at him. He stayed on his body for a moment.
He is paying attention to me? Does he know about me?
Yawatch's serious look made Aizen feel his heart tighten.
Did you underestimate the other party's strength?
You lost. This is reality. Not to mention what kind of thoughts Aizen was hiding in the crowd. After a few bickering conversations, the old man Yamamoto said to Yawatch seriously,
"Yes, I did lose." Hearing this, Yawatch nodded and admitted his failure quite frankly.
However, when the conversation changed, Yawatch then said to Yamamoto, "But the future I saw is not like this."
"Can you tell me? Who intervened behind all this? To be more precise, how did you know about the existence of my invisible empire?"
As soon as these words came out, except for Toshiro and Jin Ikamaru, the other captains also looked at Captain Yamamoto curiously.
Although they really found the invisible empire, they took the initiative and almost won the war. But in fact, how did Mr. Yamamoto know the information about the invisible empire in the first place?
But he never said anything, he only said that he knew it by chance. Now that the fight has reached this point, I have a clearer idea of the omniscient and omnipotent power of Yawatch.
So, how did old man Yamamoto learn about this news?
Even the other captains were curious. Especially Aizen, who pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I didn't say it before, not because I was hiding it on purpose, but because of the source of this news. Your credibility is too low. Realizing that several captains, even members of the Zero Division, were focusing on their mountains, the old man Yamamoto explained. At this point, the old man Yamamoto paused slightly and continued, "The information about the Invisible Empire is from a mysterious existence.
He can calculate the past and the future."
He informed Captain Toshiro, and then Toshiro roughly confirmed the clues. "Tell me again."
The mysterious existence was informed to Captain Toshiro, and Captain Toshiro informed the old man Yamamoto? Aizen's face condensed slightly after hearing Captain Yamamoto's words. Immediately, his eyes reflexively looked towards Ikamaru Jin.
Aizen's reaction was quick, and he immediately thought of Mr. Tama, who joined the 10th Division some time ago and was highly regarded by Captain Toshiro.
At that time, I also asked Jin Ikamaru to go and inquire about it. If it was really him, Ikamaru Jin couldn't find anything, right? Call.
However, almost at the same time, Aizen's eyes flashed because Ikamaru Jin reacted quickly and used Chuanpa to bully Aizen. Then, he grabbed the Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand.
"Sorry, Captain Aizen. It's not just the invisible empire that's been exposed, but you too. Shoot him, sharp gun."
Ikamaru Jin's narrowed eyes opened slightly, showing a very dangerous look, and he said with a smile.
Poof!
The Zanpakuto instantly extended and penetrated Aizen's chest directly. "It seems that you have already known the restraint method of my Zanpakuto."
Aizen said after looking at his Zanpakuto being held by Jin Ikamaru.
But how can you be sure that what you are holding now is my true body, Jinghua Shueyu? Aizen's words caused Jin Ikamaru's expression to change suddenly.
Without thinking, he retracted the magic gun in his hand instantly, turned the handle of the knife like lightning, pointed it behind him, and said again, "Shoot him, magic gun, call." Following the words of liberation, the sharp gun suddenly shot towards his back.
Previously, Gong Ziyu briefly explained Aizen's abilities to himself.
His favorite trick was to use the mirror flower, water moon, to affect the opponent's 5 senses.
And his own body appears behind the target, and when the opponent is not paying attention, he launches a sneak attack from behind. With such a move, even a captain-level warrior might be instantly killed by him. Therefore, Aizen's words seemed to reveal that he was now in the illusion of Kyoka Suigetsu. Ikamaru Jin didn't care whether there was anyone behind him or not, he would just shoot him first.
The sword missed, it seemed like it didn't hit anything. However, in the face of Aizen's ability, a hit may actually be a miss, but if it misses, it may be a hit. This troublesome ability is also what Ikamaru Jin fears most about Aizen.
Whether Ikamaru Jin really hit Aizen or not, Ikamaru Jin didn't know, but after the fight between himself and Aizen, the old man Yamamoto and the Quincy of the Invisible Empire next to him didn't even look here.
This made Ikamaru Jin's heart sink slightly.
He understood that he had indeed fallen into Aizen's illusion.
When did he start this illusion?
Interesting, so interesting, not to mention how surprised Ikamaru Jin was. In a flash, Aizen appeared in front of Ikamaru Jin again and said, "Jin, why did you suddenly betray me?
And, when did you learn to restrain yourself? Is it my way of looking through the mirror?"
Understood, however, although he raised a question, without waiting for Ikamaru Jin's answer, Aizen asked and answered himself, "Since you concealed your identity for that young master, he must have told you how to deal with my mirror, right?
Omniscient and omnipotent? Yawacha's omniscience and omnipotence is just a joke, but who is that Gonzatama?
I have never told anyone about the method of cracking my Zanpakuto.
How did he know about it?"
There was a thoughtful look on his eyebrows, and at the same time, Aizen became more and more curious about the character of Gonzatama.
He had been plotting in secret for so long, thinking that the entire Soul Society had been deceived by him, but someone secretly instigated Jin Ikamaru beside him?
This young Master Yu is hiding even deeper than himself.
Damn it, this guy is really difficult to deal with.
Ikamaru Jin's heart sank when he realized that he had fallen into Aizen's illusion. However, Gong Ziyu had also analyzed Aizen's character and behavior pattern with him before. Although he had emphasized Aizen's horror several times, if he found that he still fell into the illusion, there was actually a backup method. Captain Ikamaru Jin, if you really still fall into the illusion, you can talk about some topics that the other party can't understand, or topics that you can't understand. Aizen will listen to your explanation patiently, or I explained it to you very patiently. Ikamaru Jin still remembers what Mr. Tama said to him.
We have reached the critical moment of the battle of life and death. Will he still talk so much nonsense during the battle? Jin Ikamaru looked confused at the time and looked at the other party questioningly. Believe me, he will definitely do it. What does it mean that a villain dies by talking too much? Aizen is definitely a representative character.
If I had to describe it, he looks like an animal, a silly roe deer.
Why?
Creatures like roe deer will run away when encountering danger. But after running for a while, if there is no movement, they will become curious and turn around to see what's going on. That's what Aizen is like. As long as he has a little thought, if you don't understand, he will definitely figure it out. Ikamaru Jin still remembers how determined Mr. Tama looked at that time.
Aizen is powerful, thoughtful, and even extremely intelligent, but Gong Ziyu describes him as a silly roe deer? Ikamaru Jin really doesn't believe this description.
However, at present, it seems that all the information Gong Ziyu said is correct.
Moreover, now that we have reached this point, we have no choice but to believe in him. Captain Aizen, I don't understand something. I hope you can explain it to me. Ikamaru Jin asked Aizen. Oh? What else don't you understand? Tell me? Hearing this, Aizen said calmly. When did you activate Kyoka Suigetsu? I don't even know when I was tricked.
Ikamaru Jin looked like he would die in peace if he didn't ask clearly.
What's so difficult to understand?
Although you have been hiding from me for so many years, you have indeed hidden it very deeply, but recently, I always feel that something is not quite right. So, if I feel that this time between Soul Society and the Invisible Empire, the war between the two countries is an opportunity. If someone is planning something secretly, they will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to take action.
Therefore, when we walked into the Invisible Empire Palace, I arranged the illusion in advance. Aizen explained with a very patient look. Said. He actually explained it? During this life and death battle, there were many captain-level Shinigami, strong men from the Invisible Empire, and even members of Team Zero. At this time, he actually had the patience to explain his problem? Shocked in his heart, Ikemara Jin immediately said, "So, Captain Aizen, aren't you curious? Why did I betray you? How did Mr. Tama know how to break your Zanpakuto? Jin, are you delaying time on purpose? Do you think you can survive if you delay time?" Listening to Ikemara Jin's words, Aizen's wisdom can certainly tell that he is delaying time on purpose. The struggle before death. Oops, he's been seen through. Sure enough, it's come to this point. How can he waste time? Hearing Aizen's words, Ikemara Jin's heart sank. However, I am really curious about what you said. So, can you explain it properly? However, at this moment, Aizen changed the subject and continued. Ikemara Jin, this guy clearly saw that he was stalling for time, but he still couldn't help his curiosity. Now, Ikemara Jin finally understood why Gongzitama was so sure before, saying that Aizen would definitely follow what he said. Couldn't even Aizen himself resist this behavior pattern? Actually, I didn't just think about betraying you recently, but from the beginning, I wanted to assassinate you, become a god of death, and even get close to you. Although I secretly complained in my heart, Ikemara Jin's words, but he didn't mean to pause and answered. In the fantasy world, Ikemara Jin was stalling for time and talking to Aizen, so I won't tell you what. At this time, in reality, everyone retreats far away. Ikemara Jin suddenly went crazy and took action, even injuring several Shinigami including Captain Aizen, and then stood still, like a wooden sculpture. The surrounding Shinigami looked at each other in confusion, wondering what was happening to Ikemara Jin. Damn it, you guys, what did you do to our captain? Even Karaizuru, the vice-captain of the third team, thought that Ikemara Jin became like this because of the Quincy of the Star-Crossed Knights. It seems that Gongzitama was exposed, which led to Ikemara Jin being exposed. He is now trapped in an illusion, let's prepare to take action. In the dark, captain-level warriors like Urahara Kisuke, Yoruchi, Jiraiya Tessai, Hirako Mako, and Malajo Kenpachi, who knew all the truth, secretly discussed and decided to take action. Can't wait any longer. I see, you approached me because of this, but I was negligent. Aizen looked at Ikemara Jin in front of him and nodded suddenly. However, he still had no intention of taking action in a hurry, and asked, "So, where is Gonziyu? You have been hiding by my side for so long, why do you suddenly trust him? Also, my Jingawa Shueiwa cracking method, how did you know?" In the illusion, there were still some doubts in his heart, so Aizen was not in a hurry to kill Ikemara Jin, but wanted to make everything clear. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. 99 of the bound ways, forbidden. Hidden in the dark, Jiraiya Tessai directly activated the number 99 binding path. Countless cloth-like substances appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Aizen. Shout, Beneheim! On the other side, Urahara Kisuke also took action at the same time, slashing towards Aizen with terrifying sword energy. Aha! Shunjin Yoichi was extremely fast and arrived in front of Aizen in the blink of an eye. Behind Yoruchi, there were 2 or 3 Shinigami from the Masked Legion, including Mako Hirako, who were fierce. Suddenly bursting into action, the target of these people was Aizen. Sure enough, Ikemara Jin did not betray me alone. In an instant, he was attacked by several captain-level death gods, but Aizen's face remained calm, and he murmured secretly in his heart. Immediately, he raised the mirror flower and water moon in his hand, hoping to activate the ability of illusion to affect their 5 senses. However, at this moment, suddenly, Aizen found that the Zanpakuto in his hand could not move, as if it was restricted. How is this possible? At this critical moment, he suddenly encountered such a situation, and Aizen's expression suddenly changed. I have captured your Zanpakuto. Although his title was Kenpachi, Mole City Kenpachi looked like a noble prince. He looked at Aizen and spoke. One's own swastika interpretation ability is to completely integrate spiritual power into non-material matter. Over the years, the entire Jinglingting has been completely integrated with Mole City Kenpachi, not just dead objects such as buildings, but also the spirits permeating the air. Therefore, as long as he is willing, Mole City Kenpachi can mobilize the spirit sons of Shiraitai to restrict Aizen. It can also be said that as long as Aizen is still within the scope of the Shiraitai, Mole City Kenpachi is always holding on to his Zanpakuto. Although with Mole City Kenpachi's power, he can only control a few breaths at most.
But at this critical moment, he didn't even have half a breath to spare. All the attacks were directed at Aizen. Either Aizen stood there and was attacked, or he could only abandon his sword to protect himself. In the light of the calcium carbide fire, Aizen naturally knew what to do, and instantly released his Zanpakuto and retreated. Escaped the attacks of Yoruichi and the Masked Legion. Naturally, as he let go of his Zanpakuto, Ikimaro Jin, who had fallen into the illusion, had also recovered from the illusion. Captain Aizen, I'm sorry, I am not alone in this operation. Breaking free from the illusion, Ikimaro Jin naturally knew that the combat strategy was successful, and smiled. Do you think you can defeat me without Kyoka Suigetsu? Aizen slowly took off the glasses on his nose, stared at Urahara Kisuke and others, and said coldly. You sinners! What are you doing in Soul Society now? Old man Yamamoto next to him yelled angrily when he saw Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Mako, and even Malajo Kenpachi who was imprisoned in the infernal hell coming out. Captain, wait a moment, their target seems to be Aizen. Toshiro next to him thought about it, took 2 steps forward, and said to the old man Yamamoto. Toshiro's words made several other Shinigami nod secretly. Such a huge force suddenly appeared with an extremely well-planned battle plan, just to deal with Aizen alone? This matter is very strange. Rules are rules. Aizen is the captain of our 13th Gotei division. These are all sinners. However, although old man Yamamoto also felt that the whole thing was strange, his personality was more rigid and he said with a solemn expression. No matter what the reason is, these guilty people have appeared, and they should all be arrested. This is what Captain Yamamoto wants. Wait, Yamamoto. However, the captains next to him could not persuade Yamamoto, but Ichibai of the Zero Division took 2 steps forward and stopped Captain Yamamoto from taking action. As sinners in the Soul Society, you have united to target Captain Aizen. What is your purpose? Let's make it clear first. Several other members of the Zero Division also focused on Urahara Kisuke and others. Asked. Swastika interpretation, the final form of clearing insects Yama cricket. However, at this moment, the Captain Tozen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly took action, and when he did, it was swastika. Unlike other Shinigami swastikas, Tozen Kanami's swastika is mainly about control. Dark power filled the space, and in an instant, all vision, hearing, smell and even zero-pressure perception completely disappeared. It is self-evident why Tozen wants to take action at this time, it is to create a chance for Aizen to escape. Aizen naturally understood that the current situation was too unfavorable for him, so he turned around and ran away. It's just a dying struggle. However, from Chin Moyu's mouth, he had already learned that Tozen Kaname was also subdued by Aizen. How could Urahara Kisuke and others not make corresponding preparations? There are still several masked legions that have been hidden in the dark for a long time. After seeing Dongxian Kanami's swastika barrier opened, they all used their virtual abilities to attack the barrier. With the joint efforts of several masked legions, Tozen Kanami's barrier suddenly shattered like a balloon. At this point, even the most stubborn Captain Yamamoto also understood that Aizen was indeed very problematic. Urahara Kisuke, Yoruichi and the others attacked Aizen again, but neither of them had the intention to intervene. Including Tozen Kaname, both Aizen and Tozen Kaname were caught in just a moment. Except for Tozen, who was about to jump out and rebel, the members of Team Zero and Gotei's 13th team had no action. Their main thoughts were on the invisible empire. O King! The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the things that flutter high and bear the name of human beings. Heat and strife, rolling southward across the sea, marching forward. The 31 of the broken paths, the red cannon. In the underground training ground of Urahara Shoten, Shin Moyu chanted the Kido mantra in his mouth, and hot power gathered in his hands. However, the last sound of the bang dissipated invisibly. Sure enough, is number 31's broken path still a little too forced? The activation of this ghost path failed, and Shin Moyu secretly shook his head helplessly. Not bad, not bad. Are you already practicing number 31's broken path? At this moment, a relaxed and carefree voice sounded. Shin Moyu looked back and saw that Urahara Kisuke, Yoruichi and the others were back. How's it going? It looks like you succeeded? Shin Moyu's eyes lit up when he saw Urahara Kisuke and the others returning. P.S. It will be released in the early hours of tonight. Brothers and sisters, would you like to support me? Thank you, okay. Thank you to book friend 201708301252327773 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Book friend Nightmare Redmond for the reward of 100 starting coins. Although Aizen is strong, his Zanpakuto abilities are already known to us. Yoruichi said.
Moreover, his Benjayaku is also very flawed. Even though his strength is very strong, it has not yet surpassed the captain level. Urahara Kisuk also added. In addition, we have about 10 captain-level presences, secretly targeting him. If he still escapes, we are too incompetent. Ikamaru Jin also added with a false smile on his face and squinted his eyes. One sentence. Captain Ikamaru, why are you here? Is there nothing going on in Soul Society? Shin Mayu asked in surprise as he looked at Jin Ikamaru. Store manager Urahara has obtained Aizen's Handama, and I'm here to ask him to help separate Ranjiko's soul. Jin Ikamaru explained. That's it. Hearing this, Shin Mayu nodded suddenly. For Jin Ikamaru, this matter is the most important thing in the world, right? What's the specific situation? Tell me about it? On the one hand, he was curious. On the other hand, this matter was also related to his hidden mission. Of course, Shin Mayu wanted to find out. This is the situation. Yi was in a good mood and told Shin Mayu everything that happened in the Soul Society. Urahara Kisuk and Ikamaru Jin went to work on extracting Matsumoto Ranjiko's soul. The enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. Know yourself and your enemy. Use the crowd to bully the few. To be honest, if you insist on analyzing it from a military perspective, it can be said that the right time, right place, and right people are all in your hands. Flying dragon riding on the face, how can we lose? Therefore, Urahara Kisuk and the others have successfully captured Aizen. After a trial, Aizen was directly sealed and sentenced to 10,000 years of imprisonment. On the other side, the Invisible Empire was also defeated, and the Knights of the Star-Cross were almost completely wiped out. However, it is worth mentioning that Yawatch was also severely injured, but at the last critical moment, only his physical body was sealed, and a trace of his spiritual wisdom escaped, and then his omniscient and omnipotent power of holy words disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the most important purpose of Soul Society recently is to search for Yawatch's escaped intelligence. But overall, the Invisible Empire has been defeated. Of course, after this battle, Soul Society's vitality has been greatly damaged, and it will take a good rest in the coming days. The crusade against Hueco Mundo has been tightened a lot. Needless to say, just for the Invisible Empire and Aizen, my hidden mission score should be quite high. After listening to Yi's story and understanding the specific development of the matter, Shin Mayu was also very satisfied. Although he came to this world, his main purpose was to obtain the power of death and enhance his strength. However, if you can successfully complete the hidden mission, that would be great. Counting the days, I only have the last 2 or 3 days left before my 2-month stay. Shin Mayu was very satisfied with what he had gained in the death world this time. Correct. After the conversation was almost finished, Yoruchi seemed to remember something and continued, that guy Kasuk promised Mole City before that when everything is over, let me remind you that he wants to talk to you. If you are willing to chat, we can arrange for you to meet in hell. Mole City Kenpachi? He wants to see me? After listening to Yi's words, Shin Mayu began to think secretly in his heart. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the other person to see me. However, the day of his return is not far away. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Shin Mayu nodded and said, then, please help me make arrangements. In 2 days, I will go to the infinite hell. I will be back in just over 2 days. If I go to meet him some time in advance, I have nothing to worry about. If you really have thoughts about yourself, the most you can do is arrest yourself and ask for some information from your own mouth. After seizing the last 2 days, Shin Mayu consulted again about Ghostways in Shuunpa. Because he was entering the Soul Society, Shin Mayu was also afraid that his body would return but his soul would not be able to return, or that his soul would return to his body and not be able to return. Therefore, he asked Urahara Kasuk in advance to transform his body into a spirit form, and then entered Soul Society. Because of his great contribution to the capture of Aizen, and because the truth of that year was revealed, Soul Society's wanted orders for Urahara Kasuk and others were also lifted. Therefore, Urahara Kasuk was able to arrange for Shin Mayu to come to the infinite hell. Suffered. After entering the infinite hell, Shin Mayu also saw Mole City Kenpachi sitting quietly. Hello, this is our first meeting. I heard from the store manager Urahara that thanks to your help this time. Shin Mayu said to Mole City Kenpachi. Because of this incident, my sentence was reduced by half, so you don't need to thank me. Mole City Kenpachi stared at Shin Mayu quietly and replied. I wonder if you want to see me. Do you have anything to say? Shin Mayu asked directly without any nonsense. It's nothing important. Although I've known about it since the first time you came to Jinglingting, I'm still very curious about you. Mole City Kenpachi said. You are very weak, but you can know countless secret information. You say you can know the past and the future? So, you don't know what my future will be like? Besides, you have only been here for just over a month, and your spiritual power has grown so fast. It might take other Shinigami 10 or 8 years to reach where you are today. Finally, I have heard your Taoist scriptures. They are very strange and very powerful. Especially for us death gods above the captain level, it seems to be able to make up for our shortcomings in a vague way. Mole City Kenpachi opened his mouth and said everything he wanted to say in one breath. Let me answer your questions one by one. Qin Maoyu said calmly. First of all, the future can be seen, but when you see it, it will change. Just like the future of Aizen and the Invisible Empire, it changed just because I saw it and said it. Therefore, the so-called future, once if you say it, it's not accurate. Secondly, regarding the speed of my spiritual power improvement, well, you can think of it as my extraordinary qualifications. In short, I am a genius. Mole City Kenpachi thought the first answer was reasonable and nodded seriously. But this second answer made Mole City Kenpachi's face darken. Although it seemed impossible to refute what he said that he was a genius, but he said it so shamelessly? Is this really good? At last, but regardless of Mole City Kenpachi's thoughts, Qin Maoyu followed up and said, What Taoist scriptures are you talking about? If you like it, I can give you a copy. I have nothing to do, study Taoism in this endless hell. Is the scripture good? Oh? Really? Upon hearing Qin Maoyu's words, Mole City Kenpa's eyes lit up, and the complaints in his heart were immediately thrown away. For Qin Maoyu, he was about to return. Before that, teaching the power of Taoism to Mole City Kenpachi was just a casual move. It would be great if you could get a hidden mission with this. Moreover, being imprisoned in the infinite hell, spiritual power has been integrated into the entire Jinglingting, which is close to the power of comprehending the way of heaven. Qin Maoyu was also a little curious, what would happen if he studied the Taoist scriptures? Tao Te Ching and Baopu Zi spit out from Qin Maoyu's mouth. Mole City Kenpachi said nothing and wrote it down firmly. However, Qin Maoyu had only reached 70-80% of Baopu Zi when suddenly, his eyes flashed with flowers and his figure disappeared into the world of death. Where is the person? He disappeared so suddenly? Without warning, Qin Maoyu just disappeared, and the Baopu Zi he was reciting stopped abruptly. Mole City Kenpachi was stunned. Qin Maoyu looked around and saw that it was still the secret room of the Palace of Reincarnation, and she was the only one there. At the same time, the prompt from the Palace of Reincarnation rang in Qin Maoyu's mind. Congratulations to Samsara Master Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission. P.S. I can access the internet in Dachin, a historical article, a new book, brothers and sisters who are interested should go and take a look. Sensation. At this time, there was a sensation all over the country and even the world. Because just yesterday an explosive news shocked the whole of China. Haotian, one of the more than 20 B-level reincarnations in the country and the reincarnation with the most passes in the reincarnation hall in the country, returned from the 26th reincarnation world yesterday. And the 26th reincarnation world he experienced turned out to be the god of death. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was shocked. The god of death in the 4th reincarnation world will actually appear again in the 26th reincarnation world? This news breaks the concept that everyone says that the world of reincarnation that they have experienced cannot be experienced again. And the most important thing is, according to the dictation of the reincarnation master Haotian, the world of death is not a daily world at all, but a world with extremely high martial arts value. As a reincarnator with B-level authority and a combat power of more than 50,000, he can only be regarded as a second-rate master. Although it only lasted one day, the whole country was completely shocked by the news, and it even tended to spread rapidly around the world. After all, it has been more than 3 years since the appearance of the Palace of Reincarnation. What is the most concerning thing in the world? Those are the many major events in the Palace of Reincarnation. At this time, at the People's Newspaper in Yanjing, as the most famous pen writer of the People's Newspaper today, Taigu was opening a file. Regarding the reincarnated world of death, Brother Tai also wants to write a corresponding report. Unlike the general public, Taigu has mastered a lot of information about the world of death that ordinary people don't know. After thinking for a moment, Brother Tai typed his title on the document. There is no daily drama in the world of reincarnation. Yes, the first variety Star King that was defined as a daily world was overthrown by the reincarnation master Gongziyu. It turned out that it was not a daily world at all. Now, another death that was defined as a daily series has also been overturned.
Brother Tai believes that his title is definitely eye-catching. After deciding on the next title first, Brother Tai was no longer in a hurry to write, but secretly thought about what to write next.
A reincarnation with more than 50,000 combat power is only a second-rate master in the world of death? Wouldn't that first-class master have reached the level of an A-level reincarnator? It's unbelievable that such a force worth the world would appear in the palace of Samsara for the fourth time. Those reincarnations who have only gone through 3 reincarnation worlds are completely cannon fodder if they encounter danger in such a reincarnation world, right? However, just when Brother Tai was brewing, suddenly, his cell phone rang. Looking at the call displayed on the phone, Brother Tai straightened up slightly and answered the call. Brother Tai, something happened, something big happened. I just squeezed out of the harvest list of the 4th reincarnation world, and it has exploded. After the call was connected, a male voice sounded. I can guess this. Hao Tian revealed that the 26th reincarnation world is the god of death. Then, the 4th world of death will definitely attract great attention. Brother Tai was not surprised. No, I'm not talking about Hao Tian, I'm talking about Gongziyu, the voice on the phone explained hurriedly. Gongziyu?
Brother Tai was slightly startled, but then he realized what he was doing. By the way, from the perspective of traveling through the world of reincarnation, Gongziyu can also travel through the world of reincarnation as the god of death at this time, right?
Could it be? Has he returned from the world of death? Are you kidding me? I remember that when he came out of Tianlong Babu, his combat power value was only over 800. Although he has experienced 3 reincarnations of the world, his combat power value has reached more than 800, which is indeed an exaggerated growth rate. However, a combat power value of more than 50,000 is only a world for second-rate masters. Whether he has a combat power value of 800 or 8,000, is there any big difference when he enters the world of death? S-level, Gongziyu has returned from the world of death. He has completed another S-level hidden mission. On the phone, the male voice on the other side sounded, almost screaming, full of disbelief. Boom! Not to mention the voice on the phone, even Brother Tai himself felt as if a thunder had appeared and hit his head hard, and his mind went blank when he heard the news. S-level. Gongziyu actually completed another S-level hidden mission. He actually completed an S-level hidden mission in the world of death. Please. Although he had completed S-level hidden missions in the previous 3 worlds, after the Hao Tian incident became fermented, everyone understood what kind of world the world of death was in terms of force value. In such a terrifying world, with only about 800 combat power, how could he actually create an S-level hidden mission in such a world? Although this was not the first time Gongziyu had done an S-level hidden mission, Brother Tai still felt extremely shocked. Perhaps for him, this S-level hidden mission has the highest value. After being stunned for a long time, Brother Tai immediately deleted the title on the document. Although Hao Tian's incident shocked the whole country and even the world, Gongziyu's achievements in the death world this time were even more shocking. To be more precise, because of the Hao Tian incident, the value of the S-level hidden mission of Gongziyu has been highlighted even more. Therefore, it is more realistic to report on Gongziyu. At the same time, another hospital in Yanjing. This is a hospital composed of therapeutic talents trained by the country since the opening of the Palace of Reincarnation. As the official spiritual symbol of the country and the pioneer of reincarnation in the country, Hao Tian was lying in the hospital at this time. His face was pale, and he looked seriously injured. Among all the reincarnation worlds in the country, only Hao Tian has entered the most times, so he was naturally named a pioneer. For example, this time, if he hadn't gone through the 26th reincarnation world, who would have imagined that the god of death in the 4th reincarnation world would be the 26th reincarnation world? Chief, my injury this time is not serious. It will take 3 months to recover. A look of guilt appeared on Hao Tian's face. Then you should have a good rest. In more than 3 years, you have passed through 26 times, and you have tried your best. A middle-aged man in military uniform said to comfort Hao Tian. Nodding slightly, Hao Tian didn't say anything more, and then briefly explained the 26th reincarnation world he had experienced. For example, in the world of Shinigami, it turns out that there are hollows in Shinigami invisible to ordinary people, and they are extremely powerful. The god of death is similar to the underworld in Chinese mythology. The captain of the death god world, the Quincy of the Star-Crossed Knights, and the existence of Hueco Mundo. According to my own statistics, there are at least 60 or 70 strong men in this world who have reached the level of A-level reincarnators. Although this middle-aged soldier had been mentally prepared for a long time,
he still couldn't help but take a breath when he heard that there were so many strong men comparable to a level in the world of death. Tuck tuck tuck. Just as Haotian was halfway through his words, there was a sudden knock on the door of the ward. "Come in." He frowned, but the middle-aged soldier also knew that since he came to see him at this time, there must be something extremely important, so he spoke. "Chief, news just came from the Reincarnation Palace. Reincarnation Gongziyu, the god of death in the fourth reincarnation world, has released an S-level hidden mission." "What? In the fourth reincarnation world, there are also S-level hidden missions?" Hearing this, the middle-aged soldier's eyes widened. "How did you do this?" Haotian, who was lying on the bed and looking seriously injured, had a look of disbelief on his face. Because of his experience, he understands the horror of the world of death better. After all, with his combat power of more than 50,000, he put in a lot of effort in the battle between the Invisible Empire and Jinglingting, and barely completed a B-level hidden mission. In the fourth reincarnation world, you can get an S-level hidden mission in death. This is definitely the most valuable S-level hidden mission in the history of the Reincarnation Hall. None of them. In the Palace of Reincarnation, Qin Mayu's thoughts at this time were entirely focused on the system prompts just now. In the plane of death, I did complete hidden tasks, and there were 3 of them. There is one task for each of the 3 levels of SAB. They also gave themselves corresponding rewards. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongzi Jade for completing a hidden mission and helping Matsumoto Ranjiku retrieve the stolen soul. Mission Evaluation Grade, B, rewarded with a combat power value of 1230. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing a hidden mission once and helping to eliminate the hidden threat of the Invisible Empire. Mission Evaluation Grade, A, rewarded with a Zanpakuto *1. Congratulations to the reincarnator Gongziyu for completing the hidden mission once, helping to expose Aizen's conspiracy in advance and sealing it. Mission Evaluation Level, S, rewarded with a virtual mask *1. The prompts for the completion of 3 consecutive tasks sounded in Qin Mayu's mind, which also meant that Qin Mayu had completed 3 hidden tasks. First of all, the combat power value increased by 1230, which surprised Qin Mayu secretly. I remember someone on the forum made statistics. Generally speaking, if you complete an A-level hidden mission, the rewarded combat power will be almost the same as your own original combat power. The B-level one is only about half, and if it is S-level, it is about double. According to this rule, my original combat power value was originally about 1,200, and the B-level hidden mission should increase by about 600. Why are there so many rewards? Could it be? Is it because the force value of the reincarnated world of death is too high, so are there extra rewards? Secondly, the A-level hidden mission rewards you with a Zanpakuto. However, he already has a big tiger, and it is impossible to have a second one. Therefore, Jianlu of this Zanpakuto is a bit useless to him. Finally, the reward for the S-level hidden mission is a virtual mask? It is true that for the world of the God of Death, the hollow mask can help the God of Death break through the limits of the God of Death, but the value of this hollow mask is not comparable to Benjiu. Originally, I thought that I might be able to obtain the item Benjiu during the S-level hidden mission. However, think about the 2 S-level hidden tasks in Tianlong Babu, one rewards the Yi Jin Jing, and the other rewards an enhanced dog beating stick. So, even if it is an S-level hidden mission, there are high and low levels? He only planned everything secretly and did not actually participate in the battle to seal Aizen. Therefore, even if he has an S-level evaluation, is it not enough to obtain an item like Benjiu? In addition, Aizen's matter is an S-level mission, but the Invisible Empire is only a level? Could it be? It's because Yawach's true spirit escaped, so this mission is only rated a level. If Yawach is also sealed, maybe this is also an evaluation of an S-level hidden mission? Forget it, my reincarnation in the world this time was originally just to obtain the power of death. As for the hidden mission, it is easy to do. Being able to do this is already a huge gain. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mayu secretly said he shook his head and took his attention back from the rewards. He lowered his head and glanced at his palm, and patterns appeared. See 2488. In the original state of his Zanpakuto, his combat power value was only around 2,500. Now, after receiving the rewarded combat power value, I am already at this level in my normal state. As the combat power value increases, Qin Mayu can clearly feel that his mental power has increased by leaps and bounds. This improvement can be clearly felt. After trying it, Qin Mayu suddenly found that his figure was hanging in the air. In terms of mental strength, I can already make myself fly.
Immediately afterwards, Shin Mayu tried again.
His body rotated and turned into a heavy tank in a whirlwind. Then, after another rotation, it turned into an armed helicopter. After another rotation, it turned into an armed helicopter.
Got a tablet.
It's true. Although there are theoretical limits to transforming the human body, as my mental power continues to improve, the degree of mechanical changes that can be made is also increasing. After some experiments on his own mass and volume, Shin Mayu returned to his original appearance.
If as my mental power continues to grow and reaches B level, A level, or even S level authority, will I be able to become an aircraft carrier in the future? Space station? Or even a planet-level spaceship? Or can it be said that it has changed to a smaller size, becoming a USB flash drive, the size of Ant-Man, or even atomic level? When he traveled through the God of Death this time, because he landed on an uninhabited island, Shin Mayu was trapped on that uninhabited island for half a month. But now, if he lands on an uninhabited island again, he can completely transform into an armed helicopter and leave. This visible improvement in strength is still very satisfying.
Of course, the most important thing is that Shin Mayu's combat power evaluation before time travel was around 800, and he was a D-class reincarnator. Now, Shin Mayu's combat power evaluation is 2488, which is a C-level reincarnation. When he reached D-level before, the reincarnator's authority increased, and Shin Mayu's time travel no longer had to be fixed on a certain day of each month. But this time, after the reincarnator's authority was upgraded to C-level, Shin Mayu's authority was naturally increased accordingly.
First of all, it is the change in time travel.
Originally, the reincarnation time could only last for 2 months, exactly 60 days, not a minute more, not a minute less. But C-level reincarnators can choose to stay in the reincarnation world for between 2 months and 6 months. In other words, when 2 months are up, you can choose to return or continue to stay. Of course, when 6 months is up, you will still be forced to return. For Shin Mayu, this increase in authority is naturally very important, as he can stay longer.
This means that I can have more time to plan in the world of reincarnation.
Secondly, in addition to the change in stay time, the C-level reincarnator's permissions also have another point, which is the change in the number of people traveling through. Previous time travels were done in groups of 100 people, but with C-level authority, Shin Mayu can choose a group of 10 people.
Shin Mayu can also understand this.
After all, the stronger the reincarnators are, the fewer and fewer they are. Especially B-level reincarnators, there are only about 20 of them in the whole country. If there are also batches of 100 people, then these people will be stuck. I don't know when they will be able to gather enough people for a batch of hundreds. After taking a good inventory of his gains and his improvement, Shin Mayu nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, this time traveling through the world of death, I can be considered as planting a huge harvest with the power of cannon fodder. This is also the reincarnation world in which I have gained the most overall gains and improvements.
Okay, it's time for me to go out.
After taking a good inventory, Shin Mayu suddenly left the reincarnation hall. At this time, in front of the harvest list of the 4th reincarnation of the world death, all the reincarnators looked at Gongziyu, who once again topped the harvest list, and the reincarnation space was completely exploded. The top of the list clearly records the harvest of Gongziyu. S-level hidden mission once, combat power increased from 798 points to 2,488 points. All the reincarnations crowded in front of the harvest list took a breath of cold air when they saw the harvest situation, with disbelief on their faces. Looking at the second place on the harvest list, one C-level hidden mission has increased the combat power from 65 to 118. Comparing the two, the first place and the second place are completely like gains from 2 dimensions. It's unbelievable. If Big Brother Houtman hadn't revealed that the 26th reincarnation world is also the god of death, with A-level strong men everywhere and B-level strong men not as good as dogs, I would have reported Gongziyu. He is such a warrior. The increase in power is like a son of the reincarnation palace. I have just experienced the 4th reincarnation world, and my combat power has reached 2,488.
Oh my god, is this a new reincarnation? How many people who have experienced more than 10 reincarnations do not have this combat power, right? I'm not convinced.
For us, this palace of reincarnation is hell mode, and for Gongziyu, it's normal mode.
No, is it simple mode? Easy mode? What do you mean?
Think about it, the 5th reincarnation world is Mr. Zombie.
Although there are Taoism and zombies, the destructive power is actually not too strong. Even D-level reincarnations have certain self-protection capabilities. If this sea-level boss goes in, isn't this a simple mode? I am speechless. This is the difference between me and the boss. For all the reincarnations, although Gongziyu obtained the S-level hidden mission, they were shocked, but they were almost not surprised.
After all, he has completed S-level hidden missions every time he reincarnated into the world.
However, this time it was completely different.
Not only has his reincarnation level been raised to sea level, but more importantly, before, the reincarnator Haotian exposed the horror of the reincarnation world of the god of death. This fully laid the foundation for the gold content of his S-level hidden mission.
800 combat power?
This level of strength is indeed good, but in a world where there are as many B-level strong men as dogs and A-level strong men are everywhere, they are just slightly larger ants, right? However, he was able to create S-level hidden missions in such a world. Then, this hidden mission must not be because of his strength. Looking at it this way, once this S-level hidden mission guide is exposed, wouldn't it be possible for others to complete it? And in a world with such a strong force value, not to mention completing S-level hidden missions, even if it is A-level hidden missions, the rewards obtained must be priceless, right? Therefore, as Gongziyu once again topped the list of reapers of the god of death, the reincarnation space was shaken, the whole country was shaken, and even many real bosses could not sit still.
Yanjing, a large conference room. There are many important people sitting here. Anyone who walks out here is a person who can often be seen on TV.
Outside the conference room, real guns and nuclear bombs, as well as the armed guards of the reincarnations, were enough to show the importance of this meeting.
Let's move on to the next topic, which is about a new reincarnator, Gongziyu.
A middle-aged man at the head of the conference table said, "Judging from the number of reincarnations he has experienced, he is indeed a newcomer, but judging from the combat power evaluation, he is no longer a newcomer, right?"
At the same time, another old man at the bottom of the room spoke and said with a smile,
"Yes, judging from his appearance in the Palace of Reincarnation before, he is our Chinese national, which is a good thing. However, the purpose of talking about this topic this time is to find out the whereabouts of Gongziyu, which is a task given by the above." The middle-aged man at the head also smiled and said,
"But, didn't the higher-ups say before that you can't search in a big way, so as not to arouse the other party's resentment?" The people below looked at each other, and soon someone asked a question. "You can't search in a big way, but that doesn't mean you won't search. Not to mention, it's July now, and there will be a very suitable opportunity to search in a big way," the leader said. The remaining people were stunned for a moment, and then some people reacted more quickly and suddenly said, "Census? Yes, the census will be held soon. If you take this opportunity to search, it is indeed suitable." After these words came out, all the people present suddenly understood and nodded secretly. Then, they discussed with each other about the census and the work arrangements for how to find Gongziyu's identity in the real world mixed with this operation. "Oh, I didn't expect that my time traveling through the world of death would cause so much noise." On the other hand, Qin Moyu, who had returned from the Palace of Reincarnation for a few days, also discovered the recent news about herself. It was so hot that it even topped the list of hot searches on the internet. "I didn't expect that the 26th reincarnation of the world would also be the god of death." While feeling emotional, Qin Moyu murmured secretly in his heart. Judging from the timeline, the fourth reincarnation of the world is mainly concentrated in the early stages of the original main plot, right? As for the 26th reincarnation world, the timeline mainly focuses on the war between Aizen and Soul Society, and the chapter between the Invisible Empire and the war between Soul Society. It's a pity that Haotian's fourth reincarnation of the world is also the story of heaven and dragon slaying. Otherwise, we can see from him whether the two deaths are the continuation of the same plot, she sighed secretly in her heart. After learning that the 26th world was the god of death, Qin Mayu certainly wanted to see if she would enter again. Would it be connected to her fourth world? Or a brand new world of death? Ding dong! Just when Qin Mayu was thinking about the situation in the Palace of Reincarnation, suddenly, the voice on the phone rang. Qin Mayu calmed down, opened her phone and took a look. It was Yi Qinyan who had sent her a message. She asked herself to go to the Palace of Samsara, saying that she had given her two top martial arts secret books, Yi Jin Jing and Ling Bo Weibu, so she wanted to go to the exchange in the Palace of Samsara to find some things she could use and buy them. Come down and give it to yourself as a courtesy. Looking at the message Yi Qinyan sent to him, Qin Mayu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. To be honest, it doesn't matter whether she bought something and gave it back to herself. However, her willingness to do this means that she keeps this kindness in her heart when she gives her something. However, if he enters the reincarnation space, his image as Gongziyu will be exposed immediately,
so Qin Mayu naturally does not want to meet her in the reincarnation hall. After all, he originally wanted to buy the opportunity to transform the artificial human being, and he met her in the palace of reincarnation as Gongziyu.
Forget it if you give me something in return. If you are really serious, let's go climb a mountain and watch the sunrise.
It was impossible to agree, but the girl had already made an appointment with him, and it was inappropriate for him to refuse. Qin Mayu thought about it and changed the appointment.
Okay, I'll pick you up tonight. Watching the sunrise is not that easy.
Because the most suitable mountain peak to see is about 20 miles outside the city, plus the time required to go up the mountain, you have to get up at least 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to reach the top of the mountain before sunrise. Therefore, what Yi Qingyan said is true. It is most suitable to rest on the top of the mountain one night in advance.
Because it's summer vacation, time is very relaxing. Yi Qingyan drove a 7-seater SUV over.
After the two had dinner, they bought some useful things, added snacks and water, and went directly to the mountain. Because of the leisure time during the summer vacation, there are many people watching the sunrise, so along the way up the mountain, you can see a lot of people, and they are already preparing tents one after another. Yi Qingyan has a relatively cold temperament, so she doesn't like to be with strangers. I drove the car and found a relatively clean place on the mountain and stopped.
Qingyan, how is your health?
Qin Mayu asked after stopping the car and setting up a tent on the grass to prevent mosquitoes.
Well, I have been recuperating for almost a month and I have recovered. Moreover, I have practiced well with the I Jing Jing and Ling Bo Weibu you gave me.
I am preparing to enter the biochemical crisis this month.
Yi Qingyan nodded and replied.
Then, be careful yourself.
After listening to Yi Qingyan's words, Qin Mayu opened his mouth and said.
Speaking of which, Yi Qingyan has already learned I Jing Jing and Ling Bo Weibu. In particular, Ling Bo Weibu can greatly increase the probability of survival in the world of biohazard. As long as you don't be surrounded by a large number of corpses, you should be fine. Regarding the plot, Qin Mayu thought about it and felt that she could choose 5 plots and narrate them accordingly. You said something and I chatted, and soon it got dark.
Regarding the plot of Resident Evil, there are many posts on the forum of the Palace of Samsara.
Qin Mayu added some by himself, saying that he saw it accidentally, and generally told Yi Qingyan some of the useful plots, which can help her improve the probability of survival and completion of hidden tasks as much as possible.
By the way, what about you? Are you preparing to travel for the 4th time? Do you want to go to Etienne? Or the God of Death?
After chatting about the situation of the biological crisis, Yi Qingyan said to Qin Mayu again. Last month, Qin Mayu said that she saved people during the biochemical crisis, and others used I Jing Jing and Ling Bo Weibu as repayment.
Qin Mayu's birthday was on the 20th, and Yi Qingyan remembered it.
Therefore, in her opinion, Qin Mayu should have returned from the world of Tianlong Babu not long ago.
Well, the situation of the God of Death has been so loud recently, maybe I will go and take a look.
After hearing this, Qin Mayu thought for a while and replied. Not meaning to bother her anymore, Qin Mayu paused slightly, then changed the subject and said, It's already around 8 o'clock in the evening, should we rest? After all, we have to get up early to watch the sunrise tomorrow.
Well, you really should rest.
After hearing this, Yi Qingyan was silent for a while, then nodded.
Then you sleep in the car. The 2 rows of seats in the back of your 7-seater SUV happen to be like a bed. I'll sleep in this tent. Qin Mayu said immediately.
After listening to Qin Mayu's suggestion, Yi Qingyan was silent for a moment, nodded, then turned around and went to the car to start preparations. Because it was July, there was no need for quilts in the summer. After saying good night to each other, Yi Qingyan closed the car door, and the night became much quieter. After waiting for a while, Qin Mayu walked to a remote place, vomited out all the food he had eaten at night, then returned to the tent and sat cross-legged. He did not rest, but silently recited and comprehended the Taoist scriptures in his mind, in order to enhance his spiritual strength. It is not possible to practice by transforming the human body, but it is possible to practice in spiritual power. In addition, with the Red Queen's system, it can detect one's own mental fluctuations and other conditions at any time, and give oneself some appropriate feedback, which can be regarded as assisting one's own practice.
Boom!
However, in the middle of the night, suddenly, bursts of thunder sounded in the sky, and at the same time, the roar of some kind of beast could be heard in the night sky.
What's going on?
Qin Mayu, who was awakened, walked out of the tent and looked up at the sky. Although it was a night sky, Qin Mayu could vaguely see some kind of creature walking through the clouds at an extremely fast speed among the countless dark clouds.
It's strange. Didn't the weather forecast say it will be sunny tomorrow?
Apparently, Yi Qingyan was also awakened. She walked out of the car and looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said in surprise, "It's not caused by natural weather, it's caused by manpower."
Qin Moyu said. Manpower?
Yi Qingyan looked surprised.
Suddenly, he pointed at the night sky and said, "Moyu, look, is that a dragon?" Sure enough, following the direction of Yi Qingyan's finger, Qin Moyu could see a dragon looming in the clouds in the night sky, occasionally showing its scales and half a claw. Immediately afterwards, streaks of sword light also lit up in the night sky. After a fight, they quickly disappeared. It seems that this is a battle between powerful reincarnations? Yi Qingyan said as the dragon shadow and sword light quickly disappeared from the horizon.
For a newcomer to reincarnation like her, the scene she saw tonight was like a myth.
MOU, I don't know if we will have the chance to reach this point in the future.
Looking at the dragon shadow and sword light disappearing in the distance, Yi Qingyan suddenly spoke, with a look of longing in her eyes.
Don't worry, we will definitely reach or even surpass them.
Hearing this, Qin Moyu nodded, looking very confident. Turning her head, Yi Qingyan raised the corners of her mouth slightly when she saw Qin Moyu's confident expression.
Wow!
However, in just a moment, suddenly, a heavy rain fell from the sky.
Oh no, the appearance of the dragon made it rain.
Looking at the heavy rain, Qin Moyu couldn't help but shake his head.
MOU, you, come to the car and have a rest.
Turning around, Yi Qingyan got into the car first and said in a low voice at the same time. Seeing Yi Qingyan get into the car without closing the door, Qin Moyu hesitated a little.
However, he immediately shook his head secretly. Other girls are not timid, so why should I be timid?
After secretly cursing herself, Qin Moyu stopped packing the tent, got into the car, and lay down next to Yi Qingyan.
Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong.
In a dark and airtight environment, despite the sound of rain outside, you can still clearly hear the heartbeat. He touched his chest secretly. It was wrong, he was a reformer, his heartbeat could not be so loud. So, this sound is. Inside the car, Yi Qingyan quietly pressed against the wall on the left side of the car, feeling like her body was being attracted to the wall inside the car like a magnet. Similarly, Qin Moyu's body was pressed tightly against the wall on the right side of the car. It's the equivalent of a 1.5-meter wide bed, and it feels like two people are squeezing it so hard that a strong man can sleep in the middle.
I want to sleep, but I can't.
In the dark, Qin Moyu opened her eyes and could see Yi Qingyan with her back to her, wearing a beautiful dress. Unconsciously, besides the head, there is another area that has not been modified, which is a bit strange.
Qin Moyu's waist bent up and she curled up to sleep. Moyu, are you a little cold? Why are you shrinking down?
Yi Qingyan obviously wasn't asleep either, so she suddenly spoke and asked in a low voice.
No, it's more comfortable this way.
Qin Moyu said, feeling a little embarrassed.
After breaking the silence, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Young men and women chatted casually.
Let's talk about things when we were kids, interesting things in school, and of course, talk about things in the Palace of Reincarnation. Unconsciously, the sound of rain outside gradually stopped. Qin Moyu didn't say that he was going to sleep in the tent when the rain stopped.
Likewise, Yi Qingyan didn't say either. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding and put the topic behind them. P.S. I'll update these 4 chapters first. I fell asleep and couldn't bear it anymore. I'm getting old.